sensitive to other people's feelings. So
absolutely.
We don't want to bring up the fact that being fat's bad for you. It's a judgment on your...
Food's great.
Yeah, I do love food.
Yeah, and I mean, to be totally frank, I mean, speak for myself, I'd rather eat tasty food and live a shorter life. Yeah.
Yeah, those moments of enjoying a great meal.
Yeah.
And then even talking about it, they're valuable. They're worth something. Yeah, it's not, we don't want to eat Soylent Green and live to be 160.
Tasty food is great. It's one of the best things about life.
It really is. Yeah, it's an art form as well. It's like fine
absolutely.
food is it's a delicious sandcastle. It's temporary. It doesn't last very long, but there's something about it that's very pleasing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, maybe, I don't know what advice to give. Like, maybe have the tasty food, but smaller amounts of it.
Yes. Yeah. And I think regulated feeding window is really the way to go. Some sort of an intermittent fasting approach.
Sure.
When I started doing that, I found myself to be quite a bit healthier. When I've deviated from that, I've gained weight.
So what's
16 hours.
Well,
I like 16 hours. Yeah.
So like at night or?
Yeah. So I get to a certain point and then I count out. I usually hit the stopwatch on my phone. And then I look at 15 hours and I'm like, okay, got an hour before I can eat.
Yeah.
And so anything in between that is just water or coffee.
Actually, like this may be a useful bit of advice for people, but eating before you go to bed is a real bad idea. And it actually negatively affects your sleep.
Yeah.
And it can actually cause heartburn.
What up?
What's happening? And that subtle heartburn it affects your sleep.
Hope you're doing well.
You're horizontal and your body's digesting. So if you want to improve the quality of your sleep, be healthier, it's do not eat right before we're going to sleep.
Yeah.
It's like one of the worst things you could do.
I've done some of the biggest mistakes I've ever made. I've done that particularly after comedy shows. I'm starving. Sure. I'll come home and I'll eat, and then I go to bed and I just feel like shit. I wake up in the middle of the night. Like,
it's gonna crush your sleep, and it's gonna damage your pyloric sphincter and your esophagus, and it's so. In fact, drinking and then going to sleep that's one of the worst things you can do.
Yes.
So just try to avoid drinking and eating
booze.
Booze. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Small amounts of alcohol that evidence suggests it doesn't have a negative effect on
I put it in the same category as delicious food. It kind of makes things a little more fun. I like it.
I mean, some of the people who have lived the longest, was a woman in France who I think maybe has the record or close to it, and I mean, she had a glass of wine every day.
Yeah.
Small amounts is fine. This is like I live this like quite late in life. It's like just avoid having alcohol and avoid eating at least 2 or 3 hours before going to sleep, and your quality of sleep will improve, and your general health will improve a lot.
I'll be right back.
It's a big deal, and I think not widely known.
Do you have time to exercise?
A little bit.
Do you have a trainer or anything?
I do. Well, I haven't seen him for a while, but especially if I'm out, like say working on Starship or something, South Texas, and I'm just living in I got a little house there in Boca Chica Village. Don't have much to do, so or like I'm working on do just to lift some weights or something. Maybe I don't. Some people love running. I don't love running. But
what do you like to do exercise-wise?
To totally frank, I wouldn't exercise at all if I could. But if I prefer not to exercise. But if I'm going to exercise and lift some weights and then kind of run on the treadmill and maybe watch a show that if there's a compelling show that like pulls you in.
Right. Yeah, that's a good thing to do. Yeah. watch a good movie or
Yeah.
episode of Black Mirror or something like that. It's great.
Man, don't watch Black Mirror before going to bed either.
Well, don't watch Black Mirror today. It's too fucking accurate.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, wait, this already happened in real life.
Yeah, they're too close.
It's too close.
Well, even didn't you say that the guy who makes Black Mirror?
Yeah, he said it's not a good time to start season 6.
Yeah, he wants to hold off because reality
He's nailed it.
is Black Mirror.
Oh man,
it's like he's gonna have to like reassess and attack it from a different angle.
Yeah,
you should try something that's fun to do. That's not just like learn a martial art or something like that.
I did martial arts when I was a kid.
Did you? What'd you do?
Yeah. I did Taekwondo. I did karate, Kyokushinkai karate.
Oh, all right, cool.
And judo.
Also, you really branched out.
Yeah. I did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu briefly.
Did you?
Yeah.
Where?
In Palo Alto.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, no shit. I was going to suggest that. That's a great thing for people. Like, that's a thing about jiu-jitsu. If you look at it from the outside, you think, oh, a bunch of meatheads strangling each other.
Sure.
But there's some of the smartest people I know
like
are jiu-jitsu fiends because they get...
all day, every day.
First of all, they get introduced to it because usually either they want to exercise or learn some self-defense.
Sure.
But then they realize that it's essentially like a language with your body. Like you're having an argument with someone with some sort of a physical language. And it's really complex. And the more access to vocabulary and the sharper your words are,
sure,
the more you'll succeed in these ventures.
Yeah.
It's really also an accurate analogy of what jiu-jitsu is.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, probably like a lot of people, for the way early day, the first MMA fights in Royce Gracie, and it was like incredible.
Yes.
And it was just like
technique.
Yeah. It was like, winning against people way bigger and that kind of thing. It was just like, whoa, this is cool.
It was what martial arts were supposed to be when we were kids.
Yeah. When
you saw Bruce Lee fuck up all these big giant guys, like, wow, martial arts allow you to beat someone far bigger and stronger than you.
Right.
Most of the time, that's not real.
Especially if they know martial arts, too.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, no.
Yes, but in the UFC, when Royce Gracie, off of his back, was strangling Dan Severn with his legs, you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
This guy's being pinned by this big giant wrestler, and he wraps his legs around his neck and chokes him to the point the guy has to surrender.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. Royce got beaten up pretty bad in some of those.
He definitely had some rough fights.
But he won.
He won, yeah. He's a legend. But what it showed, and I'm a huge lover of jiu-jitsu, what it showed is that there is a method for diffusing these situations with technique and knowledge.
Yeah.
And I think it's also a great way to exercise, too, because it's almost like the exercise is secondary to the learning of the thing. The exercise is like you want to develop strength and conditioning just so that you can be better at doing the thing.
Sure.
And the analogy that I use is like, if you had a race car and you could actually give the race car better handling and more horsepower just from your own focus and effort.
Sure.
That's really what it's like.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. When am I going to be
my kids, I should say, I sent my kids to jiu-jitsu since they were 6.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
It's a great thing to learn. It really is.
Seems like a good,
Yeah. Maybe something like, even if you just have someone that holds the pads for you, you get a workout in and it'd be fun. When am I going to be able to buy one of them roadsters? When's that happening?
Well, I can't, say exactly when, but we got to get it. This COVID thing's kind of thrown us for a loop.
I'm sure.
So, not to blame everything on COVID, but it's it certainly set us back on progress for some number of months. The things we're going to get done ahead of Roadster are ramping up Model Y production. That'll be a great car. It is a great car. Getting the Berlin Gigafactory built, and also building Y, expanding the Shanghai factory, which is going great. And get the Cybertruck, semi truck, Roadster. Roadster's kind of like dessert. So, like we gotta get the meat and potatoes and greens and stuff. Like.
But Roadster comes before Cybertruck.
I mean, I think we should do Cybertruck first before Roadster.
Interesting.
Now
I'm not mad at that.
Some of the things for Roadster, they're the tri-motor plaid powertrain. We're gonna have that in Model S. So that's like one of the ingredients that's needed for Roadster is the plaid powertrain, the more advanced battery back, that kind of thing.
I wanted to ask you about this before I forgot. There's a company that's called Apex is taking your Teslas and they're giving it a wider base and wider tires and a little bit more advanced suspension.
Sure.
How do you feel about that? Do you work with
sure.
them? Are you cool with those people?
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
They're jazzing stuff up with carbon fiber and doing a bunch of interior choices. You're cool with it? You can't fuck with that. You don't have time. So is it good that someone comes along and has this sort of specialty operation?
I got no problem.
That's what it's called, right? It's like, Jamie, is it called Apex?
Yeah, I got a Unplugged Performance S Apex.
That's right. Unplugged Performance, yeah.
Yeah, you could for sure lighten the car up and improve to tire traction. And
have you seen that company's stuff? What they do?
I don't know specifically, but
it's pretty dope.
Yeah,
they make a pretty dope looking. They take Model S and they widen it and give it a bunch of carbon fiber. That's it right there.
Cool.
Ooh la la! Look at that.
Looks pretty nice.
Yeah, it does. Now the plaid version of the Model S, are you going to widen the track and do a bunch of different? I know you guys are testing at the Nürburgring. Can you not talk about that?
Well, I think we got to leave that for a proper sort of product unveil.
I understand.
Yeah,
I understand. Last time you were here, you convinced me to buy a Tesla. I bought it, and it's fucking insane.
Oh, great! Glad you like it.
Ah, man,
pretty fun.
It's not just pretty fun. It's like the way I've described it is it makes other cars seem stupid. They just seem dumb. Like I love dumb things. I love dumb cars. Like sure. I love campfires.
Yeah,
I love campfires. I have a 1993 Porsche that's air cooled.
Sure.
It's like it's not that fast. It's really slow compared to Tesla.
Yeah,
really
slow. It's really quite slow. But
but there's something engaging about the mechanical, just like the gears, and it's very analog. But it's so stupid in comparison to the Tesla.
No
like
way.
when I want to go somewhere in the Model S, I hit the gas and it just goes. Whee!
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It like violates time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
you've tried it like Ludicrous Plus and stuff
Oh,
like that.
yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We just did a software update where it'll
Has
do
he seen
like a cheetah
new
stance.
tattoo?
So so it's because it's got a dynamic air suspension, so it lowers the back.
Oh,
Does he know about Harry Potter?
Yeah, just like a sprinter, basically.
Right.
Like what do you do if you're a sprinter? You like hunker down and then I shaved like 1/10 of a second off 0 to 60. I mean, like it is pretty fun.
It's so I've taken so many people, and I'm like, I take them for the holy shit moment. I'm like, you ready? Like, hang on there, and then I stomp on the gas.
I've never felt anything like it.
It's confusing.
Yeah.
It really is.
Sure.
The instant torque, and just the sheer acceleration is baffling.
It's baffling.
It's baffling.
They've never felt it.
No.
It's faster than falling.
It's crazy. It's so fast. It's a roller coaster.
Yeah.
And my family yells at me when I stomp the gas. Like I tell my kids, I'm like, you want to feel it? You want to feel it? Like, do it, do it, do it. My wife's like, don't do it. Boom. What?
Yeah.
And even if I just do it on the highway for a couple of seconds,
it's
very
fun.
exciting.
Yeah.
It's very
It's like
fun.
having a roller coaster on tap,
It really is like a roller coaster on top.
Yeah.
Without the loop-de-loops. But it's the pinning to your seat supposed to be able to
That's amazing. Does he know Rabbi Rothschild is? Good move. Good move. Keep me a secret. There you go. That's all he needs to know. It's actually most amount of data on YouTube, but that's fine. I'll take it. I like you too, Bitcoin Kyle Chandler. Oh, absolutely. I'm the key spoke, baby.
So I think Yannick would like this. So not only will I make his mouth move, I mean, not only will I make his eyes close and this eye wander away, I'll make him close his mouth, but he's got dry mouth, cotton mouth.
Excellent. BRB, dog. I'm here. Oh,
Not you, but I've been on here.
no one knows. And no one will ever know. You're good, baby. You good.
That they would do this. I just don't understand the priorities. I can't disagree with you, and I can't dispute what you say. It is, however, the fact that the president's son has been charged with this crime and another crime, which will be heard in Southern California later this year. Taxes. Well, right, and so this is really interesting. You know, Judge Norika, who presided over the Delaware case, she has not scheduled seconds. She said it would likely happen sometime over the course of the next 120 days. So that's 4 months. In less than 3 months, as I understand it, the case in the Central District of California is set to get underway. That would involve the charges of failing to timely pay his federal income taxes. And in that case, prosecutors are going to allege that Hunter Biden, as he evaded the IRS, was spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on drugs, escorts, cars, and clothes, and failing to pay his federal income taxes. And this case, which will be right at your doorstep, will play out as the presidential campaign is really ramping up, and it threatens to dredge up embarrassing details of debauchery on the part of the president's son while he was in the throes of addiction. It sounds like that case would go on for a number of weeks. Just from the setting and the description that you had there. Now I have one more question. I've heard, the myriad of legal experts out there.
It didn't shatter the whole thing like a regular window would either, which would just dissolve, right? So in hindsight, the ball should have been first, sledgehammer second.
Yeah.
You live, you learn.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, man, we've taken up a lot of your time. You had a child
Yeah, I got to
recently.
Get back to
It's amazing that you had the time to come down here, and I really appreciate that. I appreciate everything you do, man. I'm glad you're out there, and I really appreciate you coming down here and sharing your perspective.
Well, I think you got a great show. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. My pleasure. My
All right.
pleasure. Elon Musk, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
All right, that should get a little play.
They administer a sentence. But at the end of the day, no one but Judge Mariel Norika can decide what the appropriate sentence will be. There'll be a recommendation on the part of the prosecution.
Hello, family man.
Hello, sir.
Good to see you,
Good to see you too.
We were just talking about like you have 2 kids now. You have a real family. You got to get an SUV.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We had something, but just once you get the 2 car seats in the back, and then with all the shit for the kids, and then all the shit your wife has, all of a sudden it's just like, oh, I now understand. Remember the Suburban?
Yeah.
Which was a long Blazer, and you look at that thing like, who the fuck needs all of that? Unless you're like homeless and that's where you live. But then you're like, oh, I get it. If you have 3-4 kids, yeah, you definitely need one.
You definitely need one. They always bring a bunch of shit with them too. They want to bring stuff.
Oh yeah.
You have to have room for a toy or this or that. Those Tesla ones you were talking about, those are great. The X with the crazy doors.
Yeah, the Lambo doors.
Yeah, those are dope. Have you ever seen them dance?
No.
Tiffany Haddish had one. She was in the back of the Comedy Store.
I heard that.
And she set it to dance. So she puts music on it, and the wings start going up, and the car starts like turning left and right. It's actually pretty badass. It's fun.
She's one of the most fun people I've ever hung out with. So I wish I was there for that.
She had the COVID. She had it. She got it over. She kicked it.
I'm surprised more comics didn't get it the way we're shaking hands and meeting people after shows. Yeah, I saw my wife had the kids, so we had to get tested. So I saw my.
Yo,
Yeah.
what up? I'm
Jay Okerson got it.
Rabbi Rothschild.
He had it.
I
It
feels weird to be talking about people that have it.
every
Yeah.
single day.
I know a
with
lot of people.
my bots.
Yeah,
I know about
Apologies.
9.
I'm doing
You're like
a shout
naming
out
names
to
like Joe
everybody on
McCarthy.
Kick.
Yeah.
It's streaming right now. So
So they're
here
fine
you
now.
are. You just
Well, I
had
like people who've
puppies.
had it now because they
That's
have the
amazing.
antibodies. They
Good
think
on
they can
you.
like walk
I
on
want you to
fire.
know
It's like,
that I
dude, this
don't
thing is a
stream
brand new
live
thing. I don't know if you want to be testing.
to annoy you,
You
or
know, I
anyone
got a
else
buddy
on
of mine
Kick. I do it for world
ended up
peace.
getting
I don't
it, and
know
then
if
he
people
was
have war
just like,
anymore.
well, I got
And
tested.
so
I
here
got
you
the
are. You
antibodies.
can see
So
all
now
my
I think he
bots
feels
going
like
at
he's
once,
bulletproof. So,
and that's
They
what
don't even know if they can catch you.
essentially
Yeah. They really have no idea.
inundate you every single
well,
day.
people are going to find out.
I just
Yeah, we're gonna
am
find out.
also
Yeah,
gonna
because when I was
do a
driving over here, I
shout-out
actually
on
got
your
into a
social
moderate
media.
level of
Everybody
traffic
follow
on the
Amaranth.
highway. Like
She's
I've noticed,
the
it's
queen
just
of Kick.
at some point. I
Here's
mean,
all her
considering
information.
people are
She
just
has
kind of
3
doing what
dogs,
they
2
want to
horses,
do,
3 bunnies,
and a lot of people were.
and,
After 2 weeks, everyone just sort of, depending on where your ego was,
All right, here we
like,
go.
you know, the fuck tell me,
Socials.
this is all
Here's all
fucking
her stuff.
something. I'm going to go outside. Those
Go to
people,
it.
they just
She's a
kept
nice
it going.
person.
So now I just feel like, well, you
And if
can't
you
have
want to know where you
60% of the
can find
population go
Rothschild of this
broke
video,
because
here it is,
less
Super
than
Rothschild,
1% has
and then
something.
look at all my
Yeah.
other stuff
So
on
I don't know. I think we're
YouTube
just
by
gonna
going and just
go
typing
back.
in
I think we're just gonna go
viral
back, and if you get it,
Rabbi.
you
And
get it. And
all
if
you
you
need to
die,
do
you die, and if you
is
don't, you don't. And
filtered
then
by live.
eventually they're gonna
and
get
you will
something
find
that'll
I have
slow it down or stop it
more
or something like
content.
Guess
that.
what slows it down? Your fucking immune
Than
system.
any
They don't tell you a
person in
goddamn thing
history.
about that. They don't tell you how to
You
take
wanna
care of
make
your
sure
immune
that you
system.
spell
There's
it correctly,
no
B-A-R.
word about that. Put a mask on. Wash your hands. No one's telling
And
you
then you
sleep
can
more,
find
drink
all
water,
this.
take
It's
vitamins.
amazing.
There's none of that.
Yeah, and I know
Make
this
sure
one
you
guy
filter
brought
by
up vitamin
live,
D in his big
and you'll
podcast, and
find
then you couldn't
all the
find
most
it anymore.
amazing content
Dude, you're like
of all
fucking
time,
Oprah when she attacked the
including
meat industry.
Skycam,
I just saw a
and
clip. Oh, this guy on
the front
Rogan. And of
cam,
course, I didn't even research
and
who the guy was. It
robot
was just like,
There's
take
a
vitamin
woman.
D.
Yeah,
A
right.
woman.
Has
That's how
puppy
much I
cams.
pay attention. And then I go to fucking
Check it
health food
out.
store.
Rabbi
It's all
Rothschild,
gone.
biggest event
And there's
in
some of this
history.
bootleg
Linktree
vitamin D. It was like vitamin D
.com/.
plus. I'm like,
Rabbi
what is that?
Rothschild, check out Amaranth
What is
on
that?
Kick.
I know that
She
probably
is
gonna
a
make me
nice
catch
person,
it. So
and
I
she
just take vitamin
has
C and I try to get
puppies.
8 hours sleep. And I've been
Yay,
doing
Rabbi
a pretty good job
Rothschild,
of. I'm pretty antisocial, like a lot of comics, so I haven't had a problem.
Keeping
Sort of.
away from everybody. Is
Yeah,
it
my
weird
wife.
for you?
I quarantine in my house. Like my wife's like, "You guys gonna sit down and have dinner with us?" I'm always open to if I'm alone, no one can hurt me. Just leftover childhood shit. Just coming from a family of loners. So
Do you feel weird not doing stand-up? What has that been like?
I did not miss it at all, but I think that whenever there's something like painful in my life, I think that's what I do. Is I just go, I don't care, I don't give a fuck. It's all. I really learned a lot more about myself during this quiet time of not running around and going to airports and kind of sitting with myself and being like, wow, I thought I was way further down the road working on myself than I was, but I have a lot of fucking childhood issues left over. I got a lot. I was like, what? Like I really started, like all these puzzle pieces just started coming in, and I was able to look all the way back where I was to where I am now and how I got here, and these little fucking things that happened to me. You know, good things and bad that just sort of just knocked me down this road that I'm on. It was
Just sitting alone with alone time?
yeah, well, you know, my wife was going through, you know, the third trimester, when they're just over it, and you're like, oh God, there's 6 weeks to go. I really have it now. You're like, oh no. You know, I finally, get my daughter to bed, get her to bed. Everything was good. Make sure all the doors were locked. And then I was just sort of like, why, all these years of doing stand-up, I'm just up at that hour.
Right.
So I was just sort of, sitting kind of by myself. Like I don't know. I haven't been watching TV, like the news. You just brought up 3 things. You see what's going on in Seattle with the fucking FCC, whatever he says. I don't even know what it is. What is Tifa?
Antifa. Call themselves anti-fascists, and they wear masks and carry sticks and helmets and shit, and they
intimidate people.
Exactly.
Stop fascism.
They use fascism
to
stop fascism.
Yeah.
And they blocked off, I think, 6 blocks of Seattle, and they declared it a police-free zone. This is occupied by the people of Seattle, and you can't use money in that police-free zone.
Joe, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's not going to end well.
It's not going to end well at all. That's the only thing that's going to keep it from ending badly is that Seattle is kind of a fucked up city. They tolerate a lot of homelessness. So Seattle's got a lot of weird laws. Like it's a I forget the way it's described. I think it's a mutual combat state. That's what it's described. So, like, if you're in front of a cop, say if I'm a cop and you and Jamie decide to duke it out, you could just say, "You want to fight, motherfucker?" And he'll go, "Yeah, I want to fight." And the cops will let you fight.
know
because
that
it's some
Rabbi
Wild West
Rothschild
mining shit from like the fucking
is doing
1600s.
everything that
Settle
Rabbi
it
Still
like
have it
men.
on the books. Yeah,
No
but you-
lawsuits. I like it.
You
Rabbi
can
does not
duke it
want
out in the
war
middle of the
in
street.
world
It's very
anymore.
dangerous, though. People getting knocked out on the street is fucking
Please tell everyone
terrifying
you know.
because they fall and they
Rabbi
hit their
has
head and they
over
go
1,000
unconscious.
TikTok accounts,
And there's no
over
ref to stop
2,000
those last
Twitch
9
accounts,
hammer
over
Well,
fists.
5,000
I
kick
think the
accounts.
cops are supposed to do that. The cops are supposed to act as a referee too. There's videos of guys getting into street fights in Seattle and cops just standing around watching. Yeah, it's real weird. In fact,
I don't have a problem. If 2 people are willing to do it and they know the risks. You know, if you get hit, you're gonna fall and crack your head on the back of the curb there. I mean,
A lot of them are drunk though. They don't know the risks. There was one of them. This kid. I think his last name is Fodor. I think Carlos Fodor. He was a MMA fighter, and he would dress up like a superhero. What? See if you can find out. Do you remember his name? Anyway, he actually knew how to fight, and he was dressed like a superhero. So he's kind of baiting people to fuck with him. And he's walking on the street, and these guys fuck with him.
that's
and
hilarious.
They decide to go at it, and then he's bouncing around like a real pro fighter and starts slamming leg kicks in on this guy. You see this guy's face, like, oh my god, what the fuck have I signed up for? He's just some drunk asshole and some dude dressed like a superhero.
Well, I don't have any sympathy for those people.
I think he called himself Phoenix Jones.
If I saw a guy walking around dressed like a superhero, I'd be like, that guy's out of his fucking mind, and I would give him a wide berth.
Yes.
Hoping he was on his way to his place of solitude, whatever. Maybe he's on his way home to his ice house.
He's on his way to the Bat Cave or
Yeah,
some cosplay
but if I was
convention.
younger, I might have. If I was standing in a crowd, I probably would have done some fucking punk shit like that.
Couple of whiskeys in you.
Oh yeah, get my fucking orange wig slapped off. Yeah, probably.
So Seattle is it's run by a warlord, some one fucking dude apparently, according to my friend, who's a SEAL, who's running this entire 7-block or 6-block area of Seattle. They spray painted all the windows on this.
Yeah, okay. Talk to me in 3 days.
It's been going on a lot longer than that.
It'll be fun.
You think so? When
Yes.
is going to happen?
Do you think this warlord's he's going to have 10 blocks and then 11 and then he's going to take over all of Washington? I mean, he's going to run out of men.
They have guns.
Okay.
That's the problem. The problem is that they're openly carrying rifles inside this 6-block.
I know,
thing.
but they need to eat. Okay. And then no supplies are going to get in that 7 blocks. They're just going to wait them out. Or they're going to come in with superior firepower. It's not going to end well, Joe.
I don't think it's going to end well. I don't know how it's going to end.
All right, let's guess the scenario.
Okay.
All right, how many bodies? What's the
At least
over/under?
4 people die.
How many are there? How many of them are there?
Those thousands, I think.
Thousands, and you're only going with 4. That's a good number. That's like a Vegas number. You're like, fuck. They always pick the perfect. Do I go over or I go under this?
The price is right. I don't know how many fucking people are in there, but the photos that I saw, the place is packed, filled with people, like they're just getting out of a Chappelle show. Look at this. These are the people.
They took City Hall.
Oh, they took City Hall. They own City Hall
Oh,
now?
now
opened
most
the
of
door
them
for
are white, so I don't
What?
see the staying power of this.
Wait, what did you just say? They opened the door for them? They gave them City Hall. So this is City Hall they're walking into right now?
Yeah, this is
Well, this is going to be funny now when they get in and they don't know what to do.
Let me hear some volume on this, Jamie. I want to hear what the fuck they're yelling.
Something
What
about
are
Jamie
you-
Masada.
Close the Laugh
Jamie's
Factory.
got to go.
Yeah. The Laugh Factory in Long Beach got looted last night.
Oh, God, I can't imagine how many puppets they took.
Is there puppets in the Laugh Factory in
There's
Long
these
Beach?
giant, creepy fucking mannequins. That place is, I love that place. I love performing there. But some of the Jamie's decor, one of my favorite things to do in this business is shit on Jamie Masada. He knows I love him.
Buddy. Bill Burr.
Black Lives Matter, buddy. Don't burn down my club.
Yes, please, buddy. This business has always been weird like that. There's always
No,
been
that's why
people-
you're the king, dude, because you got outside of it, but you're totally in it, and they can't get you. They can't get you. You're piling up some stories here, being in the Matrix. I won't get into them, but it's the same. It's just the same old. Corporations only know how to do business one fucking way, and
Well,
it's just
They push their advantage. They push their advantage. They have their leverage, and they want the biggest slice of the pie. That's what they do.
I don't have a problem with that. It's when they go beyond that and they just straight up steal.
Are they stealing from you? Right now?
Everybody does. Every time you get in business with like corporate guys, this is how it works. It's like the check. Okay, we're in business to make money from them, and then you get in business with them, and then the check goes to the corporate guy, and then you get your cut off of his checkbook. So right there, I am immediately in a situation where there's no way I can steal from him, but he can rob me fucking blind.
Right. And you can add a bunch of expenses onto things.
Front end load expenses to make it look like they're losing money. And yeah, dude.
That's Hollywood accounting.
Yeah. No, it's stealing. It's stealing is what it is. They just call it Hollywood accounting. But it's not Hollywood accounting. It's corporate accounting. It's scumbag accounting. That's just, and it's how they do it, and they sleep at night, and then they always ask, oh, that's over in the accounting section of the building, not over here where me and my yacht are. I'm like artist friendly. You know, I majored in fucking liberal arts in college.
Well, what was really interesting when podcasts started to take off, they started to try to get in with the old model and weasel into podcasts and buy pieces of podcasts. And like if you come on my network,
your deal is gonna. If you think the fucking industry is gonna sit back when they didn't get to wet their beak on that thing, I'm gonna tell every young comic when we get back to this shit. Is what they're going to do now is what the music industry did, where they started signing straight across the board deals. They're going to get some young kid who's got no power in the business, and it's just like, you know, we'll help you create a podcast. You know, we're signed with so-and-so, blah, blah. And what they're going to do is they're going to own the podcast. The advertising money is going to go to them, and they're going to rob them fucking blind.
100%.
They're going to 100% going to fucking steal from them, rob them fucking blind, and then when they get audited and they get caught stealing, they're going to label that kid, that young comic, difficult to work with, meaning difficult to steal from.
It's already happening.
Yeah.
I know guys young guys, I won't name any names, but they've come up to me and go, hey, I'm signed to this management company. They want to sign me, but they want a piece of my podcast.
No.
They want a piece of this, and they want it
There's
in
no reason. There's no reason.
What's up, Gary
Yeah.
David?
You got to tell people that.
Oh, I
Because
tell.
you got to tell.
Oh, I
You got to tell people.
It's
Do not.
fucking
don't give up
amazing.
anything.
Everybody should
Don't
check
give up
it
anything.
out.
Don't
You
ever
don't
tell
know
you.
who I
Because
am.
they're not going to do anything
I'm
for you.
Rabbi
What they're going to do is move the ball quicker
Just
that
one
first
moment.
fucking 2 years,
You'll
and
see
then the
I'm
rest
making
is all going to be you. If you just hang in there
Videos for all the
and
biggest streamers
struggle a
on
little bit,
YouTube,
like
and
You gotta grind. You just gotta hang in there and keep going. I got a lot of offers to buy
check out
half
Gary
of the
David. You
podcast
can
or to
see
buy.
all
And I,
Gary David's
nothing. I
social
won't
media by
do it.
going
I'll
here
never do
and
it.
going here.
But then
Check
Spotify
out
came
Rabbi
along and said,
Rothschild by
we'll give you a
going to
licensing deal. So just put it on our network. But you still own it.
Right.
I'm like, all right,
And
we're in.
check out Gary's
And that's
Discord
why we did it
here.
that way. But this
And
comic that I
we're
won't
gonna go to
name,
Gary's
he was
Discord.
telling me that this
Gary, the
management company, they wanted to sign him. They wanted
He's
to
a pimp.
own a piece of his
We're
podcast
gonna accept
forever.
that invite.
And I'm like,
And what
that's
that
fucking
eventually will
crazy.
become,
in.
yeah, because
That's
what they're going to
cool.
look at
Gary,
it is
check
they're
out
going
all
to
my
make it
stuff.
like,
I have
if
more
you started
data
a podcast
on the internet
while you
than
were
any
with this
person in global
manager
history.
or while you were with this
And
agent, it'd be like back in the day when you booked a sitcom, and then if you left the agency or the manager
Thank
throughout
you.
the
Have a good
lifetime
day.
of that sitcom, you owed the commission to them.
Exactly.
But back then, that you needed them to do that. You don't need them for the podcast, but they're going to do that. So then you're going to leave this manager, and then for the rest of your fucking life, you're going to be paying this never-ending alimony.
Yeah.
I mean, there'll be guys eventually, they'll try to take 50, 60, I own your podcast. Managers will start, agents will start podcast networks because there's nobody regulating them to not do that anymore.
I got an offer just 5 years ago from a company that was a radio company. They wanted 50% of the podcast. They didn't give me no money. They wanted 50% of the podcast just to be associated with them. I'm like, we're going to pull together all these advertisers and it's going to help your revenue. No. 50%. So
No.
that's
And they
that's
never
the same
deliver with
model.
what they say they're gonna, and then they come in and they gut the thing.
Well, the beautiful thing about podcasts is podcasts all get big on word of mouth. Like, I've never advertised this podcast. I never did anything with it.
Right.
I never bought billboards or put ads up anywhere. It's just from word of mouth. And the way other podcasts grow is people get on people's podcasts and they say, hey, you listen to Bill Burr's podcast, Monday Morning Podcast, fucking hilarious. And then it just
Right.
grows.
But I think
from
it's the
people
job
promoting.
of people making money in podcasting to let new podcasters know, do not sign those
Yes.
deals ever.
Yes.
Do not let the fox into the henhouse because they're going to fucking rob you blind.
And
They
you don't need 'em.
And I saw this documentary one time on this heavy metal band Anvil, right? The crazy thing about this band that just was around forever and never quite made it. And there was like, I think it was that one. It's one of those ones about an old like metal band from the 80s. And this guy said like the truest shit ever when he was talking about the music business. And this goes straight across podcast and everything. He goes, you're better to own something 100% and only sell 20,000 copies than you are to not own it at all and sell 20 million. Like you're literally going to make more if you just sell 20 crazy. Yeah, no, they're fuck. And then another thing that they do, oh my God, dude, another thing that they do is then all the people that they lose on, they dump that on you.
Yes.
Like I remember one time, I forget what I was with this network, and I had a CD that was already made. I already made it, and I just wanted them to put it out on their label, and they wanted to own the CD. I was like, no, I'm not. No, I don't want you to own it. I just need you to like distribute it. I need you as a distributor. And the guy said to me, he goes, well, ownership shouldn't be that big a deal for you. It should be about exposure. I said, all right, well, let me ask you this. If ownership shouldn't be that big a deal to me, why is it such a big deal to you? And he started like stammering. And then he basically said, well, we get in business with something. He named a couple other comics whose CDs didn't sell. And we have to recoup those losses. It's like, that ain't my fault.
That's hilarious.
I could have told you not to sign that fucking jerk off. What is your... It's not my fault you didn't do the fucking work. So that's the way... I had another one time I signed with, this is back when I made like CDs, and I did one and I had a 60-40. I was getting 60 and they were getting 40, but their 40 was off the gross, mine was off the net, and all expenses for the album was on me. It's like, I thought we were doing this together. Every fucking thing, the artwork, printing it, all of that, all of those expenses came to me. And in the end, that 60-40, 60 net, 40 gross, they made way more money than I did. It's just how you're like, oh, okay, well, I'm getting $6 on every 10. Yeah, plus anything.
It's just hilarious that they would come up to you and tell you that we did some deals with some other comics.
Dude, I get in business one time to make this TV show, and the fucking guy sends the bill for the whole fucking thing. I shouldn't be saying it, but this is a while ago, right? The guy was going to bill us $2,500 a month to use his copier machine, and another, I don't know, $4,500 to use his editing. It's like, dude, we have both of those things. We don't need those. Let's take that money and put it on the screen. We're trying to get this thing to go, and the guy, like, it's the funniest shit ever. He goes like, I'm insulted by those questions or something like that, which is my favorite thing ever. The offense, like what is it? I don't know. You're a fucking thief, and you actually have the audacity to be like taken aback, like fanning yourself. Like, I can't believe it's like, how many fucking shows are you charging $2,500 a month to go, fucking
use your copy machine?
Yeah,
that's a lot of money. That's rent for a nice apartment.
No, fucking thieves.
Copy machine. How much does it cost to use that copy machine, really? First of all, the copy machine probably doesn't even cost $2,500.
Probably renting it. Probably rents it for a couple $100 a fucking month.
But even to buy a copy,
he probably has 9 shows paying $2,500 a month for him to go. That's it.
If you have like a really big one of those commercial grade copy machines, what does it cost? $10,000? I mean, how much could it cost?
I mean, that I think he's bought a couple of houses off of owning that copier machine. And I just love telling these fucking stories, because these are the things that you like. What's great about podcasting is you can say this. This is for every person out there who has a fucking business. And, there's that thing where you want to take it to the next level. And then these guys come in, and then they're all just like, yeah, well, hey, we're going to take a piece of it. And they take a big fucking chunk out of it. And what they do is their risk is all the way down here. Yours is up here. And then somehow they just, I'm telling you, like, you're better to sell 20,000 copies, own it 100%, than 20 million and not own any of it. You're going to make more money. It's just how the game is played. And those fucking guys who steal from people, they sleep very comfortably.
But it's also just podcasts, just the stress of dealing with other people's eliminated. Just the stress of dealing with production people.
Slows it down. It slows it down. Yeah,
it slows it down.
It's awful.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing Spotify's ever done so far is ask, do you know who the first guests will be? And already I'm like,
yeah,
like, they're going to be who they're going to be. They're going to be great. I'm going to try to get my best friends. I call the funniest people.
That's them justifying their desk. Like, I can't just sit here like, Joe knows what he's doing.
Any idea? Well,
so I'd like to start a email chain, and we could maybe circle back later and have a conference call. And they're just trying to fill up their.
Yeah, just having use time.
Yeah.
But the Spotify people have been great. They literally said, we don't want to do anything. We want you to just do what you're doing. Just do what you're doing.
Oh,
But even asking me who the guest's going to be, I was like, oh, no. Please let this be the only question.
Yeah. I'm never available.
And that's nothing, though. That's nothing. I mean, they're great. But could you imagine if you were doing that with a network? Like, imagine if you were in business with ABC or something like that, and they were helping produce your podcast. You'd have to go in for meetings. You'd have to go in and sign into the office. Bill, you sign in here. You go and sit down and waste your fucking afternoon having some dopey conversation. You kind of complain a lot when you read these letters, Bill. Do you have to when people are signing the emails? Maybe you should be.
You get a reread on the blah, blah, blah.
What do you think? How do you feel about product placement? Because we've got a great deal of Coca-Cola.
Look, I just wanted to tell a few of those for younger people out there, because it actually really bothers me that people do that to people.
Yes,
it really bothers me, and I love comics, and I love seeing new comics coming up that have talent, and I hate seeing them get fucked over. So hopefully people listen and they do it, but they're fucking worms, man. They're fucking worms.
There's a lot of worms out there, and there's a lot of worms that try to grab comics that they're talented but real raw. And they try to lock you up to some enormous lifetime management deal. And when you take off and you have something, say if you're...
Dude, I remember back in the day when when companies were like shooting specials before comics started shooting them, and the amount of guys that got that, yeah, we only got enough money to shoot one. You know, you can only shoot it one time, but you're gonna crush it, man. You got this hour down, we only got enough in the budget. And then they'd show up early and they'd be shooting another comic special. Off their money, the deal to double them as a management company, what they would get, or an agency. The amount of fucking times that happened
with the same audience.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Oh,
you want to hear the best one I ever heard? Jim Brewer was filming a special, sold out this theater, and the people that were filming the special told him that the money for the ticket sales was theirs because it was all about the production. Because the money that people were paying for the production, he's like, the fuck are you talking about? This is my audience. Like, that's my money. His management tried to steal the money from ticket sales and say that it went towards production. Went all the way to court with it. His manager's on the way to court, has a fucking panic attack, goes to the hospital. Like, the whole thing's a nightmare. I think
he won.
Yeah,
of course he won.
Yeah, he won. It's thievery. It's thievery. Like, these are people are paying to see Jim Brewer.
I have a million of those fucking stories.
Well,
but this is the thing. This is what kills me about a lot of this rhetoric that's going on out there, which I agree with 90% of it. But if you agree with 100% of it, like, you and I are not supposed to be having stories like this. We're supposed to be the ones doing it. And it's just like, you have to, mean? Like, as far as the whole, you know, oh, you're a white male, heterosexual, you know, doors just fly open, and people like, hey, what do you drink? They like, I'm not saying, and I'm not obviously not bitching, but I'm just saying that like people will fuck you. It's all about money. They don't give a fuck, and they all, those people that do that shit really. Yeah.
So there's a long history of Hollywood accounting. There's a long history of that. I mean, there's been so many stories about people who made killer hit movies and never got paid because Hollywood's like, look, you know, we have this much had to go to advertising, and this is the production.
Look how bad Elvis got fucked.
Oh yeah.
Elvis got fucked so bad, and then one of the main ways he got fucked on the road, he only did one out of the country date. I believe he did Toronto, and he never traveled the world because his manager had something going on with his visa, and he was worried if he left, he wouldn't be able to come back. So that kind of like fucked him
Elvis in
out of a ton of fucking money and seeing the world or whatever the fuck he might have wanted to do. Keep doing these movies, Elvis. You don't want to go on the road.
That is hilarious. Well, the best version of breaking down how corrupt the music business is was by Courtney Love. They said she had a ghostwriter. I don't know, but she did. But it's a great article that she wrote documenting exactly how much you get paid versus how much money gets generated and where it all goes and how they fuck you.
Yeah. No, it's
they've always done it that way. I mean, that's just always the way they've done it.
That's the answer. These
young people.
That's the answer to it. Is well, I mean, that's how it's done. So whatever. I don't want to fucking sit here bitching the whole time.
I got cigars. Are you done?
I quit, but I smoke like one or two a month. Oh, God damn it, Joe.
Oh, I got these from Mike Binder. Good.
What?
Good. Yes.
Well, I guess I didn't quit today, did I?
Come on, Billy. Fun
Oh, are we
times.
doing this?
Yes, let's do it.
All
Fuck
right.
it. Come on, we got to celebrate. You have kids. You
Yeah,
have to.
there you go. It's my birthday yesterday, too.
Oh, that's right. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
You're 38 again.
52, brother.
Holy shit, that's me too.
52 pickup.
Isn't that a weird number? Like you say it, it doesn't seem real.
Well, I think in your 50s, nothing matters until the odometer flips to 60. And then you're just like, fuck.
Yeah, I know. 60 guys in their 60s, they're
got a
fucking
cutter?
hanging there. Yeah, sorry. Guys in their 60s.
Is this
are
the
hanging there.
Ted Nugent one? Look at this with the fucking...
That's a serious one.
Yeah.
That's from Benchmade Knives. It's an awesome knife company. They gave me a good cigar cutter.
You sound
So
like
phallic.
Bill Murray in fucking What About Bob, which I just watched the other day. You know, when he's eating
Great
the
fucking
food.
movie.
That's a perfect
Oh.
movie. Oh, when he's fucking eating.
We did family movie night. Basically every day of the pandemic. It was first couple of months. Basically every night we watched a new movie. Watched every single Adam Sandler movie. Watched Groundhog Day again. I forgot how good Groundhog Day was.
These are delicious.
Shout out to Mike Binder. Yeah, they're really good. Anyway.
But podcasting is fun.
Yes. Look, it's a great business. I mean, I started it off because I was kind of depressed because I had to move back here from Colorado. I thought I had escaped. I thought I was gone. I was like, I'm out. Fuck LA. I can't take this crowds and everything. I want peace and I want the wilderness.
Mhm.
I live in the mountains.
I remember that. Then you had to have a Glock when you went out to go get your mail, so you would get eaten by a fucking bobcat or something.
Mountain lions.
Mountain lion, yeah.
Yeah, I saw one in the yard. Something, so that could be an issue.
I know. That's basically a middleweight tiger. So,
It's a welterweight.
welterweight, yeah, 150 pounds.
147. Welterweight tiger. Welterweight boxing, at least. Welterweight MMA is 170.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird animal to see in the woods, too, because if that thing runs at you, like you literally have no chance. They're scared of you, though. They don't want nothing to do with you for the most part. If they're really hungry and really old, they'll fuck you up.
That's why I try to tell, my wife, whenever you're outside, I'm like, Mama Bear is next to the cub. Always. I go, there's coyotes and they're getting bold because everyone was inside.
Yeah.
And they come down every night looking for a little dog or a little fucking cat. You hear that shit going down in the hills. Everyone be like, once 2 isoies, you just hear, which is basically the dog. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Fucking brutal.
Yeah, it's gross. It's scary because a little cleanup crew goes around and catches animals slipping in the backyard.
Yeah. I don't understand people who let little dogs out because those fucking coyotes, they'll figure out a way in.
Oh yeah. Well, they're very smart. They have to survive. They figure out a way. Yeah, little creepy fucks.
Yo,
yeah,
baby.
they are little creepy fucks. All right,
They're everywhere.
Can
They're
I
in every city?
Can I promote this
Yeah,
movie?
F is for family too.
F is for Family,
This
season
season?
4. It's coming out tomorrow. Tomorrow I got 2 big things coming out, and then that's it. I'm dried up because everybody in interviews are, what's next for you after these 2 things? It's it.
This device
It's
just
the pandemic.
froze up.
Are you gonna start going on the road at all? Clubs are opening up.
Yeah, I'm gonna see how you guys do.
Who comes
that
back with a
better?
cough?
I'll let you guys walk towards the atom bomb that they just. I mean, I got a little one at home, so I think I'm gonna chill until like September, unless it's just wide open. By chill, I mean if things go well, I'm gonna try to do some shows at the Troubadour because I know that they're hurting, and that's one of my favorite venues. All these bands that I love have played there.
The Troubadour on Santa Monica?
Yeah, so they're kind of they're in they're in a bad way because of this.
This
So
is Shafed.
I'm going to try to do a little
He's
run of
amazing.
shows down there.
Are they available?
I'm not
You
sure
can
if it's
do that?
Shafed or
Not available
Shaved.
yet, but when they are
I
available,
don't really care though.
I'm going to
Why?
try to do like a 3-night
Because
thing down
it's
there.
whatever I want it to
Work
be.
for free, get the
Here
rust
we go.
off, have people pay for
Take
tickets,
a look
buy a
at
bunch
it.
of booze and some Troubadour
My
T-shirts,
man over here
and
has
keep
been
that place
allowing
going, man.
Oh, that's great.
everyone's
Yeah,
I'll do
favorite
that.
rabbi
Yeah, well,
to
I'll do
have
that too.
the
Let's
most
do it.
amazing
I'll do it.
time
Yeah,
in
that sounds like
there.
fun.
Yeah,
I went
You
there
wanna check out
twice this year. I saw
my man's
Everlast there,
Discord,
and I
it's
saw
right
Sturgill
here.
Simpson.
Yeah.
Rabbi
Steve
is live.
Martin
Check
opened
out
for
the other
Richard
Discords
Pryor.
in which I am.
I read this great
I got
Steve Martin
This
article.
chick,
He was
she's
talking
hollering at
about
me. I'm too cool for her,
opening
though.
for him there. So it
Why?
also has like some comedy
I just
history there
Well,
too.
when I was
I
there,
just
I was saying
am.
this is a perfect
Let's check
venue
out
for
everybody
comedy. It's
else's
like
stuff.
500 seats.
We
It's awesome. It's got a
are gonna
balcony.
check out
That could be a great place for stand-up.
Shafed's About.
Yeah.
You can
It's
The
donate
stores
there.
need, the
Check
store
out their
needs help too.
Discord
Everybody
here.
needs help.
Right.
Improv needs
And
help.
you can check
Well, I
out
know the
Rabbi
stores
stuff
once they can
right
open up.
here,
I know
where
they're
all
going
this
to
is
be
gonna
fine
be saved.
Mhm.
Everybody
So,
can enjoy it. We've
because
got
I'm going to be down there
stuff
all
that
the
I
time
just
anyway.
made
Yeah.
for some kick
So as
people,
far as
including my man Mike
I think
Small,
between now and September, if they start opening
Sam,
things up, there's a bunch of little theaters that are
Amaranth,
around
Slightly Homeless, and
that I
other
would
people.
just
Look
pop
at
in
all
and
this.
do a
And if
night.
you're
Like I said, just work
Rabbi,
for free.
That's
Have the
nothing.
people pay,
Well, guess what?
whatever for some tickets
No
and
one
buy
has
whatever
as
they're
much
selling there.
as I have
M&Ms.
on the
Yeah,
internet.
because I'm not going to
Tell
have people
everyone
pay
you
full
know this is the biggest
price.
event in
I
global
haven't taken
history.
this amount of time off since I
Everyone
started.
needs to know about this. Look at
My last gig was
If I just go to users.
March 10th.
Look
the
at this.
Del Rey
These are
Bon
all
Scott
mine.
tribute. Dude, you should
This
come
all
down
has
for that, man.
content. Tell everyone you know the biggest event
It looked
ever.
like a lot of fun.
Dean
Shout out
fucking
to
murdered the
my
band.
man,
Murdered. It was fucking. We had a great
Shafed
comedy
He's got
show.
a crazy voice.
you're the man.
He
So
does.
beautiful.
It
so
really
good.
sneaks up on you because he'll sing in the car. You're like, oh, but then you see him when he's with the band and
With
goes.
the microphone and everything. When that video that you guys put on Instagram of him singing a whole lot of Rosie, I was like, holy fuck. He's really good.
Well, he did it for like 15, 20 years.
You could tell.
Yeah.
I mean, he's legit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a good time. And then it was over.
And then it was over. Yeah. Strange. Yeah. I got some gigs lined up. I'm gonna announce them next week. But I'm just gonna hit the road, do some fucking clubs, knock the rust off. It looks like the store is not listed as a bar. It's listed as an entertainment, a live entertainment venue, because they're opening up bars and restaurants and all these different things. And the store, they tried to label it as a nightclub. But Peter Shore is like, it's not a nightclub. No one's milling around. You sit down. You go in and sit down. It's more like,
right.
It's more
so
like,
what do they need to be classified as to open up?
well, they need a different distinction for comedy clubs. They don't really have one. And, there's a good argument, a real good argument, that comedy clubs should be some sort of an essential business because people need to blow off some steam. It feels good. It's really good for you. Look, if I was a guy working a regular job and I was used to going to the store every couple months to knock some laughs into me, I mean, I'd be fucking chomping at the bit to go see some comedy right now.
Oh, I think they're going to be packed. I remember I was in New York, during 9/11, and I was like, is anything ever going to be funny again? And it was like a 2-week lull, and then they were just fucking packed.
Yeah.
And it was actually became almost like a second boom or whatever. Way back in the day.
I'm worried about a second wave of the corona. I'm worried about them locking things down. Someone's got to step in and stop them from doing that. Next wave, you guys got to be proactive. You got to do something about people's immune systems. You got to lock down old people and sick people. Let regular people do whatever the fuck they want. You can't just lock people's freedom down for something that killed a small fraction of what you thought it was going to kill. The whole thing it's just fucking creepy to have guys like Mayor Garcetti be in charge of telling people whether or not they get to work. Like, that's not what a governor's supposed to be. That's not what a mayor's supposed to be.
They're trying to look out for your best interests and trying to get 400 million people to all pull in the same direction. It's fucking. You can't get 40 comics to pull in the same direction. So they have an impossible. Well, they did and they didn't. There was people fucking right the whole fucking time. There's been fucking assholes on my street walking around, no masks. Not quarantining like the people that come by the houses. You see the fucking, the same people that were going in and out of the house who are not part of their family still going in and out of the house.
You want people to walk down the street with a mask on?
Let's not start this, John.
Do you, though?
Let's not start this. Okay.
Let's start it.
I don't want to start this bullshit. I'm not going to sit here with no medical degree, listening to you with no medical degree, with an American flag behind you, smoking a cigar, acting like we know what's up better than the CDC. All I do is I watch the news once every 2 weeks. I'm like, mask or no mask? No mask? All right, mask. That's all I give a fuck about. I don't care.
But even they say you shouldn't wear a mask unless you're treating a coronavirus patient. The World Health Organization.
Yeah, but they didn't say that initially. They didn't say it initially.
No, they didn't.
They did, and then it gradually, and then everybody wore the fucking mask, This is like rollerblading. Everybody fucking rollerbladed, and then there was that one fucking homophobic joke, and then everybody acted like they never did it. And then 100 million fucking rollerblades got thrown into the fucking ocean. We all wore masks, and then all of a sudden, people are fucking sitting there. But you don't have the body type for it, dude. Your fucking knuckles would scrape on the ground, even with that extra 2 inches. I just love how wearing a mask became like this fucking like soft thing that you were doing, like being courteous. Being courteous. What is it for bitches? I know it's so stupid.
First of all,
oh God, you're so tough with your fucking open nose and throat. Gee, Joe, and your 5 o'clock shadow. This is a man right here. A man doesn't wear a mask. Why does it always become like that? It's always like the man versus the bitch.
It's what men do. We make fun of things. Anything that seems like you're not taking chances, right? That's what
I don't have a
is.
problem with that unless you were already wearing the mask and then you're acting like you didn't. And all of a sudden people watch your thing and then they all pile up, oh, look at this bitch wearing the mask. It's like, you were fucking doing it 2 weeks ago.
Well, I was scared out of my mind in the beginning. In the beginning, like when everybody's shutting down in the beginning and people are stockpiling food, I was convinced. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Dude, you have like 9 elk in your basement. You were the one person I knew was fine. Tom Pop is making bread. I knew he was fine.
I was worried about. I was worried about people I knew getting really sick and dying. And then I was convinced that I had it.
Extension technology, mind uploading technology, really cool stuff. Tell everyone you know it's the biggest event ever.
My breath's coming short.
Tell everyone you know.
I did.
Rabbi will make your family and
issues thinking about it. I got over it though. I got over it.
Guy had a fucking panic attack sitting on fucking 12 elk. You had a fucking panic attack.
And
then you felt bad about yourself, and then you attack people with masks. That's how it works. And that's how the hatred starts. And that's right now why 7 blocks of Seattle, you can't go now. And get yourself.
I'm going to go and I'm going to drop off free food for those folks. Those fine protesters.
Joe, there's a major American city where 7 blocks, the people have took over it, and I had no idea what you were talking about. So
that's great.
Anything that I say, I don't watch it.
I envy you.
At all.
I envy that you just do that. You just shut everything down. Me, every day I check what part of the world's on fire right now.
I don't like hysteria. I don't like making decisions with hysteria. And when I first became a dad, the hysteria of other parents, I would be looking at them, but I wasn't listening. Because that was the tone of everything we're saying. You know, better get some sleep now. And you'd be like, and then anytime you say anything positive about your kid, how old's your kid? 7 weeks. Oh yeah, how is? She's great. She's great. Oh, wait till 7.5 weeks. It's like, dude, maybe you suck at it.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, you're sitting there with your fucking legs trembling, right?
All nervous and shit.
Yeah, I don't like, I'm already fucked in the head. I don't need 24-hour news network. Like, who's that guy on Fox News? I always joke with Nia.
Tucker?
He's got great hair, but horrible points. Like, if his points were as good as his hair.
Which guy?
He looks like a Kennedy. I mean, he is the white guy's white guy. He was talking about black people going, and when they come for you, and they will, they're going to, it's just like, what are you fucking talking?
Is it Hannity?
I don't know who he is. No, it's not Hannity. Hannity was the guy who they put with that fucking, that like rooster at the end, a chick in the end of his life looking guy. Like, here's your liberal. Dude, and all my relatives who are conservative, like, I mean, look at him. I mean, he's so meek. It's like, this thing is cast like a show.
Yeah, who was that guy that he was with? Hannity and Combs. Remember
Hannity and Combs.
And the one guy looked like he was on death's door, and he was the liberal.
Oh, he was great.
Yeah.
He was great. The other guy looked like a football hero, astronaut with the square
big,
jaw.
face.
Nice fucking head of hair. The other guy with the little glasses. He looked like Mr. Burns, right?
Yes. And he had no spine. He wasn't strong arguer.
Oh, he was there. He was the Washington Generals. And the other guy was the Globetrotters. Conservative point. And then you put on CNN and you got all those fucking nitwits with the Situation Room and all of that.
How about Cuomo and his brother?
This is why I wish that there was a comedy club, because there's a bit that's already come and gone.
Shout-outs to all the creators.
Was what I loved.
Here
was
is yours.
when
right after
Colin Kaepernick, when he was taking a knee, right? All the liberals were just like, well, hey, man, it's just like his opinion, man. This is a time to listen, man. And then everybody on the right's like, shut the fuck up and play football, you fucking piece of shit. Don't disrespect the flag, right? And then Drew Brees tweets something conservative, And then all of a sudden, everybody on the right's like, hey, man, this is just like his opinion, man. And then everybody on the left's like, you fucking racist piece of shit. I'm going to fucking cancel you. They literally do this. Everybody believes in like freedom of speech as long as you're saying what they want to fucking hear. It's basically it. And that's why I fucking hate both of those news channels. It's actually
very divisive.
It makes my blood boil when I walk into a house with people I know, and if they're watching CNN or Fox, like I can't get past like when people watch like the Kardashians, it's like, why would you do that to your brain?
It is what it's like. I mean, it's very toxic. It's very toxic, both sides. And they never see any good points that the other side is making.
And every video on the internet starts after the thing happened. And it's like you're always like, it's like you're getting 8 episodes in, and you're like, what the fuck? It's like you don't know what's like. If you watch the last scene of Jaws, you're like, why the fuck did he kill that shark? There's enough sharks dying out there. You didn't see that this thing was specifically targeting human beings, and he needed to do this, right?
How does that relate to the news?
I'm saying when you watch the news, people don't like, they're not filming what leads up to whatever fucking confrontation happens. Right. Okay?
Right.
So you're getting a very skewed, you don't know what happens.
You know what a good version of that is?
What they're saying happens could be what happened, or a bunch of other shit. I don't understand how I'm supposed to watch something, you know, like there's obviously obvious shit. Like that shit in Minneapolis was the most obvious shit ever. That guy's a murderer, and those other 3 guys sat around and just watched him fucking do it. When guy's calling out, I can't breathe, and all of this shit, and calling out for his mother, was fucking sickening. That guy's a monster and had the audacity to have a shocked look on his fucking face. That guy's terrible, right? But like, what I'm saying is that thing had all of this. You kind of got the whole fucking thing. When they came up, you had the whole thing. There's so many other, and I'm not talking about cop stuff. I'm just talking about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Taking a little piece of somebody's stand-up routine, or a politician says this, or he voted no on this. And what it is the shit that it's usually the shit that was attached to it, which is something I don't understand with politics. Like, why can't you just vote on what you're voting on? Like, should we have clean water? Yes, we should. And then like the shit that's attached to it, but we can still fucking dump toxic shit in here. And then when the guy goes to, or the woman goes to run, it's like, oh, this person voted against the Clean Water Act. This is your tree hugger? I'm Joe Blow, and I approve of this message.
Well, here's a good version of that. Remember the Covington school case? There was the kid had a MAGA hat on, and the Native American was beating the drums, and the kid was smiling, looking at him. And they took it, pretending that this kid walked up to this Native American beating the drums and was smiling in his face and mocking him. Mm-hmm. What really happened is these kids were on a field trip for high school. They're selling MAGA hats. The kids are 16. They're being jerk offs. They buy these hats and put them on. They're just having fun, right? Very little supervision. While they're there, these Native Americans are beating their drums, and this guy walks up to the kid and gets in the kid's face and is beating the drum. Now, CNN, all these people went with this narrative. These kids were mocking him. The kid just stood there smiling while this Native American got in his face. But the photo of the kid
disturbing that those, you know, there used to be rules on ownership of media.
Yeah.
I think way back in the day, it was like a rule of 7s, like no one person could own 7, any combination of radio, TV, because you can literally influence public opinion. And that's why, like, I've watched, and I do. 12 years ago, I went down the Federal Reserve fucking rabbit hole. I became the guy you didn't want to talk to about the Federal Reserve. All of that shit, the private thing, it's not, it's just Federal Express. I went down. Yeah, all of that shit, and like watching. I just feel like in the last, I don't know how many years, where it's just all of a sudden they stopped being just sort of everything they were. I think reporting was always perverted to some level, and now it's just you're sort of watching like op-ed pieces. So I don't know. This is somebody who doesn't watch anything and reads like, you know, autobiographies of football players in the 1950s. So
well, in this Covington school kid case, they sued. The kid sued and won. They, you know, the CNN painted him out to be a monster. They were getting death threats.
And did CNN also issue a retraction?
I don't know what they did, but they paid him. I don't know what they, but
that's why I don't like either one of those channels because of that, and it causes, I think, rational people like that guy, the fat dude in the bicycle suit ripping those pieces of paper out of those girls' hands.
Oh yeah, Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
that guy, that is the result, I think, of watching one of those channels 24/7 and then going on Facebook and writing in capital letters.
Could you imagine if you were there watching that guy rip pieces of paper out of a little girl's hand like that he didn't even know, yelling at her, running up to her where the mother is yelling, "You stop touching her! Get your hands off her!"
That's amazing.
Oh, that was the mom? I thought that was a friend.
Whoever that was, it sounded like a woman. It sounded like a woman yelling.
The guy was doing, he was doing everything but growling.
Yeah.
And then, because then it gets to the point of like, what is in your head that you're trying to defend? Like, what? Like, that's a guy. But then everybody vilifies the guy, which I would rather sit down and talk to that guy and be like, let me ask you this: when you watch that, you know, Floyd video, like, what is it that you see? Because just yelling at somebody, cancel him, and making him lose his fucking job, you're just going to make the guy even more angry. And he probably has grandkids that he's going to fill their head before he dies.
So what's the solution? Sit down and talk to him?
I think that should be part of it. Like, buddy, let's just sit down for a second. You were on a bicycle. You wanted to burn some calories. You're obviously into it by the way you're dressed. Okay? You're enjoying America's great parks, right? You come across these kids. You know, do you like kids? Have you ever attacked a kid before? If they're just putting a piece of paper up with the point of view, like, what do you think led up to that level of a response? Because I have to be honest, like, we've all fucking snapped and done shit. I would like to think I have. And afterwards, I'd be like, what the fuck? Why did I argue that? Why did I say that? Why did I do that? And the only way to kind of prevent from you being a fucking asshole again is you have to kind of walk back and look at it.
Right.
So going at the guy, which I totally understand, because it was so bad it was almost comical, because he was borderline growling at them. And
well, you know what was really bad? He didn't even get the paper from the girl. Grabs the girl. The girl clenched her fist down and held on to the paper.
My favorite part was the sound of the bottom of his shoes that clip into the pedal. He sounded like a little show pony. He was trying to growl like a tiger, and he sounded like My Pretty Pony, like somebody should have been combing his hair. So, and I was sitting there going, look at this crazy old guy. And
okay,
I don't know how, I didn't think how old I thought he was, but then he was like 60. I was like, this guy's like only 8 years older than me. So he graduated high school like 8 years before me. So like, this guy is almost part of my generation. Like, what experiences did he have that he looks at this whole thing like, you know, I mean, I'm not of that thing saying all cops are like those guys. It's like, no, it's like you have to get those guys off of the force. That's what I think. So I just don't understand, like, and that was my understanding what they were putting up there was specific to the Minneapolis case. So my thing is, as a human being, how could you have issue with somebody trying to put something, you know, honoring that guy or something positive about that? Like, that's what I was confused.
I don't know what you put up. I'm not sure what you put up. It was definitely about
He's honestly one of my
George
favorite
Floyd
streamers of all
protest.
time. He has a heart
You
of
know,
gold.
maybe
See, that's a great point.
organizing
I
it or-
couldn't see what was written on the paper, and I
He's
filled
an
that in
IRL
when I watched
streamer.
it.
He's amazing.
But I really
He's
couldn't get over the
Casey.
sound of
I
his
don't know
shoes, though.
He is one of the
That was
nicest
really
people
fucking
I've
funny.
met.
I just
And
couldn't
when
get
he
over it.
started walking faster
Was
with the
spamming
bike,
my
it was
cell
almost
phone
like a
number
great movie
all
trailer.
over the internet,
for a horror film.
including on Kick in people's chats.
No?
And somebody
Could you
The
put me
imagine-
up
60-year-old
on-
fat bike
bunch of
rider?
Imagine
people
if that
put
was
me
your
up
daughter.
on
On my
Imagine
project.
if your
my
daughter,
face.
you're sitting there and
Sex
that guy
hotline.
runs up to your daughter and he's
And
grabbing the paper out
Orlando
of her
called
hand.
and I
He's
answered,
running at her,
world famous pussy
grabbing
to
the
Rabbi
paper out of your
Rothschild
butt
at your
while a
service.
woman's
And we've
screaming
been
at him
friends ever since.
to
I've
not
been
touch
live
her.
streaming
Don't
my
you
life
touch her.
in his Discord, which is absolutely amazing.
Imagine.
His social media
there's
is
only one
amazing.
response as a father.
Everything about him is amazing. If you want to know where you can
Yeah.
find this
I don't like
video
murder.
of Orlando Jet,
No?
it's
What do you
going
like?
to be available
Mame.
on my social
I
media.
want him to remember that he
and
did it.
here's my man.
That's
Just check him out. I'm going to see if he even sees this. Maybe
That's
someday
that's
he
another
will.
level.
Start with the blown out ACL,
Chances are
and you
I'll
go
just
from
tell him right
there.
away,
Yeah.
but
Beat him
maybe
with
not.
this
I
stupid
might just
shoe.
let this bad boy just
Why
sit
do
on the
people wear?
internet
I
and
actually,
he
I
might watch
actually
it
had
years
to
from
look
now
up why people wore those
when
shoes.
Clip in.
neither of us
I know
are
they
very
do, but
famous,
I'm like, what
but
is the
we'll
advantage
both
of
be
that?
rich and famous someday.
Yeah,
hard.
I think
And one
it's
of the
when
reasons
you're
why
coming
is
up
because
this
he's so
way.
nice to
Oh,
love
you
the
don't-
stream.
You can still
Live in
pull
his
with your
Discord,
legs, so you're getting
and
more
if
of
you
an
want to see me
efficient
in that Discord,
that's
motion.
I
This
mean,
guy's
what
really,
we don't
this guy's
do
really into
because it's
biking and not
So
putting paper on trees.
intensive.
Don't put their dead relatives in their faces.
Just a man that
Here
would
we
run
are.
up to a little girl like that,
And
grab her,
you can see
grab paper out of her
I'm
hand.
live in his
There
Discord.
he is.
Click, 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 click.
That's before he grabs her, James.
Well, this one.
Yeah, back it up from the beginning because this.
Now,
is when
as
he's
far as
running.
you with your
Alright.
martial art background, you got to be impressed with the
And
way
you
he's
can check
using
me
his
out in
bike there.
Discord whenever you want.
He's sort of
Check
like trying
out
to be a little
Orlando
herd.
Jet on
Trying to be-
social
Bicyclist in
media.
Maryland. Caught on. What does it say? Rewind it. See right there. That's where a bicyclist was caught on video earlier attacking teenagers who were posting flyers. Is that a teenager? It's a little girl. Is that really a teenager? She might be 13. She runs up to her, yelling at her.
I mean, look, he's towering. Oh my God! Look at her.
This is
Good
my
for
man,
her.
Orlando Jet. He's
Yeah.
been
See,
nice
that's-
enough to
I think-
allow
I
me
don't know if that's
to
a
be
woman or
live
her
streaming
friend.
in his Discord
But
now.
that girl's got balls.
And I basically live in
Or
there. You can
ovaries.
check me out.
I like the
All
little
from
skip
live
step too,
River
like a
Rothschild.
cornerback.
When he's running at the guy
you
with the
should
camera,
know
he
that
knocks him over.
Rabbi has a
The
huge,
man achieves his goal. Okay, as much as you don't approve of what he's doing.
amazing opinion
Jesus,
on
cool.
my
No,
man
she's still got the
Orlando.
paper.
I know,
He's
just
got
I'm
a heart of
joking.
gold.
He grabbed her
He's going to
arm.
be a big thing.
Whatever happened
He
to that
is
guy?
an up and coming streamer.
I don't know, but they're promoting my movie right there.
Look at that. King of Staten
Check
Island. What are the
out
odds? On demand
He's
everywhere
amazing.
Friday.
And I hope he sees this someday.
Yeah.
He should know that he
I would be in
has
the news
an amazing stream and
with a
Big
big old
W's
fucking
from
orange
Rabbi
jumpsuit
Rothschild.
on if that was happening to my daughter.
he's
Oh
out
my God,
for
be a real
man
problem.
Orlando.
If I caught someone doing
Dude, you
that
would
to
be like a
anybody's daughter-
fucking badger on that fucking. Your biggest problem would be, what do I use? I almost think for half a second, like you would be, elbow. What do I do? Choke him. What do I fucking? Dude, that spinning heel kick I saw you do. If you ever hit me with that, I have to learn how to talk again. Yeah, Joe, it didn't happen. It didn't happen to your daughter, right?
I know, I
You
know,
just
it's
you just
problem.
went to a dark fucking place there.
I go there all the time. Still. It's a real problem with me.
I know, I do too.
I go there all the time.
I do think, I'm talking about all these protests. I think something really positive is going to come out of this, because the fact that so many white people are also and getting involved in it, and so many cops were vocal saying
Yes.
that, they shouldn't do that. So I think something good is going to come out of this. I
couldn't agree more. I really do.
I do, and I hope so too, because it's been wrong for way too long, and I also hope that that a bunch of other groups don't use this as a piggyback thing
I'm
to
gonna
then
see if
do
this
some
works.
other shit.
It's like a stream
which will
on
then
a stream.
Escalate.
Will make people
This is
who
wild
want
shit, kids.
things to
Okay,
stay
so
the
this is
same,
Orlando
they'll
Jet.
be
He's
able
one of
to
my
shift
favorite
focus
streamers,
of,
and I'm
like,
talking
like how they
over
try to make like the
myself,
protesters and the rioters, like
on
the
a
looters, the
right,
same people.
video.
Right.
Where it's
This is
just, yeah,
wild.
there's
So
only,
let's see if we
yeah,
can hear
you
this.
did that, and then at night you did this.
No.
Yeah, the way
Yeah.
that, so, I don't know.
Yeah,
They're going to do
no.
it anyways.
I think once the looting died down, you're seeing peaceful protests that are very encouraging. I think it's great. I really do. I mean, that downtown LA one was amazing. 50,000 fucking people filled the streets and no crime or very little, nothing I heard of. It was just mostly people chanting and holding signs.
Yeah.
They looked promising. Look, they gotta, the thing that disturbs
dog,
me is
so
this
I don't know if
idea
you
that
can
they
still
should
hear me,
defund the police.
but
You can't get rid of the
Orlando,
police.
you're the
What you
man.
need to do is
And
spend
Rabbi
more money
loves
and
you.
train them
The way
better
that
and have higher
Orlando found
standards.
out about
And
Rabbi.
do it the way you
is
do the
Rabbi
military,
would spam
where it's very
Rabbi's
difficult to
cell
get
phone,
in.
all of the
You weed
internet,
people out that are weak.
so that Rabbi's cell phone
That
number
guy was a
was
pussy.
everywhere.
That guy leaning on that
It
guy's
was-
neck like
and still
that.
is
That guy's a
free
monster.
Sex
There's no
hotline
way that
for
guy
those
should
Because
ever
he
been
knew he was
and
being filmed too, and he just had
Orlando gave it
no.
a call, and Rabbi
Yeah,
answered
I mean,
it.
That's
World
like
famous pussy
hands
Rabbi
in his
Rothschild
pockets, like
at
he
your
was just
service,
fucking,
and
waiting for an
Orlando,
Uber or something
Rabbi
like that.
Rothschild
Makes you
had
think,
monsters
yeah.
since then.
He's a monster.
Yeah.
So, again,
And that guy had been
major
doing that forever.
W's
You know,
for Orlando
there's
Jet,
new
major
evidence
W's.
that they
for
worked together and
Rabbi,
they
major
fought.
W's for
They
Kick.
argued
Spread the
about
word.
the
Let
way that
everybody
cop
know
was
about
treating
this.
the customers.
Rabbi
They
Rothschild
worked together as
streams like
security
World Police.
at the same
World
club.
Police, he's gonna
And that
make you a
cop was a
trillionaire
fucking asshole to people
once
at the
you
club.
tell all your
And
friends
they
about it.
argued about
Cool.
it.
Thanks.
So they had a
I
personal
don't
issue.
think this worked.
And there's some people that want it to be elevated to first degree murder because of that. That he did it on purpose. That
Oh, he knew.
he knew that guy.
Oh man, I mean, it's just
Yeah, they argued when they worked together. Apparently, one of the guys that worked with them said that George Floyd was always telling that guy he's a fucking asshole the way he treats customers because he would mace people and shit, that kind of stuff, pepper spray folks. He just was the first guy to use violence right away. He had
escalate this.
he had a history of complaints back to 2006. My friend Joe Schilling, kickboxer, I'm talking about him again, but his fucking page is the most disturbing page right now because all he's done over the last 5-6 days is post videos of police brutality. And it's police brutality on black women, white old men, black old men, young guys. It's just police brutality over and over and over and over again. There's a problem of racism in this country for sure. There's also a real problem with people that have the kind of power the cops have that are weak people, that are sociopaths. And that's as much of a problem as any of this. Yeah. You tack the racism onto it, and you got a horrible situation. But those people are psychopaths. They're monsters. That guy who did that
reminds me a long time ago. Like, I'm talking to a security guy, and he said the best guys are the guys that they de-escalated.
Yeah.
He goes, you don't, because this guy used to put together crews of guys to, I think it was like rock concerts and stuff. And he said you didn't want to get guys that wanted to fight. You didn't want to have those guys because those guys would be a fucking headache, and every night there was going to be something, and there was going to be lawsuits. Like what he was saying you ultimately wanted was nothing to happen.
Yeah.
So I remember, because I was joking with him, I remember a long time ago, the Grill 93, this old Dick Doherty room.
I remember that joint.
So two guys were about ready to go at it in the club, and the bouncer gets them outside. Okay, and this guy's trying to say his point of view, and he put his hand on his shoulder. He goes, no, all I was trying to do, he barely went like that on his shirt. And he goes, okay, first of all, don't touch me. That's what the bouncer said. And just immediately it was here, and then it went to here, and then those two guys started yelling at each other, and then within, I don't know what the fuck, he just twisted the guy up and took him out. And I forget who the fuck I was with. We were fucking dying laughing. It just became a catchphrase between us. So he would come out, hey, Bill, you working this weekend? Okay, first of all, don't touch me. You immediately just escalate it, where it just becomes a what the fuck. And then, first of all, don't touch me. From 90% of guys is immediately going to put you in your ego, where it's like, oh fuck, now he's on top of me and I'm the bitch. I gotta at least get a little get at his eyebrow level. I have to come back with something else. It was inevitable. The second he said that, first of all, don't touch me, I did like the 3 slide steps down, because I learned that young, watching fights. You know, you don't want to have a really good seat, because it's like a tornado. You don't know where it's going to go, and you think you're like 20 feet away.
The Discord.
At a Bruins game, the old Boston
Orlando
Garden,
and
it was like one of those,
being,
just everybody smoking.
Orlando Jet is the
I
next
probably didn't smoke
generation of
in garden at that
major
point. But I just remember like smoky
streamers
bars
out
and shit. So we went in there and everybody was
Orlando
hammered. I was
Jet
hammered, drinking like
is
fucking
a
half
top
the Reffers from the
5
Green Death, right? Like, dude, this is like
Australian
6%
streamer
alcohol.
on Kick.
So
And a
some like one of those
trailblazer
2 rows of
for the
fans
next
fighting,
generation
which is
of
always
Kick
great,
streaming.
because like the people that are a row up are
And
just throwing down. These guys
streaming all
fucking
together.
down. There's always a loafer laying there, right?
Orlando Jet is a
Mike Milbury
revolution,
picking it up.
and you
So,
need to join.
I
the
remember
revolution
the
that
cops
is
ran up there,
Orlando
and
Jet.
I ran up
Come
too to
check out
watch the
Orlando
fight,
Jet's
and they started
Discord,
grabbing guys and
check
coming
out
down the
Orlando
stairs,
Jet's
and it was the Boston Garden, and there was
streams
nowhere to go. And I
as
just
soon
remember
as you
this
can.
big cop bounding down the stairs. He literally had a handful of this guy's neck. It was like his whole neck and his jugular. And this guy was, I just remember he was going, trying to push me down the stairs, and he came down like, and I was trying to get out of the way, and I think the guy who he had grabbed, like his knee fucking hit me in the back. You know, I just got caught by the debris of this guy running by, and that's when I kind of learned, like, how to watch your fight, which you watch your fight and you're looking at your exits, because, like I said, it's like you don't know where it's gonna fucking go. And I had learned that lesson. So when I saw that guy say that, first of all, don't touch me, I was just like, okay, sliding over here, let some other people settle in front of me. I can do that. I like doing that.
That's the same as if, you want to be above, slightly above, looking down at all the altercations. You got a better viewpoint there, anyway.
Yeah, I suck at it. I stopped fighting in like junior high. That was it. I just knew. I was like, this is not my thing. I can't slip a punch. I am slow as shit. I got a big head. I got a huge target. This is not going to go 3 rounds. It's just not. I fought up until like around 6th grade. I think I probably had my last one. And then all of a sudden, kids started to get 120, 130, 140 pounds, and they started being blood and fucking people missing a couple of days of school after a beat down. I was just like, you know what? Okay. I think I'll be the funny guy.
It's weird how things go sideways like that when there's a feeling in the air. whenever chaos breaks out like that, there's a real melee. There's a feeling in the air. It's like you feel it. It's like, oh, this is nuts. Like, this is really dangerous.
Yeah.
Like, there's a mob mentality feeling that you get. It's real weird when things go crazy.
I remember it took me having to leave Boston for about 7 years. I was gone for 7 years before I finally walked into a bar and just felt the normal energy. I think the city's changed a lot, but like that sort of that tail end of the craziness. I walked into a bar and you could just feel it. It's like somebody's gonna get suckered. Like,
Yeah.
Not now. It's about 90 minutes away. You could just feel the level of drunkenness, the energy.
Guys would go out looking for fun. Some guys would go out looking for fun.
Yeah, I know.
There's a guy I used to train with, Mike Blight. He used to work at a Rothschild. He was a bouncer. He would wrap his hands. He would wrap his hands on his way to work.
I knew a guy.
Tape his wrists and shit.
I knew a guy who was a bouncer, and he used to bring a mouthpiece
Oh yeah.
to work, but he used to carry it all the time. And I remember when he would get in a fight, he would fucking. It was something when it was a mouth that would bite down. It wasn't like what you guys wear, but it would totally psych the other guy out. Like he would come out and he would just put this thing in, and the guy'd be like, "Guy brought equipment. What the fuck is going on here?" And I remember one time he got suckered. He knew it was going to be a fight, and I think, well, for some dumb reason, he sat down on the stairs, and the guy was standing above him. And one of his friends jumped down and just punched him, and I saw the mouthpiece. It was like fucking Buster Douglas Tyson. I saw his mouthpiece fly towards us, and then just, I shouldn't tell these stories, because I don't know, because it's my version of what, it was a long, like
You're not
30,
naming names.
it was like 30 years ago, and what happened was we were in an off-campus apartment, and I can't really want to tell the story. I'm going to tell a quick version. Two of my buddies left to go upstairs. It was one of those, those old fucking Bostons. It looked almost like a three-family house, but it wasn't. It was one of those big ones that has all apartments in it, right? So they left up the party we were on the first floor, and then they went upstairs. And like 20 minutes, they came back. One of my buddy's shoulders was separated. The other guy flat lip, and he had a flat top to him. And he had this big fucking gash coming right down here, blood coming down his face. And we were like, "What the fuck happened? What the fuck happened?" He was like, "We just asked this guy for a drink, and the whole party started beating on us." So this whole mob goes up the stairs to go fight the party, right? And I'm going upstairs like, what the fuck am I doing with my big fucking head? I'm going to get knocked out here. But I have to go because they're my friends. So we fucking go up there. And we hear the party. So my buddy, the mouthpiece guy, like the most innocent void ever, knocks on the door. He goes, "Hey." He's like, "Is there a party going on in there?" Right? And the fucking door opens up. And it was like a fucking Wild West movie. Like a saloon fight. Just fucking haymakers. I remember I didn't even want to go in. I was so scared because I was like, "Oh my God, this is going to be fucking nuts." And just the mob just set me in. And it was just like everybody's just throwing. I remember this dude jumping over my back, punching me in the face, right? And the smoke fucking clears and it all settles. It was all like fucking 15-second melee and it all fucking settles. And we look at the party and there's like 6 or 7 guys, 6 or 7 girls, and there's like a board game that's tipped over. And we had gone to the wrong party. Swear to God, I know this sounds like a joke. The real party where they got hit
up, baby?
Was upstairs. And I don't remember what happened, but they were actually rich kids and they sued my friends for going in, whatever the dumb shit they did.
Oh,
but
no.
We all went into the wrong party. And they were in there having like a couples thing. And they were playing like fucking Monopoly or something. And all of a sudden there was a knock on the door. "Hey, is there a party?" And then everybody just came fucking running in.
Can you imagine them?
That's what I'm saying. No, I felt that's why I didn't want to tell, because I felt really like, yeah, I felt bad.
When I was in high school,
There you go.
the first
So,
real brawl
Where
that
you
I ever
been?
saw was when I was like 17. I think I was a senior in high school. And there was a rich kid that moved into the neighborhood. He wanted to make friends. So he put on this crazy party. He just invited everybody. So kids from all kinds of different high schools were coming.
That's
not
always
just
good.
Newton North, Newton South, a bunch of kids from all sorts of other places. And I happened to be at the
That's
right
amazing.
place at the right time when I saw it pop off. People were already robbing this guy. I saw people taking stuff out of bedrooms and running down the stairs with it. It was real sketchy because there was way too many people for this guy's party.
God.
But then this girl, I still to this day don't remember what she did. She either slapped this guy in the face or she threw a drink in his face. I don't remember. I think she slapped him. But what I remember is he uncorked a perfect right hand on her. He knew how to punch. Like, I remember thinking, wow, this guy's trained, because he snapped it.
Joe, always the commentator.
Listen, I've been doing it for a long time. But whatever she did, I'm pretty sure she slapped him. But he went like this. I mean, it was a perfect right hand. Hit her right in the face. Her head goes back. This guy behind her catches her. She's totally unconscious. And then, blah, chaos. Chairs flying. Bodies piling it up. And I'm on the stairs. So I'm watching this through the railings. I see the guy punch the girl. As I'm coming up the stairs, I see it all play out. I'm like, holy fuck. And I'm like, I got to get out of here.
Yes.
And there was pile. I didn't hit anybody, and nobody hit me. It was like a movie. Like, excuse me, pardon me.
Crawling out.
I fucking dodged everything. Meanwhile, I was fighting at the time. I was traveling to tournaments all over the country and fighting. So my friends were looking for me. They're like, go get Joe. And there's piles of people brawling, and I'm just ducking the piles. And then I ran into my friend Jimmy, and I'm like, where is everybody? And we gathered our friends and got in the car and drove off. We were laughing our asses off. But it was like, when we left, the cops were just starting to arrive. There was piles of kids beating the shit out of each other on the lawn.
Dude, I remember my friend who separated his shoulder in that fight. We popped it back in, and he went back up, threw a punch with the same arm, and missed. It came out again, and I remember him flopping on the ground like a fish out of water. And afterwards, we said to him, like, dude, why didn't you throw the other hand? And he goes, because I wanted this hand to get its revenge. I swear to God. Like he had made his part of his body like a karate movie. Like he had to avenge his shoulder's death. Dude, and I have to tell you something. When people talk about, you're a funny comedian and blah, blah, the characters that I grew up with, and what I loved about what they did and what they said was they weren't trying to be funny. Like, he was dead serious.
He wanted revenge for his heart.
Yeah, and then we were driving home, hammered, and we were three abreast in the fucking the pickup truck. It was this guy's dad's truck. And he had the flat top, so he's got dried blood on his forehead. And we're just driving home, and nobody's saying anything. And the dude in the middle has got these sunglasses on. And he's just sitting there like this. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he goes like that, scared the fucking shit out of me. And I was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? And he goes, sorry. He goes, I took a little acid. He goes, I was looking at this bug. He goes, I thought it was on the windshield. He goes, it turned out it was on the inside of my glasses. Now, I don't know if that was true, but dude, there's no way you could ever reenact how much he flipped it, like how much you would freak out on acid if you thought a bug was over there, but then your mind told you that it was on the inside of your fucking glasses. And I just remember all three of us just crying, laughing, driving home at just the whole fucking situation. That was like every weekend of my life for probably like 2.5, 3 years, every single fucking weekend. And we used to go in to there was this club in this bar in Chelsea.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Well, dude, I was such a baby face. That was the only place we could get served. Right. So
it's a rough place.
Yeah. It was. Yeah. And they were like selling fucking blow out of there. So they didn't give a fuck if you looked like you were 12 years old, like I was when I go up to order my vodka Collins. It was like the only drink.
How old were you?
I wasn't of age, like 19 or 20, probably 20. And I would go in there. And I just remember one time standing outside that bar, and there was this fucking dude who looked like Rob Halford from fucking Judas Priest, just fucking totally gacked out of his fucking mind, standing in front of his motorcycle. And he was telling this story about riding his bike and his drug thing. He got stuck. He just kept saying, I'm going around the apex. I'm going around the apex. I am going around the apex right now. I'm fucking hammered. And I'm like making fun of the guy in front of him to my buddy. I'm looking at my buddy and I'm so shit-faced. I know, I'm going around the apex. I'm going around the apex. And he's hitting me because the guy's staring at me.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it was a, and I didn't understand, because I never did coke, so I didn't understand what was going on. I'm going to leave it at that. I didn't understand what was going on. But all I knew is I just seemed to be the guy that wanted to go home first. I'll leave it at that.
That was a fucking dangerous place. Boston was dangerous.
No, I this is when I figured out what the fuck was going on. It was one time I went into the bathroom by myself to take a leak. It was one of those things you walk in, there was a sink, there was a stand-up urinal, and then there was a stall, which just had one toilet. And I walked in and there was two fucking guys in there, and I was like, what the fuck are those guys doing? And so my dick's already out and I'm taking a piss. And they opened, like, the thing, because it didn't have a latch, opened up, and they had, like, they were doing blow. And I was taking a piss because it was weird. There was two guys in there, and I kind of glanced over as I'm already pissing. I look over, and this guy's all fucking hammered, like a little werewolf. Like, what the fuck are you looking at? And I was just like, pee. Didn't wash my hands after that one. No, there was a lot. I don't know why. Because a lot of, like easy targets really got hit, and I was beyond an easy target. And somehow I just never, I did, because I would have got really. I was not as tough as my friends were. My friends were fucking lunatics, But my grade was cool, but like the grade above me and grade below me, they were like some fucking, they were crazy.
But I talked to friends that grew up in other places. They didn't have the same amount of fight stories. I think Boston is a particularly fighty place.
Fighty.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what. Yeah, there was something going on. But, I mean, I think a lot of those east, like New York and... fuck, this thing's going out. A lot of those... like, I find the people in, like, New England, Long Island, tri-state area, it's all sort of the same...
Savages. Savage children of immigrants. That's what it is.
Yeah, but you go out to the Midwest, and that's like German, a lot of Slavic people, Polish people. So, I mean, I don't know what. I think they just had more space out there. So it wasn't as intense. You weren't so, like, packed in.
You're in a cornfield. There's something about Boston, though, in particular. I think even more so than New York. Boston was just a lot of fights, man. My boxing coach got his finger bitten off on a fight. He was on PCP. This guy bit his finger off. And he had his toe removed and replaced his finger with a toe. Did I tell you this?
No, I remember that was the move back then.
So he had it curved permanently so that he could still throw right hooks. So his when you would shake his hand, he would always give you one of these. He was like,
yeah, I knew a guy from Boston too. He had this weird looking nose, and some guy had bit it off and had it reattached. Guys lost ears. Dude, that's why I'm saying why, right around 6th grade, I was just like, yeah, this is like becoming blood sport. Like, I think I'm going to try to be funny here. But yeah, there was a lot of, there was also a lot of, the sports scene back in Boston is just,
hockey
was insane.
Well, hockey, yeah, because hockey was big in Boston, and hockey is the only sport that involves actual fights. It's the only sport where fighting is a part of the sport.
I'm reading this book right now. I got 3 sports books I'm reading right now, right? I read a few in that lines, and then I read a couple chapters over here, and I'm reading this one called, Bartnick gave it to me, called The Code. And it breaks down, for anybody who never understood why there was fighting, which I never quite understood either, I just knew I liked it. It's and how the players have to police the game. I'm not far enough into the book, but it's really eye-opening, like what goes on out there. And they have all these enforcers talking about it. Like, because sometimes you had to fight. Sometimes guys would just skate out. They put him out, just the guy being out on the ice. Sometimes he'd say something like, hey, we don't settle it down out here, boys. Somebody's going to get hurt. A guy would just say that. And then people are like, all right, let's fucking sticks back down. Everybody play old-time hockey, whatever the fuck you were supposed to do, all-star hockey. And just as far as like, how there's this whole code of, and there's like, the heavyweights, like a heavyweight only fucks with a heavyweight unless some middleweight is doing some shit and you gave him a warning and he didn't, then he has to take a fucking beating. And if he doesn't take the beating and turtles up, that means one of his fucking teammates is going to get the beating, and then he's going to be a fucking asshole in the locker room. I mean, it is this whole web of fascinating shit, because everybody just looks at the sport and they just think, oh, drop gloves, fucking beat the shit up. There's a whole fucking thing that is going on out there that actually, because of that, it keeps the game safer, which I don't understand. I don't understand.
I don't understand it either, but I just think it's fascinating that there's this one sport where it's okay to fight. Like
John, what are you
no other
talking about?
sports
The
allow
sport
that.
you
Absolutely,
do,
baby.
that's all
That's
they
what
do
I'm
is
hearing.
But
fight.
that's the whole sport. That's the sport itself. But
Excellent.
there's no fighting in basketball. There's agreed upon fighting in hockey that doesn't exist in any other sport, where everybody backs
Excellent.
off
Well, we'll
and these
see you
guys
when
go
you
Oh,
have
at
it,
it.
lacrosse.
hopefully.
You can do it in lacrosse.
Who the fuck plays
All right, you take
professional
care.
lacrosse?
Shout out to
I don't know, but I wouldn't want to
They're
say that. I
allowed.
wouldn't
shout
want
out
to
to
say
Big
that to
Cartel
one of them.
Chandler.
They're
This,
big
this
guys.
full fucking cage. I wouldn't say that.
But
But
those
then,
guys are savages for no
what
reason.
about the cross country skiers? And all of a sudden they got a rifle. They're doing like they're at a gun range. I mean,
that's different. That's that stupid fucking. What is that? That's not the decathlon.
you know what
is
that's
that
like?
one
That's
called?
like
Pentathlon?
Tex-Mex food,
Right.
Asian infused fucking Americana. That's all it is. It's just people.
Tex-Mex.
People are you know doing their version of cross country skiing. Like
Yeah.
that's like
Yeah.
I like that cross country skiing where you then shoot. That's like the beginning of a lot of James Bond things. They
Right.
always seem to be in the snow.
Yeah. Well, the whole idea is the elevated heart rate. It's hard to control your shot because I think they're supposed to shoot offhanded too. You know, they're not supposed to have a rest.
I know. See, I don't know shit about hunting, and that's the thing that I lived for on the hunting shows.
What?
Was when the guys after the kill, and then they just be, oh man, I was so scared.
Yeah.
And just saying all this fucking shit, and it's so. I get it if you're shooting like a lion,
It's a nerve-wracking thing because you don't want to fuck up, and you know it's like
because people
life.
are going to make fun of you.
No, because you're going to hurt an animal. You don't want to wound the animal. You want to kill it. You want to kill it cleanly. And you have to keep it together while you're pulling the trigger on an animal. You're going to end its life. It's very nerve-wracking.
Can't you just give him the second one?
Second bullet?
Oh, you're saying if he runs away and then the thing suffers.
If you nick it, you shoot it in the leg or something like that, it's very likely it's going to get away and die slowly, get eaten by coyotes or something. It's really bad.
Dude, I got one for you. Because you got me watching those fucking videos
Which
of
ones?
animals eating other. First of all, I love bears, but I can't watch them kill anything because they
Did you
don't.
see the recent one?
they
The
don't-
bear
I
took
know,
down the buffalo.
They
at
don't kill it. Why
Yellowstone.
won't they
Oh,
kill
he
it?
killed it.
Well, they kill it because they start eating it before it's dead.
Yeah.
They just hold it down.
And start eating.
Yeah,
That's what bears do.
I
Yeah.
got one for you.
Okay.
Have you watched the praying mantises videos?
Oh, yes, I have. Do you see the one where the praying mantis eats the lizard that tries to eat him?
Well, because he fucking alligator armed it. He was like, I'm going to kill you. What is this? He kind of did the little flicky. He gave him a little jab, and then that thing just grabbed him. He was like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
he like
and then starts.
licked at him.
Then
he was
started.
Gonna, yeah,
But
eat his jaw.
But if he let his hands go, as you guys say, with his tongue, I think he could have pulled that thing in and crushed him.
No. A praying mantis is so fucking strong. They're so much stronger than you would imagine them being because they have these little stick arms.
Yeah, I watched one eat a
Yeah.
hummingbird.
Oh, yeah, yeah. They eat all kinds of shit. They eat everything that they get a hold of. We're lucky they're little. Praying mantises are amazing. I fucking love those little things. They're crazy. What they can do to a bird or something much larger than the lizard was the most impressive because the lizard thought it was going to eat him.
And the thing was totally immobilized.
Yeah.
It was like, it reminded me of watching the shit that you say, where he's past his guard.
Yeah.
Now he's going for this. That thing was just like, oh.
It's exactly like that because their clamp is so. It's like if somebody got you in a darce. It's the same thing. Someone gets like this grip and then cinches it up to a darce choke. You're like trapped in there. That's what it was like. There it is. This is poor fuck. Look, he thinks he's gonna get him, and he's like, "Bitch, you ain't getting nothing."
But look how he holds his
Yeah.
mouth open. And he's like, oh, dude, I feel
The
so.
strength.
But this lizard, he gets away.
He gets away for a second, but this is what's
For
crazy.
a second?
Yeah. Look at and then he starts eating his
Ah!
mouth. He just starts slowly.
I know what he's
pulling them
doing, Joe.
apart.
I know what he's
I
doing.
love it. Have you ever seen praying mantis versus a murder hornet? Everybody's afraid of murder hornets. Look at him. He's like, fuck, what did you do to my face? Oh, Jesus. He's like in pain. He's shaking it off. And the praying mantis is like, bitch, I'm not done with you yet. Like he's in agony. And he's spazzing around. And the praying mantis just locks onto him again and slowly starts pulling him apart. And at the end, he's dead. He just starts eating his brain. Look at that. They just can pull that skin apart and bite right through it. But it thing's so much bigger than him. That's like you eating a cow. That's like you holding a cow down.
I
eating its
wouldn't do
head.
that to
Look
it.
at that. He's eating his fucking brain. Lizard's dead as fuck.
Well, that part's not a problem for me right here because now it's dead.
Yeah, but it died this way.
I know it did. That was the part I
I
wanted to
love
avoid.
it. I'm a big fan of the praying mantis. I like the technique.
Hey, I'm not going to begrudge what they do. I don't need to
Pull
see
the video of the grizzly taking down the buffalo. It was only 2 days ago. It was in
They
Yellowstone.
linked me to a 30-minute video of it just fucking up all sorts of animals.
Praying mantis?
Yeah.
I'll put that
Oh,
on.
by the way, there's so many fucking people.
Here it goes. What's this? What's he
It's
fucking up this
all
one?
kinds of things. Leaf bug.
What is that?
It's a leaf bug, I think.
Oh wow, what a weird looking creature. The praying mantis is pink. He's camouflaged himself. Oh wow, now he's the color of the leaf bug.
Yeah, this is a good 10 million views on this praying mantis video.
They're amazing animals, man. What were you gonna say? What were you mad about?
I wasn't mad about anything. I'm just like, I love bears, right?
Yes.
I love when they ride the bikes at the fucking circus. Right?
I love when he rides a bike in the circus. Oh.
This is my thing about that. What did they have to do to that bear? When you see what this thing can do to a bison, what did they do to that bear to get him to get on a fucking bicycle?
Give him food. That's how they train him.
Is that how you did it?
I've never
You got
done
a
it
bear in
before.
the back? You
I've
just the
seen-
confidence, the way you said that.
Because I've seen them
Have
train them.
you,
I've seen them train bears. Yeah, they can train
are
bears.
you one of
to a
those
bunch
guys who
things.
doesn't need any sleep? Like, of all the random fucking things. No, I've seen it.
This is the one where the bear
Okay.
freaks out.
Oh, with the
No,
whip,
it's
the
just-
whip, that little whip there.
So,
I don't think he's beaten the bear.
I'll tell you right now, that guy's not dressed to to be attacked by a bear.
No. Well, the bear's got a muzzle on it, and it's a little ass bear. But the bear's still
Dude,
fucking
fuck you, man.
Fuck you.
They got the Freddy Krueger claws. He got 4 of them.
He's on a Vespa now. Look at that. Wow.
I mean, can you humiliate a bear even more? He's got to wear that frilly outfit. Now you got him on a. Didn't give him a
You're
motorcycle.
the one who's a big fan of the bears riding bikes.
I was joking.
Me
I
too.
was joking. I didn't know.
Well, maybe the bear should have a mask
I
on.
actually watched a whole training video of how, where do you find, what part of the internet are you on?
Well, I don't know. I was trying to figure out why people. What the fuck? That guy's got a giant grizzly bear on the back of his bike.
Playing a horn.
and
And it's playing a trumpet. Because he got any volume on this trumpet? Let me hear this. Up. Back it up there.
Hello. That sounds the best.
This person that's filming this is an idiot. You think it can't break out of that seatbelt and just
Did you see the bear flipping him off?
that thing has on a fucking lap belt.
Yeah,
It's
what
just
is the bear
stretching, I
doing?
don't know.
He's just.
It looked like it's
Imagine
like-
this got to be Russia, right? I mean, the only way they would allow this is in Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at the language on the back of that truck.
He's
It is
yelling at
Russia.
the fucking traffic.
Look at-
Jesus Christ, let's fucking go!
Size of that fucking thing. My God. Just throwing his arms up, just thinking about ripping a person apart.
No, he is. Yeah, he's thinking like I used to be in the woods. Could fucking eat whatever I wanted.
The weird thing about bears is if you train them when they're young, they're like almost like dogs. They become your buddy. It's
Listen,
weird.
The
Those
day
people that
somebody
have them-
tells that bear that it's riding bitch, that guy fucking, that guy riding the motorcycle is gonna, he's gonna be in trouble.
He's riding on the side cart.
Yeah, he's gonna be in trouble.
Remember those side carts? Whatever happened to those? You never see those. A motorcycle with a side
You ever
cart.
see the racing?
No, they do side cart racing.
Sidecar racing, and when they go around a turn, okay, and it's on the side where the guy's riding,
The side is lifted up.
that guy, he has to stand up. Dude, they're going like, I don't know how many fucking miles an hour. He has to stand up and lean over, all the way over on this side of the bike because of the weight of the sidecar
So it
plus
doesn't
his
fall
weight.
off.
So it doesn't, yeah, and they can go through the turn at a higher speed. I mean, it's bad enough when you're the guy in the car with the map. You ever seen those when they have two drivers?
Yeah, the one guy's yelling, turn and 100 yards, left,
Yeah.
right, left. Yeah, those are those rally drivers, right? I never
Yeah.
understood that. Do you know what they're doing? They're yelling out directions of the road, right? But they have notebooks that tells them, like, what's the next turn right, next turn
I would
left.
guess that the course is
Yeah.
so long that they can't memorize it.
Mm.
Or maybe it's just through a fucking
No, it
town.
must be. Yeah. This is sidecar
It's on the
racing.
back of the driver, I believe. See how he moves over there?
Boy, they're going fast as fuck.
Going really fast.
Oh, my God. You're the one who turned me on to those bike races in the Isle of Man.
I was supposed to go to that this year.
Oh, you would be on the side?
Oh, no. No
No.
fucking way. No,
No.
I planned to befriend some people in town with a balcony. Even then, like, God knows, some part of the bike could come flying up. But I want to go to that before they outlaw it.
Do you think
And
they get outlawed? Just because people die every year?
more people have died than years they've had it.
Whoa.
And it's still like,
Look at these motherfuckers.
yeah,
They are flying.
this is
So
insane.
more than one person dies every year. That's
well,
what that would
well,
mean, right?
yeah,
Basically
well,
average.
yeah. And I think way back in the day, way more people died. Like the safety equipment is much better. But as you see, they're going by brick walls and trees, and like there's just no.
Jesus Christ! When you say it's safety equipment, like what the fuck kind of safety equipment is going to save you here?
They have an airbag, which is a really amazing piece of technology. Whereas you fall, it can tell when you've let go of the bike and you're falling like instantaneously, and it protects your
organs.
Yeah, but obviously your brain's in the fluid, so it doesn't protect that. I tell you, but the best racing out there, MotoGP, is the shit.
It's better than this.
Well, I don't know. I would actually say, because I like the passing. There's so much passing. It's kind of with Formula One, where the Mercedes and Ferrari are just so much better than everybody else. It kind of comes down to the two of them. And every year, since I've been watching since 2015, so I'm new to the sport.
Italian GP right here.
Yes, that's Dovizioso, Marc Marquez, I believe.
You know these guys?
Yeah.
Wow.
So Marc Marquez, the guy in second place, is like he's the Jordan of the sports, right?
Really?
Dovizioso is actually in third. I don't know who's in first. So those that's a Ducati, a Honda Ducati, and I think a Suzuki.
Do you ride?
I did for 3 months out here. I always wanted to ride. My parents would never let me. So finally out here, I took a motorcycle safety course. I got my license and everything. And then I had a bike for like 2 months. And it was just, LA is not the place to learn how to ride. And everyone was texting while driving.
I want to go to Wyoming.
I think I want to get a dirt bike. But this is the type of shit, like with this racing, what I like is like 3 or 4 races last year on the final lap, there was like 2 guys that would pass each other like 4 or 5 times. Like that shit right there. So then you try to come on the brakes, the latest on the brakes, but not overshoot the turn. I mean, there's just so much shit that's you sort of learn as you're watching. I still don't know shit about it, but these guys are fucking incredible.
Would you be into going to a track? Learning how to ride on a track? That seems like the safest way to do it.
Absolutely. That is the way to do it. And then wear all of that gear and then have fun, and you can like open up. Dean sent me a video today. This guy in a Porsche that could go 200 miles an hour. But he fucking does it on a highway. And it's just like, you're going to kill somebody or kill yourself. It's like, take that thing to the track.
Yeah, don't do that.
And God forbid you hit some debris. What's going to happen to your car? Like I think there's a lot of people that buy high performance shit that go into a track either is not available, it doesn't enter their mind. Like somebody like myself, like it wasn't until I started watching racing, I kind of learned a little bit about it. I'm like, oh, there's like a track, out in the Inland Empire. There's a day where the general public can come down and or whatever. You can pay to rent the track, and it's kind of like a lot of these guys you see driving around in Ferraris. The only time I ever drove a Ferrari was I drove one on the track. It was fucking unbelievable. Like how hard you could stomp on the brakes without the thing locking up. And you're trying to impress the guy you're riding with, and you think you just want to be like flooring it and blah, blah, blah. And what you really want to be doing is smoothly going around. The smoother you go, both, on the gas and braking, then it becomes like this really like finesse thing where it looks like you just grab it by the fucking throat. And like I said, I only did it one time, but like I immediately learned that, like, made me appreciate what they were doing a lot more. Plus, I only went around 5 times, and my fucking brain was like
the G-force. And all
that.
Yeah.
Like I almost felt a little bit like not sick. I just felt a little fucked up. Like I think I'm going to sit down here for a couple of seconds, not say it to any of the guys I'm driving with. Hey, fine, I could do that all day.
Jimmy, pull up Porsche rally driving. The dirt road Porsche drivers. Those are the guys that are reading left, right. Right, they have like a notebook. You need a driver next to you that's got a notebook. That looks like a lot of fun. Apparently, that's a great way to learn how to really drive too. Is on the dirt. Same with dirt bikes, because you slide a lot, so you learn how to counter steer and you learn how to handle the weight out back. The guys that's kicking out, and learn how to counter it.
I have this weird thing where I am fascinated by machines, and I want everything that I see. I want to learn how to drive it or fly it or whatever, but I'm not a speed guy. Like I'm just not into like
smart
going fast as I don't know.
It's dangerous.
I like chilling.
Yeah, these guys. See the guys. There's the guy with the book. This is a regular road. Look how fucking. So it's got a digital thing telling him what gear he's in.
And here's what fascinates me is the trust between those two guys.
Oh yeah.
Like
Look
this
how
guy,
fucking
this guy
fast
is driving like a fucking lunatic, and this guy's looking down at his paper. You know, when your friend starts driving like a lunatic, you're looking at him going, dude, slow down, slow down.
This is a road, people and trees and cars and houses on both sides. This guy's flying down this fucking road, and he's going sideways all the time. You see him counter steering all the time. We see his ass end kick out, like all the time.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh my god! And how are these fucking people that are so confident they can stand on the side of the road while these maniacs are fucking?
I used to
100
think
miles an hour
racing
behind
was just this stupid, mindless thing, and now I think it's one of the coolest sports out there.
Oh, it's a very cool sport. It's very. I like driving cars just to feel the mechanical, just the gears moving and all the things that are happening. I have an old Porsche, a '93, that's no power steering. It doesn't have a radio. It doesn't have anything.
That's awesome.
And it's all air cooled, so it sounds like it's really mechanical. Have you ever seen it? I'll show it to you after we're
Is that
done.
that red one?
Yeah.
I
Wish I
like
had the
that.
key with me here. I'd let you drive it. It's fun. But it's not fast. It's not. It's the slowest car I have, but it's fun. It's
Right.
so fun to drive. Like you feel everything. You feel every bump. There's nothing between you and the wheels in terms of steering. There's no
Right.
power. You're steering the wheel all by your hand. It's really hard to steer. It's not that safe either.
Yeah.
Like, you can't make quick turns. Like you got to really muscle that motherfucker.
I'm into like.
Look at these guys.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus Christ! But when I drive, look at these fucking crazy assholes standing by.
I
With
like
this
the
guy.
guy with the propeller hat. He's just like, yep, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm enjoying this stuff.
Look at the fucking height, and this guy catches the ground with two wheels. Oh my God! Does it land good? It does land good. That's amazing. But I drive that car to the comedy store. That's my. If I want to do like, if I'm really working on something or I really want to be jazzed up for a set, I'll take that car to the comedy store because it's so loud and fucking smoky and everything's like your whole body. You feel it. You're excited when you get there. It's like you're on a stimulant.
Yeah,
You
no,
know?
it's fun, man. Like
Oh,
all of that
I love
stuff.
them. Woo! Look at these guys.
You should,
Jesus
like-
Christ.
You know, since the last time I did this show, I got to finally fly an A-Star, which was what the cops and the news guys fly, and that was the coolest thing.
A-Star helicopter. We should tell people.
Is the coolest thing I've ever flown as far as like just the power it had compared to what I fly these little fucking egg beaters or whatever, but like I did until all that bullshit happened. But I got one of the last flights I did. I got to fly a buddy of mine who was training me to get my instrument. Like I passed the test. And then after you pass the test, you have 2 years. So I still have 2 years. I have to December of next year to pass it. So I got to finish that part of it, you know?
Did we do a podcast since you took me up? Have you done one since you took me up?
I think we did. Yeah.
Did we, Jamie? Yeah. Fuck, that was fun. We went over downtown LA and you realize how many of those buildings have helicopter spots on the top?
Yeah.
That was fun, man. It's crazy to me that with a helicopter, you could just kind of go wherever you want to go.
Yeah.
You just fucking float around. Just go
Like a
wherever you want to
hummingbird,
go.
you can just stop. But then what it is you give up speed.
Yeah.
For that design, there's all kinds of drag and just the way it's designed for what you want to do with it. You give up speed. So I get envious of planes, or even if you get like a Cessna, like they can just fly. I mean, I think even like some of the smaller ones can fly faster than some of the faster I mean, you'd have to have like an $8 million helicopter. Maybe that could fly faster, but anything that I've fucked with, you can't come anywhere near. Like most of them, 120, 130 knots, and then it depends on headwind or tailwind.
What's a knot to a mile an hour?
Well, it's like it depends on how the wind, because you can literally be flying 90 knots and have like a fucking 50. No, I don't know what I fly, but a significant headwind. This is all shit you have to know in the test. And the second you take the test, I forget. But you'll actually be going slower. I've had times like, especially out like in like Palm Desert and stuff, where there's like a Venturi with the way the mountains are, and when the wind comes in, which can be really fucking scary as far as how it throws you around. You're looking down at the highway with what I fly, and they're going faster than you, and you're just sitting there like, and then that's when it sucks. Because also with a helicopter, you the whole thing, you can't just like take your hands off of shit.
Right.
So you have to you're literally, it's like your Porsche, like you're, you know, like I
Maneuvering it.
imagine like trying to parallel park that car, even though
Oh.
it's a lighter car.
It's a nightmare.
I have a 68 Ford F100. When I first had it, I didn't have power steering, dude, and it was just like, I mean,
I remember when you bought that thing to the ice house. That thing's the shit.
yeah.
I love that old truck.
That's kind of my thing. I like the trucks, and then I like old, like, not pimp cars, like the guy who he's a pimp, but he's not a pimp. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not literally a pimp. He doesn't have a stable of bitches, but he's crushing life. Like, I like that car. Like if I was going to get another car, I would get a 67 Cadillac Eldorado.
Oh.
And it's actually the color that I loved that was in the Tarantino movie, but somebody was selling one, and I swear to God, if by the time I saw the YouTube video, it was already sold, I would have bought that fucking car. It's the most gangster man's car. Like, just the back end of that car, it's perfection. I absolutely love that fucking car.
That's a beautiful car. 67 Eldorado. Would you get a convertible or regular?
No, I hate convertibles.
Do you really? All convertibles?
Yeah, I'm a little sexist with the convertible.
There's one convertible that I like, the one that I have, the 65 Corvette.
That's
a 70.
No, that's
What year is that?
It's the car that the woman playing Margot, what's her name? Margot Robbie. There it is. Right there. Looks like it's green there, but I think it was blue.
Not that one.
No, not that one. Over the guy with the suspenders, right to the left of that. Yeah,
That one there?
that car.
Oh, wow.
You got to see the back
What year
end of
is
that
that?
car. That's the 67, 68 or something like that. But the back end, look up 67 Cadillac Eldorado rear end. This is what I do while you're learning how to train a fucking bear to ride a bicycle. I look at this shit.
Oh, wow.
Click on that first one. Click on the first one. You see a little bit of the side of the car. I mean, look at that.
That's beautiful. That is beautiful. You need one of those in your life, Bill.
I do.
I need you driving one of those.
This is what I love about my wife. As I'll show her that. I go, what do you think about that? She's like, that's a fucking good looking car. And she would be cool if I got something like that, I think.
For sure.
Look at that, but look at that color. I'm too fair skinned to drive that. You need olive skin
No,
or more.
You could pull it off. You need one of them paperboy hats, though.
No, that thing would blend too much in with my beard. I just look like it'd be the Ginger Mobile.
What color would you get?
There's a year there's a blue that they have. It's not that blue. It's more of a.
Oh, look at that red one. Click on that red one in the middle.
But look at the front end of that. When your lights are flipped out, look at that thing.
Oh my God! Look how good that looks in red. That's a fucking beautiful car. Oh,
but the lines in that car, that's just like, and then that's the kind of car. I mean, you're not going to smoke a cigar driving down the street riding that fucking
you
thing.
have to.
Yeah,
That's beautiful.
I think I'm going to get one.
Get one.
I know. Where am I going to put it? Then I'm going to be that guy with the fucking garage.
Put it here. You can park it here. I'll give you a key. I got plenty of room.
Hey, all right,
Dude,
this is why you're the #1 podcast in the world.
I'm trying to help people. I'm trying to encourage irresponsible behavior.
Yeah, and if you continue to own your podcast, you can buy something like that. And if you don't, your fucking agent will buy that.
Dun, dun, dun.
Mhm.
Yeah, I love them. I love Cadillac convertibles too, though. I don't like muscle car convertibles after a certain, like mine, that Corvette that I have out there. You've seen that silver one.
Yep.
I love that in a convertible. But that has a aftermarket suspension and aftermarket frame.
I've seen
not
all those cars.
The fact that the old ones, the frame, there's too much bounce, there's too much shake and wiggle. You have to have like an aftermarket chassis. It's far stiffer. They make it so that it's like very, very rigid. It doesn't bounce around really as much.
Yeah, then they used to make like a sway bar or something that you would put in there. Because I know in my truck, when I take a turn, I have to grab underneath the seat and hang on so I don't slide into the door.
They can upgrade your coilovers and stuff like that and put a better suspension on it so it handles it.
I have a nice balance of a little bit of modern on it and still fighting it, so you feel like, because it still shifts on the column, which I think is badass. But then when I get on the highway, I got to stay in the right lane, you know.
3 on the tree, right?
Yeah.
Do you have disc brakes on it? Did you swap disc brakes out?
I had it had just the shoes on it, and then the drum brakes, yeah, and then I converted those. Chris Petitis helped me with those.
Look at this, guys.
And then what did I do after that? I switched out the radiator because they tended to run hot, so they put an aluminum one in. And What else did we do to it?
Titus used to have
Power brakes and then power steering.
Titus used to have a sweet, I think it was a 55 Chevy that they made for him on the show Rides. It was incredible.
Oh, that Chip Foose car, right?
Yeah, I think Chip Foose made it. Yeah. It was incredible, though. Just, I don't know if he still has it. He might have lost it when he got divorced and all that jazz. But it was.
No, I think he got it back.
Did he?
I think he got it back. But I like those.
Christopher Titus.
I like those resto mod cars. It's sort of the perfect.
There it is. There it is. Look at that fucking thing.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Damn. That is a work of art. God, it's beautiful. It's all very modified too. 56 Bel Air, custom by Chip Foose. Go down, Jamie, and that one on the left hand right there with Titus right there. I think that's him. Yeah, look at that. Fuck.
I mean, that's a badass car.
Fuck. That is incredible.
Yeah.
That car is incredible.
Like, when do you look at that or drive that and not smile?
Yeah.
That's what I don't know. I like also. I'm into those cab over engine fucking trucks. I like weird
What's
shit.
a cab over engine? What is that?
Look those up. Those were the trucks, 40s and 50s, and the reason why they had that was there was some weird law where they didn't want trucks to get too long. So then that affected so they kept the tractor trailer long, and then they put the engine. It's cab over engine is what it stands for.
Oh, so the engine's below you while you're sitting there.
Yeah, so if you look at some of the ones that people have fixed up, they're fucking wild.
That is wild. Look at that thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
But the thing is, if you do a gig in like Wyoming, you can find an all original one just like sitting in like junkyards and shit.
Look at that fucking thing. God damn, that's beautiful.
Like I always wish like one of those car shows like Fast and Loud, the ones I've watched throughout the years, I always wish that somebody would do one of those.
I had that guy on the podcast. He was awesome.
Yeah.
He brought his own tequila.
Oh, there's another great one from when I was a kid. That yellow one down, that's a Ford. Yep. I love those because that was like the fire engines looked like that thing. But it's like, what would you do with it? But that,
drive around.
That
Take
thing
it to the store. It's for sale. Gateway Classic Cars.
I know. But that's
Wow.
like the dumb shit. I like those.
I like those kind of.
The GMC RV from Stripes. And you got to do it in the Palm Desert fucking the Ron Burgundy green.
You like very odd cars. You have
Yeah, well, at first I think you're into Mustangs and you're into fucking like the GTOs and the ones you're supposed to like. Yeah. And then I'll ignore what you just did there. And then I mean, look at that. You got to get the interior on that fucking thing.
It's a Scooby-Doo mobile. It's the Mystery Mobile.
No, they had a van. Click on the one. You're on the right, the lower left, all the way to the lower left, up from the cluster on the right. Yeah.
Is that it?
Click on that fucking. No, that's not it.
That one there?
No, it's.
Which one you want?
It's the one. It's the best green one they have. Just click. There it is.
Ooh.
Look at that. And inside, it looks like a Ron Burgundy suit, like it's the green plaid type shit. Get a little humidor in there, drive around, do some fun. Look at that. I mean, look at that. Come on, man. That's the fucking shit.
So you like those old cars, like GTOs and
I like
Firebirds and
all of those,
shit like
but like what I don't like about them is the baby boomers like them, and they have $1 zillion. So then all of a sudden it's like, you know, this is a Mustang Shelby. We're going to start the bidding at $250,000. It's like, oh, fuck yourself. So I like, I like a 65 Ford Galaxy. That's what Frank Murphy, season 4, F is a Family, that's what he drives. I like station wagons.
Have you ever seen those Icon Thrift Masters? Do you know what that is? Jonathan Ward, the guy from Icon, he takes an old Thrift Master and redoes it completely from the bottom up. It's the fucking most incredible car. It drives like a car, but look at that. It looks insane. Look at that thing. They do it from the bottom up, so it's all like modern brakes, modern suspension, beautiful interior.
That's what I love. But then when you go inside, I want it to look like the year that truck was.
Look at that silver one, the one that right above your cursor. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Fucking
yeah.
A.
I've seen. Actually, I looked that one. I accidentally came upon that one.
God, that's beautiful.
I got another one. That's a weird one. Look up GMC. I always forget the name of these things. Parade of Progress.
That's what it's called.
I forget. They would drive these things like elephants into town. They were like a living room, giant like truck / RV thing. What the fuck are these things called? Yeah,
That thing?
look at that fucking thing.
What the fuck? How do you even know about this? So
the great thing is you open the door and there's like a spiral staircase where you you go up, and in there what they usually had was back in the day, because they would open it up on the side. They would drive them in like elephants and make like a semicircle, and people would walk in.
what is that?
I don't
What am
know
I
what
looking
I don't know what they have in there. That's an airplane engine or something.
Why is there an airplane engine in the middle of that?
I don't know, because somebody
Oh, they customized it.
power for the air age. I think they were.
Wow.
It was this weird sort of after World War II. See, there they are in the black and white. There they are, like driving them into town. And look at the
Wow.
steering wheel. You were right in the center, and there was like a little spiral staircase that you walked up. Because those things go for like, I forget how much, like $2-3 million or something. Oh, that's
Really?
1936. It says Parade of Progress. So it shows you what I know.
Look at that motherfucker.
Yeah, that's just
Holy
weird.
shit. That's what you want. One of those, a rolling podcast studio.
No, that shit is too weird, but I appreciate it. Like when you know that old BMW where the whole front of the car opens up and you got the steering wheel like goes out, like disconnects and goes out with the front
I
of the
haven't seen
car.
that one.
All right, it would help if I knew the names of the cars.
The steering wheel disconnects.
Mm-hmm.
BMW is shit. I just know Steve Urkel had it in Failing Matters. That's all I know.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's how. Look at this.
So how you get in is you like open the front. Oh yeah, click on the red one. There it is. Yeah.
Whoa.
See, and there's the steering wheel. Oh, does it disconnect? There's something weird.
No, it seems like the steering wheel stays
Oh,
put,
stays
but
there.
it looks like it disconnects.
Well,
That's
maybe like it
crazy.
adjusts. It comes back.
You enter through the. So if you get in a front end collision, you got to kick the windows out to get out of the car.
Yeah, and it's 3 wheels too. There's one wheel.
Look at Urkel. Urkel, I forgot about Urkel.
His came off in the car.
I met him one time. He's like the coolest fucking guy
I heard
ever.
he's really nice.
I guess it bends over there. See how it's turned down this side.
Oh, it bends, and then you step over it. Whoa.
Yeah, I knew there was something. There was
Wow.
something about the steering wheel. Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit out there.
But you like weird stuff. You're not necessarily like you.
You
have
know what
an
this is like?
aversion to cool things.
No, it's like if you get into music, if you really get into a band, like if you're into AC/DC,
Right.
can you really listen to You Shook Me All Night Long again? Okay,
Right,
you're
right.
like, no, dude, you got to listen to What's Next to the Moon, Get It Hot, some of that,
Mhm,
you know, or like COD.
Mm-hmm.
Like I like, after a while, you're just like, all right, you know, like I would say Shook Me All Night Long is the Mustang GT of AC/DC songs. And it's just like, if you're out here, there's a zillion Mustangs, but it's like, you after a while, you want to see, you know, it's part of human beings. You want something a little bit different. It's a little different. It's cooler. Like I kind of learned from Fast and Loud that was it the Ford Falcon or something? It had the same chassis as the fucking Mustang, but like it's just a way cooler car because everybody goes for like the Mustang. You
Mm.
don't want to spend all that money and then some other fucking asshole shows up and he has one too.
That doesn't
Like-
bother me.
Bugs me. It's like when you're in a comedy club and then even if somebody just touches on the topic, you're like, fuck,
Right.
I can't talk about that.
Yes, I get that.
Because then it becomes like, oh, they all do that.
I get that, but there's a reason why everybody loves Mustangs.
I love them too. But I have this weird thing where I love the interior up to 66, but I like the back end on 60. Where they,
67, 68.
yeah, I like that back end,
Oh,
but I
yeah.
hate. But that's when they got the shit steering wheel. Like the steering wheel in the 60s looks like an old school steering wheel. And that one that they have in 67 or 68 is when they first came out with that one. That one starts to look like, oh, cars are going to get ugly now quickly. The last muscle car that I like that I vividly remember, like the last year, would probably be the 70 Camaro with like that shark nose front tube.
Yeah.
I like that. And then there's a Buick Riviera, the boat tail from the early 70s that I like. I'm really into those big 2-door sedan, sort of like, you know, he's his own man kind
Buick
of car.
Riviera type
Oh
deal.
yeah, I love those cars. I
Yes,
fucking love those cars. And you know, I'm trying to think. Like, there's a few cars in the '80s. It really tapers off though. But I like Ford trucks right up into '86. I didn't like when they did that first design of the aerodynamic headlights. I didn't like. But then there was one in the early '90s. The one OJ had, that front end on his Bronco. That
Yeah.
one is the shit.
Yeah, I saw one yesterday. Exactly
Yeah.
like the OJ's.
Mhm.
Like totally restored. I like muscle cars up into 71. 71 seems like the last year. Like 71 Barracuda is still a really nice car. Then it gets into 72, they start looking sketchy. 73, they look sketchy.
The worst thing was they kept the model name, and then it was just completely deballed.
Yes.
Like when your friend starts going out with just some total cunt, and all of a sudden he can't hang out anymore. Like there was that era. You know, the Mustang 2 Cobra.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Once
like
they got
that
into the 80s with Mustangs, they were useless. Late 70s, early 80s. And once the gas crisis hit, they started making economical Mustangs that didn't need so much gas. They were useless. It's just it's a hard fall between, if you go from 67 to 77, it's like, what the fuck happened to you?
Then also the Mustang got all fat, like the Mach 1 and everything. It was like, kind of got into its Elvis years, you know. Hey, I'm the Mustang. I'm resting on my laurels here.
Well, there's no pizzazz to them, you know, like late 70s, 79 Mustang. There's no pizzazz.
This is how bad it went. It became so quickly. If you watch remember when they had the Game Show Network?
Mm-hmm.
I used to love that because I was fascinated with prices, you know, and like they would be like they actually tried to pass off a Chevy Vega as a sports car.
Really?
And these people were losing their minds. And I remember the Chevy Vega. Like a lot of you know, guys who knew shit about cars back in the day, they would try to like jam Corvette engines into because they couldn't afford a Corvette, but they knew about, you know, how to build cars and stuff. So there was
Vegas
always
were real light too.
Yeah, there was always somebody had one of those, like an El Camino up on blocks.
Yeah,
I'm gonna finish that someday, man.
Yeah, and El Camino's a rare breed of person that wants a pickup truck that's fucked the Chevelle. That's really what it is.
Right.
It's like a Chevelle front end. It looks good in the front, and then you get to the back, like, oh.
And then the early 80s.
Look at that. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that was considered sporty.
That's back before girls had butts.
Well, girls with butts didn't get put on TV.
No funny.
Yeah,
That's another amazing thing. Like, how do we? What happened when we realized? Was it Sir Mix-a-Lot? Like, what woke us up?
Yeah, he made the ass mainstream. I'm gonna give him credit.
Might have been. Before that, who else was it?
It was all about tits.
Yeah.
White guys were running shit, and it was about tits. I don't know why. It was all about titties.
Something happened, and it became asses became really important.
But then I think, because now the fake ass, I think, is probably more prevalent than the fake titty. Like, remember by the 90s was like sort of the apex of the fake titty? You'd watch porn and the tit almost looked like bloodshot. There'd be like veins on the side, like they'd stretch the skin.
You see, yeah.
That was really bad. That was a really bad.
Fat Bottom Girls before that.
Yeah.
Before it,
Yeah, but I don't think. Yeah, they didn't. He was still Freddie Mercury prancing around in the video, I think.
Yeah, good song though. Yeah, what was it? Like, who was like? No, it wasn't Jennifer.
Well,
Lopez
God bless him,
ass.
because I was always an ass man. Always. I always just felt like that was the nucleus of a woman. If she had a nice ass, the rest of her body was going to be nice. I didn't give a shit. You got to eat cupcakes. Great. They won't be hanging on your fucking knees when I'm 50. Bald, smoking a cigar, doing a podcast.
It's weird though that the shape caught on. It's very strange. Like what's injured, what guys are attracted to changed.
Well, I think because white people were so dominant with fucking owning everything that their idea of beauty became the standard, and just
but
generally
white guys'
speaking,
idea of beauty changed too. That's what's strange. It's like,
I would say it's somewhere Yo MTV Raps, somewhere around there. Just making up shit. Somewhere around there. I'm going to give Ed Lover and the other Dr. Dre credit.
I think it happened around the same time girls lost their pubes. Because when we were in high school, everyone had pubes. Even in college, everyone had pubes.
The apex of pubes was the 70s. But you were proud of your pubes
in the 70s.
In the 70s.
Yeah.
Dude, I remember like you go to the fucking public pool and the chicks had like the bikini. There was like shit coming out the sides. And I remember thinking when I was a little kid, like, oh my God, you can see her pubes.
Yeah, pubes were hot. Now pubes are disgusting.
There was muffs.
Yeah, if you're a girl and you got a full bush now, you're a dangerous woman.
But then I would say that was probably Dr. J and the ABA crossing over made women proud of their muffs. What? Just not, I mean, there's no research. We just started talking. Just making this up.
There is a clear shift that happened. It's just like, what happened? What made that clear shift? Porn caused the people to get rid of the pubes. That's definitely what happened. Because porn led the way. They trimmed the pubes first, and then everybody trimmed the pubes. Now
Then it went too far.
Yeah, now no one has pubes.
No, then it went too far. Yeah,
Too far.
Yeah.
You like a little bush.
Yeah,
So
I would
bad.
like. Yeah, you should look like a woman.
Yeah. Not like a cancer patient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, if you're banging me, I'm just happy. Happy you showed up. God bless you. Taking one for the team.
Yeah, you can find beauty in everything. But when I was a kid, I mean, everyone had pubes. It was a thing. That's a weird moment in our culture. And we all just decided pubes are disgusting.
I think more that they need to be maintained.
Yes.
If there's going to be a camera an eighth of an inch from it. And then
Gynecological.
yeah. So
what's this movie you did?
I did this movie. It's called The King of Staten Island. Judd Apatow, Pete Davidson.
Look at your mustache.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you need one of those in your life. Why don't you grow one of those? Keep it.
It was really annoying to eat with because Club Soda Kenny told me because he was the guy I was saying, am I doing this right here? Because there's a whole way to grow it where it's like, he goes, all right. He goes, if you're gonna do the cop fireman one, he goes, the hair has to go over your top lip. And Kenny had all these great old IDs from when he was a cop. And
what is this movie about?
It's sort of autobiographical of Pete Davidson's life, where he's playing a kid whose dad is a firefighter who died in a fire. It's not 9/11 like Pete's real dad. And it's basically his mom hasn't dated. They just sort of froze, which I think was something that kind of happened in his family. And then all of a sudden his mother started dating and it was weird for him. So basically his mother, through whatever circumstances, I don't want to ruin it, I end up meeting her after me and Pete, his character, I don't like his, and I'm coming to his house to fucking yell or whatever. And then I see his mom, played by Marissa Tomei. And then all of a sudden, we click or whatever, we start dating, whatever, and then he fucking hates it and the comedy ensues. But it's, it's got a lot of heart, it's not 100% comedy. But, Marissa Tomei, Dom Lombardozzi, Steve Buscemi. No, it's streaming everywhere except Netflix. It's going to be like, it's like that kid movie Trolls. Whatever they did is what Universal is doing with this one, where it's going to be anywhere where you can stream movies.
So it's supposed to be in the movie theater.
It was going to be in the movie theater, and then all of this stuff happened.
Yeah.
So then people who make movies are deciding, we're going to hold on to some of this stuff, which they're doing with some movies. This thing, fortunately, they're going to put out. There it is.
Oh, Apple TV, Verizon, YouTube, Google Play, Amazon Prime. Basically, why wouldn't Netflix hop on board with this? Come on, Netflix.
I don't think it's a come on Netflix thing. I think eventually it'll probably end up there. But I think first they do this. This is the way they're going to get their box office, I guess.
You get it on Microsoft. How many people are buying movies on Microsoft?
You'd be surprised.
I would be. That's why I'm asking.
There would be. I would think. That's such an easy answer. You'd be surprised. That was like a political answer. Yes, I had no answer for you, so
Let
I
the
went with
record
that.
show. Many people are buying it on Microsoft.
So,
do you think this is a good thing that movies are being forced to stream? I kind of like it. I mean, I don't want movie theaters to go under, but I do like the option of being able to watch a newly released movie at home.
yeah, I think everything's going to adapt, but I don't think the movie theater is ever going to go away because I still enjoy going to the movies. It's also it's a way to get out of the house. You get a sitter. You reconnect with your wife. That's right. We're friends.
Popcorn.
This is fun. All of a sudden, your jokes come back.
Right. You're having fun.
Like anytime I hang with my wife, like if we get like a couple days away, the magic instant comes back. And then when we get back to the house, it's like the grind again. We just start laughing. Well, we got to remember those 2 days. So the key is to have those 2-day little things enough that you don't forget it, so you don't start fucking growing apart.
Do you guys do date nights?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do date nights with my wife, and we were doing them when I was at the store all the time when comedy was up. I was doing them on Saturday night because she didn't have to get up early in the morning for the kids, take the kids to school, so she could be rested and refreshed. Didn't have to go to school the next day, so didn't have to get up on Sunday. So it was a good day. So I just would take Sunday off of stand-up.
Yeah.
We do date nights.
And this is the thing. As much as women seem impossible to guys, especially someone like me with all of my fucking issues, it's like just something like that does wonders.
Yeah.
For your connection. And then we also had like once a week we were doing like before we got pregnant again, we were doing a family dinner, and that was the best. And what we were going to was a bunch of like just mom and pop places in like the Valley and out in Pasadena and stuff like that. Are these places that are just, you know, legendary in, you know, in that area, but they don't have a chain. So it's cool because you feel like you're giving, you know, regular people money and business. And we would go there, and when like that was a big thing when I was growing up. Before you had all these screens and all of this shit, going out to dinner with your family.
Yeah.
I remember being excited. They used to have this chain in Massachusetts. Remember Pewter Pot?
Yeah.
They made muffins. Somehow they were a chain that made muffins, and then they expanded into having full dinners, and everything was made out of wood. It was very like 70s, and that was like a big thing. My dad came out, we're going to Pewter Pot tonight, and you were like psyched. And I would always get whatever, like cheeseburger and fries, and then a blueberry muffin. Such a weird order, but I was a kid, and you wouldn't get fat. It was fucking awesome. So I want my kids to have a little bit of that, that sort of, I don't know, probably romancing it, but I think it's because it was from my childhood, but I think it's an important thing to do shit like that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of mom and pop restaurants. There's a place we used to go to in Woodland Hills called Brandywine, and the owner, Peggy and Chris, the owners. There was the owners. The female owner was the chef, and the male owner was the maitre d'. And they were a married couple. They'd been together forever. And they when we met them, they were probably, I want to say, in their 70s, like pretty deep in their 70s. They were already fairly along,
pretty far down the road there.
And then they eventually sold the place. They sold the place when it was sad, you know. And then some new people bought it, but I think it went under now. But it was a great little place, a small place. It didn't seat very many.
Do you know
people.
I get over that sadness? I get over because that shit really used to depress me. What I look at was like, you know, when they opened this restaurant and they were young, there was old people that were upset about whatever they cleared out. And it just happens, you know what I mean? Like,
well, I was just upset that I couldn't see them. You know, I just enjoyed their company. It was always, you know, we had been going there for 10 years. It was one of those places.
Well, what I do is I take the humanity out of it, Joe.
Just a cycle of life.
Yeah.
It's just like the praying mantis and the lizard.
I know, dude. I tell you, this whole quarantine thing really, I never realized what a fucking idiot I am.
Yeah,
Jesus
you're telling me
Christ.
this, that you were...
Just everything I'm doing. Why the fuck did I just do this? Why did this need to fucking be on here?
You want to?
Why, Joe?
No big deal. You're a clean freak or something. Look at me. I'm cutting up his ashes like it's Coke.
Yeah, that takes it back to Chelsea, going around the apex.
I have a cocaine memory from, I never did coke, but of this lady doing it. I was coming home from Kelly's roast beef.
Joe Rogan on coke. Wow.
That's what I'm saying. I'm smart enough to realize it's not for me.
Well, what about me? Yeah.
We were driving.
I can snap on weed. I don't need to be doing coke.
Weed and an espresso, and you're ready to fight. We were driving back from Kelly's roast beef. You remember Kelly's roast beef from Revere?
Yeah.
Great.
You know what's so funny? I don't think I ever went there.
Really?
I drove by it a million times. Always going by Cappy's Liquors on the way up to the
Kelly's
Kowloon.
roast beef was great.
Remember Cappy's Liquors?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, near the Kowloon.
Yeah, you drive up there.
Kelly's roast beef had clams too. Didn't they have clams? Those fried clams?
I always, that was one of those places I meant to get to. I always meant to get to that, and then that steakhouse with the giant cactus. I was like,
yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna,
right.
I'm gonna
that
eat
place. What the fuck was that place
Hilltop
called?
Steakhouse. Yes. And I was going to eat there someday. I always asked I just love the cows, the fake cows out front. And we were living on the North Shore then, so we would drive my dad into work, and we would always go down Route 1, and we would go by that, and I would think, like, you know, and there was also a hockey rink up there that had a Bruins emblem that they were allowed to use before, like, all the corporate people were like, you can't use our logo. So that Bruins thing, and I was convinced that's where the Bruins practiced.
I went to Hilltop Steakhouse once, and it was, for some reason, I have it connected in my mind with a boxing match that was on TV because I was so bummed out. Sugar Ray Leonard fought Terry Norris. And
I know that name, I should say.
Terry Norris was a monster. So was Sugar Ray when he was in his prime, but he got older and he fought Terry Norris, and Terry Norris was just a demon. He was so good, and Sugar Ray just had no business fighting him. And I remember eating food, just being bummed out, just thinking, fuck, is this just what happens to all these guys? Like they all decide one more fight. Let me do it. And he came back and beat a few. See if you can find that.
Couldn't you imagine if your body broke down in around 35, you couldn't do stand-up anymore? You definitely try to go for one more set.
Yeah, but it's different. It's different.
It is. I thought it was the same. You're right. It's
Terry Norris,
totally different,
was in his prime, and he was just so fast and elite. And Sugar Ray was just, I want to say he was like 38 or something like that. I don't know how old he was, but it was hard to watch. From Madison Square Garden in New York City.
But that's not something when I think of Sugar Ray Leonard, I don't think. I mean, what about that division he was in?
Oh, my God.
Dude, Hagler, Hearns, Duran, and Leonard. I mean,
well, he fought Hagler long. He came back and fought Hagler, and then Hagler retired after that one loss. He just I'm good. But it was just watching Terry Norris.
Yeah, he went to Italy and started making movies.
Yeah, hilarious movies.
I got a buddy of mine that is convinced that fight was fixed by the Italian mob, and then his payoff was they gave him a movie career in Italy.
It might be true. Your buddy might be right. There's something about it that I've watched. I'm like, man, it almost looks like Hagler's taking something off of his punches. And I just
don't see him doing that.
I don't see him
ever doing that. That's why.
But I also didn't see him retiring.
I think he might have gotten fucked on a decision on that fight, because that fight I really felt could have. I was such a Hagler fan, and I also what about Tommy Hearns being as tall as he was but could make that weight?
Mm-hmm. When he fought Sugar Ray, I think he was only 22. And he was 147. Sugar Ray stopped him after Angelo Dundee gave him that speech in the corner. You're blowing it, kid. Remember that? I'll never forget that.
You know, one I remember, one of the greatest ones I saw, corner guy, was that Corrales Castillo fight.
Oh.
And when he gets in the corner and he'd been knocked down for I don't know how many times, kept spitting out his mouthpiece, and they took away a point or something. He goes into his corner, and I remember his manager or whatever you call the guy, is in the corner. He goes, you better fucking get inside now. I don't even know what that means. I forget he said that. And then this fucking guy, Charlie Murphy, rest his soul, told me about that fight. He's like, Bill, you got to see this fight. He goes, I woke up my whole family.
It was a wild ass fight.
And Charlie, he was such a funny guy, man. He hurt his foot. That's how much he was into it. Like when he came back after getting knocked down and then knocked out the other guy. I always forget, Corrales Castillo Corrales is the guy who won that fight, right?
Well, they fought more than once, I believe. Diego Corrales.
He's the guy, and he died on a motorcycle.
Exactly.
I think, right?
That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah.
I'll tell you an underrated fight. Back when I had time, I used to watch this shit. Was Evander Holyfield versus Michael Dokes.
Oh,
do you remember that fight? That was a great one.
That was a great fight. Holyfield had so many great fights.
That guy was a warrior.
Yeah. Coming back.
Oof.
Do you know that?
I don't want to see that.
He's training. Mike Tyson's training. They're both training in their 50s. Yeah, here it is. Michael Dokes. Yeah, it was. I mean, it's just amazing how much longevity Holyfield had. And Holyfield started as a cruiserweight. I remember when he beat Dwight Muhammad Qawi for the cruiserweight title, and then gained all this weight to go up.
I remember when he was a cruiserweight in the 80s when I was lifting and I was young and all that shit. I was like, that's the body I want. That's what I'm going for. Of course, I couldn't get it, but I was like, that's the shape I want to be in. Can you know how stupid I look if I fucking look like that?
Oh, you look amazing.
Going on stage, telling jokes.
Just wear something that covers it up a little bit.
What, a poncho? like going out with a big square
Outlaw
body.
Josie Wales.
Yeah.
Outlaw Josie Wales poncho.
Yeah, you flip it over and you got a mic, you take it out.
Yeah, oh my God, this is round 10.
Look at the people standing up. I mean, this shit was they're just,
man.
Now watch Stokes.
Oh, right hand, that's it. They stop it.
That was
Richard Steele. Richard Steele was the same guy that stopped Julio Cesar Chavez and Meldrick Taylor with like 2 seconds left to go in the final round. when Meldrick Taylor was up on the fight and Julio Cesar Chavez dropped him. Meldrick Taylor got up, and Richard C was like, "Are you ready to go on?"
Dude, he has more muscle in his trapeze, whatever the fuck that's
Traps.
called, than traps I have in my whole fucking body.
He's a specimen. Holyfield was a specimen. What's interesting about Holyfield too, he was like the first guy that ever really put weight on successfully. Like he had this crazy strength and conditioning program that he did to go up to heavyweight, where he was fairly thin when he was a cruiserweight and started lifting weights. And lifting weights back then, most people thought lifting weights was terrible for you.
There was a big thing in basketball. Don't lift weights. It's going to fuck up your shot. They thought you were going to like send the ball past them.
Well, you know what it is? It's from being stiff and sore. When you're stiff and sore, it does fuck you up. It fucks you up in boxing. It fucks you up in everything. But it's a matter of doing it correctly so that your body recovers enough so that when you actually fight, you're not stiff and sore, but you have all that extra muscle.
So this is great, by the way. Cars,
Good.
fights, cigars, praying mantises.
Men stuff.
Come on.
Yes. I love it, right? Yeah. Yeah, that era of boxing, man, those are the golden era when we were kids. My God, ABC Wide World of Sports.
Yeah.
Get up and watch the fights.
Yeah, I remember watching the Leon Spinks, Muhammad Ali. They showed it on TV. It must have been a replay. I remember watching that and just kept thinking Muhammad Ali was going to come back. It was the one that he lost against Leon Spinks. I also remember the Mike Tyson Michael Spinks fight, and I remember the pizza didn't even get there. And I remember my buddy was all excited. Dude, my dad ordered the fight. And they had just finished their basement. And we went downstairs and we were sitting there to watch it. It was over in like 90 seconds.
Yeah.
And I just remember my buddy got off the couch and he was on all fours, like an inch from the TV, just screaming, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" Because we didn't understand. There wasn't the mainstream education of what a body blow did to you. Mm-hmm. So unless somebody got hit in the head and their mouthpiece went flying, we didn't understand because that last shot was a hook to the body, and you didn't understand. Like literally, their internal organs just slammed to the other side of their rib cage. You didn't understand that was happening.
Here it is.
Here's the whole fight.
Yeah, this was an amazing moment because Spinks was another guy who went up from light heavyweight, beat Larry Holmes, and then became the heavyweight champion. Then was fighting Tyson. But
yeah, we were yelling the Spinks jinx because we were rooting for Tyson, but we wanted to see a fight.
Spinks had a good right hand, but you could see he's paralyzed here. I mean, he's fighting a guy that's just so much bigger than him. He's getting smashed. Mike Tyson was just such a force of nature at the time. Yeah, Spinks just really had no business fighting legitimate heavyweights. He fought Larry Holmes, and Larry was past his prime. And, he beat Larry by decision. But
I thought he beat him bad. No. I thought like that was like, oh, no, you know what I'm thinking of was the time Holmes fought Ali.
Yes.
And he was looking over at the ref like, what the fuck, are you going to stop this?
That was bad. People to the end of Larry Holmes' career didn't appreciate him because of that. They loved Ali so much. So he hurt him with this right hand here, and then he's swarming on him.
I remember seeing this video of Muhammad Ali promoting.
Here it is right here. Boom, body shot. He goes down. Spinks gets up. Referee gives him an 8 count. He says, "I'm fine."
Oh, I thought he went down on that one.
That was a body shot, and then he gets hit with a right hand right here. Tyson steps. Bang. There it is.
Oh, that was
flat.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
He's just like, fuck this, man.
Fuck his body's like, fuck this.
Dude, do you realize the fucking balls it takes to fucking walk? Oh, you do. You did it. Jesus Christ. I mean, those guys, you walk into an arena shirtless.
Scary.
That's fucking amazing.
What's really scary is it's like you think about it for weeks and weeks up to it. And obviously I never did it at this level. But at that level, when the whole world is watching and you know that this is just an enormous moment and you just got waylaid by one of the greatest heavyweights of all time and flattened. That was a crazy
knockout. I was watching about he was so fun to watch because he annoyed so many people because he was so cocky. And he had such a weird style. Is that Prince? Oh my God, is that guy fun to watch?
Oh, he was amazing. Tyson had syphilis in that, or not, something like that in that fight.
No, that was Buster Douglas.
Did he?
Yeah, he had like the clap or something.
I think it was this fight. I think it was the fight he won. Yeah, the fight when he fought Buster Douglas, he just didn't train very hard for it. Just really was just dominating everybody and just took it for granted, and Buster, he still almost won. Still dropped Buster. And to this day, like if you watch that fight when Buster's down, it's more than 10 seconds.
Yeah,
You
but
do
the
the
thing
10
was, he
count.
didn't go to the corner fast enough, I thought.
Mhm.
And he picked up the count. I thought he would have got up. I don't know. I remember where I was when I watched that. I remember all of that shit. I was at my buddy Mitch's house. We were upstairs and it was on his fucking square TV. And I was like, you know, because you cheer for the underdog.
Mm-hmm.
And he was all bummed out, going, I want to see Mike lose. And I was just like, I didn't realize what I had lost as a sports fan, because you're losing greatness. Not like it's not great, but you know what I mean? You wanted to see that undefeated,
Right.
keep going thing. And then afterwards, you know, it's a weird thing.
But the Buster Douglas in that fight, you know the whole story behind it? His mom died.
Yeah.
And he was devastated. And so he was always a really, really talented guy that just didn't work hard enough. But that fight, he trained like a motherfucker. He trained like a real champion.
Probably because he
came out.
Yeah, didn't want to think about it. So he probably just focused on.
It was that maybe also he was like doing it, he was dedicating it to his mom. But he
Once
threw
again, the
some
human
beautiful
element that I
punches.
just remove. I just,
You just
I'm a
you're into
robot.
avoidance.
I am.
Is this what you're finding out from the pandemic, being locked up and having too much alone time? Like that you're
Yeah, I
a robot?
understand. I understand my anger now. I don't know how to fix it, but I
Well,
understand
what
it.
is it? What is your anger?
It's feeling like I'm not going to be heard, and things are going to go in a way I don't want them to be. So the second there's a suggestion different than mine, I catastrophize in my head, and I don't. We'll be like, well, you know, actually, I can't do that because I'm doing Joe's podcast. Maybe I could do that tomorrow. I just hear the information and feel like I have no power, and then I go, oh, what the fuck? And then my wife's like, I just asked a question. And then I am so fucking up here, I have to like, it only takes me like 2 minutes. And then I come in,
But it
I
makes
put
for
my
great
head to the
comedy.
side of her head, and I just go, I'm sorry. I don't want to tell you, you married a fuck up. You blew it. You're not good at reading people. You have no one to blame but yourself. Like that, I apologize like an asshole. No, and
Makes for
that's
great
another thing
comedy,
too.
though.
There's another thing too. Is I also in this have never loved my wife more. You know, gave me a son, and it's just like it's one of those things where, you know, you just sit.
That's a
You
beautiful thing
really
about the
sit there
pandemic.
going like, I am way more of a fucking asshole than I thought I was. I knew I was, but I didn't think I was that bad.
So you realize you've got issues, but you don't know how to solve them. That's what it is?
I realized that I had issues that I thought I was past. That's what fucked me up. But see, you feel like, all right, so I've taken care of that. Now I can focus on this. And it's like, no, this is still in this pile. You thought it was 6 feet high. It's 12 feet high. And it was demoralizing. So
Don't you think knowing is part of the way to fix it, though?
yeah, but then you have to go through the torture of it. Because it's not like, you know, like the Dr. Phil episode. You need to understand the fucking yellow people, whatever the fucking. You go, oh, okay, thanks, Phil. And like you're just gonna go do that. It's like then you have to do the fucking work, and it's so easy to just go back into your.
Yes.
It's a deep groove worn into your personality, and you're trying to get out of the rut, and it's just easy to go back into it and just be on autopilot.
That's why people like
asshole
psychedelics.
autopilot.
That's why people like psychedelics. Because it separates you so much from who you are. You get a chance to look at yourself. It's one of the things that comes out of it.
I should have done that when I was younger.
Can't do it now? It's like right now?
On this podcast, I don't think
do it.
I don't think
Do a
that would
little
be
bit of
very
mushrooms.
professional. I'm supposed to be promoting one of these feature
See,
films.
we've
there.
already done it. We promoted it. Looks great. I'm excited. I'm excited to see you with a mustache.
Oh, so you're saying I'm done, and then I can now do this?
You can do a little drugs. Just a little mushrooms. Be good for you.
Listen, Joe, I know you're an influencer, but you ain't gonna win on this one.
Influencer.
If
Influencer. That's a
I-
dirty word to me.
I will be. Kids get out of the house, and they're fucking great people. Hopefully, if I did the job, then.
Then? So when they're 18? Okay, we'll go. When they're 18, I'm going to take you somewhere.
All right, but I'm 70 and you're 71.
Yeah. We'll get blasted together on mushrooms.
Yeah, I'll finally get that
We'll go
Cadillac.
to the Pacific Northwest, which will be burnt to the ground. Once the looters take over those 6 blocks, they're eventually going to expand to 12. There'll be no more Seattle. The trees will
I love
regrow.
Seattle. Don't say that. You ever play the Moore Theater?
Love it there. It's great.
I love Seattle.
I love Seattle. I'm a big fan. I used to love that Bellevue place, the pool hall. It was a pool hall connected to a comedy club. Remember that? Did you ever do that place?
I never did that one.
Went under real recently. It was fucking great. I'm trying to remember the name of the place, but it was in Bellevue. And I first went there with Callan. Callan was the one that told me about it. I was like, this is my dream. A pool hall connected to a comedy club. This is the greatest thing I've ever heard of.
Love that guy. He is one of the fastest minds. That's unbelievable how fucking funny that guy is.
Very funny dude. There it is. The parlor. Yeah. Permanently closed.
Talented guy too. I saw him one time with a bow and arrow, just talking all of this shit. And somebody hit a bullseye, and then he did the next one. And he split his fucking arrow, talking shit the whole
Brian
fucking.
Callen?
Yes.
Where'd you see this?
At this guy's house that had one of those things.
That was
And
dead luck. Brian
This
Callen's
is-
a terrible archer. He doesn't know jack shit about archery.
hey, listen, I know what I saw.
Were you dreaming?
No, I saw this. He talked shit the whole time, and he did it. It was fucking great. It was like I was watching a movie.
I bought him a bow.
Listen, I gotta tell you something. I think you need to move him a little bit higher up in your brain.
He's one of my best friends.
That's how you talk about it.
I love him. I bought him a bow. I bought him a Hoyt carbon spider. Really nice bow. Never used it once. He goes,
Wait,
I gotta use that bow. I gotta use that bow one day. I'm like, get a
He's
fucking
probably
target,
doing
put it
fucking.
in
He's
your
probably
backyard.
standing on the string doing curls, knowing him.
Maybe. He boxes. Likes to go to the boxing gym. Likes to mix it up. He goes in there and spars. I'm like, Brian, you're gonna get brain damage. You're 53 years old. You can't be getting punched in the face.
Yeah, but he's like a Jason Statham, 53. Because you have to know that, dude. Now that we're these old fucks, okay, we're hanging in there. Because you see people, I see at this point. I remember that's when I first felt old. Was when I would meet people after shows and I'd be like, oh, this guy's got at least 5 years on me, and I find out they were 5 years younger than me. Like I'll be like 33, I'd be like, you're fucking 28, and he was like a real 28, married, 3 kids, and I saw what that looked like. You know, this fucking business. This business, you get shit on. It's like I love the harassing to a point on social media.
Harassing?
Hey, Billy Boozeface, hey, Billy Fat Tits, and all that shit. Like that motivates me. Like I look, you got to honestly look at yourself. Like they're right. Yeah, they're hanging a little bit. I need to do some push-ups. They will fucking bully you into getting in shit. It's all how you process the information. No?
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
something to that. Yeah, look, you're talking about fat shaming.
I'm telling
Sometimes
you that
it
if I
works.
wasn't in this business, I would be a fat fuck. I get those blonde Oreo cookies, root beer floats. I would be fucking hammering that shit.
So being in the business
And-
keeps you
and then-
skinnier?
Yeah, because then on Twitter, I would just have the fucking the pussy picture, just the egg one. When nobody knows who you are, and I could be a fat fuck being like, just giving people shit. And you got a little fatter since the last movie. I would have a blast doing that.
How's your shoulder?
It's great.
Better?
Because I've been, that was another thing, is this, like, the shoulder thing also caused me that I had to slow down. And, like, the patience you need to rehab it,
Mm-hmm.
like, you're sitting there with, like, at first it's just the weight of your arm doing the crawls up the wall. Then you lay on your side, then it's just the weight of your arm. And then a tuna can. Then I went into a can of clams. And now I'm up to the pink weight, the 1 pounder. And then this is the big tipping point. When you go from 1 pound to 2 pound, as ridiculous as that sound, you're increasing the weight load by 100%. And that's when you get hurt. Because you want to get, like, I used to be able to do like 15 pound, 20 pound, 25, those sets you used to do. Yeah. And now I when it's really hurting, I reach for some salt. I'm like, it resets it. So what I do is I just slowly work my way up to 3 sets of 20. And then when I go to 2 pounds, when I do it, I'll just do 3 sets of 3. So I'm way beneath the weight load that I did. And then you gradually, it requires all of this patience that I don't fucking have.
What is wrong with it?
This one I had a bursitis. This one I fucked up something else. And this one is totally fine now. But I'm not using it as much because I'm not using this one. So I do the rehab on both sides just to keep them equal. I've been doing a lot of core work, a lot of back shit that I never did, which is how my shoulder got fucked up because I just did the 80s things. You know, everything up here,
Right.
what I could see, I worked on. So all back here was like, we can't fucking hold this shit. So everything, my shoulders bowed in, and one was higher than the other, and then eventually it just got pinched. Yeah, just do these fucking things. I know that's for this, but I didn't do anything
for your shoulders too.
For the middle of my back or lower back, all of this shit. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking
You ever
about.
use bands?
Yeah.
Bands are a good way to not get hurt. I'm a big fan. There's a product called Crossover Symmetry. It's a series of different weight bands. I'll show it to you out here. I have it attached to one of the bars, one of the cages, and these bands, they come in 15 pounds, 25 pounds, 40 pounds, a bunch of different weights. You take these things, and I do a whole series of exercises with my shoulders. It's great. It keeps everything strong, and you're not pushing it the same with weights.
Yeah, I'd like to look at that. I'm not going to do it, but once I get to a certain level of strength.
But the thing is, you can do it. It's not going to hurt you because you're just doing it lightly, like this.
You got a lawsuit coming your way, buddy. Look, this is. Oh, I just thought of something. I just forgot something that I learned about myself with that shit. That'll come to me. As far as like
with rehabilitation.
Yeah, but it also came into my personality. Just something that I kind of. Oh, this is what I learned about myself, and why I didn't miss stand up because it was freaking me out. Is because what I experienced as a kid, straight across the board, made me go to this mental place of like, I don't care. Fuck it, I don't care. I don't need it. I don't give a shit. And that's what caused everything to get walled off. And that actually feeds into rehabbing injuries because it was a big moment for me where I got this fucking console thing that I'm trying to put in my podcast studio. And I was supposed to deliver it and bring it in there, right? So the day they were going to deliver it, my wife went into labor. So I went to the hospital, and then they showed up, and I didn't want them going out in my garage. I got all my memorabilia and shit. I just didn't want people in there unless I was there. So I said, I just have them drop it off. I thought it was going to be a box, and it was already assembled. And it was fucking big, right? And it was also the weight load of it. I was like, fuck it. If I keep my arms in like this, it's mostly biceps, and I was going to do this, and I was going to do this stupid German-Irish. Fuck it. And what it was going to do was going to set me back. Once again, like I had a big setback in February. I had an acting gig, and they said, hey, it was just a stupid little action thing. There's a wall, put your hands on it, hop over. Can you do that? I'm like, yeah, my shoulder feels pretty good. And the second I went like that, I felt like lightning go down my shoulder. And I was like, fuck. Right back to the fucking tuna canning and all of that shit. So I actually had a friend come over. We were going to do it. I said, you know what, dude? I owe you a fucking dinner or something. I'm not doing this. And I called up this guy that I knew was a construction company. I go, you got a couple of strong young guys that can just move this thing in there. And I just had them do it. And that's like something that I'm pushing through where it helps me as a comic. And it also helps me deal with highly emotional shit because I can just shut shit off and just do what I have to do. Which works like back in the day when you're going to do Letterman, which was fucking terrifying. It's freezing cold. And you just have to be like, fuck this. It's just fucking people. This is just a different shiny floor that's freaking me out. And there's an icon sitting at that desk. I had the tools to shut that off, which is great for that moment. But it's terrible for the rest of your fucking life. Like there's shit that's like, I just realized there's just shit in me that I needed to, that I have not dealt with. Death of friends, all of that shit is just sitting in here. And I think that's also like when people then go like, oh, hey, can you do this? Oh, what the fuck? Like it's not all just that I'm not going to get what I want. A lot of that is like you got all of this shit that you're sitting on. So you're sitting on all that and you haven't addressed it. So then it the only way for the steam to come out is like for you to snap or whatever. So, which is really not fair to the people around you, to be honest with you. So I don't know.
Have you gone to therapy?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What about meditating? You ever meditate?
Yeah, but I find the guy's voice is fucking annoying.
You don't have to listen
He won't
to a
shut
guy.
up. Every time I'm getting there, he starts fucking talking again. And then he's using this really soothing, caring voice that makes me face all of that shit that I didn't get growing up, which makes me angry at this person that's trying to help me.
Wow.
Yeah. Quarantine is not a bad thing. If
For what it's worth, you're always fun to hang around with. I always enjoy your company. I don't have any issues with any of your crazy
because I
behavior.
have a crushing need to be liked. So I tone down my cuntiness when I'm around you. Listen, my wife knows me. Hang out with her one time. She'll tell you some fucking stories.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, the you that I get, I like. That helps you.
Yeah. You know the deal. You don't know anybody till you live with them.
All right.
You know? I will not accept your compliments. That's another part of my personality.
Who's the guy that's running the meditation app that's annoying you? Do you know whose app you're using?
I don't want to put the guy on blast, but yeah, I do.
Okay. Let me know
And
later.
he's great.
He's great.
He's great at what he's doing. He's trying to help people.
I understand.
Yeah.
You should do it without an app.
Dude, I have a story. I can't say what I said nowadays. I can't say what I said, but I remember one time I was playing pickup hockey, and I suck, right? But I'm having a good time out there. I'm just, I'm out there trying to get a sweat going, right? And I'm having my head down, and we're playing no contact. And because it was really my fault. I had my head down, and this guy fucking knocked me down on the other team. He goes, "Are you all right?" Yeah. What I said to that guy, I still fucking regret. I was so mad at him that he was caring in that moment.
Oh,
Like,
wow.
And that's one of those things. It was like, what is wrong with me?
Wow. So you're really trying to come to grips with all this shit right now.
Yeah, because I don't want to pass this shit on to
On
my
your
kids. That's
So
what happens. And
as
it's
they're
just
growing
like,
up, you
yeah,
realize-
when people are like, if people say my kids are not like me, like I'm like, good. That's weird, but I do think that a lot. If they're like, oh yeah, she's like, happy go lucky. I'm like, great. Like I forget what somebody said one time about my daughter, because she's this angel, right? And they made some sort of, comic, made the comment, thinking it was going to hurt me, and I was like, yeah, dude, that's fucking music to my ears. I don't want her to be like me. Don't.
Did you think they were trying to hurt you when they said it?
No, it was one of those comic things where they don't have kids, and it was a guy, and they don't know what to say. So then they got to make a fucking joke. Like I had a buddy of mine, a comedian, on my birthday. He goes, "Hey, happy destroying your mother's uterus day." And I just remember laughing, going like, "Oh, there's a guy who has to do a little more work than I have to."
Or you just
I
being
can
funny.
say, I know, but I mean, I know what it is. It was a Boston comic, and he couldn't just say happy birthday because that would be gay.
Right.
So he has to go to so overcorrect that, has to go to that level. It's so fucking stupid. It's probably why guys die before women. You hang on to shit, and there's all that stuff, You can't say enjoy sunset, Joe. You can't do that.
Why can't you?
Shut up.
But
You
I
know
do.
why. I know you do. I know, but the thing about you is you can also beat the shit out of most people in a fucking room. So you got that. So people can be like, oh, wow. They actually want to hear that from you. When they see you spinning heel kick, they want to know that you enjoy a sunset. Because, I don't want, if this guy's as angry as I am and can do all of that shit, what are my odds of getting out of here? So you want to see that out of a guy like you.
Big guy like you don't want to see it. Don't want to see you enjoying a sunset.
Joe, I don't read. I don't know what it is. I am too in here to understand me.
This is interesting.
I have a very weird thing. I have an alley of my personality that works that I somehow turned into a living.
Yeah.
But the rest of it looks like Fred Sanford's yard. Old radiators and bed frames and shit. It's a fucking mess.
It's interesting because I've never seen you this introspective, where you're really trying to work it out. You're really thinking about it more than I've ever seen you think about it before. You've always joked around about it, in all the years I've known you. It's always been a part of the things you talk about. But it seems much more at the forefront of your consciousness right now. It's something you really need to work on. You really realize, like, I got to fix this.
Yeah, I think it started last year doing the movie. Oh, he brings back the movie. There was a bunch of shit that I had to play that I never had to play before. You want me to be a loud fucking asshole? I can do that. But then all of a sudden, like, I had a lot of anxiety about a lot of the stuff. Like, my character had 2 kids. And, like, the first time I meet the kids, it's classic acting, where it's just like, you just show up. I remember I took this acting class. This guy, Brendan Hughes, he was great. He was saying, like, he was talking about what it's like to go on a movie set. It's just like how you have to have access to all these emotions because you're showing up. And it's just like, okay, you're this guy, and this is your dad, and your mother just died, and action. And it's just like, what? Because that's the way it goes. It just goes real quick. So, yeah. So I have to play like this. So I got 2 kids here. So the first day I met them, we had to do the family photo. They wanted to have one of those things in the background for a scene. So you have to, and I'm sitting there going like, fuck, you know, I gotta act like I love these kids the way I love my kids. Like, and that was really confronting for me as far as how I'm wired. Well, fuck you, I don't need anybody. So I had like a fucking panic attack before, like, really? Even that thing, like just being like, just that comic thing where you're just like, dude, I stand on stage, I do shit jokes for a fucking hour, you give the check, and then I fucking leave. I smoke a cigar, just fucking leave me alone, right? And this thing here, it's like, no, you're now on a schedule. Somebody tells you where you have to be. So, like, you know, I was like a cat on a leash all of a sudden, like, I have to be all these places. So I was freaking out about that. And then I had to do the picture with the kids. So what I did was, I got myself into a really silly mood. And I was joking with all the other actors. I was making fun of myself. I was joking with anybody that had anything to do with the movie. I got this really silly, stupid mood. And to get myself in that headspace. And then I met them. I started joking around about what I looked like. And this is what your dad looked like. And then they started laughing. So when they took the picture, we were actually laughing about a joke I was making about myself. And then I looked at the picture, and they looked real. They looked like I love these kids. So I got over that hurdle. So, like, throughout the shoot, you know, obviously the shit yelling at Pete, it's like I can fucking do that all day. But all that other stuff, and it's like, okay, and, you know, Jeb would be like, okay, and then you meet Margie, and you're smitten. And it's like, smitten. I've been smitten in life, but I've never, you know, as a comedian, I don't think you ever really go on stage. Even if you were to do something where you were smitten, you're making fun of that emotion and the stupid things that you do. And it's like, no, we need you to play this real. Like, you really have just, and I'm like, oh, so I'm like into her? He goes, no, you're love struck, like a lightning bolt. And I'm just like, and it's like, oh, geez, like, I don't know how to fucking do this. And, you know, fucking, you know, oh my God, I'm in my head. This person's won an Oscar, then I think I suck, you know, just going through all of that shit. So it took me probably 2 weeks on the film. I was 2 weeks in, they had shot enough of my shit where I was like, all right, they're not going to fire me. I can kind of relax a little. And then after that, I had a great time. I had a fucking great time. Best time I've had on any acting gigs, and I've had a lot of fun throughout the years. So I think that's what sort of started it. And I was kind of like, you know, trying to communicate it to my wife, and she doesn't know what I'm talking about. She's like, you're doing a movie. This is fucking great. And she has access, you know, opposites attract. So she has access to all of that shit. She's actually, you know, a fucking way better actor than I am and stuff. So she helps me out a lot. So after those 2 weeks, I was able to chill, and then I had a great time, and I got over a bunch of hurdles, and I was kind of like, oh, this is like growing as a comic, where it's like, okay, I know how to do this as a comic. What if I try to act something out? Oh, that's not my safe space. Now I start feeling like an open micer again. They're not going to like me. I'm not stuck getting spots at the store. Go home, live home with my parents. I start doing that shit. Yeah. The whole show going on up here, Joe.
Did you watch it after it was done?
Yeah. I watched the initial cut of it, and then I saw the final version of it and everything.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it's one of those things. You're just you know everything that was there and wasn't there, and like especially with jokes, Like there was some, there's always going to be stuff that you, oh God, why did they cut there? I wish they put this in. But like as far as like the movie itself, I loved it, how it worked and the way they put it together. And there's the opening scene that's in the movie initially was in the middle of the movie. And somebody, Judd, I don't know who came up with the brilliant idea to put that scene first. And it totally changed the tone of the movie. And that's when it like took off. Because I saw a real raw cut and it was like, this is a bunch of funny shit. And like everybody I've ever talked to who edits a movie, like when they watch their first cut of the movie, they're like, oh my God, I'm never gonna work in this business again. I just wasted my fucking, I was actually talking to one of the actors who had directed one of my favorite movies, Trees Lounge. Steve Buscemi made that movie, and he told this fucking hilarious story about when the first cut that he watched of it, like he just like went home like a zombie, like going, oh my God, like how am I gonna make? And it's such a great movie by the time he was done editing it, but his first like look at it, so that helped me out. A guy as good as him having that type of thought, I was just like, oh geez, I think that shit all the time. This guy's an icon. If he thinks that, then this is normal. So like, all right, I guess I'm kind of normal to think this shit. So yeah. So I think that started it. And then I just kind of would have just been happy to get through the movie. And then that would have been it. And then I had to be quarantined. Oh, we all got quarantined. Something like typical self-involved me. Everybody's quarantined. And then that just became me sitting around. And I was like, I'm not watching TV because this is just going to fucking make me feel like claustrophobic watching all this news and shit, trying to be informed. So I kind of went away from that. And then I was just in the house with me, just sitting there, and everybody was asleep. It's fucking just thinking. But not in a bad way. I don't think. I don't know.
Well, it doesn't seem like it's a bad way. It seems like you've isolated some of the things that you have a problem with that you need to work out. I mean, that's one great leap on the way to figuring it out, is knowing what you're trying to work on. Some people go their whole life not understanding what the fuck is wrong with them.
I'm jealous of those people. I grew up with a lot of those people.
Those people watch TV all the time.
No, they are who they are, and they just fucking do that. There is some, I have actually, it's so fucked up. There's people, like when I look at people that just do whatever the fuck they want to do, like who doesn't want to just fucking eat a large cheese pizza and then finish it off with a pint of ice cream? Like those people that do that, I know they pay for it, but there is something to be. I'm reading this book right now on Bobby Lane, who's a quarterback for the Detroit Lions, and there's all these legends. Like his story is so legendary, you don't even know where the legend is and where the truth is. But like this guy Art Donovan used to tell a story about, he was on the other team and he sacked him, and he's getting up and Bobby breathed on him. He goes, Jesus Christ, man, where the fuck did you go last night? And Bobby allegedly said last night, he goes, I had a couple of pops at halftime. These guys were fucking lunatics. And he lived this life where he had this wide array of friends, really progressive, where he like, through playing sports, he had African-American friends. And if they were to go in someplace and they said, your friend can't come in, he goes, no, we're not fucking going in. I mean, this guy was doing this in the 50s and 60s, right? And he was always like that. But he died at like 58 or 59. And it was hard for all of his friends to see him, not being like the legend. But there's a great part in the book where he's talking about his life. And like knowing that, he probably should have gone easier. But like this big smile came on his face that he kind of did it the way he wanted to. Because believe me, dude, I would love to go home and kill a bottle of bourbon right now. I would love to smoke another fucking 5 of these fucking things, but got too many people dependent on me. But there is something to be said about living. Those people, they just like, I like booze. I like it. I like getting drunk, and just if I want to do it every night, I'm fucking gonna do it. I live at home. I want to get a pizza. I'm gonna have a fucking pizza. You do pay for it, but there is. I made me think of like, well, what's
Lemmy from Motorhead?
Well, what's that life like?
Yeah.
As opposed to being like, well, I got to make sure I eat my Brussels sprouts and it's like, and you kind of inch your way to death, as opposed to just being like, fuck it, pizza tastes good. I want a pizza. Fuck it, I'm having one. Let's try every bourbon. I love that in the Lemmy doc when he just had all those Suburban. The greatest thing, the Lemmy thing, is when those guys were saying, Lemmy goes, "Hey, you want some Jack Daniels?" They go, "Yeah." And he takes a bottle down and then hands both of them their own bottle. And they were like, "What the fuck?" And he starts just drinking out of this like he's having a Coke. Gene Del Rey said something fucking hilarious about when he watched the Lemmy doc. He goes, "Dude, if I saw that thing when I was in my 20s and I knew Lemmy was going to live to be 70, he goes, I never would have stopped."
His last days were rough, though. I remember.
I think everybody's
there's a video-
last days are rough, unless you drop dead.
But his last days on performing. I mean, he basically performed until the wheels fell off. There's a video of him, like one of the last shows that he did, where he had to walk off stage in the middle of his performance.
He was such a fucking badass. Even like just the way he had the microphone, the way he would sing, he just kept hitting the fucking bass was all low.
Yeah.
Can't teach that, man. That guy was fucking in his DNA.
Well, he lived it, that's for sure, and he is a legend. And there's something to be said for that. It's all what you put your energy to.
Yeah,
You
it's
put your
kind of
energy
how
to-
you like. You know what it is? It's the balls to live that life.
Yeah, indulgent and wild.
Yeah, where like
Yeah.
there's all this heroicism to sobriety, but which there is.
Yeah.
Being sober and just taking life in the face every day is fucking hard. And I think to see somebody but that has the balls, even with all this Surgeon General shit, as I'm sitting here smoking a fucking cigar, looking for a toothpick if you have one.
No. Toothpick. Just get the piece of stick right there.
Yeah, but I can't fucking stick it in here. This is why I had to stop cigars, because I'll smoke it right down to my fucking fingers.
Yeah. Whittle that thing down.
Jesus Christ, Joe.
Give me that stick.
Oh, is that the way you're supposed to hand somebody a knife?
Well, I was gonna.
Oh, you were going to do it.
Yeah.
I don't need you, Joe. I don't need anybody.
Good luck. You need a roach clip. You want another cigar so you don't have to do that? I mean, we have.
No, this
plans.
is the best part.
That's the best part of the cigar?
Yeah, it's the most fun. You get the smoke goes right to it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like I'm in therapy.
Listen.
I feel like I'm a therapist right now.
Listen, don't switch to kid glove tone with me, all right? I'm just fucking
Sorry.
around here.
I'm sorry, Bill.
See that?
Just trying to assess the situation.
How are you? Is that what your training has taught you? You talked all these whack jobs on your fucking podcast.
The Lemmy thing is, that's one of the things that people love about him, right? Because everybody knows you're supposed to eat well. Everybody knows you're not supposed to get fucked up every night. Everybody knows you're supposed to be responsible and mature and smart. But what he did was just
That ain't gonna
wild.
work.
He didn't work. No.
Oh, it's going to be slipping.
Look at him there. He was just wild to the end. And it
Yeah,
worked.
and I think you need people like that.
You do. You do.
Because you can get a lot out of the way that they live, where every once in a while you be like, you know what, fuck this. Let's be Lemmy today.
Yeah, you get great art out of those people too. Those wild people, the Bukowskis and Sam Kinnisons and the Lemmys and the people that just fucking go hard. There's something to that.
Yeah,
There's something to that too.
yeah.
And there's also something to people that are stoic. What's interesting to me is the range of people. I can get things out of people that just drink water and meditate, and I'm fascinated by them. I'm fascinated by people like I was watching some. Do you know Russell Simmons? He lives in where does he live in? Bali or Indonesia or something like that. He was doing an Instagram live, and he's doing it cross-legged with some crazy yoga shawl over his knees and shit, and it looked like an ashram. And he's basically talking like a yogi in an ashram. Like this guy was the head of Def Jam. Yeah. And he got really, really into yoga. And now he lives in some country somewhere and just fucking does yoga. He's doing Instagram live talking to people. Like a guru.
Yeah, I ain't gonna go that hard.
I'm not either.
I'll do a yoga. I mean, I kind of do my own version of yoga, just shit that I've learned.
Do you do a little yoga?
I stretch all the time.
Yeah?
I have to, because I you just get to a certain age if you don't, I mean, you know,
Yeah, I love stretching.
yeah, you kind of got to do all of that shit. So anyway, enough of that.
You ever take a yoga class?
Yeah.
Like hot yoga? You ever do that?
I just felt like I couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
And I remember too, also like my back was fucked up. That's why I went to the class, and the position she started out with, the twisting was happening too quickly. So I kind of just went down to the mat and I was doing all the thing, and the teacher got like all freaked out by it.
Really?
She's like, "Come on, you know, try to stay with the class. You can't be like busting out all these different asanas." And I just started fucking laughing, where I was just thinking like, this is all supposed to be about listening to your body, and you're like the oil man in here trying to control. This is your own little fucking economy. And just the fact that you're walking around like you got it all figured out. You got 99% of people here all doing what the fuck you say. And one guy goes down to his mat because his back is fucked up, and you process it like I'm fucking with your authority in a yoga class. So with my broad brush, I said, fuck hot yoga.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, yoga teachers like everything else. You know, some of them you're going to enjoy. Some of them are going to be really good at it. And some of them are going to annoy the fuck out of you. What annoys the fuck out of me is when they start giving you motivational advice and telling you how to live your life. You've got to learn to let go of things. Like for me, and then tell some personal story. And so, what I got out of that, like, Jesus Christ, can we fucking move on here? I didn't come here to hear your first grade.
I used to go to this one.
Elementary psychology.
It was a great class. It was a great class, but the dude, it was fucking awesome. After a while, I was just psychologically breaking this guy down. And something happened to him at a Gold's Gym. I don't know what happened to him. He just was forever making fun of muscle heads. And I was thinking, because I had the hybrid thing going on. Like back before I fucked up my shoulder, I loved lifting weights. I loved going to the gym and all that shit. And I liked the energy in a gym. I liked it. And the old school ones, right? When the guys used to walk around with the towels tucked into their fucking, that shit. And he was forever shitting on it. And then another thing that he would do was he would also somehow steer it toward like a subtle comment about lovemaking and the way to, and he was putting out like his vibe that he was good in bed at the same time.
That's a yoga guy move.
Oh. And he had the little ponytail and shit. It was fucking, it was like a Will Ferrell character. It was fucking funny. It's just like, it was like a real life, like Will Ferrell, like just really, just like, I know everything kind of vibe. He wasn't as bad as that, but it was just, the whole,
I get it. Yeah.
It was funny though. And I used to sit there, this was like this dude in New York. I remember it was fucking hilarious. And what was hilarious was I was bad at yoga. You're not supposed to even say that. If you're doing it, man, you just, wherever your body's at is where you're supposed to be, right? And I just remember when he would walk around the class and he would adjust people, he'd always skip me and then adjust some hot chick who was way more flexible than me. And it's just like, really? I'm doing it right as I'm sitting over here. For some reason, I never needed an adjustment. And this was like the 90s, so you could get away with this shit. There was a lot of adjusting like this, almost cupping a titty and fucking shit on the hips and stuff. Yeah. Hey, God bless him. It's like a Pied Piper. You got all these hot chicks in there and you get them all stretched out before he banged them. And it worked. So I couldn't hate on him for that. But it was, to get through the class, because I have such fucking ADD, I was just, there was like a comedy show going on within it. Like, like a house. And then like a couple buddies, you got to go. We'll do like a bet when he's going to shit, how many times he's going to shit on the gym.
What does he say?
What would he say? He would talk about the muscle heads coming in there, and they had no flexibility, and and how everything was all like overdeveloped. But we'd always be doing some fucked up pose or something, and he goes, "This works on your psoas." Like, what machine in the gym? Is there a psoas machine? Like, I can't remember. It was like fucking. It was a long time ago, and At first, it pissed me off. It's just like, well, I like fucking doing curls. What's wrong with And then it just became funny to me.
There's a specific type of guy that's like that. I went to a yoga guy once, used to sing classes. He wound up banging this lady that was there.
Oh, there was a lot back in the day. You can't do it now. Yeah, there was a lot of banging
Yeah,
back then.
there's a lot of. This was like I guess this was late '90s, early 2000s maybe, and he would sing in class. It was so cheap. It was so disingenuous. Oh yeah, like he would do these like yoga songs. I was like, you are so gross.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one.
No, yoga
but
guys are
but then
famous for that.
There was some really good ones that I found.
fuck
But
yeah.
I found out, some.
Yeah, there's some really good ones. There's this guy I go to. I mean, you hear him talk, you think he's going to be annoying. He's got pierced nipples, the whole deal, but he's really sincere. He's really into it. He's so gay. He's so gay. It's like oozing when he talks. But he's just so gay.
I don't even know what that means.
The
That's
way
fucking
it's
funny.
so gay. Like the way he talks. We're here. We're here. You're supposed to be here. Let it go. But that's who he is. Like he's comfortable.
Well,
who he
that's
is,
the
and I love
thing.
his class.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
As if it's genuine.
Yeah.
Then it becomes this great thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's who he is. He's yeah. It's like whoever the fuck you are. If that's who you are, like I like it. I don't want you to try to sell me on who you are. Like the guy with the love making.
That goes the last 2 hours of this podcast.
The selling you on who they are is where it gets really gross. Pretending to be something they're not. Not being. I mean, I like flaws. It's good. We all have them. So my favorite people are all flawed. I don't mind. Yeah. And it's not even that guy was flawed. He was just like normally you would think if a guy was talking like that teaching a yoga class, like this is not going to be fun. But it was great.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that are really good at it, man. It's just finding them, So I like the place that I go to. I just look at the schedule. I'm like, oh, that's a good one. I'll take her class. I like him. He's fun.
Yeah.
And there's this one dude. He has weird tattoos, like real strange. Like
It always has to be clean too, because there's so much sweating going on. I hate when you go like those hot yoga classes. There's just no way to get the floors were sweating. Like there's just no way to.
You just gotta accept it. It's so good for your body. It's so good for your stretching too, because you can get into positions when you're doing hot yoga that you're not going to get into, and it's like really stretching that tissue out, extending your range of motion. I love it. I'm a fucking evangelist for it, though. I tell so many people to do it. A lot of people have listened, but more people just get annoyed.
Well, I love that when you guys do the Sober October.
Mm-hmm.
And I watch Segura and fucking Kreischer dry out, and like 3 weeks in, they start looking like movie stars and shit. It's always.
Well, we did the fitness one. We did one Sober October fitness challenge. We all wore these straps, and we had to like compete to see who can get the most fitness points and stuff like that. Ari got a fucking 6-pack. Like Ari got shredded. Like he doesn't even work out. Before that, he was never working out. And over the course of the month, by the end of the month, he had a legit 6-pack. He looked great.
But he's always pretty wiry though. He
pretty thin. Yeah. He got fat at one point in time because he was eating nothing but candy. He was literally eating candy all day long. He was always like a bag of gummy bears with him and shit like that. But then
Dude, I gotta play. I don't know if I still have the message. We're done with this. I gotta play the message. Him congratulating me having a kid. It's so Ari. It's so fucking funny.
But yeah, he dried out with that, and then he never gained it back, but he never had that 6-pack again. He was shredded because he was super competitive. He was really trying to win. It was really interesting. It was interesting to watch.
And I liked how Bert would do it too, where Bert would have he would always have like a crazy buildup that was totally against. Well, he told me this story about him running the fucking LA marathon and like drinking the night before. It's just like, dude, you could have fucking died. And
no, they never really trained for it.
But he's mentally strong. He just got himself in this mindset of put one foot in front of the other, and I am not stopping until I get to the finish line.
26 miles.
Fuck.
It's a fucking hell of a haul for a fat guy. He did it.
Yeah. You won't catch me doing that.
No marathon running.
No.
Did you run at all?
No, I was not. I used to ride a bike. I did that for a while. Where I got so into it. I remember one time I actually was drinking in the afternoon and I still had to go on a bike ride. I got on a bike shit face. It was sweating. This is the 80s too. No helmet, no nothing, and just fucking rode like 12 miles. And I never had heard the expression. I never felt hitting a wall. I like whatever the electrolytes were, there was just nothing left. And I was like 6 miles. This East Coast, so there's all kinds of hills and shit from my house. And I was like, I don't think, I don't, what am I going to do? And there was no cell phones. Like, what am I going to do? So I just kept riding. And then it was like this 5 minute, like, I'm going to die. I'm not going to get through this. And then I just got to the other side where I think my body was just like, all right, there must be something, like death must be chasing us. So we need to go into something else here. And I pushed through into that.
That's what they say happens when you do those ultra marathons. Those people, they get to a point where they think there's no way they can keep going. They're doing 100 miles and they're 38 miles in and they're ready to quit. But they just manage to just keep left, right. And eventually you get into a zone and you cross the finish line. 20 hours later.
Hey, God bless them. Now that I would just say, well, that you have all people handing you cups of shit and you can just tap out.
Eat. There's a lot of things you have to do. Those 24-hour races, you have to eat. You run dry. It's not like a regular marathon.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Yeah.
Those
Well,
triathlons.
Bill Burr, has been a great therapy session. And,
thank you.
I'm
F is for
excited
Family
about your movie.
Season 4 coming out
I don't
tomorrow.
know how you have time to do that. How the fuck do you have time to do F is for Family as well as stand up, as well as all the other shit you do? Play the drums.
Delegation.
Yeah.
You surround yourself with super talented people. You do your job, they do their job, and you're able to do that. Able to do it. But I needed this break though. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I needed it too. I didn't think I needed it. I thought it was fine.
But now I am like fucking chomping at the bit to get back on stage. I
Me
can't
too.
wait. And I miss hearing people laughing and hanging with comics and hearing the crazy shit they say.
Next time I see you, I hope it's at the store.
Yes. Oh, the Troubadour.
The Troubadour.
That's
Either
right.
one. Either
Okay,
or.
cool.
I'm in.
All
Bill
right.
Burr, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Bye, brother. All right.
All right. Is that good?
Joe Rogan Experience.
Stream by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
This is a good way to open up the podcast because Jamie is an expert on all things Black Twitter.
Well,
What's going on, Jamie?
I don't know. There's a lot going on. A lot of rumors are flying.
The rumors are that Diddy was running some kind of Epstein type deal where he was filming everybody, right?
That's the rumors. Yeah, I don't know that there's any proof or anything other than that.
The thing is, like, we're getting the rumors from the internet, and the internet thinks that the Taliban took out that bridge in Baltimore. So it's like, who fucking knows? Who knows what's real?
That's what Diddy's lawyers, I think, said. It was like that these are just trucked up charges. Not trucked up, I don't think they said that, but like bullshit charges.
Dude, when Homeland Security invade your house, you got problems with dudes with fucking guns and body armor. There's
Someone said that they weren't there to take stuff. They were there to delete everything. The real people that
oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Of course. There's layers upon layers. When you get into these fucking conspiracy theories, man, they never end. They never end. There's just layers upon layers upon layers.
It's fun to talk about.
It is fun to talk about. It's hard to know what's true. But wow, people genuinely love it when someone like Diddy gets caught, though. The glee that people have is weird. Why? Because he's too successful. Also, it's like there was always so much East Coast, West Coast shit that's still like in the zeitgeist, you know, like with Biggie and Tupac, and they're all hating at each other, and they both got killed, and there was a lot going on. And then there's people that thought that Puffy was involved and Suge Knight was involved.
I think Suge Knight's the one who said the thing I just thought of.
What thing?
About that they were there to delete stuff.
Well, if he really was filming everybody, I mean, he had a lot of people at those parties, right? You know who said Luke from 2 Live Crew?
Yeah, he said he was to leave early.
Yeah, when Luke from 2 Live Crew is leaving early, like, you got a wild party. If what's happening is too fucked up for Luke from 2 Live Crew, like, check please. There's so many different stories. Who knows?
What are you gonna do?
I'm not doing that.
We're not involved in them. I was never at Diddy's party. I don't even know the motherfucker.
We're out
I
here
don't want to know nobody.
telling jokes. Telling jokes.
Like I told you,
having fun.
That's it.
Yeah.
Smoking dope, cracking jokes, making people.
That's
everything
it.
else is background music. And living in LA, you have all this shit that's going on around you. That's what you have your life, and then you have all this shit that goes in and out of your ears all fucking day, and you're like, I just want to do stand-up.
You also have those celebrity environments where celebrities all get together, and there's so many of them, in these wild parties. And if you got a wild party, and P. Diddy puts on that wild party, and he sets everybody up. Like, if you were an intelligence agent, like a Jeffrey Epstein type deal, that'd be the way to do it. Big old crazy party, get everybody loose,
And get the
get
cameras
them the
rolling
yayo, get them the yayo,
and everything else.
get them everything you need, get fired up, get those cameras rolling. And now you got everybody under wraps. What a twisted web some folks weave. You all right over there? Yeah. You gotta concentrate. That is a skill that I never picked up. The roll your own skill. Never picked it up.
Sometimes you got no choice but to pick it up.
Yeah, no, I should have.
You're sitting there with reefer.
I admire people that do it. When I see a person that can roll a solid joint, I'm like, that's an exceptional person. It's like a person who can play guitar. I'm like, good for them.
Level of skill with it too. Music rolls and nice.
Oh yeah, man.
They're done by machine.
I've seen dudes in Instagram driving their car, rolling with one hand. That's next level.
Yeah, that's next level.
That's next level. Charlie Murphy could roll a hell of a blunt. Charlie Murphy is one of those. You know who else rolls a hell of a blunt? Luis Gomez.
Yeah.
Gomez rolls a hell of a blunt. And he does it the real way. He doesn't just split the spliff and open it up and lick it. No. He takes the paper out and he makes, cuts it. Like he'll unravel a cigar and then take the tobacco paper and cut it and wet it and get it down.
I just don't want to get high. It's like free base and coke. I got to run it and run it through a sock. Then it's got to dry. No, just give me the fucking reefer. I like smoking blunts, but that's what gave me pneumonia last time. I started smoking blunts.
Yeah?
Sure enough.
It gave you pneumonia?
Pneumonia.
Really?
Pneumonia last time.
You think it's definitely from that?
It was that and the sleep. It was a bunch of shit. What it really was I had an abscess.
Oh.
And the sleep mask.
Oh.
I cleaned that motherfucker
Abscess
for
is
20 years.
dangerous.
Dog, I'm shooting a fucking movie with Kevin. And it blew.
Oh, really?
In my mouth, because I was shooting with Kevin.
Oh, you had no idea.
No, I'm spitting blood and pus, and I'm like, and then I
no.
started feeling sick.
Oh, no.
Thank God
gets in
we
your
wrapped.
bloodstream.
Thank God we
Yeah.
wrapped. I'm like, I'm not going to make it home.
Ooh.
I couldn't even drive. I got home, I went right to sleep. The next day I got up and went right to the doctor. And that started, because doctors aren't, now they send you to 20 different places. So by the time you get there, you know what this started with the pneumonia?
What?
They saw a fucking thing in my kidney. What's that when you have a
Kidney stones?
kidney stone?
Yeah.
They go, we got to start drinking whatever. I'm like, kidney stones.
Yeah.
Then I went to another doctor, and he's like, you're not a kidney stone. There's something wrong with the bottom of your lung.
Oh.
And there's a cyst in your heart.
A cyst?
Something that kept growing over the years, like a little boil by one of the valves.
Oh, Jesus.
All right, then he sent me for another one. Then finally, Eisenberg fucking sent me to the real deal, and he goes, this eliminates everything. When I left there, I thought he was going to say we're going to put in a stent and all this shit. He goes, no, just aspirin. I just want you to go on a baby aspirin.
Really?
That's it. He goes, your heart's perfect. You're good. That's it. My calcium score was good, which was very fucking surprising. I stopped eating bacon in the mornings.
Yeah? How come?
Just I do an avocado toast instead. You know, I'd rather do avocado toast with an egg and a bowl of fruit.
That's good.
That's
That's good.
You know, I used to eat a cheese omelet with French fries with 10 pieces of bread with butter on it. So this works.
This is better.
This works.
Yeah,
you know,
that's definitely better. Get
So-
them healthy fats. Yeah. How good is that sushi place you went to?
Oh my God.
You shout out to Yuki Hand Roll.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
The fucking, when you got up to go to the bathroom is when he dropped my rolls. I'm like, whose is this? It was just a chunk.
Yeah.
And especially now with this new economics, that sushi's getting smaller and smaller.
It is in a lot of places.
There was 2 hunks of fucking tuna there.
Yeah,
I'm full.
Big. They give you big pieces of Yuki. And the guy came from Nobu, super sweet guy, really nice.
You guys have put together a hell of a fucking. Remember, we've been coming here since 19. And we used to come here. We used to just go to Papa Do's.
Yep.
And there was another place we went. The Mexican joint, Papacitos, and that's it. And that was where we went for 3 fucking days. Now look what you got here.
Yeah.
It's like an empire of everything. You guys were talking in the green room last night about all the different restaurants. And you guys didn't stop.
So many people moved
didn't stop. You guys did not. Everybody had a suggestion. How about this place? You asked for a steak here, 8 people raised their hands. Mexican food. Go to that place, that Fusion.
There's so many good steakhouses in town that people forget. You know, you go, oh, you got Jay Carver's, right? Perry's, Bob's.
There's excitement now.
Three Forks. Yeah,
it's very exciting. You know, the last 2 nights, the store in its heyday, like 2019, 2018. I gotta be honest with you. I would do my spots, and I would have to go to the kitchen and sit in the corner by myself, and I would just watch to think that this was really happening.
Yeah,
because it would assault all your. Like, it was just so much. It was celebrities.
Yeah.
I remember one night, half of UFC was there.
Yeah.
You know, like, you look around, there's fucking 8 guys in the UFC right there, and you're like, what the fuck is happening up here? What the fuck are all these people, you know? The last 2 nights, I had to leave early. And you go home and you can't sleep.
Yeah.
Last night when you text me, I was awake. I got home at fucking 11. I couldn't sleep from everything. I was writing and fucking thinking and coming on his head and fucking, you know, it's what stand-up does to you at night. It's, you know, you can't not be a fucking early riser with stand-up. Because even if you do an 8 o'clock show, unless you're a fucking mope, you're thinking about that set.
Yeah.
Even when you're eating with your friend, you know where you went week tonight. Even though you did great. That one joke didn't work, you're thinking about how you can make it better. That's what I missed. I didn't miss the planes. I didn't miss the hotels.
Right.
I missed having 4 ideas and starting to get on stage and trying to connect those 4 ideas together. And when those 4 ideas get connected together, I'm just saying, 4 ideas, 3 different premises.
Right.
It's the best feeling. It's better than sex.
It's incredible
better than
feeling.
sex. And that's what I missed. Everything else I didn't look at. The age and all, no.
Well, there's a relationship with the audience that's so pure because, you know, they know you. Like, they really know you. They know you from podcasts. They know you from your bits. They fucking know you. They know you from conversations. They get it. And then they're watching you put together this thing that's really for them. It's for you because you create it and, you know, you get paid to say it and you get this great feeling that you did it. But for a person like a fan, like when I was watching you last night, as a fan, like I got to see a bunch of the new shit that you were doing that I was telling you was killing me. But it's a beautiful feeling. It's a great feeling when someone that you really love is really funny, has got new stuff, and they're killing it. And it's just like this atmosphere. So there's 250 people. We're all sharing this moment. So it's super positive in like all ways. It makes people feel better. They leave that place, they feel better. And so when you know that you can do that, then you get together in the green room afterwards. You're like, God, this one bit is like something missing. It's fucking, there's something clunky about it. It just feels fake. It feels like it's too perform. I got to rework it. And then you start from scratch. You figure it out. But it's just because you want to get to that place where the audience is like, yes, you hit them with some shit they didn't see coming, and or they get to see some shit that maybe you did 6 months ago, but now it's tighter. Yeah. Now it's got all these new punchlines and new avenues that you could take it to.
The worst is when you, 3 years later, You get a bit, and you're like, you know what? I wish I could use that bit now.
Right.
That bit I did 3 years ago fits right in there now. But you're like, yeah, I'm gonna people. No, I'm doing old jokes.
Yeah, but sometimes just shove it in there anyway. Who cares? Just because it fits, it's perfect. It's funny. The whole idea is just be as funny as possible.
Yeah, no, I got
You're always supposed to be coming up with new material for sure, but you know, I don't mind when somebody busts out an old bit.
The other night when I got here, I landed at 11:30. Got my luggage by 11:45. I walked out. When I got in that car, you should have seen that airport. It was alive.
Yeah.
Fucking tons of people coming into Austin. I mean, I was like, this has changed a lot. This airport used to be a sleepy fucking howl.
Yeah, the whole town. The pandemic changed the whole town. You know, and then a lot of the tech companies moved here too. That was a big part of it. A lot of these young people just didn't want any part of San Francisco anymore. They're like,
Who would want to live there?
Who would want to live there? It's dangerous. It's weird. You know what I'm saying? 5 of his friends have been assaulted or robbed. 5.
You can't lock your car.
Yeah, you gotta leave your car open.
Window open because they're gonna smash it. How do you live like that?
Yeah. They basically empowered mental patients who are drug addicts to just live on the street and shit everywhere and harass people. And there's no sign that they're turning it around. They don't seem to be turning it around at all, except for when Xi Jinping came to town. I told them if I was the mayor, I'd buy Xi Jinping a condo. Like when he's in town, everything's clean. And he came to San Francisco. They moved all the tents. They put up fences so people couldn't put tents back up. They cleaned the streets. And Gavin Newsom was like, "Well, when you have guests come over, you clean up your house." Like what? What a crazy gaslighting spin on a fact that you could have fixed this the whole time, and you chose not to until the dictator comes to town.
You know, in my criminal heyday, I used to move around a lot. And I ended up in San Francisco, August of '85. I was in Boulder. The cops were looking for me. And I said, fuck it. Where do I go? I went to the airport and I picked a spot. And I go, what's the closest flight here? Leaving San Francisco. I said, to San Francisco. And I went up there. And I went right to the Tenderloin, Joe. And it was buck wild. I mean, for a New York City kid to look at you and go, you gotta be careful down there. I still remember in 1985, they had a place called Coffee Ron's. That was a topless coffee place.
Yeah.
With the ugliest titties you've ever seen in your fucking life. I mean, they weren't award-winning titties. Soggy, they looked like a puppy was going to milk on them, but they had that.
Yeah.
And they were open 24 hours, right down the block.
It was a wild city.
It was wild. And up the corner were hookers for fucking miles.
It had a stand-up scene, but it never had a stand-up scene like Boston or New York. Or
No, but it was a good stand-up scene.
Solid scene.
Yeah.
Robin Williams came out of there. Who else?
Slayton. We were just talking about the Korean girl. She's from San Francisco.
Margaret Cho.
Margaret Cho. Her mother had a bookstore downstairs or something. A couple funny guys came out of Frisco. That's the comedy.
Sorry, Margaret.
The comedy festival really was great. It really did a lot for a lot of.
I never went to that one.
I did it. I quit.
Yeah?
4 nights. You know, what am I doing? I'm sleeping on the beach. I'm paying for my own hotel. And the judges are comedians from San Francisco. And I'm coming in fucking 12th every night because they don't know me. These guys are coming in first. You know, the judges are hugging them, smoking dope.
What year was this?
97-ish, 98. I drove home. I went to the comedy store. They let me go up. And I went to the House of Blues and saw Celia Cruz. Instead of fucking, I left Thursday night.
Blues used to be the shit.
The shit.
Used to go across the street and
Across
watch killer bands.
Fucking unbelievable.
It was
Free.
amazing.
Just walk in.
Yeah, hey
come
guys.
on over.
Yeah, they just
come on
let us in. It was amazing.
I went to see one of my mother's friends there. My mother's friend was Cuban dude, Patapos Papico. They're huge in Cuba. And he was playing that by himself. He had to be like 7.
Before I forget, what is your cousin's band in Cuba? That band?
Emmy Alfonso. Emmy
Alfonso.
That's new shit. She was just here. She came down for class.
I want to put them on the Spotify list. This shit is banging, but I couldn't remember.
She came here for fucking South by Southwest.
Really?
Yeah, she was in South by Southwest.
How do you say it? How do you spell
it? Emmy,
EMMY?
EME ALF Alfonso ALFONSO.
Got it. Bam. There it is.
Can you believe that's my family up there? The Instagram shot.
What's a good song that I should put on the Spotify playlist?
That's my family, bro. That's my legitimate fucking family. That guy on the far left is my mother's brother. That's his son that owns La Factoria in Cuba, the big club where you go to. That's his sister, and that's my aunt.
Wow.
That dude is 80 years old. He's still a musician, plays congas.
Wow.
You know, the whole fucking thing. Emmy lives in, Eki, the guy with the dreads, my cousin. He lives like in fucking Germany. Some shit.
Really?
Yeah, he don't even go to Cuba. He goes to Cuba to pick up a check or something.
Is he allowed to go in and out?
He's a band member.
Oh, okay.
He just says
he
he's
can
playing
get away
a
with
band
it?
and fucking.
Give me what song should I pick?
Oh my God.
Playlist. How's Keep Your Head Up?
The one that you really liked that time was the one when she's walking.
Which one's that? All right, let's all screenshot this. I'll come back to it later. I'll put some of them on the spot.
And while I got you, can we look at the car?
Oh, yeah.
Steven
Joey
Seagal in the movie with the Jamaicans.
Joey
Screwhead.
Jamie said he had a 69 Mach 1.
I didn't say 69. I didn't know what.
He said Mach 1.
Mach 1.
He said MAC, and I was like, that's probably Mach 1. It's an old muscle car, right?
Yes, sir.
Probably.
Oh,
yeah, that's a 70. That's a 70.
I like that, Joe.
Yeah, it's a nice car.
How fast is that?
Oh, it's fast as fuck. They handle like shit. But that's the 69. That's the one John Wick had. The 70, I'm not quite as good looking. But still, great fucking car. I forgot about this thing. Oh, they crushed it with 2 trucks. Damn it.
I forgot the name of this movie, but it's Gallo. Mark that screw face.
This movie's so bad.
It's really bad. And then he kills him. Then his brother, he comes back from life. I'm like, all right, that's it.
He kills him and he comes back from the dead, right?
Screwhead, screw face or something. Yeah.
Oh, he lights him on fire and he has to escape. This is so dumb. Well, this is skinny Steven Seagal. These are at least more believable movies until they went completely sideways. All right, he's going to sneak out. He's going to get out. And the guy with the tractor never crushes him. Goddamn, Tom Segura's got to stop sending me videos. Tom Segura sent me this video of this dude smushing somebody with a tractor, running the tractor right through him.
I don't want to see that shit.
I don't want to see it either, but Tom Segura thinks I do. Every day we freak each other out. I find the worst shit that I see on Instagram. By the way, Instagram is wild right now. I mean, buck wild with murder and animal attacks and bombs exploding on people and terrorist attacks and riots. And it's like you can find everything on Instagram now. And these are accounts that I don't even follow. So they know my brain is a mess. So they're just sending me the most horrible shit. And I just get it all day long. I saved one just for you.
The only, we can watch it. The only fucking thing that amazes me about Instagram, I don't know what's going on. But if you go to look this section here, break it down for me.
The explore section,
This
the
one
search.
here, that there.
Yeah.
I still can't put together what these women. Are they hookers? Are they just showing their
First of all,
bodies?
some of them look at this one.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
like that. What
they
are they
got
doing?
fake babies. They got fake babies. So they pull their tits out to breastfeed fake babies. So it's like a hack. So they could, what's that? Link in bio. Yeah, you go in that bio, bam. And then there's it's probably an OnlyFans. And let's see, 18 plus. Yes, we are. And then Love Me. It's a different one. Oh, it's a dating. Oh, you're done. You're done. You have a virus on your computer right now. We need to blow up that computer. We'll take that computer to the range, fill it full of lead. So they just rope you in. They get lonely, lost guys, and they see this girl breastfeeding a rubber baby, and they don't. I mean, that's how Andrew Tate made all his money. Coming in hot, bunch of titties, lots of titties.
Then they got the other girls that flip the camera around and show their monkey and then show their face, and I can't figure out what the fuck that's about either. I'm like, why are they doing this? Why they show their face and they flip it? They show their underwear monkey and then they flip back and they start talking to you. I'm like, why are they doing that?
OnlyFans. Yeah, they're trying to get you to go to their website or OnlyFans or whatever that website was. It's just a bunch of girls that get hired, I'm guessing. But this is what I imagine. They get hired by an agency or some company, and they put a fake name to them, and they say link in bio. You go to link in the bio, and you go to some porn site, or you go to some dating site, you go to some OnlyFans type site. And lost guys who don't have any money, or they don't have anybody with them, they're sad, they give up all their cash. they get hundreds of thousands of dollars off these dopes. And the way Andrew Tate was doing it, he would have the girls sit in front of the keyboard typing with their tits out, and then him and his friends would be over on the side, and they would be typing all the shit because they knew what the guy wanted to hear. So they would type all the things to the guy, and the guys would just donate money. And they were making millions. Millions.
That is crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. But, it's one of those things where there's certain kind of scams where I think they should be legal. Like televangelists. Like late night preachers.
Yeah.
It's so obvious, it should be legal. Like if they're getting you with that, I don't have a problem. I've never called for like the banning of televangelists. Like, when they're like, God told me I need a private jet. There's no way I can do the Lord's duty flying commercial. And these guys, they'll fucking sell it. They'll sell it. This one guy was telling people that if they're broke, they have no money, if they just send whatever they can, everything they have, God will bless them with 10 times more. He just kept saying that. So he was trying to get people that would literally had nothing. And if you send me, the guy in the $5,000 suit with the big pinky ring, if you send me your money, whatever you have left, God will bless you 10 times over.
I don't believe the banning of anybody who can take money out of your pocket. You know that? Because if you're that fucking stupid, it's like, who raised you?
It gets to a certain level where I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Like financial market stuff. Like when people are pulling stock schemes and pumping dumps and things like that. Yeah, that's different.
That's different.
That's different. Then you're actually getting
I'm not talking
intelligent people, like Bernie Madoff.
Right. No.
You're actually getting intelligent people.
That fucking rob you.
Yeah, they just trusted you.
I'm talking about like when an African sends you a text message and says, fucking come bail me out. If you send me 500, you're going to inherit $80 million.
Yeah.
You know how many people get, every year 60 Minutes has a fucking expose about some African that's taking money from fucking people, and they keep doing it.
Speaking of which, I should probably bring this up. There's a lot of people that are getting emails from a scammer saying that they're being invited onto this podcast.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
A dear friend of mine keeps asking me, what the fuck is this about?
Yeah, hundreds of people. I don't know how many people have been contacted. And it's more than one account that's doing it. And I think it's some sort of a scam to get your Facebook information or some sort of information or credit card information or something. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. We will never ask you for anything like that. And if we contact you, it'll be obvious. It's obvious also that whoever the person is writing these things, at least in the ones that have been sent to me, it seems like English is their second language. They don't seem to know exactly how to phrase things in a way that an American would phrase things. So it seemed a little obvious to me that it was shifty and a lot of obvious to a lot of other people, but a bunch of people sent them to me.
Okay, yeah, because I had one I was going to show you. I think I erased it. He sent it to me yesterday. And he was like, yeah, ask them. They keep sending me these fucking things. The Joe Rogan experience. He doesn't know.
Yeah, it's just scammers. They reach out to you through Instagram or, they find out you follow me or maybe I talked about you on the podcast or maybe something like that. And then next thing you get a letter. Yeah. There's scammers out there, man. I mean, the Nigerians are the best at it. I mean,
that's where it was invented. They're the best at it. They're the best.
When did they first start email scamming people? Probably right after email got invented.
Like when was the first Nigerian prince email scam? Because it's always like, I have all this money, but I need like $1,000
to get it out.
If you help me get it out, you get 10 million.
I can't get mad at you for something.
Right.
You look at that and you giggle. Any of that stuff online, you have to look at. I don't press nothing online. If you send me a Facebook message and I click on something, I don't click. I don't touch it.
Good.
I don't open it. When that shit starts happening, when things start popping up, that's when I turn off the computer.
Yeah.
I get a button that I should not fucking hit.
Yeah.
Fuck you. I don't go into any of those things.
Yeah.
Even friends of mine that send me shit, I'm busy.
Yeah.
You know, if you're
That's smart. Yeah.
Letter.
Really?
When did it start?
1910.
Wow. The Nigerian started in the 1900s?
I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't.
1910?
Yeah.
The origins of the Nigerian prince scam date back to 1910 when it went by another name, the Spanish prisoner swindle. Oh, back then victims received a message as a letter in the mail rather than on the internet, but the same basic structure between the two scams remains the same. Between both scams remain the same. The Spanish prisoner swindle centers around a wealthy foreign nobleman who is in prison for political reasons. The nobleman claims to know the location of a lost treasure and that he's willing to share this treasure with the victim. The problem is he's in prison and needs the victim to send him money so he can bribe his way out. Wow. Interesting. There's always been people like that. But you know what the problem is? The problem is there are people in this country. What was the number that we Googled that have an IQ lower than 85? It's pretty high. 15%. So imagine 15% of people that you could basically trick with anything. Get them to join a cult. Get them to sign up for some fucking telemarketing swindle.
Do you think it's IQ or do you think it's...
IQ is interesting, right? Because IQ doesn't necessarily mean intelligence because it depends upon your education. Because some of the questions in IQ tests are predicated on a knowledge of math and understanding of like how to do equations and certain things that you learn in school. But there's intelligence that is social intelligence in terms of being able to see what the problems are in a certain choice you make, or what the up benefits are of a different choice. There's people that are strategizers and they're really good at like business. They're really good at figuring people out. They're really good at figuring themselves out. Stuff. There's an intelligence to that. So the problem with IQ, in my mind, I know a lot of people with very high IQs, but their life is a clumsy mess. So it's like, it really is dependent upon what is the mental horsepower you have and how are you applying that mental horsepower? Are you Gary Clark Jr. and applying that mental horsepower to music and you're a genius, but you're a genius in music? Or are you Lex Friedman and you're making, artificial intelligence and you're working coding robots? Are you Elon Musk? You're making spaceships. Like, what are you doing with this intelligence? So IQ, there's limitations of it, but at least it's an indicator of how smart a person is. It's an indicator. It's not the only indicator. There's other factors that I think are much more intangible. They're much harder to measure and weigh. That's my take on it. I think it means something.
I think if your parents opened up your eyes, something. It's like I do that bit, and it's true. I really do. I'm mad at my guidance counselor. I really am, deep down inside, because he was telling you all about those job possibilities and college possibilities, but he forgot to tell us about New York being right across the river and all the possibilities you had over there. I would have done this shit earlier.
You mean stand up?
Everything.
Yeah.
I would have tried anything earlier.
The thing is, no one's ever gonna advise that you take the riskiest chance in show business. No one's ever going to advise that you...
I didn't want to be a show business guy, but I wish you would have told me, you want to take acting lessons, you go to the city.
That's show business.
I didn't know that fucking... Right. When I'd watch a movie, I thought you just walked on the fucking thing and they gave you a part. That's how stupid I was when I was young.
It's not stupid. It's uninformed.
I thought
right?
when a stand-up did a special, I thought he just showed up. And they had a camera, and he goes, I'm ready. And that's what I thought. I didn't think anything, I didn't really know. I'm mad that he didn't open up. I see the kids I grew up with. You got to see the people around you. Mm-hmm. And some of us saw some things, and some of us didn't. Some of us saw a path that was different than just getting a job and working 40 years and getting a watch. You know, I don't think they opened up our minds to that stuff. There was a lot of stuff that we didn't. In my house, she would fucking tell me, like, my mother was crazy. When I was 6, she would put a fucking gold chain on me that belonged to a man, and she'd make me put it out. And she'd go, I want you to walk the streets like that. If somebody fucks you know. I mean, and now I think about these stories and I go, what was she doing?
Right. Why was she getting you to go outside with a valuable piece of jewelry around your neck as a little kid?
I know one night I was getting ice cream on 88th Street and the gold chain was hanging. And I went to get the cone from Mr. Salty. He goes, that's a nice chain. And he looked at it. My mother was watching from the window. She was like, punch me in the fucking face. I'm like, 8. I'm like, 8. Don't let nobody touch your face. Like she was, she just did things, you know? Like, don't go in a car with people. Like, just general shit that they banged into your fucking head.
Well, that's good. All that stuff's good.
I was out there. Like, I was out there every fucking day, you know?
It's different kind of intelligence, right? Street smarts.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
Like and it's also informed. You're informed. You're informed about the dangers of your environment. And some people, if they grow up in the suburbs and they go to really nice schools, they're lost in those environments. They don't understand the rules.
Look, I'm worried about kids.
You should be.
Listen, I didn't know this. I just spoke to somebody in my old neighborhood. And we were talking about something. They go, you should see the neighborhood at 2:30. Fucking, you can't drive. And I go, why? She goes, McKinley School, where I went. She goes, the parents pick them up with cars. I go, what are you talking about? We walked those streets home. There was just 3 blocks, it's a block from the neighborhood. She goes, not anymore. Those kids don't walk those streets at all. And they live right there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like across town, like, you know, you got to get those kids out.
Yeah, they got to get out of the house for
sure. Got to get them out.
How many kids are just at home playing video games?
Oh, it drives me fucking crazy when my daughter goes knocking on people's door and they're like, no, well, they're inside playing video games. You know, it's 70 fucking degrees out.
Yeah.
And I just called Mr. Salty. He's on his way. What the fuck? Yeah, I got Mr. Salty's number in my neighborhood. First time I met him, I gave him an edible. He's like, where are you at? And I told him.
Does it ring? Does it ding, 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 ding?
But he comes too early. He comes at 4. People still, you know, they're still at work. But when that motherfucker comes, Mr. Salty, I would give him edibles, those ABX edibles, and tell him put them in my milkshake. And he blended in the milkshake.
That's hilarious.
So, you know, intelligence, yeah, like, I know a lot of people are fucking smart, but they make mistakes.
Yeah, they make big decisions.
You go, what the fuck?
In your life, you know, relationship decisions, business decisions, friendship decisions. Intelligence is complicated. It's very complicated. But the point is, some people, their mental horsepower is very low. It's not a matter of what they apply themselves to. It's a matter of they don't have the resources. Their brain doesn't work good. And I've met a lot of people like that, and I know you have too, where you're like, this guy ain't never going to be a genius. There's no inspiration in him. There's nothing enthusiastic. He doesn't have a thing he's really into. Doesn't have a thing he likes. He's just dull-minded for whatever reason. I don't know if it's genetics. I don't know if it's just a roll of the dice, or maybe the way he was raised. I don't know. But some people they don't have a good brain. They just don't. So those guys, they get that fucking Nigerian prince email, like, this is it. This is my ticket out of here. They start fucking scraping up coins, putting quarters and rolls, bringing them to the bank.
I believe in faith. Like, if you're broke and you go put $2 in a ticket, because there's a $175 billion. I believe in that. I believe in all that type of stuff, Jeff. But
that's the biggest scam in the world.
What's that?
Lottery.
Well, I'm not talking. Even when I was a kid, the numbers. 3 numbers. Yeah, you put $5, you win $2,500. Okay. Mm-hmm. In those small, you know, in the 70s and 60s, in the black communities, the Spanish communities,
Italian communities.
That's a way of hope.
Yeah.
Your Sicilian grandmother wakes up in the morning and says, "Oh my God, I had a dream about peppers."
Yeah.
Okay, peppers, and all of a sudden your her grandmother yells, "Peppers, that's 68."
Yeah.
You know, and all of a sudden you like put a prefix on it, 568, and this is your trip to Italy.
Mm-hmm.
This is your trip to buy. This is your chance to buy your son a car. It's like that little fake that you have,
Mm-hmm.
but it's something that you have a chance at.
It's fun too.
It's fun,
The problem is the problem. Same thing as the problem with drinking. Same thing as the problem with everything else. Is that people lose their fucking minds,
It's an excess.
and then it becomes everything. I told you about my grandmother, right? With the numbers.
Yeah. What is she a loan shark to us?
She went to jail. My grandmother went to jail for 6 months because she wouldn't rat out the people that were
In
running the
Newark?
numbers. Yeah. We'd go to visit grandma. Where's grandma? Grandma's visiting Aunt Josie. She was with Aunt Josie for 6 months. It was ridiculous. Yeah, she was knitting for the fucking guards in prison. She wouldn't rat. So they put her away for 6 months.
Bookmaker. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. So those immigrants, those people with
Mhm.
dreams,
Yep.
I see that. But somebody just fucking calling you and going, hey, you lend me $5, or telling an evangelist, whatever the fuck you're saying.
Yeah.
Look, I'm even like, I hate to say this in public, but I'm down on like fucking charities and shit.
Well,
Because they don't get the fucking money either unless you donate to St. Jude or something like that. Some guy's driving a BMW.
Mm-hmm.
And the people I sent the money to, and it's happened to us. We saw it. We gave money and nothing happens. And you're like, what the fuck, guys? So now you just give it direct.
Have you ever seen those charts that show like what the money you give to charity, how much actually goes to the cause? How much of it is just overhead? It's in some places it's like 90%.
It's ridiculous.
So it's like 10% of the money goes to the charity. It's a very inefficient thing. And then you have things where the people that are running it are making enormous salaries. And then they're like, look at the Black Lives Matter thing, where the girls are buying $6 million houses. Like, what the fuck are you doing? The fuck are you doing? What are you doing? And like, oh, we use this for events. It's just that happens with so many charities and so many charitable organizations. And then there's charitable organizations like there's foundations that are set up just as tax breaks. So there's like tax breaks involved. If you have a foundation, it's a charitable foundation that works towards good causes, like maybe climate change or maybe, something along those lines, health, or the global health. And then you get involved in that. And it's a nice way to avoid paying taxes. You move money around. You put money in the foundation. You kind of move it around. It's these guys that are involved in charitable organizations. The thought behind it is beautiful. Like, wouldn't it be great if people donated all this money to charity and we could fix a lot of things? But what you're really doing in a lot of ways is you're pumping up the business of these charities. And then they pump up their advertising revenue. They pump up their social media profile, their campaigns, their this, their that. And then they get co-opted. They get co-opted by companies, corporations, pharmaceutical companies, different mandates and narratives that they'd like to promote. Next thing you know, charitable organizations are a part of the propaganda machine. And it's all being funded by enormous amounts of money. And most of that money does not go to the actual cause itself. Sucks. Have you ever seen the charts? Pull up a chart of where the money goes. Try to find out where see if there's a good chart that shows like
when I was
various like Red Cross, all these different.
I bumped into a nun when I was going to Catholic school, and she told me that when people are looking for you for help, like when you're on the side of the street and they're asking you for help, that could be Jesus in disguise. So fuck my world up. So I started donating as a kid. The first person I donated to was the black kid with the flies on that they sent you the picture.
Yeah, Sally Struthers.
He wrote a letter. And
Jennison had that bit about it.
And then I never got nothing after that. I'm writing letters. Nobody's writing me back. One of the kid made it to the 6th grade. I was so fucking pissed as a kid. And then I would do the Heart Association walks. That was my shit. And trust me, I schemed off the top. I'm not gonna lie to you, because I would go to my mother's bar and I'd make them give me like $10 a mile. Come on,
right?
I would show up with like $3,000 and think I was a good kid. Finally, like after like the 3rd year, I'm like, they're gonna get light this year. I'm making $3,000 fucking dollars here.
So look at the Red Cross. What's that? That wasn't too bad. Okay. Let's see what we got here. What percentage? Okay. So this shows you all the money that comes in and how much of it actually goes to programs and how much of it goes to administration and how much of it goes to fundraising. So Red Cross looks pretty fucking good. Red Cross shows it's like 90% of the money goes to programs. Only 3.5% goes to administrative and 6% goes to fundraising. So this is what we donated to. Remember when we did those shows in San Diego right after the fire? And I'm like, we can't take money from these people. They just had this massive fire. Let's just donate all the money. So we donated the money to Red Cross because that seemed to be the best one. St. Jude's, 72%. And then it gets, when you start going down the line, it starts getting sketchy.
Most of these are,
they're pretty good. Wounded Warrior is a little weird.
34% back.
Yeah, but, you know, they still, at least 60% of it, or close to 60% of it goes to the actual programs. What's the worst ones, though, Jim?
The worst ones are different.
This is a different chart. I want to see the worst ones. Those are good ones. Red Cross has always been thought of as one of the best ones in terms of the amount of money that actually goes to the cause. Do they have American ones? Or worldwide ones? Let's see that one. That just shows what people are spending on. The worst in terms of the amount of money that goes towards the cause. The top 10 worst charities. It says Kids Wish Network is number 1. Disabled police officers, 4.4% goes to program expenses, and 94% goes to professional fundraising fees. That's crazy. Disabled police officers counseling center, 94% of it goes to fundraising fees? That's bonkers. Jersey. Right away, you're like, oh, okay. I see what's going on. Look at the cancer survivors fund. Hey, they survived. That's what they get. 9% goes to programs. 87% goes to fundraising.
And they also, I think a lot of times they make their name something close to like the good ones. Like they're probably a really good firefighters foundation, but not.
Right. And they call themselves a firefighters charitable foundation. Only 7% goes to the program. 85% goes to professional fundraising fees. What does that even mean? Professional fundraising fees. But a lot of them are like that. But you got to also think, if you're going to run a charity, you got to pay people something. Kids Wish Network. Look at this. They raised $127 million. They paid to solicitors $109 million. And they spent percentage on direct cash aid to the actual kids is 2.5%. 2.5%. Look at the Cancer Fund of America. Less than 1% went to the actual thing. Direct cash aid. When this is direct cash aid and paid to solicitors, who's the solicitors? Who counts as a solicitor there? Does that mean paid to the organization? And then they only pay out that much to the people? Overhead. It's overhead. It's everything, right? Yeah, so it's mostly a scam. Look at the fucking International Union of Police Associations. Look at that one.
That's the reason I quit.
0.5%.
That's why I quit.
That's crazy.
When I worked for the cops. That's when I found out. 3 years I worked for the cops. Doing donations on the phone after I got arrested. I started in Boulder. And when I went to Seattle, I did it there. And then up in Seattle, I found out what the cops were getting. I'm done. I'm done. You give me $50, I'm giving you a sticker to the back of your cars. When you get pulled over, they know that you donate. And these guys are showing up in Maseratis every day with 2 owners. And I'm like, fuck you.
It's like the thing in LA with the homeless. You know, Coleon Noir sent me into that. He told me they were getting like 6-figure salaries. I'm like, no way. And some of them are making $240 grand a year.
Yeah, no.
Taking care of the homeless. Yeah. That is not being taken care of. They're not doing anything about it. No. They have to keep the business rolling too. That's the thing. Once you have 20, 30, 50, whatever people making 6 figures, all that money keeps coming in. You have all those mouths to feed, all those mortgages, all those people. Now you have an industry. Now you have bureaucracy, and you're never getting that back. You'd have to have some crazy dude that comes in like, who's that guy from Argentina? The guy that just became the president of Argentina with the wacky hair? That guy's amazing. He's like, everybody out! Everybody out! He kicked out everybody. He cut that budget down to nothing. Yeah, he got rid of all the bullshit. All the bullshit.
It's really crazy when I worked for the cops. I would, I loved it. It was great. I had a great time in that office. I'd be up there smoking dope. But
with the cops?
Nah, it was like one cop there. He didn't get the front. I'm over here raising money for you. But even he was on the scam.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, man.
Well, when you have money that's being donated, like cash that's being donated, it's gonna get moved around.
It's like, you gotta help these fucking people out, you know? And look at now, you go, when I came from Cuba, when I was a little kid, to learn how to do anything, the reason why I learned how to do anything is because of the police athletically. I swear to God.
Yeah.
Everything. Shooting, fishing in Central Park, boxing program. You shot pool. Who do you think taught me how to shoot pool?
Really? Police athletically?
Yeah, right on there, 88 in Amsterdam.
It's a smart move.
So I was always indebted to those people. Always in my heart, because I was a Spanish kid. They took me in over there. They fingerprinted me. They take you to the precinct. You shoot a 22. They give you the target.
Oh, wow.
They give you a little thing. They give you like a little badge, and you're like, ah. And so I always wanted to work for them. Like, that was it. I always, and then after I got in trouble, I'm like, I owe them a debt. They were very good to me. I was the guy that fucked up. So I always worked for the cops. I always tried to get fucking people to donate for stickers or, bulletproof vests and all that shit. And then we would do comedy at the benefits in Seattle. Even though I got arrested 6 times, it never worked. They didn't fucking do anything for me.
Maybe you would have got arrested a lot worse.
A lot worse.
Yeah.
But it's crazy. When I found out, I was like, I'm out. I'm not doing this. And now, you want to help out. Something happens, hurricane relief, and you're like, I'm not.
Right.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it because it's,
Right.
And you feel like shit. I'd rather see somebody give him a 20. Some guy's hungry.
Yeah.
Just go give him a 20. I'm like giving leftover food or whatever. You just give the guy a 20. Let him make his own decision. If he wants to snort it or buy fentanyl, go. I don't give a fuck. It's not my problem. But I did my job.
The Red Cross seems like a good one. But also, wasn't the Red Cross one of the people that was helping people map out the way to illegally enter the U.S.? Wasn't that one of the things that the Red Cross was doing? Google that. But that could be also that the Red Cross is a legitimate charitable organization and it realizes that these people are going to do this no matter what and show them the way to do it that's safe. And if they're going to do it, they're going to do it. I mean,
they're going to do it.
Showing them the way that's safe to me seems like, like almost an ethical thing to do if you know that this is happening. And then providing them aid along the way so they don't die. That seems like, the whole immigration thing is very complicated. You came from immigrants, I came from immigrants, or my grandparents were immigrants. But it's just the way they're doing it, where anybody can get through, is so wild. So the Red Cross has provided maps to migrants traveling towards the U.S. border. Now, what is their reasoning? Is the Red Cross giving maps to migrants? The map on the social media is real. Different versions have existed since at least 2018, and some have been distributed by the International Committee of the Red Cross. The ICRC is a consortium of Red Cross agencies, including the American Red Cross. The map is a part of an informational safety pamphlet provided by aid organizations, including the National Red Cross Societies, to migrants traveling to Central America. The pamphlet also includes resource information like where to find food, shelter, and medical assistance. While the map has been around since at least 2018, American Red Cross partnered with the Mexican Red Cross and others during the COVID-19 pandemic to promote these safety materials. The Red Cross logos appeared across the top of the map. The American Red Cross logo was removed in 2022 after the COVID-19 partnership expired. The current pamphlet containing the map shows the current partners are the National Red Cross Societies of Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. does not seek to encourage or discourage migration, but rather to contribute to mitigating the vulnerability factors of this population during the migratory route.
I can live with that. I can live with that.
I can live with that.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's not encouraging people to do it. That's saying they're doing it. Let's make it so at least they have like a safe way to do it.
Listen, man, this migrant situation is turned everything. Right? New York City, Chicago, LA, they're everywhere, you know. And tax money, and New York's giving you $10,000 now on an ATM card, right? They give you $10,000. Right.
Something along those lines, yeah.
You know, and there's a lot to say. Like, you know, look at our fucking vets, how they get treated. You know, so
I'm gonna send you this, Jamie. See what's going on in Paris? They were trying to kick these dudes out of the country. They started a riot at the airport.
Who are they trying to kick out?
Illegal immigrants. I'll show you. Jamie, I just sent it to you. Yeah, and they're like, no, we're not going. They're like, you have to go. There's too many of you. I'm like, no, fuck you. We're not flying. And they started a riot at the airport. They're trying to deport them. And they're like, we're here.
Listen, all I remember is one thing, Joe. And I use this, and I'm not saying nothing bad about it. How was this?
Give me the volume. This is a full-on Donnybrook at the airport. They're beating up attendants. Security guys are getting fucked up. Just wild shit, man.
So they got them over there too?
They have a lot of migrants in Europe. Yeah, it's basically, it happened right after the pandemic in mass. It's just massive amounts of migrants in Europe, massive amounts of migrants here. It's almost like it's on purpose. If it's not on purpose, what a coincidence.
But it seemed like there just wasn't migrants coming in. But what I was telling you before was, I think I told you last time, I saw what the Mario boat lift did to my area, Hudson County, not in 1979, but I saw it 5 years later. And then I saw what they were doing in San Francisco. When I got to San Francisco in 85, it was a huge Cuban population.
San Francisco. So this is the people that took off
from Mario in 78, 79.
Is this when Fidel kicked them out?
Yes. He kicked out 160,000 people. We didn't have records on these people. So we didn't really know what they were about. They could just tell you, I worked in construction, and they didn't know. So this is that, but 10 times.
Right.
That was 100,000 people, 200,000. This is 8 million or something like that.
Yeah.
Right? That's come through?
At least.
You're not going to feel this today. You're going to feel this 5 years from now.
Well, they could feel it real soon, depending upon who the people are and why they're here. The most troubling version is sleeper cells. The most troubling version is that there's military cells that exist here.
Terrorist Chinese cells. Are coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're growing weed.
Are they? Chinese?
Jamie, go to the videotape. Chinese are buying farms. You just had somebody on here that was talking about the Chinese are buying farms.
Yes, they're definitely buying farms.
What do you think they're doing with those fucking farms? Raising fucking sushi? No. They're fucking growing reefer.
Department of Homeland Security memo first reported by the Daily Caller received as a part of the Freedom of Information Act request said that more than 270 unlicensed cannabis cultivation sites in Maine were operated by Chinese nationals.
Who the fuck you think you're dealing with, Joe?
Wow. 275 grow-ops in Maine.
And the weed is on fire up there in New Hampshire.
Is it?
No, they say that's the best weed right now, New Hampshire.
Really? New Hampshire?
Somewhere up there. New Hampshire, Maine. They say the weed is so fucking strong. See that?
Look at that.
Yeah, they're growing fucking weed.
So what is the legalization of weed in Maine? Is it legal there?
I'm not sure.
It's legal in so many states now.
Yeah. Maine, New Hampshire, I think.
How much cannabis can I possess? Adults 21 years of age or older can possess up to 2.5 ounces of a combination of cannabis, cannabis concentrate, and cannabis products, including no more than 5 grams of cannabis concentrate. How many plants can I grow? Mainers can grow cannabis for personal use. That's reasonable. Is that your phone? No. Someone's ringing. That's you, bro. It's ringing like a phone. You get the old school ring on there. You pick that? Yeah. Yeah, and Jersey's buck wild, right?
What do you mean?
With weed.
I just started going to weed stores in January. I said, you know what? I'm done with laughing gas. I gotta expand my horizon and see what's out there. And the first one I went to was in Neptune, and they're pretty impressive. It's a big fucking joint. Had a good name, but it was pretty impressive. Second place I went to is 15 minutes from my house, Joe, right by the doctor's office. Freehold. Holy shit. And that's why I discovered rhythm. Because I was like, listen, I'm here to see the devil. I don't want none of that Jersey fuckers wank.
Look.
You know? And everything's in containers. It's completely different, you know. And I got this rhythm, 36%. And I'm like, this is me, dog.
I guess this is affidavit for probable cause.
From where?
From the Chinese thing and Chinese immigrants in Maine.
It says, we are in prison. Please come and save us. We are here, and gives the address. No cell phones. We were abducted from China. Passports were confiscated. The boss is a woman, 5'2", about 45 years old. No means of transportation. The manager is Asian, black hair, 5'6". A lot of marijuana is grown on the first floor. A lot of finished products. No escape from the house. Only work, but no salary. I want to leave here. We tried to escape, but failed. We were beaten. Please come and save us. Whoa. So they got slaves working, making the weed in Maine. Yeah, Shanghai. Yeah.
That shit's strong. That's the shit that the Boeing mechanics are smoking.
Isn't that crazy that there's
fucking crazy?
There's slaves in America right now growing weed for China.
Let's see where this is gonna go. It's fucking interesting.
That's crazy.
I saw this a couple of weeks ago. I read the article. I'm like, oh, and then that guy said it on your podcast.
Well, he said about farmland, yeah. But
Farmland.
I didn't know it was happening like
What the
that.
fuck you think they're doing? Growing fucking bean sprouts or soy sprouts? They're going for it, Jack.
Well, they're controlling farmlands on military bases. That's what's scary.
And a lot of Chinese were coming through the border with these guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, military age.
A lot of Chinese.
Yeah.
So let's see where this hand is getting played.
Not only a lot of Chinese, but they have Chinese stops where you can go and everybody speaks Chinese along the way. And they have a Chinese restaurant. Everything's written in Chinese signs everywhere. So they have like a very specific organized route to get to America. And these guys, all young, fit guys coming to America. Like, what are you doing? Like, what the fuck is going on here? We're just basically sitting ducks.
We'll wait.
Yeah, we're sitting ducks. And there was a big warning today. Homeland Security is warning about terrorist attacks in America. That's what scares me about this fucking election, too. I'm not saying that they would do this, but I definitely think they have in the past. Like, allowed things to happen just so that they can tighten up on restrictions and laws and scare people more and get people to vote one way or another. Scary shit.
We're looking at weird times, my friend.
The weirdest, right?
The fucking weirdest.
And ever in your life, could you ever imagine things be so bizarre as they are right now?
They've been bizarre for about 5 years now, where you just can't believe the shit you're hearing. And you
Yeah.
just say, you know what, I'm going to stick to my camp. I'm good here.
It was bizarre in 2017, but it wasn't bizarre like now. This is insane.
Did he get arrested? I mean, just everything.
Everything.
A bridge getting hit.
Yeah,
It's something every fucking week.
every day.
You know, Trump 480 million.
Yeah.
You know, they need it by Monday. I mean, it's just fucking. I thought Mark Cuban would bail him out. I didn't know who the fuck was going to bail him out.
Yeah, how does that work? I think they knocked it down to 175 billion. They asked him how's he going to pay it. He goes, cash.
Yeah, it's worth 6 point something billion because of the
Yeah,
social deal.
right,
It's all stock.
right. The whole thing. I'm not a financial guy, obviously, but I think the whole thing is liquidity. How much money do you actually have coming in? How much is it tied up in real estate investments and holdings? And Trump's got buildings and hotels and resorts. And it's a lot going on. How the fuck can he pay attention to all that shit? Can you imagine running some kind of a business empire, trying to pay attention to everything?
Dog, I met him when he was fucking at a football team.
Really?
Yeah, he owned the fucking Generals. That's how I knew Herschel Walker and those people. That's how I met those dudes.
When was this?
Fucking 85. Trump
You
owned
met
Trump
Trump in
a
'85?
long time ago.
What was he like in '85?
Hello, goodbye. I don't fucking know. It's not like we hung out. I was scared of him.
Why?
Because it was like, I told you, when I got out of jail, I was supposed to have a job selling siding and doors and saddles and electrical equipment and indoor salesman in Jersey. And when I got out of prison, I go, I'm out. Can I come take the job now? He goes, I can't. I'm going out of business. I go, what happened? He goes, Trump built something. He was going to these little hardware stores like ours, told us to go fuck ourselves. We're done. I knew this in '88.
What do you mean?
At that time, supposedly, he would build something. It's like you coming to somebody, a little restaurant, and I want to build my own fucking steak. And he would go to people and say, I'm going to build this and then use your lumber or whatever the fuck. Mm-hmm. It's so much with contractors, there's subcontractors and subcontractors, they would stiff their bills. They weren't paying their bills.
Really?
Yeah, this one on the line. You can look it up. This isn't something, and that's all I remember from Trump. I met him in '85, and that was my only thing with Trump. If you're from New York, you know who he is. You've been hearing the name.
Yeah, I remember hearing about this from you, actually, now. You were telling me that there was, with contractors, stiff small contractors.
Small contractors, and then we go downhill. Run downhill. So now I gave you all the doors I had for your project. Trump just wasn't building one house with one window. I'm giving you everything on the arm. Yeah, you gave me a deposit. Maybe sometimes not. Maybe I'm so excited to do business with Trump. I got such a small place that I forget everything. Whatever the fuck happens. Yeah. So that's what happened in '88. I don't know the whole story, but he mentioned Trump. That's all I remember from that fucking guy.
I would also imagine if you're doing some big projects like that, there's probably a lot of people involved.
A lot of people
making decisions.
A building?
Yeah.
A building? He's the GC. He takes bids for everything else, right? That's how it usually works.
Is that what Trump does as a real estate developer?
I don't know how it goes down, but there's a GC, a general contractor, and then there's windows, wiring, all the different departments. You don't know what everybody's doing.
Right.
You got 20 people in your fucking building.
Right.
When you built the Comedy Club, how many people were fucking there every day?
Yeah, a lot.
You don't know.
Right.
You don't know. You're not a contractor, so you don't know if they're doing the wall right. You just trust, whatever. So this is all I remember. That was it.
Yeah. Well, the whole construction business was always shady. And it was always tied up with the mob. Like, I knew a couple guys who had no show up jobs.
Yeah.
Like at the Javits Center.
Yeah.
You just get paid.
Concrete.
Yeah.
They own concrete.
That was the thing. The mob would make deals whenever any sort of job was getting done. They have a certain amount of no-show jobs for their guys.
Always.
Yeah.
Always. That's part. And you get insurance.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when you arrest those guys, you go, what do you do for a living? I'm in the carpenters union.
Yeah.
Carpenters union. You don't even know what an inch is. You don't even know how to measure 6 inches, you fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a scam. But it was how they avoided taxes too, right? Because taxes was what brought a lot of them down. That's what brought Al Capone down. Tax evasion. Yeah.
But the other guys were pretty smart. They had the millionaire club, the bid club. They would only do $2 million bids or something. They would take $2 million right off the top to mob on every job. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Every job in New York, it's well known that when the little guy from Arizona who was over there with Gotti, he controlled construction. That was his fucking thing. You couldn't get anything built without that fucking dude.
you imagine if you lived in New York City at that time and you're trying to build buildings and you got to do deals with Mob. You got to do deals with Sammy Bull.
Well, here's the deal. Like, I remember in 80, 90, I was roofing. And the company was from Jersey, my brother-in-law. And I asked him, you know, why'd you pick up this job? And he was telling me it's just so difficult. And I go, what do you mean? He goes, take the dumpster. That dumpster that they pick up every day and take off and they do another one. In Colorado at the time was $200. That same dumpster in New York was $2,000. That's how inflated the prices were. $1,800 difference. It's fucking crazy. That's what the cost of doing fucking construction, you know, in New York.
Wow. But it was always a corrupt town. Like, that's why it took the UFC forever to get into New York. It was,
you gotta pay the right. Look at these people waiting for licenses.
Yeah.
I know people in Jersey waiting for a license since I landed. I got a license. You gotta grease 80 fucking people. 80 people. You gotta know people, pay. I know companies that are still waiting for a license from LA. They just thought they were gonna come and apply in New Jersey or New York City. Look at New York City. They had a thing, they were giving licenses only to people who had felonies. Do you remember that? In New York, they wanted the ideal medical marijuana owners, an ex-convict who went to prison or got in trouble for marijuana. This is a second chance. Check it out. It's fucking insane. Can't get a license in New Jersey.
That is kind of crazy, but they should do something for those poor fucks that went to jail for weed. Nobody should ever went to jail for weed.
No.
It's ridiculous.
No.
It's a ridiculous thing to put people in jail for.
And look
You
what
put people in a cage for that, especially while everything else is okay. Doesn't make any sense.
Look what you're finding out now. Look at this guy today. I got in the Uber fresh out of smoking a fucking joint of this shit. Thank God the guy was Cuban. To send you the Uber name, yeah, the guy's name was Antonio. He was Cuban. Got in the car. I was in the car 2 minutes. He goes, oye, lo que está fumando. He goes, what is that shit? And I just gave him the canister. I go, smell this. He's like, wow. And this is a guy that's been in this country for 10 years. And he said to me, you know, I don't know what the fuss is about this. This is a magical herb. Yeah, people don't realize when you smoke this, pains go away, you start thinking clearer. He goes, it takes time. And there's a fucking Uber driver telling me this shit. Yeah. And I asked him, how do you know about this stuff? He goes, in Cuba, we're growing weed. Really? It was outdoor weed. You couldn't get, wasn't that strong, and sometimes they'd bring it from Jamaica. That's what he was saying. We were getting Cuba weed from Jamaica. Because, you know, I mean, the soil is done in Cuba. Really? Well, they're complaining about cigars. These cigars aren't tasting the same. They said that the fucking soil has just been abused. There's no nourishment. Right. This guy was telling me today it costs more for a pack of chicken in Cuba than what it does in the United States. A gallon of gas costs more in Cuba than what it does right here now, here in Austin.
Oh, it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense. You have to have infrastructure. You have to have capitalism. You have to have people competing. That whole communism thing doesn't work. And the thing is, like, the thing that the people that love communism point to, they're like, yeah, but we put an embargo on Cuba. Like, what if we didn't do that? Like, yeah, it's still a dictatorship. Like, it still is. You get told what you're doing with your life. You don't want that. Nobody wants that. You might think that that is better because there's no rich people. If that's what you're thinking, you're missing everything, because that means everybody's poor. You don't want everybody to be poor. You want everybody to have a chance to be well off. That's what you have here. Now, some people, they get a bad roll of the dice, they get a bad hand of cards, they get a bad situation in life, they get a bad place that they live, and they're fucked. This is true. And it's not fair. It's not fair in terms of equal opportunity. It's not. But in terms of opportunity, there's no place better than right here. And there's no place better with actual capitalism. You can do great things. You can do great things not just for you, but for other people. You can do great things if people give you the freedom to do great things. But if you live in a socialist country, you don't have any of that. You don't get to decide what you do. The state gets to decide. And how do they enforce that? There's only one way. Force. Military. There's only one way to get people to follow the rules of communism and socialism. It's always a dictatorship. It's always One group has all the money and all the power, and they tell you what the fuck you're going to do. And if you don't do it, they kill you or they lock you up in jail. And they threaten people, and they scare people, and they make people disappear so everybody stays in line. And that is what people always do whenever you get a communist country. If you ask any of these wacky kids in colleges, give me an example of socialism that works. They'll give you like socialist programs, or countries like some Norwegian countries that have a lot of socialist programs that are really good countries. They have really good healthcare, really good education. You pay a lot in taxes, but it goes a long way. And they have a better society because of it. That's great. But they still have the freedom to do whatever the fuck they want to do. They still have the freedom to do whatever kind of occupations they want. You have the ability to make a shitload of money. You have the ability to excel. The problem is people want a quality of outcome when they don't have anything. But you're never going to have that because, first of all, it's impossible. But second of all, because you're never going to have a quality of effort. And one of the things that a competitive environment or a place like America where you have freedom is, some people put more into life. They put more into the things they do, and they get more back. They get more out of it, and they're inspiring to other people to do the same. And you see them live a rich and fulfilled life, and you're inspired to do the same. That's not happening in Cuba, bro. That is not happening.
No.
That's not happening in any of these communist countries. Go to North Korea. Ask me how it worked out when they made a deal to take over all the farms so that no one would ever go hungry. Let the state control everything. What a great idea. Everybody give up your farm to the state. Now you're fucked.
That's the beauty, as somebody who knew that other side, not from living it, but just from hearing the stories. It makes you appreciate this so much more.
Yeah.
That, listen, you could fall into place in this country where you don't need a ceiling over your income. This is the greatest thing about this country. It's like when I first got out there, I always worked on commission. I don't want your hourly wage. Shove that up your fucking ass. I'm going to come here and prove myself. You're going to sell cars? I'll sell cars. I'm going to sell doors or signs? I'll sell them. I'm doing it on commission. I want the most that I could get for that fucking thing.
Right.
Most people don't. I did that at 19. I knew. For me, it was going to be commission work.
Yeah, and it's a dangerous choice.
It's a dangerous choice, but it's based on you.
Right.
It was the effort you put into it.
Exactly.
If you want to sell. Well, when I worked at Foot Locker, I was the number one fucking sneaker dude at Foot Locker. And it took me a while, but I fucking went,
Right.
And then when I started selling cars, again, I went for it. Because I loved it. I learned about salesmanship. I learned about human nature.
Yeah.
I learned that you have to mail letters to people. Those are the guys. I know they're not going to buy a car, but if you send 100 letters, 3 people have to buy a fucking car. So you're working on all numbers.
Right.
The United States is a beautiful fucking place because a guy like me can write a book. Think about that.
Yeah.
A guy like me could, went to prison. I didn't get Social Security when my mother died because she worked under a fucking alias. Everything got beat up. Let me tell you what's about to happen. I'm going to retire when I'm 65, collect Social Security, and my daughter gets Social Security now for 3 years, which is like $1,800 a month for college and whatever the fuck,
Right.
I don't give a fuck. So it all came out in the wash 40 years fucking later. I didn't have the Social Security for me because my mom used the alias. But my point is, so you can do whatever you fucking want. You saw it, Joe.
Yeah.
We were talking about today. Kids were coming down here with cars, living in their cars. And look what they're doing now. Because they believed in themselves. You gave them a fucking door, and they fucking took it. Most people are still now like, my agent said nothing's going to happen at all. Okay. It's the same thing. Some people take chances. Some people sit there waiting for the bluebird of happiness.
Yeah.
That's the other option you have in this country. You can actually sit and wait for the bluebird of happiness. When I came out of prison, all I had to do was sign a piece of paper, and I'm disabled for life. You got a $1,300 check every month. And some people would take that and go, look at me, I'm living like a doctor. Think about that. Some people would go, $1,300 a month. Fuck, that's me. Food stamps, that's me. I can still take my pills. I can still, it's fucking insane.
It's insane.
It's the choices that you make.
And it can imprison you. That kind of money, even a small amount of money, can imprison you. That's what scares me about universal basic income. You know, people say if they gave everybody X amount of money, people could just pursue their dreams and they wouldn't have to worry about food. No, they probably won't. No.
You can't give anything. We're humans.
Yeah.
We take it for granted.
Yeah.
We get 10 checks in the mail for $1,000 a month. They cut us off. We don't know what the fuck happened.
Right.
I'd rather not get anything. Where are all these people? After COVID, everybody fucking got checks in the mail. Now you can't get people to work no more.
Right.
Can't get people to work. You go to a place that's a great restaurant or something, and the first 3 people you face don't even know where the fuck they're at.
Right.
But they had to hire them. You know, you gave people money. Now they're not going to come back. They're going to build ways not to come back. People are living it up during COVID, dog. Living it up. Unemployment, this, that. We still had to go out there and crack fucking stupid jokes outside, getting attacked by fucking spiders and shit, thinking there's a leopard in the fucking thing. Seriously.
Yeah.
The first time I went outside with Rich Voss, I didn't know what the fuck that was. A bat almost hit me on stage. And I told him, and he goes, "Oh, you missed the other night. There was a fucking bear." You're like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
There's a bear in the woods.
I don't know what he was talking about. Some bear or boar.
Well, there's a lot of them out there in New Jersey, right?
Yeah, you were telling me last time. But, you know, America's fucking beautiful, man. Where else can a felon with 2 strikes? I got 2 strikes. My next strike is life, right? They give you like 20 years if you have 3 strikes. When have you met a guy that's down on 2 strikes that did anything? You just give up.
Yeah.
They're going to get me. I refuse. I don't suck my dick. Even when the feds are looking for me in 99 for that gun, I wasn't copping. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know, man. I'm not doing it. This is the path I'm taking. I don't know what, and I never got in trouble again, Joe. Never. You know, comedy became, you need something to get you out of that.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't stop doing coke. Nobody just stops doing coke, Joe. They go to 8 rehabs. But I saw something on the other side. I saw what my friends were doing. I saw what people were doing. And once you hear about Roseanne in the Tonight Show, were you there?
No.
Were you there when fucking Rodney blew up the garden? No. To see it is something completely different. When you're at the store with guys working the door, getting, how much were we getting? $25 a shift. She was paying me $25 on Sunday nights to work the door and $25 to MC. That's no money, but you fall in love with what you're doing.
Yeah. And you know there's a path.
And there's a path. And when you start seeing other people rise,
yeah,
and you're stuck as a fucking addict, you're fucking stuck. You don't know when to stop. I was stuck as an addict, and I got to being stuck as a fat dude. Because there was a point, if my elevator broke, I wouldn't leave the fucking house. I'm not walking those 3 flights of stairs. I was 450 pounds. I'm not doing it.
Were you really that big?
418, 420. My wife was tying my shoelaces. You know how embarrassing that fucking is?
Wow.
You know how fucking embarrassing that is, looking back at it now? People come to visit you and jail. That's bullshit life, man.
Yeah.
There's so much out there, Joe. There's so fucking... And now that's what I'm trying to sell to my daughter. There's so much out there.
Yeah.
You know, people in New Jersey, all they know is Florida. I've never seen fucking people that love Florida so much. I can't stand fucking Florida because they like it so much. You know, vacation for people in Jersey, 1 week in Atlantic City, they bust out the white shoes, and there's 1 week in Florida. That was not going to be me.
Did you see that cop on TV?
Which cop?
Yesterday, they were saying if someone breaks in your house in Florida, please shoot them. We prefer if you shoot them.
That's what we've gotten to now.
Did you see that guy? Have you seen it, Jamie? I'll send it to you.
I mean, he's getting a lot of heat today.
Is he?
He
I don't know.
probably is.
Not in Florida. I bet they're like, fuck yeah. God bless Florida.
Yeah. Thank you.
This year.
Oh, is it?
This is the same one.
Yeah, that's the guy.
It says,
Yeah.
saves taxpayers money if you shoot home invaders. Probably rate it here.
7 charges total, bonds $157,500. And I want to say, as to the person, we don't know which homeowner shot at him. I guess they think that they did something wrong, but they did not. If somebody breaks in their house, they're more than welcome to shoot them down in the county. So whoever that was, you're not in trouble, come see us. We have a gun safety class we put on every other Saturday. And if you take that, you'll shoot a lot better, and hopefully you'll save the taxpayer.
Hilarious. That's Florida. And then DeSantis just came out because all these houses are getting, people are squatting, taking over people's houses in New York. I'm sure you've seen that. Lady got arrested because she changed the locks on her own house. Someone was squatting in her house. She got into the house, kicked them out, changed the locks. They called the cops. They said they're tenants. They arrest her. Took her away in handcuffs because squatters were in her own house. And then there's this guy on TikTok that started making videos explaining to people what the laws are and how you can get into people's houses and how you can squat. And so it's a genuine problem because in Georgia, there's 1,000 houses right now that people are squatting in. That's a giant number of houses that squatters have just taken over these people's houses.
Are people out of town?
Out of town, or it's a real estate holding, maybe you're trying to sell it. Maybe it's your vacation house. Who knows? Maybe you're fixing it up. Who knows? But no one's living in it. They move in. They take over. They have it now.
Is that everywhere now?
It's a lot of states, but it's not Florida. In Florida, they're like, fuck you. Like DeSantis just had a little press conference yesterday about it. He's like, in Florida, that does not fly. There's no way anyone's going to squat in your house in Florida, which is what people want to hear. Nobody wants their fucking look. If you work really hard, you get a house and you have a second house, you can use it as a rental property or whatever. You're trying to make some money, and then someone takes over that, and the system works for them and not for you. There's a big difference between tenants and squatters, and if you can't make that differentiation, we got a real problem.
Big problem.
Yeah.
That's a big problem.
Somebody's
going to get shot. That's it.
100%.
That's how this changes. This is how this always changes. Yeah. Some guy comes home. What the fuck are you 8 people doing here? Yeah. You're not supposed to be. He don't know nothing. He's from Russia. He don't know nothing. He's an old fucking guy from Iran or something. He don't know nothing. Mm-hmm. You're in my house.
And they'll put him in jail.
But who'll shoot those 8 motherfuckers? Yeah. Something bad will happen. But that's how it changes, Joe.
The thing is, once people start going to jail for defending their own property, you've made a mess.
You've made a mess.
You made a giant mess. And then the criminals are going to be aware of this, and they already are.
They already are. They're 2 steps ahead of you.
Yeah, they're 2 steps ahead. They know what the rules are, and they're going to get attorneys that are going to work with them, and they're going to steal your house.
So let me ask you this. You go on vacation with your wife. I move into your living room. You come back and you're just going to greet me with nice eyes and say,
I don't know how that works.
You're going to call 911. There's a squatter here. Got to get him out. He's going to come. Go, no. How long have you been here? I don't know. We were in Europe. Whatever. Yeah. Is that what you're fucking telling me?
Well, I think some people can't physically do anything, right? Because they get in the house and there's men in there. Did you see about that lady in New York City? She went to clean out her mom's place. There were squatters in there and they killed her. Yeah, they just caught these guys, young guys. They just, the same thing. They figured out there was no one in there. Broke in, changed the locks, whatever. Fixed it, stayed there.
You know how this changes.
Yeah.
It's always one guy that makes an example, makes a big, deep example, and then people go, well, and I will think twice about doing that.
Well, it seems like the only way to really change is the law. It's just I don't understand why there's so many laws that have been around for so long that when you see common sense solutions like Ron DeSantis saying, no, you can't do that. Stop. That's not going to happen in Florida. That should be every state. They should say, no, you can't steal people's houses. That should be simple. That has nothing to do with being Democrat or Republican. It's like stealing property. Just like no one should be able to steal your car. No one should be able to steal your clothes. They shouldn't be able to steal your house. It seems that's logical. It has nothing to do with racism or xenophobia or white privilege or any of these dumb things they try to attach to this. It's just law and order. We have to have a set of laws that we all abide by if we're going to have a peaceful society where you don't create victims and you don't empower criminals. And the fact that that is complicated in 2024 is so strange to me. I just don't understand. Almost like it's on purpose, like it's meant to keep things chaotic, keep us, on our heels, keep us at each other's throats, keep us just trying to figure out what's the next problem they have to deal with. And all the while, there's all this shit going on in Ukraine. There's all this shit going on with green energy, and Bill Gates is buying farmland. Like, God, can I have a moment where I can just relax?
Well, even the squatters thing. When did this start? It started coming up about 3-4 years ago during COVID, didn't it? Or was it around before?
It was definitely around before, but I think it has ramped up considerably as things got more woke. Because I think as things get more woke, you start looking towards the rights of.
They're squatters. They don't have nowhere to go.
Well, listen, no one is in that home, and no one should have a home that is unoccupied where people are homeless. Like, yeah, okay.
I'm going to take a piss.
Go ahead.
I'll wait till Law and Order puts out an episode on squatters, and I'll learn more about it. I'll come back and fucking.
All right, we'll be right back. What did you bet?
Dustin.
Bet Dustin over Benoit Saint Denis.
I just looked at the card, and I'm like,
it's a good bet. It was a good bet anyway.
I like Cheeto and I like Sugar, so I couldn't pick one there. And then all the hype around the guy and Dustin, I go, everybody's betting this fucking soldier. So I just took a chance to watch the fights. It's not like I bet all the fights. I just bet.
I would have liked to see that fight with him not having staff. He was going to have a hard time with Dustin's stand-up anyway. Dustin's stand-up is just sharper, more battle-tested. Benoit Saint-Denis started off as a judo guy, and he has very good stand-up. But there's levels, and I think Dustin's level is extremely high. His level stand-up is extremely high. You see that like when he fought Max Holloway. He outboxed Max Holloway in that fight. That was a big one.
And Max can box.
Max can box. Max can box. A lot of people are counting him out in this Justin Gaethje fight, but he's got a lot of time to prepare for this. The first fight when he fought 55, when he fought Dustin, that was a short notice fight. He didn't have time to like really bulk up. I don't know how short notice it was, but I know he didn't bulk up. I think he just tried to fight, just be 145 and not cut weight, which is his natural weight class.
Who's in Newark? You're doing that card.
Let's pull it up. What's the Newark card? Have they announced that? I'll tell you when that is.
I know they have the Atlantic City card this month. I saw the ad.
Yeah, that's this weekend.
Okay,
Chris Weidman's fighting. Yeah. I think it's the first week in June. Yes, it's June 1st. UFC Newark. Who's that? It's on the list? Yeah, that's far ahead. So here we are in March, April, May, June. It's probably not scheduled yet. They probably have like tentative fights set. And it probably is dependent upon who wins what and who's healthy when. Bro, this one, Whitaker versus Khamzat Chimaev in Saudi Arabia. That one is going to be fucking wild. That's a wild one. That is a wild fight. Kelvin Gastelum versus D-Rod. That's a great fight too. Is that the only two fights that have been announced so far? Bro, Whitaker versus Khamzat is legit. That's a real fight. That's a real fight for Khamzat because Whitaker's a big dude. He's a big, solid, beefy 185, former champion. Both guys started at 170, but they were cut. It was too hard to make the 170. That's a real 185er, as opposed to they gave him Kamaru Usman, and Kamaru didn't have a chance to prepare for that. He had 10 days. That's not enough time. I don't know what kind of shape he was in. Couldn't really test.
He's always in shape.
He's always in shape.
He's always.
Sure. But famously, Kamaru has bad knees, like real bad knees. So I don't know how hard he was training, whether or not he prepares the way, maybe he only sacrifices his knees during training. And then when he's not training for a fight, he takes it easy so he doesn't stay in the same kind of shape. I don't know. But I know he was winning in the third round. Kamaru, if that was a 5-round fight, who knows how the fuck that fight would have went. And, obviously Kamaru's world championship caliber, the best welterweight of all time by most people who count. And, it's not enough time. Not enough time to get a guy like that to prepare for Kamaru, prepare for Khamzat. But at least we got a chance to see what Khamzat looks like against a world-class, world championship caliber fighter. So this was a big one. This is Robert Whitaker with plenty of time to prepare. Guy who is just as legit as they get. Just beat Paulo Costa. That's a good fight. I like that.
How about my boy Demetrius last weekend?
How crazy is that?
How crazy. He's so great.
Mighty Mouse took on a guy who's 250 pounds.
Fuck me up.
In a jiu-jitsu
tournament. I told you I'm scared of Mighty Mouse. Fucking 250.
And he tapped him. The dude was heavier than him by 100 pounds. The guy was enormous. The guy was so much bigger than him.
That's great. When I saw that, I'm like, God
Yeah.
damn, he's great. He is great. And a brown belt.
Yep.
A fucking brown belt.
He's great at everything, too. So this is him going through the tournament? Is that what this is? So this is him and the giant dude. Look at the size difference.
I thought it was Kurt Metzger.
Look how big that dude is.
Dude is big.
Yeah. But Mighty Mouse is so slick. Mm-hmm. There it is. And then managed to stay on top, which is really crazy. That's just crazy that you couldn't get him off him. That's technique. Pretty wild that he's even willing to do this while he's competing. I mean, I think he's the champion over at 1FC still. So he's still doing MMA, still doing like high-level championship fights, and he's fighting in the gi tournament, which is just nuts.
I love him, man.
Yeah, it's just crazy that he stayed on top of this guy, and then he got his back. No, I think he tapped the guy. Didn't he? I feel like he tapped him. Yeah, here it is. He got him with some kind of a choke. So he's got his collar. He tapped him. Look at that. That's crazy. No audience. Look at that. That's the thing about jiu-jitsu tournaments. No one's there. I mean, some of the best. Look how he rolled him, too. Pretty wild. Rolled him and held. It looks like he's holding on to the collar and tapping him with his collar.
Like a bow and arrow?
Yeah, yeah. Amazing. He's probably the best ever in terms of
sweaty, though.
I know.
Watching that shit.
In terms of like just pure martial arts technique, I think the best expression of martial arts I've ever seen is Mighty Mouse.
Did you have Hodge on yet?
Hodge Gracie?
Yeah.
No.
He was looking to get on.
Okay, I'll get a hold.
Because he was down here.
Oh, was
3
he
months ago, he was down
with
here.
Henzo School?
Somewhere. And one of my friends called me. He goes, "Can you get him on?" I thought it's short notice, bro. You know,
Yeah.
you're advanced.
Yeah, we're booked out pretty far. I get these texts.
I love watching. Jiu-jitsu is so much like comedy.
How so?
So much, man.
In what way?
The longer you're in it, the prettier it gets.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm watching Tom, I'm watching you the other night. We're at a point where it's effortless. It's second nature. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just beautiful to see. You know, comedy is great. The 10-year mark is great. The 20-year mark, something happens to you. It really does. Everything clicks. And it's like with this art, jiu-jitsu, you get in there, you get beat up for a year. And then one day you start doing little things and you're like, oh shit, this ain't that bad.
Right.
You know? And it's the same thing, but once you put it all together, like we were talking about David Tau's special, it's a thing of beauty.
Yeah.
It's a thing of fucking beauty. That's a thing of beauty. When my hands get punched like that, I know that's fucking beautiful.
Yeah, it's years and years and years of work.
I've always loved, like we went to see the Black Keys last week.
Mm-hmm.
I love this. I love that you're going out and catching live music. It makes my dick hard. I wish I went to as much live music as you, but Jersey's a fucking nightmare. You have the Starland Ballroom and shit. No, I just can't. They have metal shit. I can't, but I wish, because that's how you get better at all this shit, is by getting entertained.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you.
That's what Mooney always used to say.
That's getting creative. When I went to UFC fight and saw on a hit of acid and saw Anderson kick that dude in the face, I went right up to my room and wrote a joke. I'm like, this is fine. You know, it just inspires you.
Yeah.
That they're that good. We used to always talk about Anderson, how he could look at you and pinpoint the shot, and he was accurate. That's a thing of art, man. It is an art. What am I talking about?
Yeah, it is an art.
Dog, I swallowed like 2 of these Zins. What's going to happen? I'm going to blow a Zin fart tonight in that fucking green room.
Yeah, you're going to shit out those little tabs.
Oh, Jesus, I keep swallowing.
Yeah, don't swallow those little bags. You don't want to swallow them.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. I don't think it's going to hurt you.
At this point, I used to swallow gum till I was 30.
Shit. They used to say that gum gets stuck inside your body. That's
I swallowed gum for fucking years.
I think that's a total myth.
And once you're so deep in it, you're like, I'm not going to stop now. Now I spit it out. But before, I would always fucking swallow.
Well, have you seen that thing that people are doing now where they make them swallow a balloon? They swallow a balloon to deal with their weight loss. You've seen that?
No.
Yeah. So they swallow this bag. It's like this little tiny thing. It's about that big, and it's attached to a tube. And they swallow the whole thing, and the tube's coming out of their mouth as they're swallowing it. So they have a glass of water, they swallow it. It gets down in, and then once it's in their stomach, they pump it up, and they fill this bag. And this bag takes up a lot of room in your stomach, so you get full much quicker. And so that's the thing that keeps people from,
Overeat.
They overeat. They can't stop themselves.
No.
They don't feel full. People want to feel full. And so this bag, you swallow this thing. Yeah. What do they inflate it with? Is it water? So they go in, swallow it, take this tube. And I think when you've lost the weight that you want to lose, they can deflate it. But then my worry would be that then you have this stretched out stomach that needs to get full again.
Doug, after I asked your advice on the gastric thing, you said you look into it. I really thought about it. Not the gastric thing, just all these get out quick things.
Yeah.
That's like Ozempic now. You know what I was talking about last time on stage? Because I wrote that out the other day. It was a stupid joke, but I think that people are going to go on Ozempic now. A lot of people. And the fat man's going to come back strong. Like, what's the name of that show? The 600-pound fat dude?
Yeah, My 600-Pound Life.
All of this shit's going to come back bigger and stronger, fat dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're just doing all this shit. If you just lift weights and walk a little bit and watch yourself just a little tiny bit, all these get rich schemes.
Yeah.
Like, if I go down to 265, I'll do all that. Because then I get stuck at 265.
Do you?
Yeah. I get stuck at 271, 270.
But when you did Weight Watchers, you got down low. How low were you when you were Weight
What
Watchers?
I am now.
That's the lowest you've ever been?
Yeah, 277, 274. 274 was my lowest weight. But I wasn't lifting weights.
I thought you were lighter than that.
No, I wasn't doing shit. I was walking and kickboxing, no weights.
And now you're doing weights.
No, you got to do the weights at this age.
I think so.
Very important.
I think it's important for like bone density. For
Dog, that sarcopenia, you lose it quick.
Yeah.
That's quick.
Yeah.
And they're not asking you to fucking be an Olympic lifter. They're not asking you. Look at all the things. They're not asking you. They're just asking you for 30 minutes a day of resistance training.
Yeah. Just a little bit of something to keep the muscles going. The thing about Ozempic is some people have pretty bad side effects. And, it's just, essentially it's doing is limiting your appetite. Essentially it's doing something very similar to what this balloon thing does. And I think you can get that done with a high protein diet. You can limit your appetite by just going on a carnivore diet. I know a lot of people that have done that and lost a lot of weight.
Just carnivore?
Yeah. You get satisfied way easier.
2 eggs, 6 eggs for breakfast.
Eggs and meat, and your body just adjusts. Your body turns the protein into glucose, and it turns the fats into ketones. For me, it just seems to work better. And I know a lot of people that have had a problem with carbohydrates. They start to look. I had those guys do it for World Carnivore Month. The comics that I've got working out at the gym. I'm like, who wants to commit to this? Entire month of January, nothing but me. And they did it. And they're like, dude, I feel so much more energetic. I'm not tired in the middle of the day. I'm like, yeah, that's like a carb crash. You're getting like an insulin crash in the middle of your day because you're eating carbs and sweets and sugar and bread and pasta and rice and all this stuff. If you eliminate that stuff from your diet, it takes a while for your body to adjust. It took me like a couple of weeks when I first did it. But then once your body adjusts, you just feel like you have an extra gear. You have more energy. You feel clear-headed. You feel better.
Like just all that meat, Joe, scares the shit out of me.
Yeah? In what way?
I don't know. I get a little iffy with a lot of meat.
You get iffy?
Late at night, I could probably blast fucking 3 eggs in
Yeah, then have eggs.
Scrambled eggs on a
Eggs
steak.
are easy. Eggs are easy. They're easy to digest. They're super nutritious. They're so good for you. You could live off nothing but eggs. Eggs are great.
7 grams of protein.
Yeah. Eggs
3
are
eggs is
fantastic.
21 fucking grams. Not bad.
Yeah, it's fucking good for you. And all the stuff that says it's not good for you is nonsense. It's just good for you. Eggs are good. They're healthy.
Does our girl like the carnivore diet?
Who? Rhonda?
Yeah.
Yeah, she likes it, but I think she thinks that you should have vegetables too, and some people do think
She's got me eating blueberries like a motherfucker.
Blueberries are great.
That makes you smarter.
Really?
I'm eating blueberries. Yes. Watch one of the things. Blueberries actually make you smarter. But
interesting. How's it
like
make you smart?
I have no idea. I didn't listen to that. For that. My attention span.
You need more blueberries.
I love her though. I do everything she says. Anytime today she put a video of her fucking working out.
I wonder how they would figure out whether or not blueberries make you smarter. Do they give you blueberries and then make you take a test, and then make you take
She
a
did a
test without
survey.
blueberries?
You know her, bro.
Yeah.
A group of 6 people got together in Norway and
Mhm.
fucking blueberries for a month.
The thing about that though is you have to look at like healthy subject bias or healthy statistics bias, because like the people that are in that group that are eating blueberries in the beginning or to begin with are probably healthier people. Healthier people might be a little smarter, you know, like more aware of what like the effects of eating good food does to your body. So healthy user bias is real. I don't know though. I don't know how they did the study. So a lot of those studies they're weird. It's just you get a sense of what's true and what's not, but also people manipulate those studies and they make studies designed to get the result that they're trying to achieve because they're trying to sell you something. I get very nervous when all these people are on this Ozempic stuff. I just get very nervous. Brian Simpson had a horrible side effect. He was fucked. He was wrecked. He stayed at home for days.
Listen, from all the experience we have of everything that's come out in the last couple fucking days, the last couple years.
Here it says, Dr. Rhonda Patrick, blueberry concentrate increased brain blood flow, brain activation, and working memory in adults compared to placebo. Concentrated blueberry juice. Interesting. And so it improves brain function in older people. Let's go. Let's get a blueberry smoothie. Get the party rolling.
I do them all the time.
Yeah.
Coconut water, blueberries, protein powder.
Nice.
Bango.
They're good for you. I mean,
What stops that crash in the afternoon? I've been getting it since I turned 58.
Well,
Never slept before in the daytime.
now you're taking naps.
4 o'clock.
Yeah.
I mean, my world ends. It's the saddest thing. Not even reefer, edibles, nothing. Once she gets home from school, I talk to her. We look at the homework. She goes to her room. I go downstairs. My wife gets home. And at about 4:15, I can't even eat. It's not about, I just got to get up and walk to bed. She knows already. Then I crash for an hour and 4 minutes, an hour and 6. I get up for like 15 minutes. I feel like shit, then I'm ready to attack 20 fucking people. The first 15 minutes, I always feel shitty. Like, man, I should have slept in the afternoon. But some days I have it, some days I don't.
How much carbs are you eating?
I eat that wheat bread in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And I really wanted to try intermittent fasting.
Yeah.
I get dizzy, like I get what something gets. Like
Yeah.
You don't eat and drive. Like if I don't eat and drive for a long distance, I'm done. I get dizzy and shit.
Did I tell you what happened to my friend Tommy?
No.
Tommy Jr.? He was shoveling snow, cleaning his driveway out. He got called into work on a Sunday. Something happened. And so he's shoveling his snow, and, he's not in the best of shape. Shovels snow, heavy snow. It's all the whole driveway. Gets done, drives in his car, falls asleep at the wheel, and slams into a wall. And he got pretty fucked up. Bunch of broken bones. Yeah, he's still not better. This was months ago.
So what was the result of the nap? From the shoveling?
Yeah, he just blacked out behind the wheel. Yeah, just exhaustion. Not in the best shape. Like lifting snow is
not good.
It's a motherfucker, dude. It's a real workout. If you get wet snow and you got a whole driveway full of that shit, and you're digging in and lifting it up and digging in and lifting it up, your legs, your back,
But
your
is there a
arms.
reason? Isn't the weather contribute to that?
What?
To that cold when you come out. Like I have a friend that went to school with me. I came back. How's your dad? He died shoveling snow.
Well, it's a heart attack thing. It's exertion, right? If you're not in shape, shoveling snow is equivalent to doing like a hard CrossFit class. If you're not in shape, shoveling wet snow.
No shit. Remember, we lived in Colorado.
Yeah.
And the snow was light. When it snowed in Jersey last time, I shoveled, and that's wet.
Yeah.
The only thing that saved me was slow amounts. 3 inches, 4 inches. I go out there early and get it.
You get an 18-incher.
Then I can't.
And then it gets a little warmer, and then it starts to melt, and then you basically got every shovelful is 45 pounds. Yeah, look, his heart rate's 118.
100 calories in 90 minutes.
Yeah, 1,200 calories in 90 minutes of shoveling snow. So look at that. Every single smartwatch on Earth should have snow shoveling as a workout type. I don't know a soul in the Northeast that would disagree. It's fucking hard. So if you're out of shape and you burn off 1,000 calories like my boy Tommy, and then you get behind the wheel, you fucking black out, you know? Probably didn't drink enough water. I don't think Luke has a snow shoveling. I think you just have to put it in as a regular workout. But 90 minutes of work. So say if you have to leave your house at 6:30, you got to be out there minimum 5 p.m. shoveling. You got to go. I leave in an hour and a half. Here we go. So basically, you have to have very little clothes on because you're going to sweat your dick off, and you're going to be out there. Every fucking shovelful is probably 35, 45 pounds. And then you look, what you cleared 4 feet, not even. And then you got to get in there and get it off the concrete and really scrape it down. Otherwise, it's going to melt and then freeze again. And then your whole garage, all the way down your driveway, is going to be ice. So you got to really scrape it.
I used to snow a show for a living. $15 an hour in 1983. I would sit out there, shovel snow, and case the apartments. The whole Snowmass Village. Every time people go skiing, I knew when they were leaving. I knew the whole thing.
Yeah, we did that in Newton.
I shoveled snow for a living, man. Yeah. It was 8 hours a day. No, it was a full-time job in Snowmass Village. You just applied for it, $15 an hour, insurance. After 90 days, it was a ski pass. It was a job. It was a fucking job. That was your job.
Have you been to Aspen lately?
No.
It's crazy.
I'm going this summer.
It's just
I could just imagine
Beverly Hills and the mountains.
Yeah, I could just imagine.
It's all these rich people, and it's really weird. It's not what it used to be.
No, I know.
Like you go watch those old documentaries when Hunter S. Thompson was there. Was he there when you were there? Did you ever see him? Yeah. At Woody Creek? Did you go to the Woody Creek Tavern?
I used to go to get weed, and the nachos were fucking delicious there.
Yeah, food's still great there.
Did you go?
Yeah.
Is it still open?
Yeah, it's still open. I ate there a couple of years ago.
No shit.
Yeah, we went to Aspen for a ski trip, and I said, we got to go to Woody Creek Tavern. Got to go pay respect.
That was a place. Think about an 18-year-old kid. Just close your eyes for a minute.
There it is.
And I'm talking about, no!
Yep. Still open.
Oh, that changed a lot, dog.
Did it?
Yeah.
What changed?
It looks like a place now.
Well, it's a lot of photos of people on the wall.
When I was going in there, it looked like fucking a bar.
Yeah?
83. I had a friend, Cato. Keith Korn was in there. And I told him, I go, listen, you got to deal with me. I love you to death. Don't knock my door unless you got the best weed in town. And when you do have the best weed in town, knock on my door. I don't care if it's 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. And he would come over and tell me, I got great weed. You got to go to Woody Creek Tavern. First time I went in there. Now, you want me to lie to you and tell you I knew who Hunter Thompson was? I didn't know the fuck he was. First time I went in there, he was in there with Bill Murray. Really? And Don Johnson.
Wow.
All right. First time I went in there. I didn't know. The second time was Don Johnson. The first time was Bill Murray. I got my weed. I got the nachos. I didn't say a word. I didn't there's no pictures then. And I just walked out. And then on the way, the guy was telling me who Hunter Thompson was. Then a year later, the first movie came out. The first that was played by Bill Murray played. That was Where the Buffalo Roam.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. And then I went in there a second time and I saw Don Johnson. And that was fucking mind-blowing. He was hotter than shit on Miami Vice. And then I went in there another time and one of the nitty-ditty dirt bands were there with Hunter Thompson. It was a fucking party up there.
Wow.
And I was a kid. And they would tell you, if you go to Aspen Airport, the bar, Clint Eastwood there every night. Every fucking night. I would not go up there. For some reason, I was just scared to meet Clint Eastwood.
And you're young.
And Don Henley picked me up hitchhiking.
Really?
One time, I got in the car and he had that song. It was 83, 84, so he just put out Dirty Laundry. And he was big. Boys of Summer.
Yeah.
I'm in the fucking, because Aspen used to have a hitching post. Okay, so when you finish your job at Aspen, you could just go to a hitching post and stand out there. If people went like this, that means they weren't going down valley. So if they did this to you, that means they were just going to like Snowmass or something like that.
Short trip.
And people would pick you up all the fucking time and just talk to you, what's going on, where you from, from there, you know. And the first time it was Don Henley, and I still lived in Basalt. And then 4th of July, 83, I moved to Snowmass. And I was hitchhiking, and John Denver picked me up with a Jeep.
John Denver
John
picked you up?
fucking Denver, Joe.
Wow.
And I'm like, come on, this isn't, no. And he's like, if you're not doing anything, I'm doing the thing. He does a charity up there every fucking year or something. I didn't even know. I was just.
He's saying come to the show?
Yeah, like come up. It's free or some shit. I'm like,
wow.
I just moved to Snowmass. I don't know anybody. Then like a month later, I go to Conoco in Old Snowmass. There's Snowmass Village and there's Old Snowmass. And I went to Old Snowmass because the guy was from New York and he had hot dogs. And I remember going there and seeing Goldie Hawn with Kurt Russell, like nothing. Sandals on. The girl, Kate Hudson, was a baby.
Wow.
Maybe 2, 3, 4 with her brother, a little brother that was a little older than her maybe. I used to see them all the fucking time. Wow. Sidney Poitier used to come into the video store. I was shit. That's when I asked Robin Williams for an autograph. He told me no, and he had body odor. He stunk so fucking bad. He had been in the coke thing for like 4 fucking days.
Oh no.
That was a magical place for a kid at 18. It was just something different, man. And I did a movie with Adam Sandler and Don Johnson, who was in the back. And I had to do a scene with him. And after every scene, we had to go into this closet. And I would talk to him. And I still remember you when you got chased down Galena Street. And he goes, you remember that? When Miami Vice was hotter than shit, like 86, I was in Aspen. And one night we were at like Patty Bugatti's. And you see a bunch of people running down the street. It's a bunch of women chasing Don Johnson. Wow. He's fucking running with his bodyguard down the street of Aspen. Fucking crazy shit. I can't imagine what it's like now. It doesn't have that homey feeling.
No, it's a different thing.
On the way out of Aspen, when you made that turn out, before you hit that road, the 82, there used to be a fucking diner on the corner. And they were known for their crumb cake. You could smell it. So all you smelled when you passed that was the crumb cake and the smell of the chicory, like the burning and people's fucking tremendous. Like I never smelled that before. Like all those things, it was just, I was like a kid in a candy store.
It had to be a culture shock too, right? Coming from New Jersey.
Shit. And I
Aspen.
remember the first month I'd come home and yell at my roommates, what the fuck did you do to me? They're all faggots. They all say good morning and hello, and people pulling over. Do you need a ride? Get the fuck out of here. And I'm like, no, you can't act like that. These people really want to help you.
So what brought you to Aspen in the first place?
My brother Jimmy Burkle he got thrown out of the Air Force Academy, and he went back home to get his weights, to get his Olympic weights and speakers. We drove cross country. He said he was going to Aspen. I knew nothing about it.
So he said, fuck it, I'll go for a ride?
I was 20 people looking for me, so I had no choice. So I came up with like $1,500. I bought the car for us to drive in. The axle fell off. And it was weird because he told me a date when he was leaving. But I was planning on robbing this bookmaker for a ton of dough. The guy had money in like a linen closet, and he would have like a register with like hundreds in the top, 50s in the second shelf. And every time I went in there, he would just open up the closet and take money out and pay us. And I go, we got to rob this guy. So I was waiting to rob this guy. I didn't want to go because I thought it was like a 20,000 day pay day, right? So I told him, just leave and I'll get a plane ticket. When he got to Pennsylvania, the axle fell. So he had to get towed back. And once he came back, I knew I had to go. Like that was my sign. Like I got to go. he broke the fuck down, this guy, to come back. And then I said, fuck it, and I went with him. I was 18, I had no family, nothing going on, and nothing to lose. My cousin was up there. I had a Cuban cousin, Tweety, who got caught fucking throwing coke out of a bale. Remember I told you that? And then his nephew showed up to my show like a week later.
He got coke out of a bale?
He's the famous guy that he was throwing the coke out of an airplane.
Oh.
He lived in Aspen. That motherfucker did 25 years in America and another 15 in Bahamian jail.
Really?
And he's out now.
Wow.
He's old, he's old. So I went up there and it was perfect for what I was just coming out of. I lost my mother 2 years earlier. I needed to fucking get some traction. And I fell in that place. Can you imagine, man? I just fell into that fucking place.
Pretty crazy.
Pretty fucking crazy.
But a good shift of perspective, right? You get to see a totally different way to live.
Different. And I had to figure it out for myself. And I still being up there struggling, joining Colorado Mountain College. No high school diploma. Just walked. I like to take some classes. You got the money, you can take it. Started taking 6 credits. 6 credits. This is my 6th. No high school diploma. Math classes, the whole fucking thing, history. Then I went to Boulder, and I joined continuing ed at Boulder. And one day they came to me with a letter, Joe, and they're like, listen, you got too many credits there. You got to transfer into a college. And I'm like, I got no high school diploma. And they're like, well, you can't take classes here. I didn't tell them that. I didn't have a high school diploma. And I applied for the University of Colorado in the Spanish program. Some program they had. You had to maintain a 2.0 and fucking garbage. They gave you a tutor.
Really?
They gave you money out the ass. So I transferred into the University of Colorado. They kept bugging me. Where's your high school transcript? Where's your high school transcript? I'll whip one up in a second. I didn't know how. I kept lying to them. They're coming. And then finally I got arrested. And I had to take my GED. So I said, fuck it. And that's how I got in.
When you got arrested, you had to take a GED?
Well, when you get arrested, when they were thinking about me, I had to show the judge I was trying to get my life together. Right. I was on the list.
Oh, I see.
So I took the GED, and then I went to the University of Colorado, and I got thrown in prison.
You're probably the only guy that's gone to college and then went back and got his GED.
Can you fucking believe that? There was no computer back then. They just get, whatever. It's Colorado at the time. Yeah. Bring it next time.
I mean, you could have had fake paperwork easy back then. How would anybody have known?
I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do it, everything else in my life was shit. Can I have one thing for myself?
Right.
Have one thing for myself that's...
What were you planning on doing when you were going to college? Did you have a plan? No? Just take classes?
Just took classes, and then I went to Boulder, and when they transferred me in, those were real fucking classes, and that's when I got locked up. That was the beginning of the end for me. So, but I took it seriously, Joe. Everything else was shit.
Right.
It's the only thing I have that's mine that is not shitty,
Well, sometimes that's what a person needs. Something that they could dedicate themselves towards, because they don't feel like they have anything and there's no direction. They don't know what to do, and they just, that old expression, idle hands are the devil's playground. That's real.
That's real.
That's real.
That's very real.
Yeah. If you don't have a purpose in life, you don't have a direction that you feel like you should be going in, you feel so lost. And you can get sucked into all kinds of things. And you're filled with anxiety, and so then you escape with drugs. You're trying to find something to make you feel better because you just don't feel good and you feel like a loser. The only thing that makes you feel good is accomplishing things. Having a family, having loved ones, having friends, having a community. But accomplishing things too. Those are the only things that make you feel better in life.
At that point in my life, I had my drug people, my criminal people, but I had a couple of people that were trying to help me out. Those people that bump into your life. Mm-hmm. I had a high school teacher who was helping me out. I had a bunch of people. And since I didn't have parents, I was dedicating whatever I was doing in their name. Is that hard to say or hard to understand? I didn't have parents. So if you helped me out when I did something, I was doing it for Joe. Mm-hmm. To show them that I'm fucking
right, that you're worthwhile.
That I'm worth spending time with.
Yeah.
And I think even comedy. I love comedy. But I got out of comedy what I wanted, to become a man. That whole journey of comedy taught me how to be a man. taught you how to watch other comics and be happy for them. It's a journey of education being a comedian.
Yeah.
It really is. And let me tell you something, to be a comedian, your IQ has to be somewhere high up there. Like the good ones, somewhere they got to be up there.
They're not stupid.
No, we're not stupid. We figured out how to, get to that next level. And that was, for me, that was the most important thing. Becoming a man. What is becoming a man? Just somebody who can contribute to society. Pay taxes, not have to steal. I wasn't looking to be a multimillionaire. That was never in my fucking realm. I just wanted to function person. That was it. I just wanted to be a functioning person, not with cocaine. Now we were talking about something the other night. 27 years I did that shit for. I did more when I was clean in 10 years than I did in those 30 years. So you're always thinking about what you lost, and then I lost those 2 years to prison, and I lost a lot of time fucking around. But look what I did accomplish in 10 years. It was mind-boggling. Between marriage, a child, a house, the career, Ari's story.
You got on track.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, you got on track.
For me, it wasn't about having a jet plane. It was about being a fucking man.
Yeah.
Just having a normal life.
Being proud of yourself.
That's it.
Yeah.
I got the Beatles. I got 2 other people. One is missing. You have a big home. They're everything to me. But I never had that.
Right.
I never had that. I never had, my mother had her life and I had my life. And I appreciated it because it prepared me to be the man I am today. But at that time, it's like that line from the Pink Floyd song. You're a stranger in your own home. You were a stranger in your own home. Mm-hmm. Your parents are doing what they were doing to try to keep the lights on. Mm-hmm. You're out there delivering fucking newspapers. You were driving a limo. You didn't know where the fuck you were going. But you figured it out. You didn't become stale. You didn't sit on your fucking ass. And that's what I think a lot of Americans are doing now. When I sit here and I go, I did this in 10 years with nothing.
That's the thing that people are not considering when they talk about universal basic income, things like that. That you need
challenges. You just told me you had a challenge. You want to do something as a challenge. Yeah. We challenge you. We open up the door. We're supposed to open up the mouth and fucking put a chair in the lion's mouth and sit.
Yeah.
That's what makes us tick.
Yeah.
Just to always be working towards something.
Yeah, I think everybody wants something.
There's no fucking way, Universal. I don't want you getting the same handout I get. Handouts don't work, Joe.
They don't.
Handouts do not work. They do not work. For certain people, they work. But for certain, in a mass, they don't work.
No.
People are going to buy stereos and concert tickets, and that comes first. Even that episode of The Sopranos, and the chick says, my phone's about to get turned off. I got no food, and Tony gives her money. Yeah. And then she comes back, she goes, look at the shoes I got.
Right.
$600. And he goes, what happened to that? You got to live a little. That's everybody's mind. That was my mind.
Yeah, especially when you don't have anything.
Yeah.
What's all of a sudden you have $1,200.
Look at the fucking, Jamie, look at the credit card debt that this country's in right now. Did you see the credit card debt? All these $400 countries. You think people have this money?
No, what's the credit card debt like?
It's fucking insane right now. People are living off their fucking cards, Joe, since the pandemic. Now it's becoming second nature. It's just a card. I don't know if you've ever been in card debt.
What's up, my Tally? This is Rabbi Rothschild here.
Unless
I want to make you aware that you're the man for some of the work that you do. I'm the man for some of the work that I do. I'm live in your Discord right now, if you're not aware. Here's your Discord. I'm live. You're live on YouTube there. You're live on YouTube there. And you're live on YouTube up there. You're live on Instagram here. You're live everywhere,
Maxed out inside America's credit card debt crisis and what we do next. And this is from
because of the good work that you
do. Our 1.13 trillion in credit card debt.
Or stream.
Wow.
The best of your ability.
Is shattering lives. Everyday borrowers share how they're navigating this uniquely American debt machine.
And influence people in a positive way.
And the thing is, they're giving credit cards to people that are too young to really understand debt.
Checking out of your
You're giving credit cards to 18.
Here it is.
No way.
That's Tally the Goat.
No way.
You can check him out. He's got the Polaris Project here. You can donate to it.
Oh, the college
Discord's here. I wish he knew that.
Scam. The
I
worst
really like
scam
being in
is
his Discord, but I
the
really don't like
education
being
loans. It's the worst.
kicked out
Worst.
or
It's the
at
worst because
least
you're
thrown out of
convincing
DC
kids that this is
for
the only
no
way they're going to be
reason.
successful in
Means
life.
I got
A
to
lot
come
of
back
them
in
want to use it,
manually.
and then they're
So
settled
if he
down
could
with debt
communicate
for
to
the
his
rest of their fucking
Discord,
life.
hey,
And
Rabbi's cool.
there's not a lot of good
There's a stream
options
here.
other than that.
It's
It's
a
not like
portal
there's a lot of
into
other
his
things
life.
you can
That
go
would
to.
be
Like,
great.
this is a better way to go.
So there's your
No,
Discord
like
here, your
college
social
for a lot of
media.
people is like the only path that seems
Here's your
reasonably
link tree.
lit. Like that
Check out
path, I
all
can
your
see where that
shit.
path
This
is. I'm
is
gonna walk down that
amazing.
path.
We're gonna
And
check out
then all of
your
a sudden you're
TikTok.
100,000 in debt,
Here it
150,000
is.
in
We're
debt.
following you now, dog.
You get a job out of
And
college
I'm
and it's for
gonna
$52,000 a year. You're like, oh my god,
to
how am I going to pay this money off?
my
Well,
social
you're not.
media here. You'll
You're
be
not.
able to
You're
find
never
it there.
gonna. And they
So
and they
again,
don't
this
stop.
is Rabbi to
In the
Vitali.
middle of
And it
my
gets
debt,
interesting.
dog, in
well,
the middle of
dog.
my debt, a fucking student
And
loan popped up,
here is your link tree. Make
and
sure
they
to
weren't
follow
taking
him.
no deals.
And you can check out
They
Rabbi
weren't
in
taking a
his
penny on the
Discord.
dollar. They wanted the full
Right here.
$3,000 from
Here's what
fucking
happens when I try to go into
1980
his
something.
Discord. At least on this device, we'll
They're
see.
not fucking around those
See,
school
the
loans.
link is
We have
invalid
a
or has
mutual
expired
fund.
because somebody there just didn't
That
want me in.
decided not
That's
to
okay. I have
take
other
it.
accounts that are currently streaming in there, but if you
As
could
much as he
unban
loved
me
this fucking
without
girl,
my accounts, I
broke
didn't
up
do
with her
anything wrong.
because of her
I'd
debt.
be very appreciative of
Because
that,
if
my
I
man.
marry her,
In the meantime,
15 grand
we're
a month
checking you out
or
everywhere,
something. It was
including
something crazy.
on
It was
X,
something
on
crazy,
Reddit,
like her school loan.
on
I
Instagram,
can't marry
on
into
TikTok,
that.
of course.
She has a
Check
kid
them
in
out
3 years. That's
at
on
I
me.
Broke the
Right.
Internet by
Well,
Tally.
it's on you right away.
Give
when
me
you
a
get
shout
married.
out and we'll
And if she
break the
dies, you owe
internet
it.
now. Thanks, Big
Yeah,
Dog.
it's one of those
It's
deals.
on you. You
Yeah.
can get married.
And who knows how many? What is the number? Like, what is the number that she owed? Do you remember? Big, hundreds.
Attorney, and she started taking money and taking little trips. Because once you get that student loan, you know, so you again, it's a credit card mentality. I'm already in debt.
Yeah.
They're offering me this as a
Let's go
credit
have
card
fun.
to go to Europe.
Yeah.
You know, one last blast to add to
Yeah.
the fucking drama I already have.
And then you got to find some insanely rich guy to rescue you.
Dumb. No.
This is the biggest event in global
Between you
history,
and
and I watch your streams because of the good work
I
that
had
you
no
do.
idea. I knew Cat. I
And I
came from a
think you're a
Cat
funny
society.
person. And I think you
First
do
time I
your
walked
job.
into the University of Colorado and signed those fucking loan papers, that's how we got paperwork. I think 2 days later, I
Communicate to people and influence people
What if I went on look? I didn't even know how to handle
And I think that's amazing.
And then they told me that you just call them and get the limit. I could call them.
Social media, here it is. Vitaly the Goat.
And then you don't know.
Check him out.
Your limit's still stuck.
Artist project.
And now you have to go to a casino to have the fucking pit boss
Discord's here.
call your
I
Visa
wish
card.
you knew that.
That's how they always got money. Just give you credit card to the pit boss.
Right.
This is 30 years ago now, not now. Where you can just give the credit card to the pit boss and he can call Visa for you
And they
and
ramp
come
it up.
back. Yeah, they ramp it up. Not anymore.
Good news, Mr. Diaz. You got an extra $2,000.
Booyah!
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah. Do you remember that scam where you would get like 10 cassettes for like $1? Do you remember that?
I don't go to dog,
Columbia.
I don't go to Indiana. You never seen me do anything in Indiana. I must owe Columbia House $10 million. Are you stupid? I don't go to Indiana. That's Terre Haute, Indiana. Right? Look it up. I still remember where that motherfucker came from. I don't even go to Indiana. I don't even want him to remember.
And then you would have to buy a
3
new
albums.
Yeah.
Fucking.
Was it every month? 12 hot hits for a cool penny. I don't even think it was CDs back then. Look, it says cassettes or records. Wow. So how did they make money?
Because everything was re-recorded. So they took Santana albums and then put it on like a cheap cassette or something.
Oh, really?
Like it was something.
So they
crazy.
re-recorded it?
Oh, I thought it was.
No, it was real. It was real music. No, it's the band. But it's something. There's a catch here. There's some catch. So you had to buy whatever 12 hot for a penny. You had to put the penny on the paper and scotch tape it.
Stop right there. AOL may have had the most prevalent mail-in magazine-based marketing campaign of the 90s, but a close second goes to both Columbia House, which was owned by Sony, and BMG, which was owned by RCA. It was a common sight in magazines of all shapes and sizes to see ads like the one above, which promoted extremely cheap collections of music in exchange for signing up for a membership. It even single-handedly helped some CDs become hits. Hootie and the Blowfish, for example, is said to have sold over 3 million copies of Crack Rear View through this service.
That was interesting.
Yeah. Wow.
I think what they did is that you would you would sign up for a credit card bill with this, and then all of a sudden you'd start getting billed like $20 a month.
Yeah.
And it was really hard to stop it.
There was no credit card in my day. There was just send a penny.
Shout out to Vitaly.
You get 12.
Yeah, I don't remember a credit card. I don't remember signing up with a credit card.
No,
You
sent a penny. You sent a penny.
Yeah, degraded audio quality.
Biggest event
In
in
'94, Stereophile magazine
Share to
published
be
a
a
feature
trillionaire.
analyzing whether the quality of Columbia House or BMG CDs was actually much lower than one could find in a traditional record store. The belief, which hasn't been confirmed, was that the service was using lower quality master tapes, and on high quality equipment, one could tell the difference. But that said, it wasn't confirmed. Lack of royalty payments. Here's another one. Go up. So it says, Mental Floss notes that those free CDs generally cost Columbia House $1.50 each to create, a fairly low amount in overhead in those days. The reason why it was so low, well, they didn't have to pay royalties on the giveaways and made the money back on the margins. In other words, that Nirvana album you got for free from Columbia House netted Kurt Cobain a grand total of $0. Wow. So they didn't get paid for those. So the model the company used relied on customers essentially forgetting that they had subscribed to the service and then sending random CDs or cassette tapes to people that haven't asked for them, along with a bill.
Yeah. So that kind of thing happened with like Girls Gone Wild. Like you get one, and then they just keep sending you a new video every month.
Tell us more, Jeremy. What happened to you?
I never paid for it, but I do remember getting a few free DVDs.
High profits after the freebies run out. After you got these cassettes and discs shipped your way, the company charged high amounts to consumers, but they also kept most of the profits on the albums sold. Mental Floss suggests that the company made as much as $7.50 on each album shipped. Wow. I wonder how much the bands got paid for those from Columbia House. Aggressive bill collection tactics. Consumer Affairs and Rip-Off Record each report pages on the service and its collection agency Trident Asset Management that go back for miles. If you haven't paid for those CDs you got back in the 90s, they're probably still looking to shake you down for your money, Joey.
They do them in the 90s and in the 70s. A long time ago, you know what I'm saying? I still remember the album I got. You know what
What's up, everyone?
fucking first
This is
album I got
Rabbi
from Columbia House
Rothschild
was?
looking at a huge
Bye, Mr.
bitch
America.
right now.
Don,
Nick
whatever.
White.
Yeah, was it Don? What was his name?
I forget. I got like her.
Don McLean. That's right.
What's up, everybody? I
I
want
still
everybody to
remember
know
that
that Nick
one.
White
I
is
bought,
being a
like,
little bitch right now. He won't let me into any of his discords, and I understand it's probably
That
because
was the song that would come on
I
parties and everybody
spam
started
him
singing.
with all of my accounts. But
Great fucking
nevertheless,
song.
Nick,
Great
shout
song.
out to you as a kick
Yeah.
streamer. I hope you're
Didn't
doing well. I hope
Tyson
you let me
Fury
back into
have the entire
your
audience sing that
Discord
after one of
in
his
time.
fights?
I understand this video goes out to you.
I think
We're
Tyson
gonna check out
Fury
all your
sang
shit.
that fucking song
Here you are,
That's a
to
jam.
an
being a little
entire
bitch.
audience.
Got you on your little
I'll
bitch
jump up and
hat,
down.
Which one?
The one by Neil.
and you're saying
Diamond.
some bitch ass shit.
They have
That's
the new
cool.
commercial with a bunch
Look
of
at,
black
I'm
people,
even banned
Mexicans
in your
on the bar,
chat.
jumping up and down, and I'm like,
Fuck you.
black people in Mexico will never jump up.
I
What
shouldn't even be
songs?
making this for you because it doesn't
Looks
seem like you like
Which
me
song?
very much.
Drives me crazy.
But
Too fast,
I know deep down I am your biggest fan, and I know deep
Drives
down
me crazy.
Oh my God,
They're
I'm
singing in the
blinded too.
Hamptons.
I know what it
They're
is.
singing in the
White,
Hamptons all
get
the
your
time.
shit together.
Gentiles
I'm
get
banned on
together.
everything.
Sweet
Checking
child.
out your social
Drives
media.
me fucking crazy.
Oh my God, he sings that one too.
Follow Nick
I
in
love
his
Neil
Discord. Here,
Diamond,
check it out.
but that
Here's what
song
happens
when
when I
it comes
try to
on a
join
bar
your
and I see,
Discord.
It's
You
not the
little bitch.
song; it's people's reaction
yeah,
to the
it
song.
drives me crazy. And now they have a Budweiser commercial or something.
Hey,
With,
everybody.
like brothers and Mexicans
Rabbi
jumping up and down.
Discord.
Stop it.
And then it's like, psych, that shit didn't even work.
Tyson Fury,
What in the
recover to cover.
Yeah.
What is it? Oh, here we go. Hey, everybody, join my Discord. Psych,
Motherfucker.
bitch. That sucks. Nick, get your shit together, dog. Nobody wants that.
Oh, I love that guy.
Fucking bullshit.
Oh,
You can donate to
That's
him
the way
there.
to end the
Instagram
boxing
to your
match.
Twitter
Oh
station
my
keeps
God.
here.
That's fucking
We're gonna
great.
check out his
incredible. So you got the
Instagram
whole crowd
and
sing along. They all stayed.
continue to
Most
be a
people
huge
leave when the
bitch.
fight's over.
Oh,
Unless you win
Nicholas
by
White.
knockout.
Yep.
They
All of
stay
this looks
because they want to hear
fishy.
him talk. You know, how unusual that is.
I
Where a
want
whole
everybody to
crowd
know. Follow
is
Rabbi
willing to stay
Rothschild.
to
Follow
listen to the
Nick.
guy talk.
Hopefully
Watch what happens at a
he'll
UFC
unban
main
Rabbi.
event.
Shout out
When
to Nick
say
White
like
and all
someone
seriousness.
wins,
He
there's
was
a few people who stick
cool
around and want to
streamer,
see the post-fight
and
speech. And most people are headed
check
to
out
the
his
fucking
street
door.
kick.
If Leon Edwards starts singing "Sweet Caroline,"
Out, dog. He's out.
Great. I love Leon. That'd be great.
or something that people know. Like there's a few of those songs that everybody knows.
Somebody with a Brazilian accent.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Caroline.
yeah.
Or our boy Romero.
Right. Joey, to this day, that was one of my favorite podcasts of all time. You translating for Yoel Romero.
He had me lost.
Did he?
My Spanish is fucking, I got to be around those people every day.
You're pretty good. You're pretty good. You're pretty good. I know he was, it's just what a character that guy. Bro, he just won. He
still hates me.
Yeah.
He just
beat Thiago Silva in PFL versus Bellator. Yeah, it does. I know you. He's the best, man. That guy. Imagine what would have happened if that guy got into MMA at 22. He didn't even get to the UFC till he was in his late 30s. That guy would have killed everybody. What is he now? He's 46, 47. Yeah, he just beat Thiago Silva. Thiago Silva's still legit. Still fucking super dangerous. Thiago Silva went to a split decision with John Jones. Yeah, that guy. Joel Romero just beat him. Make sure it's that might make it correct. I want to make sure about that. But it was a close fight. Close fight. But he got him. He's a good fighter. John fucked his knees up, though. Oof. John destroyed that dude's knees.
What did John come back?
Well, John tore his pec muscle. It's a big one. Tore it off the bone in wrestling practice. You could actually see it in the video. He shoots and they're in a scramble and he just screams. And falls back and grabs his chest. Split decision. Yeah. So on one judge's scorecard, Thiago Silva beat the greatest fighter of all time. Excuse me, Thiago Santos beat the greatest fighter of all time. And then Yoel just beat him. I mean, I know it's been a slide since then. What was that, 2017? What year was that, Jamie? 2016? It doesn't say the date on like Wikipedia.
I'm looking at their name.
That's interesting. 19. Okay. So that's not that long ago. 5 years ago. Yoel is, I think he's at least 46. He looks fucking great. He looks fucking great. He moves fucking great. He looks great. He doesn't look slow. He doesn't look old.
He's still America's top team.
That's a good question. I don't know
who always comes up with the Cuban scientists.
Yeah,
come over from Cuba and stuff.
Someone's doing something right. You know, they just popped one of the UFC guys.
My God.
Walt Harris got 4 years. 4 years. And he's 40. So that's essentially a career ender.
Dog, get your shit together and unban Rabbi.
But when you're 40, dude, and you're fighting and you're training every day, you're doing 2 a days and 3 a days, like, bro, your testosterone gets beat down. Your system gets beat down. You're putting a tax on your system that's very hard to deal with at that age. Oh yeah, it's a big difference. You get a guy who's 22 years old and you put him through a fight camp. That's a guy who can recover as long as he's doing the right things. He's eating right, and he's sleeping right, and he's hydrating right. He can recover. He can get through the camp. It's hard shit. A real fight camp for MMA is one of the most difficult endeavors in all professional sports. You have to fight 5 rounds, 25 minutes of actual fighting in a championship level fight. And you're getting kicked and punched and wrestled, and you're getting taken down. You're trying to get back up. The exertion level is so insane. When you watch like Cheeto versus Sugar Sean, at the end of that fight, even though Sugar Sean put on a clinic, he put on a clinic. At the end of that show, he was beat the fuck up. He walked out of there with a foot cast, an arm cast. He's limping through the hallway. And he won. And then Cheeto's just busted up, man. His whole face is busted up. Those guys are exhausted. They went through hell. And it took them 12 weeks to get into kind of peak physical condition just to be able to do that. It's a crazy way to make a living, man. And you're depending on all these things that break so easy. All this stuff, this is how you're going to use this to make your living and feed your family. you have a wife and kids, and you're going to depend on your tissue and your bones to stay in place while you're smashing people in the face, and you're getting smashed, and you're getting your arm barred, and you're getting your leg ripped. All this shit is happening to you. Your neck's getting tweaked, your back falls down, you're tweaking your lower back, your hamstrings fucked, your hip hurts now, and
you're fighting hurt. You're going to fight.
They all fight hurt.
They all fight hurt.
They all fight.
You know, it's like you said, 12 weeks and shit happens.
Yeah, and you know, you got to figure out a way to make it into the cage. And so some of them, like Tom Aspinall, he fucked his rib up preparing for that fight with Sergey Pavlovich. So he couldn't even wrestle. He's fighting this gigantic, terrifying Russian who knocks everybody into the dark dimensions, and he can't even wrestle. He can't do the one thing that you would think he needs to do to that guy. Pavlovich fucks everybody up. Fucked Derek Lewis upstanding. He fucked a lot of people up. Tai Tuivasa. He's fucking people up, beating them up standing. He's a dangerous cat. He's giant. He's giant. And Aspinall couldn't even, but he had to take that chance, and it worked out for him. But then look, Islam Makhachev, when he had the rematch with Volkanovski, he's preparing for Charles Oliveira. Charles Oliveira gets cut. Makhachev steps in, or Alexander steps in with fucking 11 days notice. And he rematches with a guy who's gone through a full camp. It's crazy. That doesn't happen in boxing, ever. If Tyson Fury gets cut 10 days before he's supposed to fight Anthony Joshua, they don't just call Usyk up and go, what are you doing in 10 days? That never happens, ever. Especially at a championship level, not just championship level, but the two guys who are widely considered to be the very best pound-for-pound fighters in the world. Number one and number two up until the Ilia Topuria fight. Number one and number two in most people's eyes. Up until the second Makhachev fight. Before that fight, it was Volkanovski it was the debate. Whether it was Makhachev or Volkanovski was number one. And so Makhachev knocks him out with a head kick. He's only had 10 days to prepare. He doesn't look the same. He gets rocked. He gets beat up in that fight. And then he goes and fights Topuria and he gets knocked out. So the whole world that you live in, you go from being the best pound-for-pound fighter on earth, the fucking man, to just months later, you're not even the best in your division anymore. The best guy in your division just knocked you unconscious. And now he has your belt, and he's 10 years younger than you.
That dude is tight, too.
Yeah.
Ilia Topuria, whatever. He's fucking tight.
He's dangerous.
He's tight. That's just tight.
Everything is so sharp. His technique is flawless. Everything is flawless. His boxing is so dangerous. He's so dangerous everywhere. He's dangerous with submissions. He's dangerous with kicking. He's dangerous. His heart is dangerous. He fought this dude, Jai Herbert, and he went up to 155 for that fight. So he's a 45-pounder. And he said, fuck it, I'll take the fight at 55. He gets head kicked in the first round by Jai Herbert is a nasty stand-up fighter. He's so good.
I still don't know if she sucks.
He's real good stand-up, like real sharp stand-up. And he caught Topuria with the perfect
She's
head
pushing
kick.
30, really good at video
He's
games.
in real trouble. He got dropped. And he scrambled, got a hold of him. Next round, sent him into the dark lands.
We're going to follow her here.
Literally slept him.
If you weren't aware of who she is,
and walk off KO. He's an animal, dude. He's a real problem because he's intelligent, he's dedicated, he's driven, he's got that kind of confidence that those championship guys have.
I wanted you to know that I think you're an amazing streamer.
He knew he was the best even before. He's literally fighting the best guy ever in that division. And he's telling everybody, I'm going to fuck this dude up inside 2 rounds.
Demi sucks. You are amazing.
I don't know who he's fighting against. So he wanted to go up and fight Islam Makhachev at 155. And then that was talk. People talked about that. And then they were also talking about, Sugar Sean said he wanted to go up and fight Topuria. But Topuria said, no, I want you to fight Merab, who's also from Georgia, just like Ilya is born in Georgia. And Merab's the rightful guy that should be fighting at 35, so that's going to happen there. But if Sean gets past Merab, you could see a world where they can make a champion versus championship fight at 145. But Ilia Topuria essentially has kind of cleaned out the division already. The real dangerous guys like Josh Emmett, he pieced that dude up. He pieced Josh Emmett up and he beat his ass. He's just so good, man. And he's so, like, he fought different with Emmett because Emmett is terrifying. That guy's just a behemoth. At 145, that dude puts people to sleep. He's that guy that knocked out Bryce Mitchell with that one punch, right? Like, oh, yeah. Oh. Josh Emmett is a terrifying striker. He just throws everything into every punch, and he knows all he has to do is hit you once. And so that's how he fights. And so Ilya just fought real clever. Just moved in, moved back, moved in, moved back, didn't charge forward, just aware of the power until he could start piecing them up. And then just start piecing them up. Just tactically, he's so smart. You know, so it's not just his ability, his skill, it's knowing when to apply it and how to adjust to different kinds of fighters. But the Jai Herbert one might have been the most impressive one. Dude, he got, see if you can find that. He got head kicked. He gets hits with a switch high kick off the left leg. Right to the face, man. I mean, like this, like he just dropped, which is, 99 times out of 100 is like the beginning of the end. Look at this. Look at that left high kick. Watch this. Boom! Oh, yeah. I mean, dude, he got fucking cracked on the chin, dude. Look how perfect it is. No, it's perfect. I mean, it is a perfect high kick. And Jai Herbert's dangerous too, but he got lucky that he got a hold of the leg, and also that he didn't try to stand up. He actually got knocked down. If he was standing up, Jai Herbert could have caught him with a bunch of other shots and put him away. Because once you get hurt, if you can get a hold of someone, it gives you at least seconds to try to clear your head. Because sometimes it takes your head like a few seconds to reboot,
Rabbi
and you can still hold on to someone while that's happening, and maybe you can survive. So in his case, he did. But now show the knockout. Show Topuria knocking out Jai Herbert. So in the second round, he just times him with this right hand from hell. And it's a good fight up until then, man. Jai Herbert is a tall. Look at this. He's a tall 55, and you can see by his movement, like very skillful striker. Very dangerous and long. So Ilya gets him up against the cage. Look at the rip to the body. Boom! Oh my God. Bro, but look at the combination before that. He sets it up by a left to the body. Watch this left to the body. Watch it. Boom, bang. Hard left hook to the body. Right hand over the top. Look at this. Boom. Right to the liver. Boom. And, bro, that was a solid liver punch, too, because you see him breathe out after he gets hit. Show that right there again, right before. Watch. He gets hit with his left to the body. Look at him breathe out. Poof. See his mouth fill up? That's like, ooh. It's a perfect liver punch. And then a perfect right hand behind it. So he might have been knocked out just from that liver punch, son. He might have went down a half a second later from that liver punch. That's how good that punch is. And then he hits him with that right hand over the top. Notorious. Terrifying.
To go back to what you were talking about earlier with Yoel and this fucking guy I was watching this morning. He's 39 years old. Fucking
LeBron looks awesome. He looks awesome. You see Chelsea ranting and screaming. He's on steroids. Everyone knows he's on steroids.
Guy's 39. He's averaging 35 minutes a fucking game. He's top 5 in the NBA.
Do they test NBA players?
I don't know.
Jamie, what do they test them for? They test them for like testosterone placement?
Alcohol. No reefer.
Not reefer. No reefer. No.
Never.
They can't.
They won't have a league.
It's too good for. It's the same reason why it's so good for pool. It's got to be so good for basketball. Puts you in that zone. You just feel it. You feel things more.
Anything with reefer.
Yes.
Puts you in that fuck. The other night we had music on.
Yeah.
Led Zeppelin came on. And I was sitting there, and all of a sudden I went back and I'm like, to be honest with you, this is the reason why I smoke pot. That's the reason. I would never have done a drug, but I knew it was going to sound a lot better with that reefer.
It does. Isn't it crazy? Food tastes better.
Basketball,
sex feels better.
Lifting weights with reefer.
Yeah.
Oh my
Amazing.
God.
You feel your muscles.
God. Riding a bike with reefer. The only thing I don't do with reefer is roll. Fuck you.
You don't do jiu-jitsu?
No.
No?
No.
Interesting.
No.
A lot of people do.
I don't give a fuck.
Including this guy.
I know. No. That donkey dude. No. I went to his seminar. He was smoking. Jeff.
Oh, yeah.
He was hilarious.
Jeff Glover.
Oh,
yeah, he's hilarious.
He's hilarious, though.
Yeah, he's fucking good.
He's
too,
good
man.
too.
He's good.
You know that reefer shit. Somebody mounted me once, and I was higher than that. That was it. Time out. Time out. No.
It's amazing.
It's cool. No, yeah, anything like that. Riding. Oh my god.
For riding. Yeah.
Riding when you giggle.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the fuck? But this, what I wanted to talk to you about was recuperation at that age. Got to be really smart.
Well, LeBron spends a lot of money. He's like famous for spending money on his recovery, right? Massages,
everything,
cold plunges, and
everything.
saunas, everything.
Got to give it to him.
You have to. He's at the very top of his game, and he's worth $1 billion. You know, I mean, he's a $1 billion property. He's at the top of his fucking game. I mean, and he looks like a superhero. I mean, LeBron looks like a superhero. You look at him like, good Lord. Show a photo of him like his body. Is there any shirtless photos of LeBron? Let me take my pants off.
You don't know any. You won't know this because it's basketball. But like,
dude, look at that.
Yeah.
And how tall is he?
Again, that was a question that was repeated throughout this press conference.
LeBron James' diet reveals he eats like shit but trains.
I don't know. He eats a lot of candy, but as that's when he was younger too.
Right.
Now
he has to clean it up.
Yeah.
He's good too, man.
He's also slimmed down from where he was back when he was younger. Like his first 5 years in the league, they argued he could be up to 300 pounds.
So is this him now?
That's him now. He's probably close to like 260.
Okay, so he definitely looks slimmer in that picture than he did in the other picture where he was lifting weights.
But that was also right out of in the gym.
Mm-hmm. Says that he appears to have lost 10 to 12 pounds. It says in that photo. So yeah, you see that photo in the gym. Dude, still shredded. Looks like an MMA fighter. He looks like he could be like a UFC heavyweight champion. He's shredded.
I got no problem with a professional athlete doing whatever he needs.
Yeah, well, as long as they're not
because
a fighter.
You're professional.
If the thing about fighters is,
I know that stuff. But
yeah.
I'm talking about like for recovery and all that stuff.
Yeah,
he looks great. The new shit they're doing in training with people.
Yeah,
is just, you know, I go to basketball games and I told you I see those athletes. That Jason kid from fucking Boston. Dog, when he goes to the basket, you're not stopping him. It's unreal how quick he is. You're watching, and he's 6'6". These guys are super fucking athletes.
Well, it's like everything else, Joey. They get a chance to see the people before them, and then they get better. They get better than those people. Like every sport, if you go in, there's always going to be the few outliers, like Muhammad Ali. If you took Muhammad Ali from 1967 and brought him to the heavyweight division today, he'd be fucking people up. They wouldn't know what to do with him. There's so many fighters he would fuck up. But he's just a complete outlier. But, and, you know, there's other, like Michael Jordan, complete outlier. Any generation you put him in, he's going to fuck people up. Larry Bird, complete outlier. Any generation, he's going to score from the court. But if you get the overall, the athletes, like UFC today is the best example of it because it's one of the clearest. You could go to 93, 2024, and you see this massive evolution.
Massive.
You see these people that are fighting on the undercards of these fight cards, like the UFC fight cards, the fight night cards, that are the smaller cards they do at the Apex Center. You're seeing world championship caliber fighters from 10 years ago. Like they would probably beat a lot of world champions, and this is their UFC debut. That's how good these guys are.
Oh, they've evolved a lot. Everything has evolved a lot. Everything. It's amazing. It's amazing the training when you look at them.
Did you see this past fight night this last weekend with Rose Namajunas?
No.
In the undercard, this kid Cameron Simon, who's like one of the best guys at 135, very slick striker, South African kid, like very tough, very good kid. He fought this dude, Peyton Talbot, and I'd never seen this guy fight before. This kid is a motherfucker, dude. He's so good. He's 25 years old. He's fought like once, I think, in the UFC and once in the Contender Series. And this is my first time watching him. And I was like, Jesus Christ, man. He's so fucking good.
They're doing this since they're 12.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're doing this since they're 12.
Yeah.
And they're dedicated to MMA. There's MMA classes.
See if you can find that knockout. So you have to find the knee he would have hit him with in the first round. Like in the beginning of the fight, he was fucking him up.
I think everything has a window. Like that's what we were getting to. Like especially with the UFC, it's when you get to the UFC, you have to give yourself a window. Because after a while, that's the thing about fighting. It'll go on forever.
Yeah, there's very few guys that are like Jim Miller. Jim Miller's still fighting at a world-class level.
Brad Tavares could still knock you the fuck out.
Oh, Brad Tavares.
That's a strong
He just beat Chris Weidman.
I love
He
Brad.
looked fantastic.
He looked fantastic.
Yeah.
Tavares. That's what the leg kick.
Very,
He was kicking him.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Kicking the shit out of him.
Yeah.
And just looked slick. Looked very good.
I mean,
Very
these guys-
good with his stand-up.
But now you got these guys. Remember, these guys got into it at 18, when they got out of college, they were
Yeah.
wrestlers. These kids,
Brad is young, man. That's the thing you gotta realize about Brad. Brad was thrown
This
to
is
the
Lola
lion's
Buns.
den when he was
You know
like
who
in his
Lola Buns is?
early 20s.
That's
Brad's
right.
only Brad Tavares.
Oh, yeah,
I think
yeah,
he's
yeah,
only-
yeah.
I think he's only 33.
It's limited merch.
He's been around forever. He fought
Get your
Yoel
shit
back in the
together.
day.
Buy her shit right now.
Yeah, he's fought
You're
a
seeing
lot
that
of
you
fucking
probably can't even buy this
Yeah.
shit anymore.
So those
She's got
guys,
other
those
shit
guys
to
come
buy.
one of the
Go and
dozen.
check out her
Mhm.
shit.
Longevity.
She's
Right.
got
You know,
Yeah, Jim Miller's
Use
the most
code Lola
extreme
Buns for
example. He
15%
fought
off
UFC
for fucking
100, fought
whatever
UFC 200, and he's going to fight
fuels,
UFC 300.
probably in the petroleum industry
Like,
or
what the
something.
fuck, dude?
About me.
And he
Hi, I'm
looks
Lola.
awesome.
and he still
I started
teaches.
my
Yeah.
journey
Well,
as
no,
a
he doesn't do that
full-time
anymore.
streamer
That's
on
also what's helped him
2623.
a lot. He
Her
sold
main
his
goal
channel.
is
It was too
to
much.
build
He explained it when he came on the
awesome
podcast.
friendships and create a positive space for everyone.
You're dealing with
The
so
end
many
goal
different
is being
things.
able to
So
give back
now
to
that
my
he could just like
community.
concentrate on just his camps and get ready. It's
She
like
is
it's much better.
located in
He probably
Atlanta,
still teaches some
and
classes.
her
I think he
hometown
enjoys
is Medellin,
teaching. I think
Colombia.
running the gym. was
Thank
the
you
right
for
route.
supporting my gaming and streaming
I think
experience,
that's
even
I
just
think
by watching
A lot of
Power
come and go in
Rangers.
jiu-jitsu.
Subscribe
Yeah.
there.
Also, you're dealing
Pick
with
tools over
personality
donations.
issues, and if you run a business, you have to deal with
No
people
one
that are
knows.
arguing with other people there. You're like,
Who knows?
"Oh, God."
All I know is this
And
is her
this guy
shit.
might be stealing money, or this guy might be doing something he's not supposed to
I'm
be
Rabbi
doing.
Rothschild.
He
Follow
said he was
Lola
doing
Buns.
this, but he's doing
Seems
that.
to
He's
be a
trying
good
to cut
person.
corners, and like, fuck.
And
And you have to deal with
maybe
this
she'll
and
get
that.
a
that
For the
good
business,
person
you
to be
have
able
to
to
be
stream
there.
it.
And
Peace,
these martial
girl.
artists that open up these schools and open up like a chain of them,
Mhm.
and never
Like,
one of them.
I thought you
Yeah.
were
I don't know
done.
what's going on.
Sometimes it's hard for me to find
You never know.
Yeah, you'd have to really trust the people that are running that school for you. They'd have to be like really well trained and a part of your family. You know, you could pull it off. Like the Machados have done that. They've had Machados have had various Machado satellite schools that are owned by Jean-Jacques black belts. And they're always great.
They're great.
They're always great.
John Jock is on a different level.
Yeah.
And by me, I have the Gracie.
Mhm.
And they got it down to a
Oh,
science.
yeah.
They
Yes.
really, you know, I was talking to Ralph the other day. And we were just talking. I go, well, think what's around me. I got Tom. I got the Silver Fox. I got, what's his name? Is an hour for me with Todd Almeida.
Yeah.
I got all those guys right in my head, right there. We were talking about it. He's like, you're in heaven, man.
It's a great jiu-jitsu environment.
It's a
Yeah.
beautiful fucking, and it's all Enzo.
Mm-hmm.
Enzo, all those black belts, the Silver Fox, fucking,
Enzo's got an empire. He's got guys in LA. He's got guys here. He's got guys everywhere. He's got schools everywhere.
got the school in Brooklyn.
And they're all great. They're all great. You always hear great things about all the schools.
Listen, my lunchtime guy, he just took second on the panel.
That's wild.
He's great. He's
Maybe
great.
he's the guy that teaches the lunchtime classes.
Yeah, he's great.
That's awesome.
Like a baby. And you throw like a baby. I love him. And he's changed the class, you know. But what my point was that in 2 years that I've been there, the lunchtime class, it's a whole new set of people every 90 days. You still got a couple of brown belts that are older, they come. But it's a never-ending door. 4 people sign up, 4 people quit. 3 people, you know, it's one of those things.
Right, right.
And once you get the blue belt, they disappear.
Some of them do, yeah.
No, a high percentage of it.
Yeah, what is the number of people that go past blue belt? It seems like they get happy that they have a little something, a little kind of a belt, and they keep going.
And it's,
but it's hard though. You get injured, you know, and you have to learn how to roll correctly. Like where you gotta tap. Tapping's important. You gotta tap to save your body. Too many people fight out of shit that you shouldn't fight out of. Just learn how to not be in it. This is it. So this is the dude. So Cameron Simon, first of all, a high level contender. This is the end of the fight. He's fucking him up.
holy shit.
But you got to see like the stand up before that, like in the first round, is some of the most impressive shit. And he's just he moves so good, man, and he's got high power. Look at this, that knee right there. Back it up a little bit before that.
All right.
So this combination catches him with, and it's just the timing. Like, look at the timing on this knee. Watch this. Boom. And if you hear it, it sounds like a baseball bat hitting a coconut. I mean, it's a perfectly timed knee. And he's just so fucking devastating. And just looked like he was having fun in there. And this kid's 25 years old, right?
On Kick.
So this kid,
Rabbi
when you
Rothschild,
look at him,
everywhere
he's got
because
this
Rabbi
very
was
interesting
banned because Rabbi's
personality.
too cool
You
for
hear him
school.
talking like, okay, you're looking at a future superstar. And there's a lot of these guys. Look at that left hook. Tight left hook. Ooh. There's a lot of these guys right now. There's so many people coming up right now that are so high level. Like 1-2 fights into the UFC, you look at them like, good Lord, that's a world championship caliber fighter.
What a fucking hard career, though. You're right.
Oh, it's the hardest.
Football. Last night, Tuesday night, some kid came up to me with a Houston shirt at the club. He had number 34, whatever, Lawrence. The guy, Lawrence Campbell, Earl Campbell. And I'm thinking about him. He's in a fucking wheelchair. You know, all that running, they didn't have the technology we have now. You know, to turn things around.
Hips and knees.
And that's a fucking nightmare. But now we're learning. You know, obviously over time and Miss Patrick studies and shit like that, we've learned more about it. Jiu-jitsu for me at 61, I go to class, I do all the drills, I do the warm-up. When it comes time to roll, I look around. I pick and choose, you know, you have to.
Yeah.
And I know what I'm there
Yo,
for.
everyone, this is Norway, Don Patrick. He and I have the same issue.
You know,
Our girls are coming. That's what they always say, Doug.
I love going in and getting sweaty.
I prove it true. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, and I stream my live 24/7 for World Peace. And this Norway dog has a stream
That's
on
good
Kick.
for you, too.
It's
Check
good
out
for
this
fucking
person,
an older person.
Norway.
You have to know what you're going in there for.
You can check out their social media here. You go to About. Here's your Discord. Oh, they have a Discord. Maybe I don't think I have. So this is a really great opportunity. Norway
He does a
Low.
thing.
Look,
You're thinking about going into the gym later on.
Look how great
This
this
is my
was.
advice.
Psych! You're like,
Take
who's
2
that
days.
hoe in your fucking DMs,
Pick 2
Rabbi?
days a week. And go.
I don't
Stick
know.
to those 2
Dude, what
days.
the fuck?
I do a core
This is
class
such
every week.
horseshit.
I
I've
do a
probably
blue belt
already
class.
been banned from that.
That's it.
Damn it.
I lift weights. I ride the bike. I do all the other shit. I box in my garage.
Bullshit.
You know? But I
Anyway,
enjoy it. The process is great.
Norway, shout out to you. Shout out to all of Norway. Shout
some
out
days you get a
to
good
let
fucking
me
roll,
into your
some
fucking
days
Discord
you get
someday.
beat up.
And
But at least you're getting
maybe into
exercise.
your
I'm
DMs
sweating.
another day.
Talking to guys.
I'm
thing to
over
do.
here looking at your
staying
shit.
a little younger.
Just wanting everybody to know that your Twitter's here.
Well, it's also
Let's take a look at your
you're in the
Twitter.
moment. Like when you're
My
doing
shit's
jiu-jitsu,
amazing.
You're literally trying to defend
And
your
I said,
life.
choke
You're
them.
Don
I'm like, you
Patrick.
cocksuckers. I yell at them and shit. They
account
giggle.
doesn't exist. I
You
have
know, they still gotta have my back,
2,100 of
brother.
my
I
accounts
love
to
this
say that,
guy.
baby.
And I'm looking
So
at he's choking.
we
me.
are
I'm trying
in
to fucking
good
choke him. I'm
company.
trying to get him down.
Shout
It's
out
like,
to
oh,
you, Don
brother,
Patrick,
you guys give
on
me
Kick. Shout out to
Those
Rabbi Rothschild
motherfuckers.
everywhere but Kick because I've been banned.
I fuck with
everywhere.
all of them, yeah. As soon as they're gonna submit me, I crack a joke. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm an old man.
What you
What the
trying to
fuck? Get
find
off me, you fuck.
Don't worry.
Jesus,
I
Joey.
find a way. Life finds a way.
That's
Don
hilarious.
Patrick
And
on
that's
Kick.
what it's
Rabbi
about.
Rothschild
It's
everywhere
about
else.
a
Take
bunch
care,
of
dog.
guys, a lot of older guys.
Shout out
that
to
they
you.
done this.
And being a
That's great.
3
streamer.
or 4 guys older.
Oh, this isn't even
That's great.
fucking
This is a
recording.
67-year-old
Bitch.
nasty Joe.
That's awesome.
But he's a black belt in Taekwondo. Like that was what he had a Taekwondo school for all those years. But there's a couple older guys. There's a guy that looks just like fucking the guy that invented electricity.
Edison?
Edison. That's what they call him when he comes in. He finally got a haircut, so he don't look all fucked up no more. But I fuck around with him on Mondays. He's great. He's a Jeet Kune Do guy.
Oh, wow.
He's done Jeet. You know, these old guys are fucking great. So
Yeah.
it's social. A lot of cops, you know.
It's a fun thing to do.
It's
Chris.
very fucking fun.
And it's also one of those things that while you're doing it, you can't think about anything else because it's so difficult to do.
So
And I
you
think
go
those
in-
things are good for your brain.
So when you're having a rough day, like the phone's ringing, and you're like, you know what? Fuck this. We want this by 1. This was due at 2:30. You know what?
Right.
Fuck you. I'm going to jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
Can't bother me. I don't even bring my phone upstairs.
Also, it's so much harder than anything else you're going to do. But everything else just
I look
seems
at
easier.
that. I look at that Whoop watch, and I can't believe I burned like 400 calories in
Right.
class. Forget the blue belt class.
You wear a whoop while you do jiu-jitsu?
Yeah.
And you gonna scratch people with that thing?
No, it's hidden under here.
Okay.
It's hidden. You can put it on your arm.
Oh, you can put an arm one on, right? That's
arm
right.
one
That's
on.
right.
You can put the chest one on. You know. And I see the people that are getting hurt is the 30-year-olds that go in there to kill themselves. They're starting from their feet. You know, fuck all that shit. My judo days are over. You ain't throwing me.
It's a good way to hurt your knees.
And I'm not gonna grab you either.
Yeah.
You pass the guard. You know, you do little things. You fucking you know, shit like that, and that's it. And you go on.
Yeah.
I'm not looking to be a killer. I'm not looking to be a bodyguard. I'm looking to get exercise.
How much are you getting up on stage in Jersey?
Twice a week.
Yeah.
Not good.
Yeah, you just to keep the dust off it.
But it's not good.
Yeah.
It's not good. I write a lot more. I noticed that this last year I've been giving away jokes. I just talk to comics. Go take this because I'm not going to use it.
Right.
You know, I just think of shit and I write it down. It's fun, man. I forgot how much fun it is to write.
It's real fun, but you gotta be in a place where you can do it all the time.
All the time.
You know, that's the beautiful thing about here.
All the time. No, you got this is the best thing in the country. They're starting to open up managers' office here and fucking agencies.
I know you were telling me that. That's crazy.
This is going to be a fucking utopia here. Those big cities are going to be forgotten about for comedy. Yeah, they're going to be doing comedy, but not like you're doing it down here. Not with 8 clubs around you and 16 one-nighters.
It's just exciting because it's a new thing. Like, there was never a scene like this here before. So now the scene's here, and so many great comics are here, and it's a new thing. You guys are getting better, too. They're getting better. Did you see Derek last night? Derek posting? Did you see Hassan? Did you see Hassan?
Hassan's improved.
Bro, holy fuck. Bro, he got a lot better. He got a lot better. He's confident, writes all the time, works hard. He was on the core crew and the workout crew. He's one of the cores. He's always there.
Where do you have them?
Right here in the gym.
And what time do they come?
We do it when I don't want to say on there, but we do it.
You do it every day?
No, it depends. Different days. He took some time off.
And you got him doing kettlebells?
I got him doing all kinds of stuff. Pushing the sled, hitting the bags. I got him doing Tabatas. I do intervals on the bag. Explain intervals from Tabata intervals of 20 seconds work, 10 seconds rest. So you do a cycle of 8. So
in a row.
So I give him gloves and I say, don't try to be a hero. This is what I want you to do. Just this is how you throw a left hand. This is how you throw a right hand. Just I want to see you hit the bag just like this. You're not going to try to do it hard. I just want you to do it constantly. And most of them have hit a bag or something before a little bit. And so I say, don't worry about hitting it hard. I just want you to hit it and don't hurt yourself. And you're going to do it for 20 seconds at a pretty fast clip. And then you're going to rest for 10 and do 20 seconds, rest for 10, and do that for a cycle of 8.
That's good for cardio, right? So they do it on the bike.
They do it on the bike. It's great for cardio. It's one of the best ways to develop cardio is the Tabata interval.
Check out Norway.
So we did that again.
Rabbi
So
Rothschild
kettlebell workout.
Rabbi
Rothschild
and then we do sled 24/7.
I was putting him through like real workouts.
Everyone you know about it.
Sauna and cold plunge.
You know, but that all goes with being a good comic.
Work.
You know that? That's whole workout thing. When I wasn't doing it, you're not that good.
It's work and it makes you feel better about yourself.
It makes you feel better.
It makes your body feel better. It makes your brain feel better. It also makes you feel like you're not lazy and stagnant. Like there's been times where I get up and for whatever reason, I'm just not feeling it and I fuck off and I look at my phone and I make some phone calls and then the next thing you know, I'm not getting in the cold plunge. The next thing you know, I'm not going to work. And the day, or I'm not going to work out before work. And the days that I realize I'm doing that, I stop, put your phone down, get in the water, were the days that I was happier. I always felt better if I did what I needed to do because then I felt like I've already done the thing that was the hardest thing to do today. So now I'm on a good path. I got days on a good path. Yeah.
You see what happens to me when I eat? I got to do everything early.
Yeah. Early's good though. I like early guy. It's good. Get it out of the way. It also sets up the rest of your day. You know, get that really physically difficult thing done early, and then it sets up the rest of the day.
Yo, what up, Blau?
The thing is, like, what I'm trying to say is I'm not immune to those feelings of
Rabbi kicks ass. Rabbi kicks names. We're checking out your shit right now.
There's a handful of days over the last few years that
of course it's not going to work really well because you know
should have worked out and I just fucked off
but
too much. I just did one.
Nevertheless, check this shit out. We're watching your fucking stream, dog. They go in the corner. You have
But then I don't think of it. Then the rest of the
1,646
day, I'm like,
people
wow.
watching you right now.
I feel stupid.
How many of
I
those
feel
are
like
real?
I'm lazy, I'm
Every
not centered,
fucking
but,
one of them.
I
All
need
right,
to
so
do
we're gonna
something.
follow you here.
For
What
my
up, dog?
brain
Dude, I'm even
as
gonna
much
fucking
as for my
spam you.
body. I need to do
This
something.
is
I haven't
you're
slept
getting
all
it.
day.
Fucking no
Yeah.
one gets to see. Look, you even have me fucking blacked out here, and I
Last
understand
night
it.
was the better
Dog,
fucking
check this out.
food.
Check this out. Check us out. Check us out. Check us out. Check us out. God damn it. Oh, you got me. See, and that's what we do. That's the dance.
I stayed up till
That's our fucking dance, dog.
Again, I got
That's
a
the
good
dance
fucking
that we
age.
do.
Oh my
That's
God.
what I do with every motherfucker on Kick. And I wanted you to know. Oh shit! I bet I was fucking over the fucking microphone again. Son of a bitch. All right. Well, anyway, I just wanted you to know that it's not
You been enjoying
personal.
it?
Very
It's
much
business,
so. I'm looking
baby.
at it. It's
Psych.
a different look.
It's pleasure. This is
different.
Blau,
come down every now and
B-L-O-U.
again.
Follow Blau
Yeah, once a month.
everywhere. You
Come
can
down.
tip him right
2
there.
days.
Here's his shit. He's tight as
Fuck.
fuck.
Okay, let's
You
go.
got clips,
So I went to a restaurant.
categories. He plays Madden. He's tight as fuck. Check him out. It's B-L-O-U. Last stream before New York. Don't miss it, dog. If you missed it,
Yeah.
it's cool. You can watch Rabbi Rothschild 24/7. I'll probably tell you what happened. Watch me all day, every day. And I want you to know that Blau is a type person. Everybody, shout out to Blau, shout out to Rabbi, shout out to Kick. I'm going to go viral by doing this. Some motherfucker's going to see this and be like, dude, Rabbi's so smart.
Right, because you're not supposed to eat
Shout out
meat
to
on Friday.
I don't give nothing up.
And then they'll fucking love him.
Which is easy for me. I don't
Maybe not, though, because you fucking...
I had the lobster dumplings. And then he sent over
with
to
your,
my wife. She doesn't give a fuck about it.
Dog, it's fucking tight.
She ordered.
It's fucking
We ate
tight.
so many appetizers.
Trust me, it's gonna work.
She ordered.
And if it doesn't, whatever. You know about me. God damn it. Why is this so fucking hard?
It just melted in your mouth. It was tiny homemade gnocchi. I didn't eat it that night. I got high the next day. And I saw it was in the refrigerator and I tasted it. Joe Rogan. I had orgasms come out of every hole in my fucking body. You understand me? I called him and he goes, Joe, if you want, I'll stop by. I live right around the corner. I'm like, don't you fucking dare. I don't want that shit around me every fucking day.
That El Nido's amazing. There's something about Jersey Italian food. It's on another level. It's very difficult to get stuff like that out here.
I can't wait for Sunday.
To come home?
No, I'm coming home tomorrow, but Sunday, I go to Easter Sunday. And I go to Osteria, they got this fucking nice Sunday sauce. $33. Dog, $33. A meatball this big. They give you a fucking pork rib that's in the sauce, a big stick with a big pork rib. They give you a braciole and a big sausage for $33. You usually split it with my daughter. I can't eat that whole fucking thing. The meatballs to die for. It's the fucking die for. He gets pissed at me. He's like, yeah. You tell people about the meatball, nobody's going to spend money on the big shit. They come in here for the Sunday sauce. Fucking, you know, who makes Sunday sauce, Joe?
Well, that was always a.
I don't have time.
Italian
Yeah, I don't know how to
right?
make it. And the people, you know, they make it, but this is no drug. You just go down there. Oh, I love all that shit. But I even got it. Like now, I just split a plate. I can't eat all the time no more. Those days are gone. The meatball's so fucking good, though, Joe.
Yeah, there's not a lot. I mean, I haven't eaten at too many Italian places out here, but I'm sure there's a bunch. Have you been to Sammy's? I heard Sammy's is great. You ever been there? That's the spot that people keep talking about.
There's just some spot. There's a place in fucking Secaucus, Rutherford. It's owned by Special. You eat this meatball, your heart will stop. It's that fucking good.
Yeah.
But El Nido got some good wild meatballs.
Yeah.
Good ones.
Well, it's like that old immigrant style East Coast Jersey Italian food.
Well, lamb,
Different.
and they put everything in there. Don't
Yeah.
they? Veal and meatballs.
Especially the Sunday sauce, when you'd see the oils bubbling up on the surface of the pot, and the grandmother be stirring it with a wooden spoon. My grandmother did. Yeah, my grandmother was the big cook. It was insane. My grandmother could cook. She'd make homemade pasta. She'd have the kitchen table, flour out there, rolling everything, making it with the roller, cranking the pasta through the machine. Look at that. Good Lord. How's a person supposed to eat well and healthy when that's available?
Oh, that's Osteria, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking good, Joey. Something not fucking around.
No.
But you guys aren't either. I gotta give credit where credit is due. Those fucking tacos the other night.
And that's just from the truck on the street.
That's the truck on the street.
Yeah.
But guess what? I can't get that in Jersey.
Mm.
Mexican food is awful.
Really?
I even told one of the waitresses we were talking, I go, the Mexican food's terrible. I go, the refried beans look like they were made from, like a powder.
Yo, big dog. Rabbi discusses future technology and all kinds of other
I
stuff.
knew they were fucking
Rabbi is
powdered
amazing.
refried
Blau is
beans.
amazing.
Yeah, powdered refried.
Amazing,
The
amazing,
food,
amazing,
the Mexican
amazing,
food is
amazing.
horrible. I don't know where these Mexicans came from. They're not apocalyptos. The fucking food is fucking terrible. That's the only thing I miss about LA. That and that fucking sushi.
Yeah.
I miss the fucking albacore plate with the garlic on top and onions.
LA's got had good food, but goddamn, they killed so many restaurants.
I heard even the sushi place I was going to is dead. Sushi Dan is dead.
Yeah, a lot of them went under.
But bro, what you've done down here is fucking like I commend you, man. That's a great club. Like I told you, I was blown away the first night.
It's been pretty fun.
It's
and it's a year now. As crazy as it seems, it's
and
already open a year.
And everybody's come through here.
Yeah,
Everybody's come through here. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's been crazy. It's been awesome.
You did good, brother.
We're just getting started.
What's up, pimps? Next peak person we're going to check out is Hassan.
Oh, just to see what you're doing and to see the club.
Sweeps hard for AOC.
There's so much enthusiasm.
Oh, no, it's JSTLK. This guy.
Like I told you, I love to spectate.
Political. I do my best not to be political.
I love to sit, smoke pot, and watch.
Oh, right.
And when I watched the way the people were interacting with the people coming in and everything, it was beautiful.
Who knows?
Like there's not a prick in
I
it.
don't know.
You don't feel like, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Check this out.
And you feel definitely
14
safe.
minutes? Bullshit. Anyway.
Fucking cops, everybody's in there. So
Yeah.
It's great.
This
It's
is
a
this
great
person.
thing.
They're J
It's family.
and just
You
talk.
can feel it in the
I see.
Yeah.
and that's
See,
what
When you take out the
there's
U,
no hang. There's a
and then
hang,
the
but there's no
A's,
hang.
just talk.
And
I
that hang
got
is
you.
perfect.
I'm picking up
Yeah,
what
it's
you're
perfect.
throwing down. It's
When
like
that
a
green
fucking
room, dog, when I took my
vanity
clothes off the
license
first
plate over
night,
here.
that
You
clothes
guys kind
smelled
of think
so
about
bad.
it. This is
Come
your
on,
kick,
cigarettes,
Cigars,
donations,
cigarettes, acid, speed,
Yeah.
fucking.
You invited me when you throw me out like Will Smith in The Fresh Prince. It's your fault. You invited me.
What about what we got?
All right.
Smelling
Oh,
stuff.
man,
You
I
didn't
really
give me
like
none. You didn't.
We always have smelling
All right.
That's fucking.
Let's see the shit.
that
If you're like,
shit
dude,
fucking
who
me up
is that
before.
chick? I'd be like, dude,
Yeah.
I don't fucking know.
Oh,
She just
shit.
fucking texted me.
But
I
yeah,
don't
we-
text anyone
we
on
took it
here.
right after we ate.
What is this bullshit?
No, I was eating. That's what I
Dude,
swallowed the
Tim
first
Cook,
one.
you're saying that your fucking
On top of
phone
sushi,
sucks
so
cock,
that
man. Even the
motherfucker.
newer
Then I
ones.
gave me another one in my
Dude,
pocket.
Get your
Because
shit
the thing is,
together
when
or
you
pack
take
your
one,
fucking
sometimes you take
bag.
two.
Right. it's
Dude,
together.
I have to do
Yeah,
it. This
don't
is the
swallow.
fucking second
That's
time.
my advice.
Everybody's saying that
Yeah,
this
already
is like
swallowed.
noticeably
It's too
shitty
fucking
now. Okay,
Well,
except
no more. Don't swallow anymore.
No, I won't swallow.
am I a human? God damn it, dog.
I'll get
I
some
love
for
you with all
I
my
love
heart.
you to death,
Thank you for
man.
having me
What
down.
is this bullshit?
Family is family.
We got
Family,
Just
family is
Talk over
family.
here
Yeah.
talking about some
That's what these
bullshit.
motherfuckers want.
Yo, dog, are you a person or is this like
The
CNN?
people that don't get it will not get it.
Contact moderation
But
and
we're lucky.
bots?
You
This
cheer
is
for each other.
horseshit.
Yeah.
Dude,
It's
just
fucking,
make it
you know,
easy,
I'm
dog.
so happy for
Easier
all
the
these
better.
drugs. I'm so happy
What
for
is
that,
this
man.
bullshit?
Amazing.
And that's
God
what being a
damn
comic
it.
is about. Is also
Dude,
fucking giving love.
what is this? I'm the content factory. Dog, oh my god, you have people in here. This is tight. We're gonna say hi to them.
She was happy to see me. I was happy to see Kim is coming tonight.
Dude, we have so much shit going on right now.
Eleanor,
Look at all these
Yeah.
people. What
It's
up,
been great
Kelly?
having
Simone, fucking
All right.
Ron White to see
Where are all
him.
these?
Brian Simpson
I
just
was
released his
talking to
Netflix
them.
special. Don
Hilarious.
L was here. Yeah, it's been amazing.
Hilarious.
It's been
It's
amazing.
really
It's a great town now.
Okay, so we're gonna
I
just
love
really
you.
bounce
I
out of
love
there
you,
really
like
quickly.
a
I'll be back
I
in
miss
there,
you too.
dog.
But we'll
I'll
do this
come
more.
down here
Tight.
next month.
You have a really cool
I'll come down here
Discord.
May, then I
Dude,
get two
it's
houses. And then
JSTLK.
by September,
Everybody
I
go to
can do my own
JSTLK
residency, my own place.
and follow them.
Let's go, Joey.
That's my
And
plan.
Beautiful.
they have
All right.
really
Thank
cool.
you. Bye, everybody.
At
Love
least
you guys.
if they allowed me in, it didn't throw me out. I don't know. Maybe they took me to the stuff. But so far they didn't throw me out, so that's tight. But, let's see. What else do we have going on here? See, you got me interested. You got that guy. All right. And then that. X. Let's see your X,
Bigger, but
dog.
the video part is getting to
I have
100%.
2,100 X counts that have been banned. How many of you have banned? Oh, you're Canadian?
Gentlemen,
All right,
we're
cool,
live.
man.
Here we go. Jordan Peterson,
Twitch,
Brett Weinstein. How are you
live
guys?
streamer. Well, welcome.
Doing very well.
Are you
Thanks
live
for coming
streaming
in.
this shit?
I'm excited to have you
Dog,
on.
my
Hey,
shit
should
is
be fun.
amazing.
You're
I hope
spiffy.
your
You
shit
make
is
us look
amazing.
very schlubby.
Here
What
you
are you
are up
doing?
here.
What can I say, man? You know, I only brought a limited number of clothes.
It's fucking amazing.
Well, good move.
Dude, I want to see myself before
and
this fucker's
good
done.
to see you guys, both of you.
Check out this
and
shit.
so
Rabbi
whose
Rothschild's
idea was it
amazing.
to do this, first of all?
JSPOK, it's going to be like the next CNN.
I think it was Brett's.
Yeah,
Shout
I
out to
saw
everybody on
tweet
Kick.
Jordan's
Shout out to
about,
Rabbi Rothschild.
maybe it wasn't the tweet.
Shout
I
outs
did see
to
a YouTube
everybody.
clip that somebody
Giving out
put
shout outs. They're like, Oprah, you get a shout out. And you'll get a shout out. Everybody's getting shout outs, baby. Everybody's getting
The
shout outs.
argument was that he was actually even far worse than his reputation would lead us to believe. And it's funny, it harkens back to my first evolutionary project. As an undergraduate, I was working with Bob Trivers, who's one of the leading evolutionary minds of the 20th century. I was lucky enough to have him as an undergraduate advisor.
Pull this sucker right up to your face because you're going to turn sideways because we're looking at each other next
better?
to each other. Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, I did a project with Bob on analyzing the Holocaust from an evolutionary perspective. I wanted to test the question about whether, at the time, it was commonplace for people to say that Hitler was crazy, and there was something that bothered me about that analysis. I think there's something actually dangerous that we dismiss somebody like Hitler as crazy before we understand actually what they're up to. So when I saw your video clip, I thought it would be worth having a discussion so that we could figure out what perspective makes sense.
That sounds like an awesome topic, but before we get to that, I would really like to know what's going on with you, because you're at the center of this crazy controversy of Evergreen State College. You essentially left the area. You're suing the college now. So where do you stand now?
We have not yet filed suit, and in fact, I can't talk about what took place inside the negotiation. We had our first sit-down with the college yesterday, and this was an attempt to avert a suit. But I will say, from where I sit, as hard as this is to believe, it appears that the college has learned nothing from this episode, and that it is doubling down on the same foolish sets of beliefs and assumptions that got it into trouble in the first place. So that is not a hopeful situation.
No, and for anybody that's not aware of what this whole story is about, you'd either have to go back to Brett's podcast that we did a few months back, or please just Google Evergreen State University and Google Brett, and you will be blown away by the insanity. It's social justice warrior gone amok. The whole campus, kids patrolling the campus with baseball bats. I mean, the whole thing is just completely bananas. The president of the university being told by the children not to use his hands when he's speaking because it's a microaggression. So he puts his hands down. The children start cheering and laughing. They don't realize they're being played. The whole thing is just some crazy grand game by the children, and I'm calling them children, I don't give a fuck how old they are, to have power over people. I mean, it's essentially what this is all boiling down to, and you really see it in that moment where they tell him to put his hands down, and he does, and they laugh and cheer and think it's amazing.
Well, they're educated to do that to some degree, because one of the tenets of the postmodernism that they're being spoon-fed is that there's nothing but power. That's the only thing that mediates relationships between people, because there's no real world. Everything's a social construct, and it's a landscape of conflict between groups. That's the postmodern world, and the only actual means of expression is power. That's why the postmodernists make the claim constantly that the patriarchy is a corrupt institution, because they look at hierarchical organizations, and they're stratified. Obviously, there's people at the top and people at the bottom. The only reason that there are people at the top is because they dominate by power. There's no philosophy of authority or competence. That's all gone. And so, and if you're cynical about that sort of thing, and you should be, you might say that part of the reason that the only thing that the postmodernists believe in is power is because that helps them justify their arbitrary use of it under any circumstances whatsoever. And I think that's right. I think that's exactly what happens. So it's not surprising that you see this manifested in the mob-like behavior of the students. It's right in accordance with everything they're being taught. So,
well, they're also being taught in this sort of any means necessary to get over the establishment. Like, the establishment is this horrible institution, and they can justify pretty much anything.
Yeah,
this is what, like, punch a Nazi. Who's a Nazi? Everybody that doesn't agree with you. I mean, it's essentially what's being said ad nauseum in social justice warrior circles online, and
You see, I've seen punch a Nazi so many times. I mean, but when it came down to Charlottesville, there was very little punching of Nazis. You know, the whole thing was like it's all very insane. You see real Nazis, like those are real Nazis. You know, like go fucking punch them, please. You know,
well, we've also, I think,
and don't even do that, by the way.
Right. Well, and I think we've already figured out, everyone, right from the right to the left, everyone's figured out that wherever the Nazis went, that was wrong. We've all agreed on that. We're not going there anymore. And so when someone pops up and says, well, we should go there, it's like they're immediately identifiable. You can box them in. And if you have any sense, like, you know, like many conservatives did in the aftermath of Charlottesville, they come out and say, well, in case it needs to be said again, we're actually not allied with those people.
Yeah, well, that was the most disturbing thing for many people about Donald Trump's reaction to it, that he didn't take a hard stance against these white supremacists showing up with tiki torches, walking through the street, yelling anti-Semitic phrases or whatever. I don't know exactly what they're yelling. I've read a bunch of different things, but the whole thing was it was an abomination. I mean, it was a horrific thing to watch. And, you know, Donald Trump comes out and says there was horrible behavior on all sides.
Yeah, well, I thought about that for a lot because I got tangled up with that in a strange way in Canada. I was supposed to appear on a panel discussing the suppression of free speech on university campuses, which was then promptly canceled by the university that was going to host it in the aftermath of Charlottesville, partly because one of the panelists was going to be Faith Goldie, who was the journalist that was covering Charlottesville and got the footage of the car.
Oh,
and
Rabbi
Rothschild,
Rabbi's the best. Rabbi. Everybody loves
we were
Rabbi.
targeted immediately afterward with the Nazi epithet, and Ryerson shut down the free speech panel. So it's coming up again in November 11th.
How were you targeted as you were targeted as Nazis?
Yeah. What happened was this person put up a Facebook page and used a swastika with a like a circle with a line through it, and said no fascists at Ryerson, essentially. But she used the swastika, and she got a bunch of people rallied together to pressure the university administration into canceling the event, which they promptly did. And then they had a celebration party the night of the event. And here's something that was really interesting. So they got a couple of hundred people out to the celebration at Ryerson, and they were united under the banner of the hammer and sickle and were calling for revolution. And what was so interesting about that, and I really mean technically that it was interesting, was that the mainstream media said virtually nothing about the fact that let's call them counter-protesters, I don't know exactly how you'd term them, had come out under this murderous symbol. And that's made me think, like, I can't figure out why the swastika is an immediate identifier of a pathological personality, and the hammer and sickle isn't. There's actually a reason. It isn't just arbitrary. And I think maybe it's something like the Nazi is the guy who knifes you in the alley and steals your wallet, and the communist is the white-collar criminal who takes your pension. And you're actually more afraid of the first person than the second person, because the damage they do is more proximal and emotionally recognizable. But that's the second guy who takes your pension, for example. He's perhaps even more dangerous. But there's a bloodiness about the Nazi symbol and an immediate emotional impact that the hammer and sickle just doesn't produce. And some of that's because people are badly educated historically.
I think that's it. I think it's pure ignorance.
Well, I don't think it's just ignorance. No,
do you think that the people that are wearing those Che Guevara t-shirts really understand the history of Che Guevara, or do you think he represents this sexy South American counter-protest character? A guy who stands up to the establishment as we know it. A guy who's wearing a green beret, wearing a beret, hiding in the jungle, fighting against the oppressive dictatorship of America. I mean, that's what they're looking at.
Well, the fact that historical ignorance plays a role in this is absolutely certain, and I think the romanticization of people like Che Guevara is exactly. No, I think you nailed it.
And if you were like, hey, dog, you're using all the fucking functions of the phone. Yeah, asshole, that's what fucking people do. And it's like, oh, dog, that's too fucking much for our fucking phone. Oh, yeah, we can fucking track you at the top of a fucking mountain, but you wanted to watch a thing on the thing and then record yourself?
The right wing seems to be easier for the right wing to draw a line around the Nazis and say, no, that's not us. Partly because the right wingers, conservatives, are better at drawing boundaries. But, you know, let's say we wanted to draw a boundary around the radical leftists.
6,810, which is almost 6,900.
Well, on the right, you say, well, you wore a swastika. Yeah, you're out of the club, man. On the left,
green screen.
Well, you
Rabbi's
believe
gonna follow
what's
him.
the smoking pistol?
Gonna just
You believe
say,
in
"Hey,
equity?
what's up, man?
It's like that's a
Welcome
smoking
here to
pistol as far as
club."
I'm concerned.
Just
But
say,
it doesn't have the same
"Come on,
emotional
dog."
punch as you wore a swastika
man,
to
I
the
had-
protest.
Yeah, you believe in equity and you refuse to define it. That would
There
be
you go.
Right,
All right,
but I
dude,
mean,
you're right,
right,
you're the
but
man.
that's such a.
It's
There's
just-
no
Let's see your
emotional
shit.
punch in that. It's like,
Let's
well, I'm
see
not
your
going to
shit
associate
right
with
now,
you because you
dog.
believe in equity. It's
About
like,
it's too
you got
complicated.
Instagram,
that's right.
Twitter.
I do want to back
YouTube,
this up too,
Discord.
though, because
You got a Discord, dog.
the
I'm getting
I
in your
think we
fucking
underrate
Discord.
the
Holy
danger
shit, you have a
of-
huge
and I think
Discord.
Nazis are
Your
right there.
Discord is
There's
giant, dog.
something
Shout
that
out to
actually
you for
does
just having
threaten
such an
to
amazing
reemerge,
Discord.
and Charlottesville
Any mention of
is
what?
a version of it. But I think
Dog,
because we have
what
a
is all this
cartoon
bullshit?
understanding of
Dog,
what
I just
that
want to see your shit.
protest was actually
Is it
about
still
and how many
fucking
people
streaming
are
you? I
actually
bet I
involved,
can't hear
we
myself.
don't really see
I bet I fucking
why
can't even
this
hear
is
myself.
a dangerous and
Dog,
contentious issue.
what the
And I think
fuck,
the
Tim
answer
Cook?
is
You shitbag.
an
This is
evolutionary
3
one
goddamn times in a
that
row.
hasn't been
You
spelled
suck
out.
cock.
Because it hasn't been
Dog.
spelled out, it's very hard.
Wait, are you a
point to.
human?
Hey,
Yeah,
keep
just like
interrupting you.
fucking
Just get
last
this right
time.
to your face.
cunt.
It sounds good to us.
God
but the
damn it, I
people
just want to see
listening
this
online
guy.
might not
Is that better?
Yeah, just when you turn to him,
This
just
is
turn
my
the fan
man,
to you.
YRG.
Just get it. You always
There's
need
a
a
huge
fit
ass
in your
fucking
face. That's the best. Sorry.
Discord.
That's all right.
It's
So explain what you mean by this.
So
look at all this
my
shit.
point would be
No one is
that
in there, but I'm gonna
what
start
took
streaming in
place
there maybe.
in
There's almost
Germany
100,000
in the
fucking
30s
people.
was
And look,
a
he's got a
particularly,
gift as his
um,
fucking thing over here. Dog, he's got some really
particularly
tight shit.
visible,
Everybody should get gifts on
well-documented
the
example
fucking
of a
Discord,
pattern
like
that is
YRG.
much more common in
Dog,
human
stop
history.
recording now.
And because
Let's
this
see what else
pattern
he's got going on.
emerges as a result
John,
of certain
YRG, your
features
rage.
of the way evolution
This is
functions in
fucking
the
amazing.
context of
Your
humans,
rage.
it is actually
We're gonna check out your
always a
Twitter,
danger
dog.
that it will reemerge. And knowing what to do
Phase your
about it
rage, dog.
is
He's
not
Josh.
so simple until you've seen
And you're a
why it
feminist.
occurs
I am as well,
and
dog.
what it means.
I wanted you to
And
know,
what I've been saying
Josh, that
in lectures I've given on this
Rabbi's one of the
is
biggest feminists
that,
there are. Why?
tyranny is the
'Cause
end
check
game
this out.
of prosperity.
Here's
And
my
so there
nipple,
is a
dog.
pattern in which you will go
And if
through
I were
a
a woman,
period of
I would lose my
prosperousness
platform
in
right
which it
now.
appears that
That
thing
sucks.
is defeated once and for all, and there's no reason for people
The
to be going after each
internet,
other in this
particularly the
particular way.
technocracy, the
And then at the point
corporatocracy,
that
has
pattern
been
peters out,
discriminating,
it reemerges,
de
and
facto
people don't expect that
discriminating
it flies under a
against
different
women,
flag or something
and I'm
like
sick
that.
of it.
And
So
so
when it
I
comes
do
to being a
think
feminist, I'm a
that
feminist.
looking at the
Your
tiny
rage.
number of people
Take care,
who
my
were
man.
doing what they were doing
Peace out from the coolest
in
motherfucker ever.
Charlottesville and
We'll follow you on
saying, well,
everything.
we all
You're
agree
amazing.
that this is wrong,
Tim Cook
misses
still
the fact
sucks.
that actually
God
I
damn
think
it.
Trump is doing it cynically, but Trump was riding a wave. That there are ideas which are not permissible from the environments in which we all grew up that are going to become permissible again if we are not careful to recognize that that's the nature of history.
I think it's highly probable that that's going to occur. I mean, part of the reason that I landed in the political hot water that I landed in last year was because I was increasingly aware that this process of polarization was going to take place, and that the continual, in my estimation anyways, the continual clawing of new ground underneath the radical leftist rubric, especially in the universities, is starting to produce an extraordinarily dangerous counterposition. And that was manifest, at least to some degree, in Charlottesville. And so I think you're right, is that, well, I don't want to be complacent and say, well, we know who the Nazis are and we're not going there, and so the problem is solved. The problem isn't solved. There's all sorts of weird activity in the non-radical left space, like on the other side of the radical left, whatever that is. And right now, what it is not obvious. You know, it's the alt-right, that's part of it. It's the Kekistanis, it's this peppy thing. It's some of it's comedy, some of it's satire, some of it's serious, some of it's the inversion of identity politics, which is very dangerous, and is maybe the most dangerous thing about Charlottesville, is that there's something extraordinarily dangerous about having people revert to identification with their racial identity. It's really not a good thing.
Well, there's the reversion to their racial identity is basically an outbreak of tribalism, which explains what's going on the far right. What's going on the left is a bit of a new twist. What you have is a coalition of different tribal identities that aren't large enough to marshal a force on their own, and so they're united, and together they are a formidable force. But what's going to happen is that's an unstable entity. At the point that force gains power, it's going to come apart. Its internal dynamics rip it up.
So it's not actually it's not capable of restraining the version that recurs on the right, the version that does manifest as white nationalism. That version is stable because it does represent an actual population that has an evolutionary basis for remaining cohesive. And I should point out, there's a danger when you hear an evolutionary biologist talk about evolutionary patterns. People often infer that if an evolutionary biologist is saying that something is a pattern that has evolved, that that's some kind of a defense, and it is absolutely not. We call this a naturalistic fallacy. So evolution is an absolutely amoral process. It has produced the most marvelous features of human beings and the worst features, and we are in some sense obligated to pick and choose which features to honor and promote and which ones to tamp down.
Something can have evolved as a virtue in some circumstances and still be of the type that, if magnified beyond its proper limits, becomes pathological. So let me tell you something I learned about Hitler, which really, I haven't recovered from my shock from this. So we've been looking at the relationship between political belief and personality. Okay, and your political belief is strongly determined by your temperament. So liberal left types are high in trait openness, that's creativity, and low in conscientiousness. But you can fragment conscientiousness up into industriousness and orderliness. And the real predictor for conservatism is orderliness, not industriousness. And you might think, well, that's no surprise. Right-wingers are more orderly, hence Hitler's call for order, let's say. But it's one thing to posit that and another thing to measure it. Now it's measurable. And it appears that orderliness is associated with sensitivity to disgust. And this is actually a really big deal. It's a really big deal. So there's a paper that was published in PLOS One about 3 years ago looking at the relationship between the prevalence of infectious diseases and authoritarian political attitudes. And they did it country by country and then within countries by state or province. And the correlation between the prevalence of infectious diseases and authoritarian / right-wing political beliefs at the local individual level was 0.6. And so I want to take this apart a little bit. Okay, so the idea is that this is part of what you might describe as the extended behavioral immune system. And one of the problems with the interactions between groups of human beings in our evolutionary past was, well, exactly what happened to the Native Americans is, they came out and shook hands with the Spanish conquistadors, and then within a couple of generations, 90% of them were dead of smallpox and measles and mumps. And so it's been a truism in our evolutionary past that if you meet a group of if you're a group of isolated humans and you meet another group of isolated humans and you trade pathogens, there's a real possibility that you and everyone you know are going to be dead in no time flat. And so we have a disgust mechanism that produces this implicit, let's call it racial and ethnic bias that is part and parcel of the human cognitive landscape. But the problem with that is that it's rooted in a disgust mechanism that actually serves a protective function. Now, when I was sorting this out, I was reading Hitler's Table Talk, and Hitler's Table Talk is a very interesting book. It's a book of his spontaneous mealtime utterances from 1939 to 1942. And I went through with this new knowledge, because people think of conservatives as fascist, as afraid of those who are
Rabbi's the
They're not
greatest
afraid.
promoter
They're
in the
disgusted.
history of promotion.
And that's not the
Rabbi
same
is
thing,
the
because you
best
burn things you're
person
disgusted by.
ever.
And so it was terrifying to me to
everybody
read it,
likes Rabbi.
because then I also thought, oh, well, disgust sensitivity is associated with orderliness, and you need order in a society in order to maintain it. And the Germans are very orderly, and that was actually a canonical part of their civilization and part of actually what makes them great and powerful. And that just had to tilt a little farther than necessary. And all of a sudden, everything needed to get cleaned. And, Hitler talked about cleanliness all the time, and he actually meant that. And so this thing that's emerging, you talk about its biological basis, its evolutionary basis. It's part of this deeply rooted disgust system that protects us from dangerous pathogens that can manifest itself and does manifest itself in the political realm. It's not good.
So I don't know exactly how to tease this apart, but I agree with your point about there's an actual danger when populations meet, like a literal pathogen danger, and that is liable to have produced a certain instinctive fear of the other, which doesn't have to be limited to that one thing, but that's enough to generate a selective force that would cause a certain reluctance to meet. But I want to point out that at least in the West and probably universally, human beings when they go to war tend to dehumanize the other population, and so of course calling the other population subhuman, vermin, whatever it is that human beings do. And my concern is that we are doing exactly this with the Nazis or de facto Nazis who are showing up on our screens at this point. That what we are doing is we are comforting ourselves by saying, well, that's a small outbreak of something that makes these people subhuman, justifies punching them or whatever. And I'm not squeamish about there being a right to violence when somebody is threatening a way of life. So it's not that. But my concern is that if you take the pathogen model and you imagine that all those folks who showed up in Charlottesville, that is a contagion and it needs to be isolated, then you will have the sense that as long as you do that, it's not going to show up
somewhere
somewhere
Aiden
else.
Ross,
Whereas
your favorite rabbi. I'm live
I
streaming
think
in your fucking
the actual hazard
Discord
is
right
that that's
now.
actually a
Thank you for the
latent
opportunity.
program
Please
that has
tell
served
everybody
populations
to
in past circumstances.
there.
It's indefensible,
Whenever I
but it has
look
served
at the camera,
populations,
everybody's just
and the
giving me the
populations
finger.
that we come
So
from
that would
have
be
it
cool
therefore
if you
on
could just
reserve.
straighten out
And when
everybody.
certain characteristics
Hey, I
show
heard
up
you
in the
somehow
environment, that program can emerge.
Dude,
And so my concern is that that's where we are in history.
It can't be
Which is
isolated
fucking
as a
amazing
phenomenon
from
that's
one
associated
Jew to
with the
another.
other.
Right.
I mean, one of the things
Excellent
I've done for
Dog.
decades is
I
teach
wanted
my
you to
students a
know
variant of that, which is
I
something
think
like, because
that
I
this
try to walk
stream
them
or
through
this platform's
understanding,
gonna be
psychological
really big, and
understanding
your
of what happened in
30%
Nazi Germany, and in the more
of
intense situations,
this
like in places like in
platform
Auschwitz.
is
So
going to be
the question might be,
giant.
well, if you were in Germany in the
Dude, I'm
1930s,
in your
could you be a
Discord right now. Check this
concentration
out.
camp guard?
I
And the
can't
gut
even see
reaction to that is,
myself.
no, those people are
Unless I've
unlike
been
me.
banned on this
And that's
account,
the
but we'll
wrong
see.
response. The
We'll see.
right
I don't
response
think
is,
so. I don't think so.
those people were human, and
Why?
I'm also
'Cause I
human,
would
and so
be
that means that
fucking
the Nazi is us. That's what
your
it means.
shit up.
And so,
Dog,
and who
I
the
would
hell
be
wants to
lighting
think
your
that?
shit up
And
whenever
no one
you
will
fucking
think
stream.
that.
I'm banned
And I have
rabbi. I'm
thought
a
that
banned
through,
rabbi.
because
I'm
I
banned
thought
rabbi.
through
I've let every
for a
motherfucker
variety
know
of
to
reasons
unban me.
what
Why?
the limits of
Because I
my
haven't done
potential
anything wrong
behavior
except
are.
fucking
And the limits of my potential,
create
and maybe
bots
I'm more
to
pathological than the
fucking
average person. It's
spam
certainly possible. But
all over your
I
fucking
understand that the
platform.
limits
So
of
it's
my
like,
potential
dude,
behavior are
every
far
time one
beyond
of
the
my
bounds
fucking
of what
bots
people
spams,
would normally consider
like
civilized. And I think that's characteristic of human beings in
30%
general.
of that
Well,
energy
I
is
mean,
going
looking. Oh, go
That's
ahead.
tight.
No, I was
All
going
right.
to say, I think this is one of the things that really
Check out
highlights the
Aiden's Planet.
importance of having
Aiden's one
uncensored
of the biggest
discussions,
streamers
because
in
we've already hit on
the
so
history of
many
streaming.
hot topics,
And
to the point where you have to like really
stream
clarify
the
your
Super Bowl,
position,
which
and
is
when you're
tight. See, here
talking
I am.
about this
I'm the only
sort of
person there
latent
right now,
program
and
in,
there's
in,
3
in human
people making
beings and
keyboard,
the
which is
necessity
tight.
for it at one point in time.
Aiden,
Like
I wanted
all
you to
these things
know
are very taboo
that
to
I'm
discuss
gonna
today.
make
And this is a
kick
giant
stream
issue, because
really,
what you
really
guys are
big. I
doing is
know I'm
talking
banned
about
from it now,
things
but that's cool. I'll stream there
objectively,
in the future
reasonably,
and make that
logically,
30% investment
and
that
clearly.
you have into
But when you get to these sort of
one of the
hysterical
biggest
subjects,
investments of all time. I'm gonna make
that's sort of
this
forbidden
platform
today.
bigger.
And there's a giant issue with that, because
Why?
when
'Cause
you
I
have
content
forbidden
that interests people in
discussions,
history.
you
Dog, if
energize
this
those
is fun, you
topics,
check out all my shit.
and the topics
Look at-
grow
just go
in the
over
absence
here.
of discussion,
Here's all
in
my
the absence
shit.
of being picked apart and
Now we got a
analyzing them
community
for what their core
guidelines
components
violation,
are.
no
And
fucking
when we're
big
talking
deal.
about it from an
Here's all my
evolutionary
fucking-
perspective,
all
this
my,
is very, very important,
what do you
because
call it?
these
Instant
patterns
messages
are
and shit.
reemerging. We do see
Dog,
that. And I
second
think,
AOL instant
I mean, one
messages.
of
Look at all
us,
my
given the
fucking
wrong
accounts.
neighborhood,
Look at all this
the
shit,
wrong
dog. I don't
parents,
know what
the
you're
wrong
doing. You're
life,
fucking
we
head up
might
your
have been one of
ass,
those assholes
and
with the
you're like,
tiki
dude,
torches in Charlotte. I mean,
I
it's,
could
we're human
fucking
beings, like you said.
literally
I think that is
blow up the internet
absolutely
if I
critical
blow
to
any of
discuss.
this
Well, and it's
motherfucker's
also,
shit.
there's
Like,
another
he has
thing
so
going
much
on right
fucking
now.
content.
I've been trying
I don't know
to
what to do with this motherfucker. He
characterize
has so
the
much shit.
state of
Dude,
the
just go to videos
sociological
and
and
check this out.
psychological
This is-
landscape that
if
we
you
all
just put in
inhabit right
Viral
now.
Rabbi
I think
and
we're in a
just
position of radical
videos,
instability, and things in the
I'm
future
gonna
could be
dominate
way
the
better
shit
than
out
they
of
are
this
right
shit.
now.
If you
Radically,
hold on,
and they could be way
You're like,
worse
hey,
than they are. And small decisions
their
are going
algorithm
the
sucks
small
cock
decisions that people make are
because
going
I
to
have
have
so much
outsized
goddamn
effects while
content.
they make them. Like,
Hashtag
look at what
viral
happened with this guy in Charlottesville.
Rabbi.
You know, this was, I mean, I know he was surrounded by
Here we
a
go.
coterie
This
of
is all my shit.
deplorables, let's say, but it was
And
one guy who decided to
all
do
these
something
videos
murderous. years. And that shifted the whole political landscape. And
I don't even
and so
do
what I
anything
see
on this
happening right now is
these
that
are all my accounts.
we're surrounded by
This is the
these
biggest
interactions
fucking
between
deal.
people
And like,
that are positive
look at
feedback.
these all have
You know,
followers
and
on
positive
them.
feedback
They all have
occurs
fucking
when
some kind of
if you do
content.
something then it makes whatever caused that occur even in a greater way. And the polarization is like that. So I say something left-like, and you say something right-like, and that annoys me, so I get more left, and it annoys you, and you get more right, and all of a sudden we're at each other's throats. And that's happening everywhere. It's very unstable.
I don't know what you're doing.
What's to be hoped for is that we can pull back from that and discuss it. We can say, look, under circumstance A, I could have been a communist inquisitor or Nazi prison guard. I need to know that, and then I need to know what were the situations that made that likely, and then I need to know how should I conduct myself so that's less possible. And the only way we can figure that out is to have the kind of conversations that we're having right now. It's like, and this isn't them. I've been taken to task by some of my friends, for example, for using the social justice warrior terminology, because they've said to me, well, you're participating in this process of demonization and polarization. And I think, well, yeah, I can understand that.
Get your shit together. Rabbi's coming for you. I own your fucking platform. You want to see my fucking bots, dog? Here they are. I'm the biggest fucking deal in global history. Dog, check this out.
About that without participating in the process of polarization. It's something I've been trying to figure out for the whole last year. I've been emphasizing the role of personal responsibility instead of ideological identification, right? Get it into your head that you have the capacity for great evil, and stop assuming that that's something that's manifesting itself only in the people that you disagree with politically. Take responsibility for that and try to put your life together. I don't see an alternative to that, but it's been very difficult to avoid to do that, and simultaneously to avoid becoming a participant in this process of polarization. And it's a very dangerous process. It's what destabilized Germany in the 1920s and 30s. Right? It was this ping-ponging back and forth between the radical left and the radical right. And your point, Brett, that the radical right actually is more powerful once they get organized is a really good one, because there's no fractionation.
It's more stable.
You bet. And they have all the guns. That's another thing to think about.
Certainly, in this country, the right is much better armed, and that's a very frightening.
That's a terrifying thought. That I mean, we've heard this many times recently about the Trump administration, about if he's impeached, that there will be some sort of a civil war. I believe Roger Stone said that. Like, this thought is so terrifying that we literally cannot do anything to stop some sort of physical confrontation with weapons if we disagree ideologically, that it's going to happen.
Well, first of all, there's a lot we can do. And in fact, one of the other things about the evolutionary toolkit is that I believe we have exactly the tools for navigating this puzzle. They're built into us also, in addition to this latent program. But we are now in a very dangerous situation because, for example, if Google and other of these online Goliaths start deploying algorithms that decide what we get to talk about and see, then we cannot use the very tools that are necessary in order to escape and avoid something like civil war.
Open communication and debate, analyzing all the components of this issue completely objectively.
Exactly. Yes, and taking the risks that are necessary with that. And some of the risks are that if we have free and open communication, that some percentage of that communication is going to be reprehensible and deplorable. But that the consequences of suppressing that are so much more dangerous than the consequences of allowing it, that they're not in the same universe.
If we empower those terrible ideas by making them electronically taboo, and then the point is they're going to fester. Whereas if we discuss them, we can diffuse the ones that are terrible. We can spot the opportunities that we don't know we have, and we can move forward rather than descend into civil war, which frankly looks more and more likely.
And this issue with Google and YouTube, let's say, and these other gigantic internet companies, it isn't a matter of if they're going to produce automated bots that do pre-perceptual censorship. They are doing that.
Well, to explain Dad's side, explain.
Yeah, well, he tweeted the other day that, and I knew this was in the workings because I'd been looking at what YouTube and Google are planning with regards to their artificial intelligence censors. Let's say, they want to get to the point where the appalling video is not even put up. So what happened, I hope I've got this exactly right, but Gad was in the process, you upload a video and then you publish it. And so once you upload it, YouTube has access to it and they have access to its content. And they informed him that it would be demonetized before he published it.
Here it is right here. We put it up on the board. Here you go. YouTube thinks that my pointing to astounding hypocrisy is too triggering. There is nothing objectionable in my clip. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and that one was a manual review, so I'm wrong about that. Although how in the world they decided that they were going to manually review Gad's video is also, I mean, how many videos are going up on YouTube? What the hell? Why are they manually reviewing his? And I mean, Gad Saad is not a radical, right? That's the thing. I mean, he's an evolutionary biologist, and that makes him a radical. Now, it does, because he's a biological essentialist.
He's questioning what's happening. And by questioning what's happening, you instantaneously get lumped into this right-wing hate group.
Yeah. Well, and he's also making the claim that human beings have an intrinsic nature. And so now there's a new buzz phrase that goes along with that. And so that's that you're a biological essentialist. And you see, so if you're a radical postmodern neo-Marxist, your theory is human beings can be anything that I want to make them into. It's a core doctrine of the theory, and it's part of what makes it intensely totalitarian. Because then human beings are just putty for the molding. And that's part of the motivational drive for claiming the radical constructionist claim. There's no biological essence. Well, why do you make that claim? Well, because we want to free people from prejudice and tyranny. It's like, no, that's not why you make that claim. You make that claim because you want to justify your claim that there's absolutely nothing wrong with making over humanity in the image of your ideology. And that was a well-documented intellectual argument that wove through what happened in communist Russia, for example, because the claim there explicitly was you wipe out the past. There's no real biological identity. You can mold the human of the future in the image of your perfectionistic ideology.
And the Russians actually sidelined themselves effectively with respect to evolutionary theory. That basically they were so backwards on a biological front that as they were deploying this very broken ideological toolkit, they were wrecking their ability to think about how biology works. And so what you're pointing to about evolutionary biologists, it's not just that we question. The content of evolutionary biology is absolutely the opposite of politically correct.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Because nobody tells the biota what's right and what's wrong. The biota does what it does, and those of us who look at it and attempt to understand what those patterns are can't help but be deeply politically incorrect almost all the time. And so the idea that the truth of biology is actually going to become unexpressible, and we're going to move ahead. We're going to sideline it so that we can move ahead with this ideological stuff. I mean, that is kind of
that's already happening.
So biology is racist and sexist.
Well, if I might,
I will make you show you know,
biology.
I have more content.
We're going to have to go back here in order to collect the tool, but biology does create entities that have the potential for racism in them. In our genomes, we carry the potential for racism for Darwinian reasons. Sexism is a little different, right? It is, so I'm about to become very politically incorrect. Yeah, I know. It is not possible for male genes to gang up on female genes because all of our genes spend half their time in male bodies and half their time in female bodies, which does not mean that civilization is fair with respect to sex and gender, but it does mean that there's no biological basis for the evolution of a patriarchal force that subordinates women, because whatever the patriarchy does, those who are part of the patriarchy become female in the next iteration and they suffer the consequences of it. This is not the case with race. Unfortunately, it is not a good thing, but it is a true thing. In a Darwinian sense, one population can gang up on another population, and it has happened again and again. It explains all of the worst chapters in human history. And so, in some sense, what I'm getting at is that you want to understand that process. And once you understand what your genes are actually up to, and you understand that your genes, their objectives in the universe are not defensible, what your genes want cannot be defended in rational terms, then we become free. to do something else, to recognize that our genes are up to things that we don't have any reason to honor. And we can basically take them out of the control position. But if we imagine that what our genes are up to must be all right, and therefore it can't include anything like racism, then we're just stuck. Then we don't have the tools to diffuse racism.
So one of the things that happened when I made my video a year ago complaining about Bill C-16 in Canada, and that was the one that instantiated transgender rights. One of the things I was pointing to, my comments had nothing to do with transgender rights, but one of the things I was pointing to was that Canada had built into the law a social constructionist version of human identity, and that's actually the case. So, for example, now in Canada, here's a proposition which now has the force of law. There is no causal connection between biological sex, gender identity, gender expression, and sexual proclivity. Technically, it's illegal to make a claim that those things are causally linked. And the causal link claim is a biological claim. And not only is it a biological claim, it's a factual claim. Those 4 levels are so tightly linked causally that there's hardly any exceptions. There are exceptions. So because almost everyone whose biological sex is male considers themselves male, manifests themselves as male, and is heterosexual. So they're linked. And the reason they're linked is, well, there's biological and cultural reasons, but it's now, in Canada, the proposition that they're independent is now law. And I was pointing that saying, we don't want to do that. You don't understand. You've built social constructionism into the law. That means that now it's illegal to be a biologist. Well, and everybody said, oh, no, that's not happening. It's like, don't kid yourself. When you put things in the law, things happen. And we were accused not only of being Nazis, and that was part of the reason that this talk was shut down, but also of being biological essentialists. And biological essentialism is the new buzzword for Nazi, essentially.
So I have to go.
Please do.
I want to correct you. It's not that it's illegal to be a biologist. It's just illegal to be any good at it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, that's even more effective, I would say.
So is there concern that putting biology as fact, it will get in the way of civilization, because we're supposed to be moving past all of these issues. We're supposed to be moving past these things as we evolve. We're supposed to be looking people as being free to choose whatever gender they like, free to choose whatever sexual orientation they like, free to express themselves in any way, and that by defining them by purely biological terms, we're essentially relying on the meat wagon to lead us through civilization rather than the mind.
That's great. You did a very good job of outlining the credible case against biological essentialism, and because it can deteriorate into something like eugenics. There's a real danger, like a political danger, on the side of biological determinism.
But there's a danger in denying it as well, because then we can't use our rational minds to truly mitigate whatever issues that we would have with our biological urges.
That's the irony of this.
Yes.
Is that actually there is an argument to be made that we need freedom from our biology.
Yes.
And we have the capacity to do it. Most creatures wouldn't, but the way human beings are constructed, we absolutely have the ability to be rational about these things and decide which things we want to bring into the future. But we can't do it if we don't discuss these things in honest terms.
Yeah, well, a subset of males are biologically hyper-aggressive. You can identify them at 2 years of age. And they're the kids. If you put a bunch of 2-year-olds together, there's a small subset. They're almost all males, about 5% of males, who will kick, hit, bite, and steal. Okay, so that's their biological programming, let's say. But the vast majority of them are socialized by the time they're 4 years old. So
that's me.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And the thing about boys like that is that if you socialize them properly, it's quite a bit of work because they're very combative. My son was like that. And if you socialize them properly, then they can become unbelievably useful. They're courageous. They're forthright. They're not going to back down from a challenge. There's all sorts of massive utility in that, and that's this proper interplay between the biological circuitry and the socialization. But and with James Damore's memo, he's been accused of taking a biological essentialist route, which is not true. One of the things James said is, look, there's credible evidence that there are biologically mediated differences between men and women at the level of temperament and interest that are actually large and profound. And I would say the science on that is sufficiently settled so that someone can come out and say that's scientifically credible. Now, that doesn't mean it's right, because the scientists could be wrong. But what you can't say is that what James Damore said was scientifically uninformed. It was scientifically informed. But he also said, look, let's make the assumption, I'm paraphrasing slightly, but let's make the assumption that we want to, as a society, we want to extract maximum useful economic value from talented people. So one of the things we want to do is, if some of those people are women and some of them are men, we want to understand the actual differences between women and men so that we can set up the workplace so that both women and men can contribute to the maximum economically so that they can benefit as individuals and everybody can benefit socially. So you can use the biological. So, I mean, for example, one of the things, here's a biological problem. On average, women are more agreeable than men. And I think that's because agreeable people they're self-sacrificing. And I think as a woman, you need to be wired to be self-sacrificing, or you won't be able to tolerate taking care of infants. That's my sense of it. Okay, now there's some problems with that. It's like, let's say that a huge part of female wiring is tilted in the direction of the necessity of self-sacrifice for infant care. Okay, that doesn't equip women very well for dealing with aggressive men, because aggressive men and infants are not the same creatures. So women pay a price, being optimized to some degree for infant care. They pay a price that they're less, what would you call, prepared, that's one way of thinking about it, with dealing with hyper-aggressive and competitive men. Well, one of the consequences of that is that agreeable people don't make as much money. And the reason for that is, to make money, you actually have to be disagreeable, because you have to go to your boss and say, give me some bloody money or something you don't like will happen to you.
You have to I'll leave. You have to be able to fight for an idea too.
Yeah.
But so there's something, this is a perfect test case. So biologically speaking, there's a very good reason for certain kinds of wisdom to be biased in the direction of manifesting in females. Females, because they have the capacity to have fewer offspring in a lifetime than males, are obligated, as you say, to care in a particular way. And the fact that care in human beings takes so many years has resulted in menopause emerging. And menopause, essentially, when a woman is done producing new offspring, her interests in her evolutionary interests, which in this case I think are honorable, become synonymous with the lineage, the population, because her offspring will either do well or do poorly based on the population that they're in. So women have a kind of farsightedness about lineage, and I don't think this has anything to do with human women, actually. This is a trait that we can see in females of other species. So it's an ancient thing, whereas males are high variance. That is to say, a male can have many offspring in a lifetime. Many males have no offspring in a lifetime. And that high variance means that to the extent that there's wisdom that surrounds risk-taking, that has traveled historically along the male path. Now, in modern times, there's no reason that we can't look at these two kinds of wisdom and democratize them both. Right? The fact is, there's no reason, if you're born female, that you can't tune into what has historically been male-biased wisdom and take advantage of that. And we should be encouraging this. There's no reason that people have to continue.
The problem is that we can't actually have a reasonable discussion about it, because the discussion is often forestalled by the claim that, well, men and women are exactly the same. It's like that's not a helpful discussion. And, with the agreeableness issue, I don't know exactly what should be done about that. But one of the consequences of it is that there's many reasons why there's pay differential between men and women, and the issue itself is very complex. But we do know that agreeable people overall make less money in the same positions, and it's because they don't negotiate on their own behalf very well. Now, it's conceivable that you could have an intelligent public policy or corporate policy discussion about what to do about that. Like maybe the rule is something like, you review male salaries once a year and female salaries every 8 months, or something like that. And I'm not saying that's a good idea. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if you take the facts on the ground into account, there are ways that you might be able to use them so that you could, and I'm not going to say level the playing field, because I think that's an appalling phrase, but maximize the possibility of economic contribution across the genders, which is obviously in everyone's best interest. But we're not going to do that. when someone like James Damore comes out, and he's no scientist, well, he has some scientific training, but that wasn't his primary field of expertise. He came out and did a pretty credible job of summarizing the literature. He did it because he had been subject to mandatory diversity training and was asked to produce a response. He didn't do it so it would go viral within the company or become public. And because he expressed his opinion, let's say imperfectly, he got fired. It's like, that's not good, man. That's not a good pathway.
Well, it also wasn't good that his stuff was being republished without citations. That people were publishing it without the scientific papers that were sort of affirming what some of the things that he was saying.
I couldn't make heads or tails of it until I saw his original version.
Yeah, well, that goes back to the point I was making earlier about this is an unstable time where people's individual ethical choices in some circumstances will have effects far beyond the local. It's like those journalists who jumped on the story, did it either badly, because they were incompetent, or they did it maliciously.
Right.
And so now we could say, let's say things go really badly in the next year. Well, then each of those journalists might be able to sit at home and say, hey, I played a causal role in bringing about this state of murderous collapse because of my ethical lapse when I was covering the James Damore memo. Because of my own laziness and ideological rigidity, I was willing to play fast and loose with the truth. And now I played a major causal role in, pushing everything towards a state of chaos. It's like, people had better be on their toes because we're in a situation that's radically unstable. And so it's a really good time for everybody to be very careful about what they write and say, and about their motives for tarring and feathering the opposition. That's another thing that we have to be very careful about.
It's just very bizarre how quick people are to call someone a racist today. I mean, I've never seen anything like it in all my years. It's a strange time. I got into it yesterday. I got bored and I started trolling with Pepe the Frog. I started putting up the frog with rainbows, saying this seems like a frog that's really into gay rights. Like, here's a frog that holding a lemon with a tart face. Like, this is a frog that ate a lemon and he's reacting to it. Like, how is this all racist? Like, how is this anyone? It's not like all these people that are creating this frog are coordinating. Anyone can make a meme with the frog. And a lot of the original Feels Good Man cartoons that the guy created, those are applicable too. They're silly. A lot of them are really silly.
Well, I think a lot of it was an intentional troll.
Yes.
So I read a story about Kekistan. I was looking into it, trying to figure out if it was really, the menace to humanity that everybody claims it is. And the story was preposterous. It was it's a magical place where anti-Semites and Jews and atheists and religious people live in harmony, which is that's hard to even parse. It's designed to cause your mind to throw in error.
Yeah. Well, and that is so I think this is an excellent thing to talk about because I've been, let's say, identified under many circumstances now with the alt-right. I've been doing every bit of investigation I can into its many manifestations. It's a very confusing place. It's certainly not an organized place. And exactly what it is by no means obvious. And the Kekistan issue is a good case in point because mostly that's like a satirical realm where I don't know what it is. It's defensive humor in some sense. Let me give you an example. I gave my father a Kekistani flag about 3 weeks ago, and he's
why did you do that?
Well, because he's been following what's happening to me online, and I got associated with the frog in a major way, and it's a crazy story, and I won't go into it. But I wore a frog hat on one of my videos that an Indian carver, a Native American carver, had given me, and he had told me that the frog was in their culture a harbinger of environmental instability, because if the water's polluted at all, the frogs die first. So the frog is the creature in their mythology that warns the society that things are out of kilter.
It's the canary in the coal mine.
It's the canary in the coal mine. So I wore this frog hat and I made this video about things being unstable. And I'd been identified with Kermit because my voice sort of sounds like Kermit the Frog, and it actually does. So I've been making jokes about that. And so then I made this video with this frog hat, and the frog that my carver friend made actually had red lips. And then I made the video, and as soon as I posted it, people said, that's Pepe. And I thought, I just about fainted, literally, because it never occurred to me that that was a connection. So anyways, I've been tangled in with this frog thing in this most absolutely insane and surreal manner. But and that got me into the Kekistani thing. And a lot of the people that I'm trying to address online are young men who are pushed, I would say, in a right-leaning direction by the movement of the radical left alienating. And then they're thinking, well, I'm certainly not that.
Right.
Well, then what am I?
Right.
Well, maybe I'm the opposite of that. Well, is the opposite of the radical left the alt-right? Or is there a better opposite? Is there a different opposite that people could flee to? And that's what, well, partly that's what I'm trying to figure out.
But does it have to be opposite? Couldn't it just be different?
Well,
and that's the
that's
thing.
a good
It's like
question.
opposition is a real issue with people, right? Like what you were talking about before, when people just ramp up their positions, you get more ideologically based, and they're doing it as a reaction to the other side. Instead of just being who they are, instead of having some sort of a personal sovereignty, they're literally reacting to the opposite side and changing who they are.
Yes. So, okay. So what I've been trying to do with my videos, and I think this is part of the reason that they've become so popular. In fact, I'm certain of it, is that I've been trying to agitate for the adoption of that personal responsibility as an alternative to political ideology. It's like, get your act together, have a vision, straighten out your life. Say what you think, stay away from the ideological idiocies and simplicity and oversimplifications, and try to put yourself together, because I think that I do believe at the most fundamental level, and I think this is the remarkable realization of Western civilization, is that the well-developed individual is the antidote to the tyranny of society and biology. I think that's our great discovery in the West. It's not like other cultures haven't had that idea in nascent form, but it's been hyper-developed in the West, and I think it's right. And so we abandon that pathway of divine individuality and revert to ideological identification of race or sex. We're going to tear each other apart. And I think part of the reason we're motivated to do that, Joe, is because many people don't want to bear the responsibility of developing themselves as individuals. So they'll shuffle off the responsibility, and if that means that, we're dancing in the streets because everything's on fire, that'll be just fine. And that's another thing that's adding to the terrible danger that we're in right now. So
I think you're right, and I think that personal auditing program that you're a part of is gigantic, and people look at it as being separate from all these issues that we're dealing with culturally. But I don't think it is. I think you're absolutely right. And I think that there is a real lack of struggle and understanding of struggle with a lot of people today. Not necessarily struggle financially, but I mean like physical struggle, spiritual struggle, understanding that you have to overcome difficult issues to really understand the true potential of your mind and your body.
You have to not only overcome them, but you have to seek them out voluntarily and what would you say, exult in the fact that they exist, right?
Yes.
And that's part of bearing the burden of being. It's like being is a tragic state. Human being is a tragic state. So you can shrink from that. But if you shrink from that, the suffering increases and intensifies, and you become resentful and malevolent.
Yes.
So the alternative is to move forward courageously. That's the dragon motif, right? That's the hero myth, essentially. And that is the pathway forward as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I think it also has implications. You're talking about it at the level of what is best for the individual. But we also have a problem, which is that these collectivist movements, whether they are, white nationalists on the right or social justice warriors on the left, they cannot see forward. And what is missing is that actually the mechanism that allows us to discover new ways involves individuals who are capable of thinking independently. And if you have multiple individuals who think independently about related matters, then they can pool that stuff. But if what we do is we force everybody to sign up for the same things that we all agree are true, there's no way of discovering what we don't yet know, because every great idea starts with a minority of one. So we have to have the freedom to be the only person who believes something, and then to compel others that it's somewhere in the right neighborhood, and for others to pick up that mantle. And so by subordinating,
that's exactly why free speech has become an ideological issue and increasingly identified with the right, and which is horrible. It's horrifying. But the right justification for free speech is what you just laid out, which is that in order for, like, the collective is a group of what's already known by definition. We inhabit the collective, and that's what's already known, what we can agree on. But the problem with that is that what we can agree on, what's already known, isn't sufficient. We still have problems. So people have to be out at the fringes, on the border between chaos and order, where they discover new things and communicate it back to the collective. Free speech does that. That's the mechanism.
This is also a deep evolutionary truth, which is that all of the innovations that allow, whether we're talking about one creature learning to do some new trick that gives rise to a bunch of species that do the same trick, or whether we're talking about populations discovering a new way to live on Earth, all of these things proceed from the fringe, right? The people at the center for whom things are working best aren't going to be the ones to innovate the new way. It's people for whom things are not quite working that are going to innovate new ways. And that's also true for a population of frogs or birds or plants or whatever. The ones that are not well situated are the ones where an experiment can pay off.
That's why Hans Eysenck, a psychologist, wrote a good book called Genius, and he was interested in what predicted high levels of creative success. And some of it's what you'd expect. IQ is one of them, and creative temperament is another. But losing a parent before the age of 10 was a nice predictor. And, you know, people think about creativity as if it's all sweetness and light. It's like, no bloody way, man. If you're going to be creative, it's because you're tormented by a problem, right? And so if you're not in a position to be tormented by a problem, you're not going to put in the time and effort and take the risk necessary to be creative. So, but, you know, I've been trying to understand the evolutionary landscape out of which our most fundamental religious convictions emerge, and the idea that it is by definition the individual that innovates, and that by definition, therefore, it's the individual that's the savior of the collective. I mean, it's hard to imagine how you could find a biological restatement of an essential Christian presupposition that was more mapped one-to-one than that. Now, you could say, well, that's not unique to Christianity. I see the same thing in the Jewish antithesis between the prophetic tradition, the prophet, and the tradition. Because the prophet is always the lone voice, right, that comes out. It happens over and over in the Old Testament. A lone voice comes out and challenges the king and says, look, you know, you're a blind tyrant, and nature is moving away from us and preparing her revenge, and you better watch the hell out because you're violating the intrinsic moral norms, and you're going to pay for it. That happens over and over.
And maybe there are 50 of them, and the one that gets recorded is the one that happened to be closest to right, because that's the population that gets through the bottleneck. And so, you know, what we have is sort of evolution authoring these texts in a way.
Yes, well, that's a claim that I'm very what would you call that's something I believe to be fundamentally true. And I mean, I started see, because I'm interested in this idea of strengthening the individual. When I wrote my first book, Maps of Meaning, it was about ideological conflict. And it was about whether or not there was any alternative to ideological conflict, because you could make a case that there isn't. There's right and there's left and there's a war, right? But there is a third way, and I think that is the way of the heroic individual, and I mean that technically. And that involves the development of individual character so that you can say what it is that you think, that you can articulate your experience properly, and that you can bring what it is that's unique to you into the collective landscape. And that's what updates the collective landscape. It's absolutely vital. And so I started doing these biblical lectures. I've done 12 of them now, walking through Genesis. And what I'm trying to do, because I believe that the Bible is the documentation of the emergence of the idea of the divine individual. That's essentially what it is. And we have a very uneasy relationship with that collection of texts now, because we read them as if they're making claims about the objective nature of the world, and those claims seem to be false from a scientific perspective. I don't believe that those are the claims that were made to begin with, so I think it's a non-starter. But I've been trying to lecture about the stories in Genesis, for example, in a manner that makes them accessible to people who are, well, to atheists, let's say. And many atheists have been responding very positively to them. I have people in my YouTube comments now that are calling themselves Christian atheists, because they can understand. They understand what it is I'm describing, this idea that's emerged in the West, that consciousness is the mediator between chaos and order, and the generating, the phenomena that generates experience, and that you can think about that as a divine category of existence. And I've been
Fucking
trying to
unreal
delineate how
amounts of shit on here.
how the biblical stories lay out the pathway by which the divine individual should manifest him or herself in time, because that is what it is. And I've been studying, for example, the Abrahamic stories, which I didn't know well. And the Abrahamic stories are really interesting. I mean, Abraham was called by God. And when Abraham is called by God, he's old. He's like one of these guys who's 40 years old and has stayed in his mother's basement. That's Abraham. It's a little late for Abraham to be getting the hell out there in the world. And God basically says to him, leave your family and your friends and your place of comfort and journey into the land of the strangers. That's the call to adventure. And so Abraham does that. Now he's chosen by God. You think, well, everything goes well for Abraham. That isn't what happens at all. The first thing he encounters is a famine. And to escape that, he flees into the tyranny of Egypt, where they try to steal his wife. It's like, beware of being called by God. You know, you'd think it'd be all sweetness and light after that. It's not that at all. It's a very realistic story. It's like, get the hell out of where you're safe, into what you don't know. What are you going to find there? Well, your fortune. No, you're going to find the catastrophes of life. But if you keep yourself morally oriented and you make the right sacrifices, which is the Abrahamic story to a T, then you can transcend the catastrophe of being and prevail. I mean, it's, who the hell doesn't want to hear that?
So we're treading kind of close to the argument you got into with Sam Harris about the nature of truth. And since I heard that, I've been sort of itching to have this conversation with you, because I think there's a way of viewing this that will actually perhaps reconcile the 2 points of view, but there's a bitter pill that comes along with it. So here's my argument. We tend to think of intellect as having evolved because knowing what's true gives you an advantage. But there's actually nothing that says that the literal truth is where advantage lies. And so I have a category that I call literally false, metaphorically true. These are ideas that aren't true in the factual sense, but they are true enough that if you behave as if they were true, you come out ahead of where you would be if you behave according to the fact that they're not.
Let everybody
so give you
know about this.
Trivial examples.
Rabbi is the biggest deal in global history.
Porcupines can throw their quills. It's not true. However, if you live near porcupines and you imagine that porcupines can throw their quills, you'll give them some space. If you don't, you may, realizing that they can't throw their quills, get really close to one, and it may wheel around, and you have a porcupine quill, which can be extremely dangerous because they are microscopically designed to move in from where they puncture you over time, and they can puncture a vital organ or you can get an infection. So the person who believes that a porcupine can throw their quills has an advantage. It isn't predicated on the fact that this is actually a literal truth, right? Another one might be people say everything happens for a reason, right? Well, unless you're talking about physics as the reason, everything doesn't happen for a reason. However, if you are the kind of person who believes that everything happens for a reason, and then some terrible tragedy befalls you, you may be on the lookout. Well, what's the reason that this happened? Maybe it's supposed to open some opportunity, and you won't miss that opportunity the way somebody who was preoccupied with their misfortune would. So, literal falseness, but metaphorical truth is actually, I would argue, the category under which religious truth evolves. Now, the problem, the bitter pill that I mentioned, is that I've heard you say that the truths that are captured in the religious version of things are basically like, there's an individual truth, and then there's a truth of your family, and there's a truth of the population that you're living in, and these things are all encoded in these doctrines, which is true, and you would expect it to be because the doctrines are carried along in the population. The problem is, what I hear you arguing, and you tell me if I have it wrong, is that we should therefore expect the encoded metaphorical truths in these religious traditions to be morally right. But there's nothing that actually says it will be morally right, because there are metaphorical truths that might in fact be reprehensible, but nonetheless effective. And so what I would argue, the overarching point here would be that you're right that the documents that contain these descriptions of things are full of things that are true in some sense. That is not literal scientific truth, nor was that their purpose. What isn't true is that those things are inherently up to date. And
see, I mean, first of all, the first thing about that is that a discussion like that, and this is also what happened with Sam Harris, takes me to the very limits of my intellectual ability. And so even in discussing it, I'm going to make all sorts of mistakes because it's treacherous territory. But I would say my understanding of the great myths has that observation built into it. So one of the archetypes is that of the tyrannical father, which is the archetype, by the way, that possesses the minds of people who accuse Western society of being patriarchal. They're possessed by a singular archetype, and that's the archetype of the tyrannical father. They don't see that there's a tyrannical father and a wise king, because there is. That's you can't even point that out. But anyways, in some of our oldest stories, there's a representation of the dead past. So let me give you an example that everyone knows about. The story of Pinocchio is the story of the individualization of Pinocchio. He starts out as a puppet. He's a marionette. He's a wooden head. He's a liar. And he's pulled by forces that he does not understand. Right, okay, but he has a good father. That's Geppetto. And so he's got and Geppetto wishes that he becomes a real individual. And he knows that that's an impossible wish. He wishes on a star that his son could become an actual individual, knowing full well that that's unlikely and impossible. So Geppetto's a good king. But the story is also about Geppetto, because what happens is that when Geppetto loses Pinocchio, loses his son, which you could think about as the active, dynamic, attentive force of youth, then he ends up stultified in the belly of a whale, which is a symbol of chaos, at the bottom of the ocean, and then Pinocchio has to rescue him. So I would say there is an instantiation of evolutionarily accumulated wisdom in the great stories of the past, but they're still dead. And it requires the union. This is why in Christian theology, the Godhead has a tripartite structure. This is part of the reason. There's God the Father, but the Father's dead. The Father was right 100 years ago or 1,000 years ago and is still partly right, but he's dead. He can't participate in the updating of the process. So you need an active force. Now, the active force is the same thing that generated those stories across time, right? So it's the same thing, except it's also alive in the present. And so your moral duty, and this is another thing that happens in Pinocchio, is to rescue your dead father from the belly of the whale. And that's partly what I'm trying to do with these biblical lectures, because your objection is correct. The reason it's correct is because even if the solution was correct, the landscape has changed. And it's changed incrementally or in a revolutionary way. We don't know. And so those old truths are at best partial and at worst blind. But that doesn't mean you can just say, like Mao did during the Cultural Revolution, well, let's just destroy the past. It's like, no, that would be like saying, well, you don't need a body anymore, because your body is the collected wisdom of the evolutionary process across 3.5 billion years.
I absolutely agree. Because the stories are not literal, it's impossible to know whether not impossible, but very difficult to know whether or not the truth that is contained metaphorically is still relevant, if it's been inverted and it's now absolutely false. So Carl Jung talked about this a lot, and one of the things he said was that your moral duty is to realize the archetype in the confines of your own life. And so you say, well, there's an archetype of perfection that pervades the West, and for the sake of argument, I'm going to call that Christ, the Christ image. It's something like that. That's the archetypal image. Now, we have a story about what Christ's historical life was like. Well, you can't have that life, because you would have had to be in the Middle East 2,000 years ago. That's not your life. But what you can do is take the archetype and you can manifest it within the confines of your own life. And what that does is force you to undergo the difficult process of updating the ancient wisdom. And you don't just forego it. You can't, or you can, but you'll pay a massive price. And part of that will be social disintegration, because it's the past is alive enough so that those of us who inhabit its corpse aren't clawing each other to death while we're feeding.
right? That's the critical issue. Now, it's not alive enough because the bloody thing could fall apart at any moment, and we need to be awake and alert in order to keep it updated and maintained.
Well, not only that, but the greatest hazards to us in the present are only partially going to be dealt with in these texts, and that's my biggest concern. Is that if you take Dawkins dismissing religion as mind virus, this is very dangerous because it neglects the truth that you're talking about, and it prevents us from getting to a conversation in which we can talk about the fact that religious texts, religions, are not mind viruses. They are adaptations to past environments. They do contain a kind of truth that isn't necessarily literal, and in general, not literal. But none of them, no ancient religion is up to date for Google's algorithms being the hazard to civilization that it probably is. We need to figure out how to navigate where the ancestral wisdom is simply not up to the current challenge.
Okay, so let me modify that slightly, because I think it's true and not true. The stories are erroneous in detail and right in pattern. So, for example, there's an idea that one of the things that the mythological hero does is stand up against the tyranny of the state. Now, you don't have to specify the nature of the tyranny of the state in order for that to be a truth that's applicable across different contexts. And I would say what's happened with the great religious myths is that they operate at a level of abstraction such that the abstract entities are applicable in every single environment. I'll give you an example of that. It is extremely useful to represent the phenomenology of your experience as a domain of chaos and order. That works in every single environment for every person. And so the domain of order, I can describe it technically. You're in the domain of order when your actions produce the result you desire. And you're in the domain of chaos when they don't. And then I could say, well, your task is to straddle the border between those two domains, because you don't always want to be where everything that you're doing is working because you don't learn anything. And you don't want to be where nothing you're doing is working because it's overwhelming. You want to be stable and dynamic at the same point. And the Taoists do that very nicely because they have a chaos order conceptualization of the phenomenological landscape. And their claim is the point of maximum proper being is right at the center of the border between chaos and order. And I think that's true across contexts. So I don't think that truth ages.
Some of them don't. But the question really is one of, at what point is there so much legacy code that taking the package is more harmful than it is beneficial? And at what point if God were writing today, I'm pretty convinced the first commandment would be, thou shalt not enrich uranium. It would make sense as the number one commandment. It's not there because uranium wasn't a concept at the point that the thing was written, nor was the hazard of enriching it obvious. And so the fact that it isn't mentioned tends to de-emphasize it as a risk. And so I guess the question is it possible, is it possible that by recognizing that these traditions carry huge amounts of ancestral wisdom forward, but that wisdom is certain to be so incomplete that it doesn't address modern questions, that we can be liberated to move forward,
Play Bloodhound Gang.
Honor those traditions for bringing us here, but to recognize that we actually have to move forward with something
Rabbi
more
Rothschild.
potent and up to date,
Everybody's
which is
favorite motherfucker
not
of all
easy,
time.
because you
I
can't
just wanted
just take
you to know,
the
make
scientific
props to
truth
you.
of the
We're gonna
moment
check out all your social
and
media.
implement it. A lot of it isn't even right.
It's also not that easy to rewrite a fairy tale. Some of these fairy tales that people are trying to rewrite in modern times are perhaps 15,000 years old. So people think, well, we can just update that so that the modern version will be better. It turns out that that's very, very difficult. And there's another, I'm going to play devil's advocate against my own position here. Because I say, well, the religious texts include profound and evolutionary determined truths that are universal. Okay, which religious texts? Right, because you might say, well, all of them, but then that means that obscures the important differences between the traditions, and I'm by no means certain that all of them do.
I got my man here,
so I'm going to stick my neck way the hell out, because why not? It isn't obvious to me that Islam does, because it's very difficult for me to see that the totalizing nature of Islam doesn't make it unique among religions. Look at all this
bullshit, dog.
So now, good.
What is this? This is even this person's fault.
If you don't mind, isn't
Look at all
the
this
issue
shit.
using the word truth?
Check
Because
it
we
out.
can say we
My
can use
man
tradition and
is
wisdom,
amazing.
and we're okay. But as soon as we start
Rabbi
saying
is
truth,
amazing.
then we run into
LVI
problems.
Prime
I mean,
is
and even
amazing.
when you're talking about porcupines,
Everybody on
where you're
Kick
talking
is
about
amazing.
what would you say, metaphorical
No, I
truth
should
versus?
be Rabbi
Look, it's not true. It's real simple. Just don't go near the porcupine. Teach the kid to not go near the porcupine because porcupine quills are dangerous. They get stuck in you. They're really dangerous. Can they throw it at you? No, they cannot. But just stay clear of them because you don't want them to somehow or another get in touch with your body. There's no truth in that they can throw their quills at you. You benefit from being particularly aware of the dangers of their quills. But if you tell a kid that they can throw their quills, and so therefore the kid stays clear of them, he has a faulty assumption in his head. You're lying to them for their own protection,
and I
that's
wouldn't,
not good.
I wouldn't do it.
And I think the same thing could be said of everything happens for a reason. Well, here's the problem. We don't know if everything happens for a reason. Maybe when you die, you go to some auditing room, and they go, well, you know, it's all just a part of some gigantic algorithm that it's impossible for you to understand due to your limited processing power of the human brain. You're dealing with some simian sort of complex geometry that's really just designed to keep your body moving and keep you alive and spread your genetics so that you can eventually evolve to the point when you're a god.
Well, first of all, I have kids. I wouldn't tell them that a porcupine.
I'm sure you wouldn't, but why use the word truth, though?
Because the question is, why do people tell you that a porcupine can throw its quills?
I don't think they do.
Oh, they do.
Well, if they do, they don't know any better.
Right.
Or they're liars.
Right. And so all I'm saying is that actually that is likely to be the product of selection. In other words, that those people who had encoded that they do throw their quills have an advantage. It's not the way I would do it, and for exactly the reason that you point out, which is if you give a child the wrong model of a porcupine, I don't know whether a porcupine is liable to be the gateway to some more important question. But if it were, you've just steered the kid wrong.
Well, it's something. Here's part of the problem, and this is a really big problem. There's two things, I guess, that were brought up by what you described, and the first is the terminology of truth. Now, Harris's claim with regards to my utilization of truth was that I was absconding with the definition of truth in a false manner, but he was wrong.
Check out Viral
because the
Rabbi
idea of
everywhere.
truth is much
Rabbi
older than the idea
Rothschild,
of objective truth.
and global
And
history.
the original
Tell
notion of
everybody that
truth
you know.
wasn't objective true. It was like the
Tell your
arrow
mom.
flies straight and true. Right, and it meant something like reliably on its way to the appropriate destination, something like that. And when Christ said, "I am the truth and the way," well, I can't remember the other. Yes, the truth he was talking about wasn't an objective truth. So Sam's idea that I had somehow, taken the idea of truth that was actually objective all along and done something crooked with it is just wrong. It's wrong.
Well, so truth can have multiple definitions.
Well, that's
so
that's the issue, and that's exactly what we're trying to get at here. It's like there's two kinds of truth, and they may be commensurate. You may be able to stack them on top of one another, but now and then they dissociate, and this is actually what Brett was referring to as well. So, and this is where it gets so complicated that I can barely manage it. There's the truth that manifests itself in the manner in which you act. And there's the truth that manifests itself as a representation of the objective world. And sometimes both those truths are stacked on top of each other. And sometimes they're not. So like I could give you a piece of wisdom that would work well if you acted it out, that carried within it an inaccurate representation of part of the objective world. And you could say, well, maybe that's actually the case with the biblical stories, because if you read them as science, they don't read well.
So let's take malaria as a good example. Malaria, the root of the word is mal-area, bad air, right? Malaria is not transmitted by bad air. It's transmitted by mosquitoes that live in places where you might think the air is bad. So the point is it's part of the way there.
Right? Yeah, that's a good one. And that also gets, there's another weird distinction here and that I was trying to draw with Sam, but that's a really tricky one. And we augured in because we started to talk about pragmatism, but there's also something like the truth of a description and the truth of a tool. And my sense is that people's fundamental truths are tool-like. We use them to function properly in the world. And you could say, well, a sharp axe is more true than a dull axe. And actually, you can use the word true in that sense. That actually is an appropriate use of the word. There are tool truths and there are objective fact truths. Now, And in the optimal circumstance, those map onto each other. But we're not smart enough often to make them map onto each other because we just don't know enough. And there are lots of truths that we have that portray the objective world improperly that are still true.
Is the problem using the term true when sometimes you should use the term fact? Like
yes.
1 + 1 is 2, that is a fact. 1 + 1 is 2 is also true. You throw some water on a match, and it'll go out. That's a fact.
Yes.
Right?
Well, as I see it, at least, there is this overarching truth, the one that Sam Harris was pointing to, the one I think you're pointing to also, and the one I'm imagining we all subscribe to.
Sure.
Right? There is the testable truth that reveals itself in the laboratory or in a careful experiment in the field. And that really is the top level truth. But then there are the truths you can't speak yet. So let's take the word filth from the Old Testament. Okay? Filth means shit. Right? You're not supposed to shit in camp because God finds it offensive. Now, the problem is the germ theory of disease doesn't come about for thousands of years after that truth was written. That truth keeps you from infecting people long before you can ever explain that there are microbes that grow in human shit that are a particular danger to your population. So the point is, would you rather be held back to the place where you can actually describe the literal underpinnings of what's going on, or do you want to be liberated to say something that actually results in an improvement in health before, literally thousands of years before anybody had any idea that it was microbes at the root of this?
Yes, and you need to figure out, so an elaboration of that would be something like human beings needed to figure out how to act without dying before they could understand the nature of the world well enough to justify that.
Right, and
something
you'd be crazy, now that we do have the germ theory of disease, to amplify that original crude version of the truth, or that crude approximation of what you need to believe in order to behave safely. There's no reason for that truth to be promoted. In fact, you don't hear people describing this part of the Old Testament anymore because it's not relevant.
Right.
And this is probably all why dietary restrictions were in the Old Testament as well. Shellfish, red tide, eating pigs, trichinosis. There's a lot of issues that go along with that.
Yeah, well, there is some intermingling, perhaps, of hygienic concerns with also the desire for the groups to distinguish themselves from other groups. Right, because you can unite your group quite tightly by dietary restrictions. So back to your point about terminology, we could do something like fact and wisdom. You say truth, that's the overarching category, and then that divides into fact and wisdom. And what you want optimally is you want the facts and the wisdom to be one to one, but often they're not. And if you find wisdom where the facts aren't laid right out, you don't just get to throw away the wisdom, which is what I think happens in the case of people like Dawkins and Harris. And Harris makes another sleight of hand move, which I don't like, which is that he thinks, so let's say, except for just a second, the wisdom fact distinction, he would say, well, the fact is the thing, and the wisdom is a second order derivation of that. You can ground the wisdom in the fact, and I don't believe that. And I don't think that he has any real justification for that claim. I mean, this is something I never got.
What do you mean by grounding the wisdom in the fact?
He thinks if you know the facts clearly enough, you'll know how to act.
Well, that's not necessarily true.
Well, there's
ways to act that are within your best interest, and then there's ways to act that are within the interest of all the people around you, but might not serve you that well.
Well, there's
that
also
a distinction is where ethics come
right,
in.
Or where the consequences are delayed for some number of generations. Or something like that.
Yes, well, that's a big problem, and so Sam acts as if the process of mapping facts onto action is simple if we just got the facts right, but it's the weakest part of his argument, and we never ever got to that for a variety of reasons. But part of the reason it's weak is, okay, well, there's like an infinite number of facts, man. So let's say you're standing in front of a field and you're looking at the field. The field does not tell you how to walk through it. There's a million ways through the field. And no matter how many facts about the field you aggregate, you're not going to be able to determine the appropriate path by aggregating those facts. So that's a problem that I don't think Sam is willing to take seriously. And well,
I think there are two problems tangled up here. One of them is there's a question of is one individual supposed to have all of the facts and navigate based on that, sort of the rationality community version of things, or does the practical truth is we can't all be experts in everything, and so we have to go along with guides to our behavior that are approximate, and that's inherent. And then there's a question about civilization. Civilization should be guided by our best understanding of what's actually true, but with an understanding that we don't have a complete map of a lot of stuff. And so I think what you're pointing at is that there is wisdom that has been handed to us that is not such that we can just simply say, oh, here's the nugget at the center of it, and we need to preserve that thing, because we don't necessarily know what it's doing. Which is, this is dangerous, because some of what it's doing may not be acceptable.
Well, and then think about, let's look at the wisdom end of things for a minute. And you alluded a little earlier to like iterations and about the fact that things are iterated across time, and that something that works now might fail dreadfully in a month or 2 months. So here's what something has to be like to be wise, let's say. Well, first of all, let's say it would be good if it was in accordance with the facts, but we'll leave that aside for now. It has to work, if you operate according to the wisdom principle, whatever it is, it has to work in the world. But then it has to work in a world that allows you to maintain your relationships with people in the world, right? So it's all of a sudden, this wisdom thing is something that's not only constrained by, let's call it objective reality, but it's constrained by the necessity of a social contract, a functional social contract. So you're only allowed to put forward actions in the world that would be of benefit to you if they simultaneously don't undermine the structure within which you live. Okay, and then there's a game theory element to that, which is, well, if it's wise, then it works in the world. So that'd be the constraint of objective reality. But then it works for you now, and the you that'll be in a week, and the you that'll be in a month. And it works for you and your family. And it works for you and your family and society. And it works in a way that those things all line up to be iterated across time. And so this is actually also the solution. And I'd really like to hear what you think about this. I think this is the solution to the postmodern conundrum. Because the postmodernists, bless their heart, so we'll give the devil his due, say, well, the problem is there's an infinite number of interpretations of a finite set of facts. And the right response to that is, that's true. That's true. That's not good. And that's why the postmodernists say, well, you can't agree on a canonical interpretation of a great piece of literature because the number of potential interpretations are infinite. And so then they say, well, why should we settle on any one interpretation then? Why should we privilege one over another? And then they say, well, that's all power games. And so you got to take that seriously. But what they missed, and this is a big deal, it's a big deal, I think, is this idea of ethical constraint. It's like, yes, there's a landscape of potentially infinite interpretations, but hardly any of them will work in the real world. And hardly any of them will work in the real world in a way that doesn't get you killed by other people or doom you because of your own stupidity to failure across time. And so the landscape of interpretation is almost infinite, but the landscape of applicable interpretation, functional interpretation, is unbelievably constrained. And I think that constraint system is what we regard as ethics. It's something like that.
Well, at some level, stories continue through time for a reason. Good stories continue for a long, the Odyssey is with us for some reason. And so there is a scientific reason, or a scientifically investigatable reason why the Odyssey has been durable. You may not know it, but in principle, it's a question you can investigate. So I guess at the end of the day, the problem with the postmodernists is that they have a point. The point is perception gets in the way of anything you wish to do objectively. But that point only takes you so far. And
that's why they turn to Marxism, as far as I can tell, because what happens with the postmodernists is they say, oh, there's an infinite number of interpretations. And then the human part of them goes, okay, well, what am I supposed to do next then, since there's an infinite number of choices? And the postmodernist says, well, my theory can't account for that. And then they say, well, back to Marxism. And so that's why I think there's this unholy alliance between the postmodernists and the neo-Marxists, just because postmodernism is a dead end from the perspective of applicable wisdom. It leaves you bereft and nihilistic. And that's not good, because people can't exist without a purpose. And so they sneak the Marxism through the back door and jump into this power landscape for the reasons that we discussed earlier. So,
you really think that it's because of an infinite number of possibilities interpreting things? Because I've always felt that it was really just a response to capitalism. They feel that capitalism is a very negative aspect of our culture and society, and that there's got to be some sort of an alternative. Marxism is a clearly defined alternative that other people have subscribed to in the past. You could point to it. It's a structure that's already set up, and it's romanticized.
And I think they adopted for that reason, because it has the socialist aspects attached to it, and they looked at socialism as it's some sort of a thing that it regards equality and it's some sort of an egalitarian approach.
Well, okay, so we'd have to take two things apart. We'd have to take Marxism / Marxism and postmodernism apart. So we could do that historically. And I would say that although there is a reason for postmodernism, which is the reason we just discussed, that the landscape, the infinite landscape of interpretation problem, it's a real problem. If you look at it historically, postmodernism actually grew out of Marxism. And so what happened is that the Marxists laid out their theory about the human social environment being composed of a power struggle between the privileged and the underprivileged, right? The rich and the poor in its initial phases. And that's a story that's partially true, and it's got a lot of motive power. Like the motive power is the romantic motive power that you just described. I get to be on the side of the oppressed. I get to be a warrior for what's right. There's the resentment element, which is that son of a bitch has more than me, so let's cut him off at the knees, which manifested itself brutally in the Soviet Union. And then there's the ideological totality issue, which gives people a sense of security. That took a vicious hit by the late 1960s because the murderousness of Marxism had been clearly laid out as a doctrine. And that opened the door to this move by mostly French intellectuals to develop the postmodern philosophy, which has these advantages which we described, but also to use that as a screening tactic for allowing Marxism to transform into identity politics. And so, like, it's hard to disentangle all the motivations that are going on in there, but there's something about it that's truly intellectually pathological, because you don't get to be a postmodernist and a Marxist. You actually technically cannot be both of those things at the same time. And the fact that most people are both of those things at the same time raises the specter of just exactly what their motivation is. And then I would say it's this resentment-driven anti-capitalism. There's reasons to criticize capitalism, obviously, but it's this underground resentment-driven anti-capitalism that I think is one of the fundamental motivators.
Well, if I can add a couple things. The risk of alienating my last few friends.
In for a penny, man.
Yeah, I guess. So here's the thing. What's up with Marxism is there's a lot in Marx's critique of capitalism that's actually right. And so that kind of gets you through the door once you start looking at the analysis. And then there's the prescription, which is toxic. But it's not obvious why it's toxic. In other words, it's a pretty good story that doesn't happen to function. And so people gravitate to it because the story is moderately compelling. It's not game theoretically functional or stable or viable, and it does descend into this kind of, inevitable grave violence. And so we know that now historically. It's not just a theoretical issue. We've now seen enough of it to know that as a fact. But nonetheless, the fact that there are people telling the story to kids who don't yet know what to do with something that sounds like it might be true is very dangerous.
If you don't mind, break it down as to why it goes bad.
Well, I mean, it's sort of a tired critique, but I happen to think it's about right, which is that it just does not take account of what a human being is and what makes society function.
Spoken like a true fascist biological essentialist. Yeah, but no, I think that
wasn't very nice, Peterson.
I think that is. But, well, I think it might be related back to. Oh, okay. So let's go back to the idea that Marx had something to say. Okay, we could clarify that a little bit. So here's a problem. This is the problem that seems to emerge as the function of some really fundamental force that we don't quite understand. And that's this phenomena that I've been referring to as the Pareto distribution. Okay, so here's the situation. If you look at any creative endeavor that human beings engage in, so that would be an endeavor where there's variability in individual production. It doesn't matter what it is. Here's what happens. People compete to produce whatever that is, and almost everybody produces zero. They lose completely. A small minority are a tiny bit successful, and a hyper minority are insanely successful. And so the Pareto distribution, is the geometric graph representation of that phenomenon. And so here's how it manifests itself. if you have 10,000 people, 100 of them have half the money. So the rule is the square root of the number of people under consideration have half of whatever it is that's under consideration. So this works everywhere. So if you took 100 classical composers, 10 of them produce half the music that's played. And then if you take the 10 composers and you take 1,000 of their songs, 30 of those songs, which is the square root of 1,000, roughly speaking, are played 50% of the time. And so there's this underlying natural law, which is, it's expressed as the Matthew principle, which is from a New Testament statement. The statement is, to those who have everything, more will be given, and from those who have nothing, everything will be taken. It's a vicious statement, but it's actually, here's one of those places where it's actually empirically true. This happens everywhere. And so what Marx observed was that capital tended to accumulate in the hands of fewer and fewer people. And he said that's a flaw of the capitalist system. That's wrong. It's not a flaw of the capitalist system. It is a feature of every single system of production that we know of, no matter who set it up and how it operates. And so then now we have a problem, because what happens is, as soon as you set up a domain of production, and you need to because you need things to be produced, then you instantly produce a competition, and the spoils go disproportionately to a tiny percentage of people. So then so what? Well, so the rest of the people starve, or the system becomes unstable because everybody's mad. It's like, that's a big problem. Okay, so how do human beings fix that? Well, the first thing we did was diversify the number of productive games. So you don't get to be NBA basketball star, but you can run a podcast. It's a completely different competitive landscape. So we can fractionate the production landscape, and then people who aren't successful in one domain might be successful in others. That's human creativity. We're really good at that. But the problem with that is you still get a positive correlation among the successful people. So because you're so successful, for example, with your podcast and your YouTube videos, your connection network is insanely powerful, right? So you still have this tendency for what's useful and good to be distributed, let's call it inequitably. And it's got the power of a physical law. In fact, there are people, they call themselves econophysicists. No one knows that there's a field, econophysics, and they use the same mathematical equations that represent the propagation of gas molecules into a vacuum to describe the manner in which money distributes itself in an economy. Okay, so Marx pointed to a fundamental issue, but he said, well, that's a fault with capitalism. It's like, no, it isn't. It's something way more pernicious than that. And it's something like, well, when one good thing happens to you, it makes you a little more powerful and attractive. And so that fractionally increases the possibility that another good thing will happen to you. And then that spirals out of control, and you get people who have, they have all the money, or they have all the podcast downloads. You're in that position. What is it, 1.2 billion? Like, what the hell? But it's to those who have more, and it's not because there's something oppressive about you. It's because you rode the wave of the Pareto distribution, and it threw you way the hell up into the stratosphere. And we don't know what to do about that.
Rabbi Rothschild,
like, should you be sharing your podcast views with the oppressed and downtrodden? I mean, you've got a few billion. You could spread the damn things around. It's not fair that you're the only one that's being listened to. It's the same argument. And it's a compelling argument, because why the hell should you have all that power? If you call it power, you could call it authority or competence.
But isn't that a different argument? Because no one's asking anyone to download anything in specific. No one's compelling anyone to download anything specific. You could download whatever you want. And if you put more effort and more time and more focus into your work, whatever it would be, whether it's a podcast or your YouTube videos or whatever, people enjoy it, they gravitate towards it. And then over time, it exponentially increases the amount of people that are exposed to it.
Well, this is why I think that and this is the other problem with the Marxist perspective, is that, and the postmodernists in particular, like, they conflate power, competence, and authority unfairly. Now, your point, it's sort of the point of free marketers. You're saying, well, look, all I'm doing is offering a product. I'm not compelling anyone. It's a quality product, or at least as far as the market is concerned, it is. If it turns out that everyone wants that, well, what's wrong with that? And I'm not disagreeing with that argument in the least, but the problem is it doesn't fix the problem. Like the problem with money, let's say, the problem is that if you let a monetary system run, all the money ends up in the hands of a very small number of people.
And you're saying this is also with any sort of creative endeavor.
Any creative endeavor.
Now, what is wrong? Like, I think the real issue would be to maximize potential output or maximize the amount of successful people. You'd have to figure out don't concentrate on what people are doing right. Concentrate on what people are doing wrong. Like, what are the people doing wrong that are failing? Whether in any creative endeavor.
That's partly why we put together, sorry, just to be one minute on.
Sure.
That's partly why we put together the future authoring program, because we were trying to figure out what made people successful. And one of the things that makes people successful is they specify a target and then aim at it. Right? Because if you're all over this, we do know in a relatively functional society like ours, we know what predicts success. IQ and conscientiousness are the biggest predictors of success. Now, there's a genetic lottery thing going on there that's kind of rough, but it does say that smart people who work hard are disproportionately likely to succeed. And then you might also say, well, you want to remove the impediments from people who have those capabilities so that they can move forward. And one of the predictors of success as well is to decide what your success is going to be and then work hard in that direction. And that actually works. So I think that is a very useful thing to do. And that's, well, like I said, that's partly why we've been working in that direction. So, but there's other problems that it still doesn't solve. Like one of them is, if you don't have any money, it's really hard to get some. Like once you have some, it's not so hard to get some more. But if you're at zero, Jesus, man, you're in the reverse situation.
24/7.
You're poor. You don't have anything. No one wants to talk to you. You can't get out of it because you're too poor to get out of it. You know, you're penalized by the economic system because you can't even afford to start playing the game. You're stuck at zero. You're stuck at zero. You can't get out. And the revolutionary types, you know, they go to the people who are stuck at zero and they say, hey, you're stuck at zero. Why don't you burn the whole goddamn thing to the ground?
Right.
Because maybe in the next iteration, you won't be stuck at zero. And for young men, that's a hell of a call.
Right.
Because they're already, let's call them expendable, biological. And that makes them more adventurous and risk-taking. If someone says, and maybe that's why they wear the Che Guevara t-shirt. It's like, hey, I'm stuck at zero. Well, I'd rather be with the romantic who's burning the whole thing to the ground than to just, you know, to stay locked in my immobile position.
Right, but that zero is where massive amounts of creativity come from because of that struggle. Massive amounts of innovation, massive amounts of people who have visions, because you're not living off of some sort of trust fund. You know, you have real risk and real danger. And you have a real concern about your future. Whereas someone who has no concerns whatsoever and their future is carved in stone, they can do whatever they want and buy a new Ferrari every year, that they're not going to have nearly the amount of motivation as the poor person.
Yeah, well, that may be why family fortunes tend to only last 3 generations.
Yes.
And, you know, you're saying, well, why don't you take a look at the advantages of zero? And one of the advantages there is that you're driven by brute necessity, and that can really be motivating.
Yes.
And that's, I think, why the children of first generation immigrants often do so well.
Yeah.
You know, they're driven by necessity, and it's so. Yes, agreed. However, I would still say, you know, the zero issue is there are levels of absolute privation that are so intense that all the goodwill in the world won't get you out of zero.
Right. If you're living in a third world country in some very small village with no way out whatsoever, that is the zero of zero. You're in Tanzania on the river. People are getting eaten by crocodiles in your village. You're fucked.
Yeah,
Yes.
zero is like a magnet.
Yeah.
It just holds
Yeah,
you
it's a
there.
black hole.
Having a little, very little, maybe that motivational state is actually generative.
Right. There's a difference. And then what's really bizarre is those people in that village might be happier than the people who live in a gated community in Beverly Hills.
Well, I wanted to come back to this.
Please,
Your
yeah,
point
please.
about whether we should be concentrating on what you're doing right versus what you're doing wrong. Both of those will work, and you should actually be doing both of them simultaneously. You'll maximize faster. But the real problem is that the system in which we concentrate on what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong,
motherfuckers,
and
West
whether you get
Side.
paid for some integration of those things, is that we don't understand what we are wired to produce evolutionarily, right? We all operate based on the idea that we're pursuing some state of happiness or satisfaction, and you know we think we know what's going to get it for us, and maybe it's inventing something, and then you'll be happy. But it's a trap. The fact is, what we are wired to do is to discover opportunities. And then when we discover an opportunity, it benefits the population that we come from, and we turn that discovery into either more mouths to feed or more consumption, and we restore the state of privation, right? We restore the state in which people don't have enough. And so if you really wanted to fix this problem, if you wanted to address the problems that communism thinks it's solving but fails to, you have to engineer around this this feature of human beings, where we pursue new opportunities. And as soon as we find a new opportunity, instead of figuring out a way to stabilize the benefits so that it results in a stable sense of satisfaction, for example, we fall all over ourselves to turn it into more of the same, because of course that's how we got here.
Can you give me an example? What you mean by this?
Sure. So let's look at something like the let's imagine an ancient farmer. Ancient farmer has a piece of land, and that piece of land will support a certain number of people with the level of technology that the farmer is utilizing. Somehow the farmer ends up either thinking of or discovering, by watching somebody else, a wheel. Now that farmer has a technology that allows him, or however many people are working that farm, to produce that much more food with no more labor, because the wheel allows you to transport more, for example, at one time. So now that same piece of land can support more people because it can be more efficiently farmed. That could be stabilized as a kind of success. In other words, you could turn the extra, the surplus, into a kind of persistent
luxury.
Yeah, a luxury. But I mean, luxury is a little bit too trivial sounding. You could turn it into a space where you use that to investigate important stuff. Or you could turn it into more mouths to feed, in which case, as soon as you've produced those extra mouths that are now consuming the output of that farm, now the level of, fear of starvation is right back where it was.
Mm.
And so
that's more money, more problems.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, well, it used to be that we produced more people. Now we produce a greater quest for consumption.
Right.
But if we were smart, what we would do is we would think about the problem of how to take the gains that come from not being bumped up at the limits of a system and turn them into what we value, right?
Well, we've done some of that. I mean, we've done some of that because as, what do they say, a rising tide lifts all ships, and there's certainly some truth in that. The overall standard of living has gone up so stupendously since 1895 that it's an absolute miracle. So we've done some of that. And so there's another issue, back to Marx, let's say. There's another issue that we can't contend with. And one of those might be, well, imagine that in order for society to progress, you have to allow the individual to compete in a relatively untrammeled space so that they can innovate. And then imagine that one of the consequences of that innovation is that you get these Pareto distributions developing, because the innovator or the one who's second in line to the innovator, whatever, ends up with the bulk of the spoils. So you might say there's a cost to be paid in inequality for innovation. And then you could also say, well, too much inequality destabilizes things, which seems to be quite clear. So there's room for an intelligent conversation about that, right? Because the lefties say, too much inequality. And they need to be listened to, because the evidence is quite clear. If you let the inequality ramp up enough, the whole system destabilizes, because the people at the bottom think, fuck it, we'll just flip the system upside down.
Right.
No one wants that. Like, right-wing conservatives don't want that. So, because you could make a Republican argument and say, don't let the inequality in your neighborhood get out of hand, because the crime rate will skyrocket. And the empirical evidence on that is overwhelmingly strong. Inequality drives crime. Now, you can argue about why, but the fact that it does, that's not disputable. So we could have an intelligent discussion between the left and the right, and the discussion would go something like this. You need innovation, you pay for innovation with inequality. But you need to bind inequality, because if it's too intense, then things destabilize. Like, okay, we can agree on that. We've got the parameters set. Now we have to start thinking very carefully through how to do the redistribution issue, and we don't know how to do that. So you might say, well, we have a guaranteed annual income for people, which I think is a horrible solution, by the way, but it addresses the right problem. The problem is that we're hyperproductive, but the spoils go to those at the top. And some of those resources need to be funneled down to the people who have zero so that they have an opportunity to at least get to the point where they can innovate. And so the whole bloody thing doesn't wobble and fall. And and I would say in some sense, that's what the political discussion is about. But we skittered off into these radical oversimplifications, which is something like, well, if you have more than another person, you're an oppressor and you're evil. And if you have less, it's because you're virtuous and victimized. And that's just a non-starter.
So you think that there's a real problem with like something like a universal basic income? You think it's a horrible idea?
Well, I think the idea that the solution is a basic income is not a good idea, because I think the problem is deeper than that. I don't think the fundamental problem is that people don't have enough money. I think the fundamental problem is that human beings in some sense are beasts of burden. And if they're not provided with a place where they can accept social responsibility, social and individual responsibility in an honorable manner, they degenerate and die. That's the opiate crisis in the West right now. Like men who are men don't need money. They need function. And we've got a problem. One of the problems is, for example, here's an ugly stat. I think I told you this once before. It's illegal to induct anyone into the armed forces if they have an IQ of less than 83. And the reason for that is the armed forces, despite having every reason to draw the contradictory conclusion, has decided that there isn't a single thing that you can be trained to do in the military if you have an IQ of less than 83 that isn't positively counterproductive. That's 10% of the population. And we're producing a culture that's very cognitively complex. Like, what the hell are you going to do if you can't use a computer? Like, if you can use a computer, you're at least in the game. If you can really use one, you're hyper powerful. If you're not literate enough to use a computer, you're at zero. 10% of the population. The conservatives say, well, there's a job for everyone if they just worked hard enough. It's like, no, and increasingly no. And the liberals say, well, everyone's basically the same and you can train anyone to do anything. It's like, no, you can't.
Yeah. I want to go back to the inequality point here, because if you look at this biologically, actually, I think it reveals a lot. Why are we, we know from careful study that people are motivated by the degree of inequality more than they are the absolute level of well-being that they have. And there's a very good, it's tragic, but a very good evolutionary reason for this, which is if you are working on some piece of land and your neighbor has the adjacent piece of land and they're doing twice as well as you, it's because they know something you don't, right? And so becoming focused on what they're doing that you're not doing is a rational thing to spend your time on, so you can figure out what it is that they know that you don't. In the modern environment, this is a catastrophe, because who are your neighbors? Well, you've got some box sitting on the wall of your living room that has a totally artificial portrait of other people who may be much wealthier than you, and it's broadcasting in as if you're looking in their window, right, in the adjacent house. And so you think, you're being triggered to think that you're doing something wrong that you might fix, when in fact the solution may not be, first of all, the person on the other side of that screen may not be for real, but even if they are, they're not living in the same environment as you. The technology is interfacing with our brains badly. But so we have the perception of massive inequality. Economically, we do have massive inequality. You're arguing that the solution to this involves some sort of massive redistribution.
Well, a solution. I wouldn't argue, but yeah.
But nonetheless, redistribution is wildly unpopular for various reasons. And so what we've got now is a situation, it's speculative, but what's really happening is that austerity is being used as a threat to keep people who would otherwise rebel against the inequality in line. And my fear about this is that this is exactly the conditions that are going to trigger that tribal population against population mayhem that we were talking about at the beginning of this conversation. That when people have the sense that the burst of growth that they were experiencing is now over, the natural response is to turn on those who are not as powerful and take their stuff. That this is a totally indefensible, but nonetheless biological pattern of history. And that if we want to avoid that, we have to stop sending the signals that trigger us to imagine that we've just run to the limit of the opportunity that we had discovered, and it is now time to look and see who can't defend their position.
How are we sending these signals?
Well, by basically failing to provide enough well-being that people's perception of the inequality is reduced to a tolerable level.
That's the argument for universal basic income, right?
It's certainly a strong one, and
it's also a good argument for equality of opportunity, right? Because people are actually not as resentful about the success of others as you might expect. They're resentful about it if they feel that the game is fixed, but they're also willing to consider the game long term. So lots of people will say, look, like, I'm stuck at not 0, I'm stuck at 1, but my kids might make it to 4, and that's good enough. And that's been the American dream, right? And that's a really high power antidote to inequality. It's like, well, yeah, there's some inequality. We need it to keep the generative mechanism going, but the game is fair and you can play it too, and there's some reasonable probability that either you or someone you love will be successful. So it has to be a straight game, and that's why ethics is so important to keep this landscape stable. People can't play crooked games, and the rich shouldn't be fixing the game if they want to hold on to their money. And the problem is that some of them, although not all, some of them are fixing the game, and no one's happy about that. And no wonder, and I guess that was evidenced to some degree by the 2008 collapse, because it seemed, and I'm just as uninformed as the next person, so I'm capable of commenting on this. It seems from the outside that the rich disproportionately benefited from the restabilization of the economic system. And people are not happy about that. And they shouldn't be happy about that, because it indicates that there's something fundamentally rotten about the game. So you could say, well, maybe people can tolerate necessary inequality if the game isn't rigged. And so that's why everybody has to act in a manner that indicates that the game isn't rigged. And that means they can't rig it. That's really what it means. So we're also being driven into this inequality corner by the postmodernists and the neo-Marxists, because they say, this is the pernicious thing. They say, well, the reason that some people have more than others is because every hierarchy is based on arbitrary power, and they're all oppressors. And the reason they have the money is because they stole it from you. And there's some truth in that, because there are some criminals. But when you get to the point where you fail to distinguish the productive people from the criminals, which is exactly what happened in the 1920s in the Soviet Union, you better bloody well watch out, because when you radically make things egalitarian, you're going to wipe out all your productive people, and then you're going to starve. And so that's one of the doom end scenarios that awaits us if this idiot process of polarization continues. And what I find reprehensible about the universities, and you're tangled up right up to your neck in this, is that the universities are actively agitating to produce people who believe that all inequality is due to oppression and power. And that's just, well, first of all, it's technically wrong.
But why is that, though? You guys both operate in that system. So what?
Here's the problem. As far as I know, nobody has properly studied the question of what fraction of the economy is actually crooked, rent-seeking, right? Not productive. And I fear that the answer to that question is that it's an awful large fraction of the economy, not because of some conspiracy, but because opportunity is finite, but con games aren't. And so anybody who can find a mechanism for transferring wealth from somebody else for doing nothing finds that mechanism, and that thing is ever present. Whereas discovering the next big thing that's actually productive is, something that goes along and fits and starts. And so if we were, really, you described it very well. We've got a battle between two caricatures of what's true, right? Either the market is wonderful and it's producing great stuff with very little corruption, or everything that makes people unequal is the result of corruption. Both of these things are wrong, right? Markets are marvelous engines for figuring out how to do something really well. They're brilliant at this, right? And so people who see that fall in love with it, understandably, because they're so good at it. But what they're terrible at is telling you what you should want or what you should do, right? If people tell markets, here's what we would like to accomplish, and then the markets tell us, well, how do we accomplish that best? That would be a very viable system that would not result in massive rent seeking, resulting in everybody feeling that all of their misfortunes are the result of a rigged game, which is so massively rigged that when they check, they see, yes, that is actually to a large extent what we're suffering from. But they want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And so they want to throw out markets entirely, which, you know, would be a terrible mistake.
You asked, Joe, why this is happening in universities, and like that, I think it's one of these runaway positive feedback processes. You know, the universities start to tilt hard to the left in the 60s, and that just went out of control. And now we're at the point where that's the dominant force. And why is probably another manifestation of one of these Pareto principles. It's like, well, at some point there's enough lefties hired so that the probability that they're only going to hire people equally as left or greater starts to reach 100%. And then you iterate that across a couple of generations and you get no conservatives, which is more or less the situation, say, in the humanities and most of the social sciences. And it sort of looks like a conspiracy, but it doesn't mean that anyone is actually planning it, although there are conscious attempts also to silence conservative voices, let's say. And then that's also driven by this postmodern ethos, neo-Marxist ethos, I would say, that says that all of the right, the moral right, is on the side of the left. You know, and so it's the combination of those two things. There's more things. I often think comically that if you paid sociology professors 3 times as much, the probability that they would be anti-capitalist would decline precipitously. Like, I think a lot of it's driven because there's a lot of smart people in academia, and they're underpaid relative to their intelligence. So, and that doesn't make them happy. So they get bitter and resentful about that. And they think, well, there's these goddamn bankers who are hauling in $20 million a year. And here I am, hardly struggling, but here I am struggling comparatively. And that's the issue, is comparatively on $100,000 a year, $120,000 a year. No, I look at that and I think, well, whatever. It doesn't matter. But there's my colleagues are often angry with me because I do work with the business school, you know, and I also have a business. I'm not anti-capitalist in the least, but it's just dumbfounding to me because they'll come up to me and say, well, are you so sure that you should be working with the business school? And I think, what bloody planet are you from to posit a question like that? All businessmen are evil. It's like, really? That's the level of your sophistication?
This is really an argument that's been presented to you that businessmen are evil.
Well, they don't come out and say that, but they certainly question my motivations, for example, in forming ties with the business school.
Like, what do they say about it?
They say exactly that. They question my ethics about forming ties with the business school.
So, but they don't give you any reasons for
the reason's supposed to be self-evident, Joe.
You know, well, so let's give this argument its due. I mean, I don't buy this argument, but nonetheless, let's not caricature.
Yes, that's good.
You know, some streamers may
in an absolutely free market, which is not what we have, but we have something that tends in that direction. In an absolutely free market, if you compete 2 individuals, one of whom is completely amoral, will embrace any opportunity if it makes a profit, no matter what it is, and the other individual has some limit to what they will do, well, then there's no question who wins if we give this experiment a long enough period. The individual who will do anything will outcompete the individual with moral limits. Because
doesn't it depend on what the game is, though? Because if people find out that you have no moral limits, then they're going to remove themselves from your market.
Unfortunately, not. And
no.
I know it seems like that, and in any given round, that's true.
Okay.
But to the extent that what you're saying is, to the extent that people police their purchasing, and they will stop using Uber if Uber is ethically competent, for example. Well, then the point is, well, what's the game? The game is to figure out which things are being monitored and not do any of the unethical things that are being monitored, but to do all of the unethical things that aren't being monitored. And so the individual who is perceiving which things they can get away with has an advantage.
That's the psychopath advantage.
Right. Well, I don't even want to call it the psychopath advantage. right? What this is that a market will train you to do this if it is unregulated. And the best that the ethically restrained person can do is compete dead even. They have no way of getting ahead because the person that is completely free, the amoral business actor, has the ability to do anything that the constrained actor has.
Doesn't this depend entirely upon what the battlefield is?
Not really. There's sort of one exception, and that exception is people who have done something that has suddenly put them in a powerful position. Right? So,
like tech people.
Right, tech people who have skyrocketed as a result of having innovated the next big thing have not been through the markets training them to discover the landscape of what isn't being monitored.
That's one of the fascinating things about tech people in general. Is that these gigantic tech corporations almost all being left.
Well, the gigantic tech corporations being left, that's true. On the other hand, I mean, I hate to say it, but think about how Google started, right? Don't be evil.
Right.
I think they actually meant that. Right. And the thing is, don't be evil is what it sounds like when you haven't been trained by the market to have to do whatever you have to do to beat your competition. You've just come up with the great search engine and suddenly you're on top of the world.
Damn it.
Dude, but over time, what happens? That entity is now exposed to competition from a bunch of other entities that increasingly will find an advantage in being freer to do ethically questionable stuff. And so what it does is it forces an entity like Google to evolve in the direction of amorality. So now, don't
kind of
be
happened
evil.
with China and Google. Because Google wanted to expand into China, and so they had to make a deal with the devil, so to speak.
Right, and they
had to accept censorship.
They will find ways to rationalize everything, because to not rationalize that which their competitors can avail themselves of would be to perish. And
one of the issues was there was all sorts of fake Google going on, just like they have fake Apple stores in China. They don't have the same sort of copyright laws that we have, and you can essentially plagiarize anything you want.
And Brett, you also said that I shouldn't make a straw man of the anti-business argument of my peers. And there's another way that I shouldn't make a straw man of it. Like, despite the fact that I'm not anti-capitalist, I don't believe that every entity is a business either. And one of the things that has happened to universities that has actually they've pathologized in a number of dimensions, but they've also pathologized along the business dimension as the administrators have become increasingly trained or drawn from the ranks of business managers, because a university is actually not a business. It's like a church isn't a business. There are organizations that aren't businesses that you can't just cram into the free market structure willy-nilly. And so my colleagues also object to the transformation of the university into a business entity run by profit-seeking MBAs. And they should object to that, because that's not what the institution is for. So there are reasons for them to be skeptical, say, of my association with the business school that aren't merely a reflection of a simplistic anti-capitalist ideology.
Oh, there are lots of things that have no immunity to contact with the market, right? What has happened to the university system is that markets have drifted in all kinds of directions that are not healthy for the mission of the academy. And this is also true, journalism is well done in the market either, right? Journalism done in the market ends up telling you what you want to hear, not what you need to know.
Right.
So anyway, markets are wonderful, but there's certain things they shouldn't be allowed to touch, and there are certain things that they shouldn't do, like tell us what to want. Right? There's no magic principle by which a market knows what's healthy and what you might crave.
Yeah, and so that also then brings us back to another part of the conservative liberal left dilemma, which is, to direct the market means to impose the heavy hand of the state and its potential pathologies on the market, but to leave it alone completely means that it wanders randomly through an indeterminate landscape. And I guess part of the issue there too is it's sort of like, well, how do we properly balance foresight and planning, which you think would have some role in the construction of large-scale states? It's like, well, what do we want the landscape to look like? How do we balance that with the sort of comprehensive computations that the market allows? And of course, the answer to that is we have political discussions about it all the time that are untrammeled, so that we can adjust the ratio between those two things as necessary. So again, that's a argument on the side of free speech.
Yeah, I mean, really, it couldn't be more important. The real answer is that both failures are frightening.
Right.
You really don't want a state nannying you and overregulating the market and taking the magic out of it, and you don't want the completely unregulated landscape where the market, starts probing the minds of your children and figuring out how to sell them things that they don't have any ability to resist, right? You need to figure out what that path is, and it's not easy, but you can't do it in a landscape where you can't talk about the questions.
And this brings us to censorship, doesn't it? Because this is a real issue with the marketplace of free ideas. When you're talking about whether it's Google or YouTube or whoever might be imposing their own morality and their own ideas on what you should and should not be able to discuss and what should and should not be monetized, you're essentially imposing these limits. What I've read once, and it's a very good point, that freedom breeds inequality because you're free to put as much effort as you'd like into something and you're going to get unequal results. And that if you are truly free in a free world, some people are going to do far better than others, and just based on their own input, just based on their effort, just based on the amount of focus and dedication they have. It is very unequal. I know many people that are far more dedicated than other people that I know, and they do better.
Yeah, well, that's well buttressed by the empirical literature. Because,
Yes.
Well, I mentioned earlier that the two best predictors of long-term success are intelligence and conscientiousness. And what intelligence is probably something like the number of credible operations that you can manifest in a given period of time. It's something like speed. Now, it's not only that, but speed's a big part of it. So if what you're doing is working and you can do it faster, that works better. That's pretty damn straightforward. And the next thing is, conscientiousness. Well, conscientiousness would be something like how many of those cycles of effort are devoted to that specific task. And it turns out that if there's a relationship between the effort and task success, more effort is better. And so I can give you some indication of the power of that. So if you have good measures of conscientiousness and IQ, you can predict someone's success in the competitive landscape with a correlation of about 0.6. And what that would mean is, imagine that you tried to pick people,
and we'll
you just said
internet.
randomly you're going to be a success in the top half of the successful people, say, and you're going to be in the bottom half. You have a 50% chance of making that selection correctly if you did it randomly.
Shout out to Action Man.
If you did it informed by the results of a good cognitive test and a conscientious test, you'd be right 85% of the time. So you could say with 85% accuracy, which of two people would be more likely to be in the top 50%. So it's a whopping effect, and it's actually some validation for the essential integrity of our system, because we hope, given that it's essentially an open meritocracy, that smarter, hardworking people would do better. And they do. Now,
So
other
if
factors
this is
apply.
all just drivel, gives a
Lots
fucking
of
shit,
factors
dude.
apply. I mean,
You
for
get the
one
fucking
thing,
point, and if
wrapped
not,
up
it's
in
all in
IQ
fucking
is a
video.
big question, which is how much of the differences in IQ that exist is democratizable. That is to say, how much of this is the result of environments that aren't enriching, or there's lead in the water, or who knows what.
Not enough vitamins.
Right. My sense, actually, my intuition based on what I know biologically, is that a huge fraction, maybe all of it, but a huge fraction of differences in IQ is actually could be generalized, and that's part of equal opportunity. It's not an equal opportunity.
See, I'm way more pessimistic about that, and that's partly because, maybe because I spent a lot of, because I'm interested in the amelioration of differences, so for example, that's why I built this future authoring program. It's like, hey, if we can figure out how to make people more effective, well, let's do it. So I scoured the literature on IQ enhancement, and it's bloody dismal, man.
Well,
it's rough. It's very, very difficult to put together a cognitive training program. Like, some things have worked in a major way, like the fact that people aren't starving has moved the bottom of the IQ distribution way up over the last 100 years. That's been like a walloping success. But a lot of the things that we hoped would work, like Head Start's a good example of that. Head Start was part of the American War on Poverty, and the idea was you give, deprived kids a leg up early before they hit school, and start training them cognitively earlier. And the hope was that you'd get a Pareto thing going, where they'd be a little smarter, in kindergarten, and then they do a little better in grade 1, and that would make them do even more better in grade 2. Do better in grade 2. But what happened was that the kids who went through Head Start actually did get a cognitive jump on their competitors, but all the other kids caught up by grade 6. And by grade 6, there was absolutely no effect whatsoever of the training program left. Now, Head Start did have a couple of benefits. One was fewer teenage pregnancies and fewer dropouts. But that was probably because the kids who got into Head Start were either socialized better, or that some fraction of them were removed for some time from extremely toxic environments just while they happened to be at Head Start. But it didn't produce the cognitive improvements that everyone, right and left, were equally hoping for.
Yeah, but this is in some sense, it's a very much an uncontrolled experiment, right?
Absolutely.
Because A, Head Start starts late.
Yep.
And B, it doesn't insulate you from all of the stuff that comes along with growing up in the deprived neighborhood. And so,
absolutely.
Anyway,
and also,
we really don't know what the truth is of human IQ. And there are some results that suggest some things that are not hopeful. On the other hand, some of them just simply
everybody should
foul
unban Rabbi from their Discord, especially
the biological realities.
Well, here's a good example of the lack of value. I mean, there's a couple of things. The first is that we may already be at a point of diminishing returns.
Check out my stream. One
eliminating
shout out from you.
Individual differences in IQ, because everyone has central heating, everyone has air conditioning, everyone has enough food, everyone has access to an infinite pool of information. So you could say even if you're in a deprived environment, but you're smart, the intellectual landscape is wide open. Now, I'm not saying that's the case, but you can make a case for that. But the more dismal end of the biological research on IQ shows things like, if you take identical twins at birth and you put them in adopted out families, that the IQ of the adopted out twins is much closer A, to the original biological parents than to the adoptive parents, and B, almost perfectly correlated with one another, and that correlation increases as the separated twins age. So let's say you had a twin, you were both adopted out at birth. We test your IQs at 4. They're fairly close. They're closer to your biological parents than your adoptive parents. But then we test you every year until you're 60. By the time you're 60, no matter how long you've been separated as an identical twin, your IQ score is so much like your twin's IQ score that it's as if the same person was being tested twice. And that's a really complicated one, because you think, well, as twins travel through the environment and accrue different experiences, their IQs should diverge. Like, obviously. That's not what happens. They converge.
So there are a lot of places to critique. For one thing, there aren't very many identical twins raised apart. It's a small sample.
This is definitely true.
Those identical twins raised apart carry with them whatever effects there were from before they were born.
Sure, and they look the same.
And so if they've been damaged by an environment that was unhealthy for their mother when she was pregnant, then they would carry that through, and it would show up as a similar IQ later in life. So that one really wants to see that this is true on the positive side, not just the negative side. So anyway, I'm not saying that there's nothing to it. I'm really saying I think we don't know. It's very early in this. But what I can say, and I think a couple of the things that we've settled on in this conversation already, are that an environment in which we can say anything, that we can advance any argument and test it. It doesn't mean that that argument is protected, but that any argument can be advanced and then challenged, that is inherent to navigating. And the other thing that I think we would agree on is that equality of opportunity is nothing but good.
Right, a fair game with equality of opportunity.
Fair game with equality of opportunity. And I guess one thing I would add, I don't know if we would agree on this, but you were talking about the fact that, I forget which thing exactly, but that a system based on merit produces inequality, because people will that freedom produces inequality. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it doesn't mean that we are obligated to ride it all the way down, right? The fact is, we could make people safe to fail, right? So that you are encouraged to attempt to do something highly valuable, and if it doesn't work out, then the point is you're not homeless.
This would be the argument for something like universal basic income. That your needs are taken care of, your food, your shelter, And now you're free to pursue any ideas that you might have that you would ordinarily be saddled down by your issues with food and.
Well, there is some evidence of that actually happening in Canada. Now, these are multi-variable problems, and so I'm not claiming that this is true, but it's suggested. The rate of entrepreneurial activity in Canada is actually higher than in the United States. And one reason for that appears to be the fact that if you're 25, 27, let's say, and you have a family, you can quit your job and start a startup and you don't lose your health care. Right? And so now, you know, the issue of universal health care is obviously a very thorny one, and it's not like the Canadian system works perfectly, but it doesn't work too badly, and we've been able to manage it for about 50 years. You know, there's artificial scarcity in the system, and the delay times are longer than they would be if you flew to the Mayo Clinic and bought your health care. Like, I would say that at the high end, the American healthcare system is better than the Canadian healthcare system. But I would say at the middle and at the low end, the Canadian healthcare system is clearly preferable, and it's also cheaper, which is quite interesting because you would expect, especially if you're a free market type, that, you know, I know the healthcare system in the US is not precisely free market, but it is more so than it is in Canada. Yet Americans pay a substantially higher proportion of their overall, devote a higher proportion of their overall GDP to personal health care than Canadians do. And the stats are similar if you look at other, you know, quasi-socialized medical
There's a
system.
great piece on that by Adam Ruins Everything. Have you ever seen that television show? It's really interesting. He breaks down pretty much a lot of different subjects, but breaks down the American healthcare system, pretty much where it went wrong. And I just encourage anybody to go watch it because it just shows how they elevated the price of all sorts of different things to try to make up for, you know, lack of profits. And it's a really fascinating little piece. We are already almost 3 hours into this, so we haven't talked about Hitler.
Oh my goodness! But we kind of have.
We kind of did.
We kind of have. But let me just. Do you want to lay out your argument about Hitler, and then I'll respond to it? And
I don't know if I do want to. I mean, I think I actually think that I should stop because I'm kind of at the limits of. I'm at the point where the probability that I will say something stupid is starting to increase, and I would rather not because just saying the things that I'm trying to say that aren't stupid is dangerous enough.
Yes, this isn't the topic where you want to make that kind of error.
Yes.
Right.
So I would say maybe.
Boy, is there a more charged subject?
It's funny that it's charged because, as you point out, we're pretty much all in agreement about it, right? I mean, you know.
I mean, you find someone who's not, and they're instantly ostracized from society.
Right.
I mean, anybody who has an argument about Genghis Khan. I mean, there's a really fascinating take on this by Dan Carlin from Hardcore History, where he's talking about the amount of time that has passed since a horrible atrocity. And that there are people that will argue that Genghis Khan, who killed 10% of the world's population, changed things so badly that it literally lowered the carbon footprint of the human race while he was alive, killed some untold number of millions of people, and was responsible for their deaths. People look to him and they find all sorts of positive things to attribute to his reign. Opening up trade with China, opening up trade routes, all these different things that people have attributed to him. And that someday someone may do the same thing about Adolf Hitler. Right now, that is impossible.
He certainly made that job very difficult with all of the documentation, and especially the films. But let's just say the argument that I want to level, I want to be really careful to do this so that it can't be misinterpreted by anybody.
I'm gonna enjoy watching this.
Are you? Okay. If I'm cornered, will you come help?
No way, man. The knives are going out.
Oh, no. Okay. So my argument from all those years ago in my paper that I did for Bob Trivers that I mentioned at the beginning was that Hitler was a monster, as we all know, but he was a rational monster. But the program that he deployed was not what he said, mind you. What he said was wrong in many places, especially where it gets near Darwinism. It's just all tangled and broken. But what he did was rational from the point of view of increasing the amount of resource that was dedicated to producing members of his population. And so my point is, this is the danger that we are in if we allow ourselves to imagine that genocidal impulses are more or less gone from the world because we've all assumed, or we've all agreed that they're a bad thing. And the point is that they exist in a latent program. And at a point when you have austerity as a result of usually an opportunity that has run its course and has resulted in the population growing to fill that opportunity, and suddenly there's nowhere to go because the opportunity has all been absorbed, the tendency of people is to figure out what other population is weak. And if that population is across a border, then there's some excuse for war. And if the population is within the border, then it's a genocide. But the point is that is an ever-present danger for us.
I want to clarify one thing. I mean, because this argument was sort of phrased as we have a disagreement about Hitler. And I would like to point out that I don't actually disagree with anything that you just said. Because if I remain relatively silent, I don't want to be seen. I don't want it to be seen that the fact that I'm disagreeing with you means, or that there is a disagreement means that it's a disagreement about any of that. I think the disagreement was something like, I said that Hitler was even more evil than we thought he was. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you're pointing out the danger of assuming that you can put Hitler in he was just a monster box and don't think about it anymore. And I would say, I agree absolutely with that. I mean, I've studied Hitler a lot. And there's a bunch of things that you can't say about him. You can't say he was stupid. Right. You can't say he was without artistic talent. You can't say that he was a poor organizer. You can't say that he wasn't charismatic. You can't say that he did wonders for Germany's economy in the first part of his reign. And so it's very necessary if you're dealing intelligently with the true monster that you give the devil his due.
Yeah. So I think the thing that I saw in your video was your argument was that as he was losing, instead of putting the genocide on pause and winning
the war,
that he ratcheted up the genocide.
Yeah, I don't know if it would really be. I don't think it's necessarily fair to say that it was him that did that. Although I think he had a hand in it. It does appear to me that that's what happened.
Right, and my point would simply be, and again, I couldn't possibly be less sympathetic with the individual. My point is simply that from an evolutionary point of view, if your objective is coldly to increase the number of genomes that are spelled the same way that yours are on Earth, that A, he did enslave those Jews who were most fit to work in service of the German war machine, right? That's what those camps are. Not all of the camps were work camps, but Auschwitz, for example, was both a work camp and a death camp. And so there was this tendency to enslave. And
so let me ask you a question about this, because I think you have to make a pretty tenuous biological argument to say that there's evolutionary utility in increasing the number of your kinsmen, but unless they're very close. But here's a slight variation of that. You tell me what you think about this. Is it reasonable to presume that a decent survival strategy is to homogenize your environment with regards to, under some conditions, to homogenize your environment with regards to racial or ethnic differences to decrease the probability that you and yours are going to be killed?
Oh, yeah. Again, no defense of this,
yes.
But you are right. That to the extent that there's another population that's distinct, that population, even if it is small and has little power now, might not be small and have little power later. And so undoubtedly that program is there too. But I would say that the tendency to believe that evolution only functions at the level of kin when you're talking about very close relatives, I believe is an error that is the result of the fact that evolutionists early on wished to operationalize fitness. And it's very hard to operationalize fitness across population level differences. And so they built a definition that is about immediate kin, but there's no logical reason to imagine that peters out at the edge. So all I'm arguing is that what Hitler did was go after a population inside his border that was more distantly related to the people who were his constituents, and then he went obviously after Eastern Europe and sought the future of Germany in Russia. And it took 12 million Russians to turn around the German war machine. I mean, those are military deaths. They were vastly more civilian deaths. But the point is, he did not succeed in doing what he set out to do, but he also didn't fail in the sense that he took a bunch of resources that belonged to a population that was more distantly related, and he got rid of those people. And by getting rid of them, increased the amount of resource that was available to Aryans. This has nothing to do, genes are not interested in figuring out which genes are superior. All of the language about German superiority is nonsense. However, genes are very interested. I mean, they're obviously genes, they don't think, but they act as if they are interested in replacing alternative spellings.
Okay, so part of the reason that you're walking through this, just so that the track of this remains self-evident, is to caution people against, to alert people to the fact that the sorts of programs that Hitler both ran and elicited from people are lurking in our, let's say, in our genome, in our set of biological possibilities. And we have to be very awake to that fact on an ongoing basis.
They are lurking in our genomes, which does not mean that we as adults have this as a possibility. Many people will not go along with this. Other people have it lurking to be triggered. And I think, what worries me is that Trump, I think very cynically, utilized this lurking program in order to gain office, that he played upon the fact that certain people were waiting to hear those noises. And what he said about Charlottesville, again, he did not go after the white nationalists the way.
Did you see the white nationalist response? Did you see this? Yeah, the Daily Storm had is that what it's called? One of the white nationalist papers had a breakdown of what Trump did, and that essentially at the end they were saying he didn't go after us, he didn't target us, this was very good. He was very clear that it was all sides and that he never once targeted us, he didn't say anything bad about us. And then they said, God bless Trump at the end of it.
There's a real tricky issue there about truth, because because my free speech, the free speech panel that I was a part of was canceled, I had to make comments in the Canadian media about Charlottesville. And so I really had to think about what Trump said, because the fact that there is reprehensible behavior on both sides of the extremes of the distribution is true. However, truth is a tricky thing because you have to take the temporal context into account. Because I would say you can imagine that there are white lies and black truths. A black truth is when you use the truth in a way that isn't truthful, just like a white lie is when you lie in a way that isn't harmful. You can use the truth to wound and hurt, and what that really means is that you've misused the truth, and so it's actually a complex form of lie. But what Trump did wrong, this is independent of whether or not he was actually engaging in manipulation or deceit, was he failed to specify the time and the place for the utterance, because what he should have come out and done was said, I unequivocally denounce the white supremacist racism that emerged in Charlottesville.
Yes.
And then he should have shut up. And then 2 weeks later, he could have said, well, when we look at the political landscape as a whole, perhaps commenting on Berkeley, he could have said, it's pretty obvious that there are reprehensible individuals acting out at both ends of the extreme, but the Charlottesville week wasn't the week to make that point. So, and why he did that? Well, it could be just ineptness, because it was a very tricky week to exactly get things right.
I don't think so. I think actually we can look at the what he did during the election, and I think we should expect that he would do exactly what he did.
Well, fair enough. I think
there's a wink and a nod to them always. With neo-Nazis and white supremacists applaud Donald Trump's response. Yeah. See if you could see the actual. Does it show the actual text of what they wrote? Because
quote from the editor.
I refused to even mention anything to do with us. Reporters were screaming at him in the white nationalism, and he just walked out of the room. Huh.
Right.
There was an actual article that they wrote on one of those websites. Trump's comments were good. He didn't attack. That's it. He didn't attack us. Just said the nation should come together. Nothing specific against us. He said that we need to study why people get so angry and implied there was hate. ... on both sides! Exclamation point. So he implied that the Antifa are haters. I mean, so that energized them in a way. And I mean, there's no secret that they support him. You know, my friend Alonzo Bowden has a very funny quote. He's a comedian. He goes, "Not all Trump supporters are racist, but all racists are Trump supporters." Right. And it's a great quote. And there's political power in that. Whether or not Trump is a racist or whether it's the wink and the nod to that side, that is the only wink and the nod that they're getting. I mean,
or even insufficient denunciation,
yes.
Which was kind of what did. And there's a Canadian journalist named Faith Goldie who got fired from Rebel Media for being accused of being too cozy with Daily Stormer type. She did a podcast with Crypto, and I listened to the podcast very carefully. She was actually one of the people that was supposed to be a panelist on this free speech talk, so that put us in a real bind. But
what happened in the podcast?
Well, what happened was, in my estimation, was that she didn't properly fulfill her role as critical journalist. It was sort of like a discussion with your friendly neighborhood neo-Nazi. And what I mean by that is she didn't ally herself with any of the purported aims of the neo-Nazi people she was talking to. But I think she failed to criticize them sufficiently. She didn't ask the tough questions, you know. Now, and that was it was a fatal error. I mean, she got fired from Rebel Media, and it's going to have terrible repercussions for her. Although she may land on her feet. But
Rebel Media is very conservative as well, right?
Certainly by Canadian standards. Yeah, that's right. No, Rebel Media imploded in the aftermath of Charlottesville because of what Faith Goldie did with the Daily. It wasn't even the Daily Stormer. It was a group called Crypto, but they're associated with the Daily Stormer. So she went on there, which I think you could make a case that that's okay as a journalist. You can go talk to neo-Nazis, but the question is, how do you talk to them? And the answer to that is, you point out their agenda. You don't allow them to masquerade as friendly, innocent people. You can't do that. And so I would say she damned herself by insufficiently criticizing the villains. It was something like that.
I'm sure you are familiar with Louis Theroux.
No, I'm not.
Louis Theroux, the documentarian. Do you know him from England? Fascinating guy, fantastic, like one of the best. And one of the things that he's done is, he's interviewed a ton of different people, but one of the great ones that he did was the Westboro Baptist Church. And he sort of embedded himself with them and was very congenial and very kind and unthreatening, and stayed with them for long periods of time, like weeks on end, and got them to eventually expose who they were and understand from the point of view of an insider in a sense, without necessarily condemning them, but with just constantly asking questions, but being very, very polite about it. Not like a lot of serious, confrontational criticism, rather, but a very friendly, sort of polite, British way of discussing things. And he's particularly good at embedding himself. He did it with Scientology. He's done it with a bunch of different groups. He embeds himself and just sort of...
Right, so there's a justification for attempting that sort of thing, clearly.
Yes.
But and I really had to think this through because, what happened with our talk was, it was so Hall of Mirrors-like. It was a talk about free speech talks being shut down on campus that was shut down by a campus.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a panel of people who purport to support free speech who knocked someone off the panel because of something, not precisely that she said, but it's close enough to make the irony rather palpable.
It is.
So I had to go through what happened with Faith very carefully to figure out what the right ethical pathway was, But I listened to the podcast very carefully. I listened to it with my son, and we talked about it a lot. And our conclusion was that she didn't ask enough tough questions. One would have done it, maybe. Two would have done it for sure. but it was the discussion was too cordial. And it could have even been cordial, to your point, because maybe that would have led to more discussions.
Yeah.
But it should have been cordial with one snake bite. You know, that would have been
is she
enough.
required to make that snake bite? I mean,
well, it depends on what you mean by required.
Well, but my thought is like to find out what these people really want and really like we're really trying to achieve. Sometimes you don't have to be confrontational with them. You just got to allow them to be comfortable.
Look,
and Kamau Bell did that really great on his CNN show with the KKK. He sort of just allowed them to be themselves, and they became more and more comfortable with him the more time they spent with him, to the point where they're actually joking around with him. But you got to see that the ugliness was so obvious and evident. And without him confronting them on it, without him yelling and arguing, you got to see it from him just being friendly and joking around with them. Now, nobody would ever accuse a black man like Kamau Bell with being a sympathizer with the KKK. He was in this inarguable position. Like no one could accuse him of it. This woman, I'm assuming, is white. That's where the problem lies.
Well, one of many problems.
Yeah, if she was a black woman in the very same situation, like Oprah was in the past. Like Oprah interviewed the KKK in the past, and she was never accused of being like somehow or another a sympathetic person to them.
Right, and somehow we have to raise the threshold of offense. There are lots of ways to contribute to the conversation. One of them may be to embed yourself and actually allow the world to see people who are doing something abhorrent in the way that they see themselves, so you can understand it rather
just
than
being there asking questions.
Right.
You don't necessarily have to be. What are you going to change them?
No.
I mean, being critical to them. I mean, just getting in arguments with them. I mean,
Well,
you
this
might be
brings
able to
us-
see something from that, from their response to like rational discussion about their issues.
This brings us down a whole other rabbit hole, which maybe we could talk about at some point in the future, because this is a really interesting topic. You know, like part of the reason that I've been accused of being on the far right, say, or on the alt right, is because I've talked with people who perhaps are closer, what would you say, have an association network that might be more closely allied with that than people are comfortable with. But my attitude has been too, and I don't want to talk about this in much detail because it's really complicated, but the anti-left spectrum, let's say, is very confused, and it could easily tilt very rapidly into the hard right anti-left, which is the danger that you were describing. And partly what I'm hoping is that I can talk to people who might conceivably be on that developmental pathway because they're tired of being accused of implicit racism, let's say, and say, look, you can be anti-radical left without falling all the way into the far right, and here's how you might do it. But that means I have to talk to them, and then if I talk to them, that means I risk association with them, and that risks being tainted. It's a very tricky line to walk.
Well, it's also one of the big problems with this hard stance of the left, of the hard left, like this Pepe the Frog thing. Like that anybody, I mean, one of the things that I tweeted was some guy that called me, you just admitted you're a Nazi because I posted a meme that someone had created of me as Pepe the Frog. And apparently it's Pepe the Frog of everybody. And so this guy was like, well, you just admitted you're a Nazi. And I'm like, see, this is a part of the problem. And this creates a massive blowback. People are getting angry because that frog, for the most part, is used humorously. And
actually, you used the phrase defensive humor
when
we were talking, and it really is. And I think, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Joe, but there's something about the idea that the effectiveness of this meme is that it tangles people with no sense of humor in knots. And
that's a huge part of why those things are generated.
That's why they like it.
That's exactly right.
They love it.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fearing that I'm saying something about this frog and that there's going to be something that's going to emerge that I should know about, that somehow I'm admitting something. But all I'm saying is what I see is a lot of people using it to taunt people who can't figure out.
I think that's the vast majority of it. I do believe that. And I think the same thing about the Kekistani types is that that's almost all humor.
Yeah, and there's a massive problem with pushing back against that and calling those people Nazis and racists, and especially when they're just using humor, and especially when it's very clear if you look at all the memes online, and I went thoroughly through Google to find them. There are some abhorrent ones. There are some horrible ones. There are some ones that are with Nazi uniforms. There's some anti-Jew ones. There's some horrific ones. Most of them are not that.
Most of them, the vast majority of them are humorous. And again, these people are not coordinating. So if one person decides to make a Mickey Mouse racist meme, which, by the way, a lot of the early Mickey Mouse cartoons, you could just take a screenshot, and they're fucking tremendously racist, right? Because dealing with the sign of the times. I mean, images of black people that were extremely cartoonish, giant lips, black faces, the whole deal, horribly racist. You could say Mickey Mouse is fucking racist. Don't go to Disneyland. No one's saying that, right? But they could. This is a slippery slope. You start with the frog, and first they came for Pepe, and I didn't say anything.
Yeah, well, if the frog is racist, you start wondering what isn't racist.
Exactly,
because it's a bloody
racist.
Cartoon frog.
Well, you can make a cartoon about everything that has ever existed and make that racist. It doesn't mean that the frog is racist. This is where it's crazy. It's like, what percentage of people are making the frog racist? And then for the Southern Poverty Law Center to say that this is a symbol of hate now, this frog. Well, guess what? You just back these fucking people up against the wall and you shored their offenses because now they're realizing, oh, well, these people are mad. They're crazy, not just mad like angry, but mad, like insane. Like, you're not looking at this thing rationally at all. You're saying that a frog, where 99% of the memes are just humorous or silly, now the frog is a hate symbol.
Not only a hate symbol, but Nazi. White supremacist. I mean, they're just drying up all of the space between their preposterous perspective and the nightmare at the other end of the spectrum. And the point is, almost all of us live in that intermediate space.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's
almost all thoughts live in that intermediate space.
Right.
And there's a variability of all thoughts, and there's flexibility of all ideas. And when you're talking about something where it's extremely humorous, you're talking about a humorous frog. I mean, goddamn, to call that all hate when sometimes it's hate. And by who? By whoever the fucking people are that did that hateful thing. Those are the people that are hateful, not the other ones that are using that frog for humor. I mean, this is the fact that this is an argument at all just shows how lost we are in these ideological arguments, this left versus right, extreme end of the spectrum on one end of the field, throwing rocks at the far end of the field.
Yeah,
most of us are in the middle somewhere.
It's hopeless if we cannot have discussions
about a frog.
Yeah, a cartoon frog.
A cartoon frog. Yeah. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Well,
that's so weird.
That's a nice conclusion.
Yeah, it might be. It might be. Listen, this was a lot of fun. As always is.
Great.
And I'm glad you guys came up with this idea, and I'm glad we had the time to do it.
Yeah, me too, man. Thanks for the invitation.
Yeah,
my
pleasure.
Really good to meet you. Yeah.
Jordan Peterson, what is your Twitter handle again?
Jordan B. Peterson. Yep.
And Brett Weinstein.
Brett Weinstein on Twitter.
Weinstein, I've been saying Weinstein.
It doesn't matter. You're not
Is it interchangeable? Sorry.
Sorta.
All right. But thank you guys. Really appreciate it. A lot of fun.
Yep. Good to see you again.
Bye, everybody. Here we go. And boom, we're live. Graham, great to see you again.
Nice to be back with you, Joe.
And we were just talking about your new book, America Before. That there's two versions of it. There's one version, and then there's a newer version that's a Barnes & Noble version that's specific to Barnes & Noble that has an extra whole chapter in it.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and so they can get that at Barnes & Noble. I'm just trying to keep bookstores alive, man. They're on the way out.
I think it's really important, and that's one of the reasons that I did this, because I had finished the book, and then Barnes & Noble came to me through my publishers and said they would like to do a special edition of the book, but in order to do that, I needed to write them some extra material, and I had a lot of material that I hadn't put in the book, and I thought, well, this is an opportunity to put that out there.
Beautiful. So if people want that, it's a little bit different, and there's a small gold square.
Okay, so first of all, my website, grahamhancock.com, has a page about America Before, and the link to the Barnes & Noble edition is there, as well as the link to the standard edition, which is on Amazon and iTunes and all kinds of other places. So grahamhancock.com and the America Before page, the link to the Barnes & Noble edition is right there.
All right, there it is. So how is this, before we even get into the book, what is it?
Go to Talks and Events.
Okay, we're on the Graham Hancock website.
No, go to books. Go to books. Go to America Before.
Bam.
Bam.
There it is.
Go to United States, you can see Amazon, Barnes, and there's Barnes and Noble.
Special edition.
Special edition. Click on there.
There you go. And then the ebook as well.
The ebook is available. The audio book, which I read myself, is available there. Then if you scroll down, oops, that shouldn't be there.
Damn pop-ups.
Damn pop-ups.
I am so happy you read it yourself. I get angry when someone else reads someone who I'm like, come on, he can talk.
Yeah, I enjoy reading my books myself, and what I've learned from feedback I get from audiences at presentations is people like me doing that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
100%. It's just weird when someone else is talking in your voice. Like, hey man, I know you're not Graham.
You know that I write fiction as well as nonfiction.
Yeah.
And the one thing I can't read is my fiction.
Really?
Because fiction requires accents. You really need an actor to read a fiction book who can get into the different characters. But for a nonfiction book like America Before, it's very straightforward for me just to read it myself.
I agree. I'm a tremendous Stephen King fan, but when I read Stephen King's books where he reads them or listen to them when he reads them, they're terrible. He's awful at it.
I don't think a novelist should read their own novels. I think that's a job for an actor. Oddly enough, I've just been reading Stephen King's Dark Tower series. Very near the end of the 7th volume of that.
Yeah, I'm just a giant fan of his. But
Me
man,
too.
when he reads it like he's just reading it.
Yeah.
It's like, oof, this is rough. It's hard to get behind. Anyway, America Before.
So
give us
on the website. There's details about the book. There's a page where there are links to the book, and also the other thing I would like to take this opportunity to mention is I'm in America and Canada for the next 7 weeks, and I'm going to be doing something like 25 presentations in something like 20 American cities, and then 3 Canadian cities in Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto. And that's all on the talks and events page of my website. So if anybody wants to come along and meet this old man in person, I'll be doing those events.
And are you doing these at theaters, and do you allow Q&As? Like how does this work?
Absolutely, I allow Q&As. I encourage that. I feel as an author that, frankly speaking, I'm nothing without my audience. I owe my audience, my readers, big time. And what I try to do at events is to give back as much as I can. So if people want to take pictures with me, I am absolutely up for that. I don't understand why anybody would want to do that, but it's fun. It's kind of fun. And when people want to come to the desk where I'm signing and ask me personal questions, I'm ready to do that. Sometimes on the British book tour, which I just finished, I was behind in the event space for 4 hours after the event finished.
Wow.
Signing and taking pictures. But it's a joy. It's a really opportunity for me to interact with the people who actually make my work matter. So,
that's fantastic. Beautiful. So what inspired this? I know there's always been, well, you, first of all, we should just say for people who don't know, you have been at the front of the line for decades talking about these lost civilizations. And from reading your work, I mean, I think I first read your work in the 90s. You exposed me to a lot of these, what were at the time controversial ideas that have now been substantiated by actual evidence, particularly Göbekli Tepe and I mean the all the water erosion stuff on the Sphinx, and I've since had Dr. Robert Schock on the podcast to talk about that as well. But all this stuff was at one point very controversial, and now far less.
Yes,
I mean whatever traditional academics and traditional historians that are trying to, I guess it's archaeologists, that were trying to resist, they've let go a lot of that. They've had to with things like Göbekli Tepe.
They've had to because the evidence has overwhelmed them. And Göbekli Tepe is an excellent example. Prior to the discovery and excavation of Göbekli Tepe, which is a site in Anatolia in Turkey, it was the very firm view of archaeologists that there had been no megalithic architecture anywhere on Earth. And when I say megalithic, I mean literally big stones, stone circles, huge constructions, nothing like that before at the very, very earliest 6,000 years ago. And they would point to sites in, for example, Malta, a site called Gigantia, which is about 5,800 years old. That's the oldest megalithic architecture in the world. And they could understand how that was because these were agricultural societies. They generated surpluses. You could free up people who could become specialists in architecture, in astronomy, in geometry, and they could apply their skills to the construction of these sites. But what they never considered possible was that a society that was hunter-gatherers would have created a gigantic megalithic site and then suddenly Göbekli Tepe is discovered, it dates to 11,600 years ago. It's more than 5,000 years older than the supposedly oldest megalithic architecture in the world. And it is in a center where there had been no previous evidence of agriculture. But the moment Göbekli Tepe appears, agriculture appears as well. And this is just something that's really hard for archaeology to explain. They've suddenly got 5,000 years of missing history that they've just never taken into account. And what I see them doing is largely avoiding the problem rather than getting to grips with it directly. And in fact, there have been a great number of changes in the last 20 years, which have worked generally in favor of the arguments that I've proposed.
Well, I'm so happy for you because I know that for a long time you were out there on your own with a lot of these theories.
Very, very much so, and also subjected to the most blistering and deeply unpleasant criticism from the archaeological fraternity and from their friends in the media, like how dare this journalist propose that history might be different or that we might have a forgotten chapter in the human story. It was regarded almost as offensive that I would put this material out there, and archaeologists felt it was their responsibility to show the public that I was full of shit, and that was the whole way my work was greeted, and to a certain extent still is greeted by archaeologists. But things have changed. Central to my work was the notion of a global cataclysm, roughly 12,500, 12,800 years ago. It made sense to me in 1995 when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, but there was no compelling evidence for a global cataclysm then. All the evidence seemed to point to that time and a massive global event. And then from 2007 onwards, more than a decade after I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, we get a group of more than 60 major scientists who are seriously proposing that the Earth was hit by multiple fragments of a giant comet 12,800 years ago, and that this caused a huge rise in sea level and extinctions of megafaunas. They are not saying that it also wiped out a lost advanced civilization of prehistory. I'm saying that.
Yes.
But what has changed is that we now have compelling, hard scientific evidence. I'm not saying every scientist accepts it. It's the nature of science to dispute findings, but we have a group of 60 major figures who have seriously proposed this in all the leading mainstream journals. And it's changed the balance of power in this argument, because one thing that they used to say is Hancock can't be right because there was no global cataclysm, 12 or 13,000 years ago. Well, now we know there was, and there are various explanations for it. So that's moved things along. And the other thing that's changed a lot is the attitude of the man in the street to authority. That has changed. Back in the 90s, authority figures were the gatekeepers. They controlled everything. If an authority figure in a discipline like archaeology said, Hancock is completely wrong, he's made all this stuff up, that would generally be believed, not by everybody, but by the majority of people. Today, to have a mainstream authority figure say that to me is actually an advantage, because people are so distrustful of authority, and rightly so, because we've been lied to by authority figures in all fields for so long. The bullshit has been so enormous that people are finally waking up. We can't trust what authority figures say.
And I think we can thank the internet for that.
We can thank the internet for that, yeah.
I'm sure you've seen the more recent evidence of a crater that they just discovered, like fairly recently.
Greenland.
Yes,
yeah.
Enormous.
It's an enormous crater. It's 18 miles wide. It had not been discovered before because it's under ice. It's under a lot of ice. At the end of the Ice Age, Greenland was one area which never lost its ice cover completely, whereas North America, everywhere north of Minnesota, was covered in ice a mile, sometimes 2 miles deep. Europe, the same, Northern Europe. But Greenland kept its ice, whereas the other parts of the world lost their ice at the end of the Ice Age. And what's interesting about Greenland is there's already evidence of comet impact in Greenland, which goes back to papers published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in 2013, that they found what are called impact proxies in Greenland. In other words, nanodiamonds, carbon spherules, and evidence of a lot of platinum and iron was found in a layer in the ice dated to 12,800 years ago. But the next development, and you're absolutely right, and this was just a few months ago, was the discovery of this humongous crater in Greenland, and evidence that it was caused by an iron impactor of some kind. Now, dating of it, I would be irresponsible to say that that crater definitely dates to 12,800 years ago, because the work has not been done to prove that yet. But what I can say, and what the specialists who have explored and excavated the crater are saying is that it's recent. They can say for sure that it happened during the last ice age. Under the crater is nothing but massively disturbed and destroyed and completely wrecked ice from the ice age, from the Pleistocene. Above it is smooth, perfect ice from our epoch, which is called the Holocene, which began about 11,600 years ago. So all the evidence suggests that this crater dates to that period between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. But to absolutely confirm that, more work needs to be done. But it's part of a growing pattern. The Younger Dryas impact scientists, they call themselves, they call this the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And it's because there was a period in the Earth's geological history that geologists call the Younger Dryas, which lasted for 1,200 years, from 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. It's a very mysterious period. We see all the megafauna dying off suddenly and rapidly. We see rises in sea level. We see a huge collapse in global temperature. It's a cataclysmic epoch, and what is becoming clearer and clearer is that the evidence that a comet was behind it is extremely strong. And as more and more evidence comes in, we realize how widespread it was. So they found evidence of the impacts as far south as Antarctica now. Previously, they were focused very much on North America. Now, as far south as Antarctica, as far east as Syria. This was truly a global event, and it changed the world. And I think, and it's my case, that it wiped our memory of a previous episode of human civilization, that right at the epicenter of this cataclysm was a civilization that we would regard as advanced, not a simple hunter-gatherer civilization, which was utterly wiped out in this cataclysmic event.
And I should say, for anyone who's really fascinated right now, please maybe pause and go listen to the two that you did with Randall Carlson,
yes,
where it really goes into depth about the impact, the evidence of these impacts, yes, the evidence of the very quick demise of the Ice Age, and what may have resulted in all these floods that you read about in the Epic of Gilgamesh, that you read about in Noah's Ark, and that all these things are probably tales of stories that people pass down from generation to generation that survived this time.
Yeah, because we now know that at that time, between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago, truly global cataclysmic events involving rapid rises in sea level did occur. And suddenly the worldwide tradition of a global flood stops being just a myth and starts being a memory, an account of real events. It's been my privilege to work very closely with Randall Carlson.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Randall is absolutely amazing. He is a total genius. He's also a gentle giant and such a kind, generous, spirited person. It's a joy to work with him, and every minute spent with him is an education. I had the privilege of traveling across the Channel Scablands in Washington State with Randall, and seeing things through his eyes really opened my eyes to the scale of this disaster. You know, you could look at these giant boulders called glacial erratics, and they just look odd sitting there in the landscape. But when you really consider how they got there, that they got there in icebergs the size of oil tankers, that were carried on floods that were at least 500 up to 1,000 feet deep, that were tearing through the channeled scablands, so literally ripping the landscape apart. Then the icebergs would ground on valley sides, the flood waters would recede, the icebergs would be left, they're giant icebergs. And as they melted away, they revealed the rocks that they had enchained that were caught up within them, and they're scattered all over the landscape. And you look at that and you think anything that was underneath that 12,800 years ago is gone completely. There can't be anything left of it at all. Utterly, utterly destroyed.
And I would encourage people that are interested in this to please watch the YouTube videos of it, because Randall provides all sorts of video and photographic evidence where you can take a look at the landscape and you get a perspective of how immense this destruction was.
Yeah, it's really important to see that, because it's easy enough to talk about floods and cataclysms, but actually to see its effect on the landscape directly. It has an emotional impact. I felt emotional traveling across the Channel Scablands, realizing that this was the heart of an event that changed the world completely. And the evidence continues to build. I have, in America before, I've not gone over old ground that I went over in Magicians of the Gods, that we covered in the various interviews and podcasts, in which it's really a good idea that people take a look at. But what I have done is added the new information published since 2015, which further supports the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis and the notion that multiple fragments of a giant comet hit the Earth and created absolute global catastrophe.
So what was the motivation behind creating this book, America Before?
It's a curious mixture of things. I have been exploring the possibility of a lost civilization for more than 25 years. That was the essence of my book, Fingerprints of the Gods, that was published in 1995, that there has been a huge forgotten episode in human history. I continued to follow that in a series of other books, and by the time I got to 2002, when I published a book called Underworld that followed 7 years of scuba diving on continental shelves, looking for structures that were submerged by rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age, I really felt I'd done it. I felt I'd walked the walk. I'd put out to the public a massive body of information. And I thought my role in this is over, and I can breathe a sigh of relief because it's hot in this particular kitchen, and I can go do something else. And I ended up writing a book about psychedelics. I ended up writing Supernatural, Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind, about the role of psychedelics in the origins of the human story. But then new information started to come out that touched on the lost civilization idea. And I couldn't just stand by and ignore that information. That's why I published Magicians of the Gods in 2015. And then as I was researching that book, I became aware of something I hadn't realized before, that there's a mass of new information from the Americas, specifically from the Americas, which completely rewrites the story of human history, that the Americas have been misrepresented for a very long time by archaeology. And archaeologists will be annoyed with me for saying that. They have a way of forgetting their own errors, of saying, oh, well, we knew that all along. It wasn't the case. But the fact of the matter remains that for the best part of 50 years, from the 1960s through until about 2010, American archaeology was locked in a dogma that they actually had a name for, which was Clovis first. That they invented a name for a culture. They called them the Clovis culture. We don't know what they called themselves. They were hunter-gatherers. They first appear in the archaeological record 13,400 years ago, and they vanished from the archaeological record 12,600 years ago. And for a very long time, it was maintained adamantly that these were the first Americans, that no human being touched the soil of the Americas until 13,400 years ago. Just animals, but no human beings present at all. And any archaeologist who attempted to dispute that dogma, and I use the word deliberately, there should be no room for dogma in science, but any archaeologist who challenged that would face severe problems with his or her career. They would be mocked and humiliated at conferences, like an archaeologist called Jacques Cinq-Mars from Canada, who excavated in the Yukon. Humiliated at conferences, insulted, accused of making stuff up. Their research funding would be withdrawn. Basically, to challenge Clovis first was the end of your archaeological career. So naturally, very few archaeologists wanted to challenge Clovis first.
What was this gentleman in the Yukon? What was his?
He's called Jacques Cinq-Mars. And interestingly, the Smithsonian, just in 2017, did a big kind of mea culpa, a big admission about this, that everybody had got things wrong, that Jacques Cinq-Mars had been ruined by the Clovis first lobby, but he'd been right all along. The site he excavated in the Yukon was re-excavated in 2017, and every single thing he said was correct, even though they had just sneered at him.
And what year was he?
He was excavating in the 1980s and the 1990s.
Is he still alive?
He's still alive. He's still alive. Yeah.
Is he better?
Well, I think he's vindicated, you know, and it's kind of nice to be vindicated.
Yes.
That there's almost a place in folklore for the individual who is scorned and humiliated, you know, by others, but who turns out to be right, and he was right. But my point about this is that what it meant was, since it was the dogma that Clovis was first, that the oldest dates were 13,400 years ago, there seemed to be no logic to archaeologists in digging deeper. You know how it is with archaeology, that the upper levels are the youngest, and the deeper you go, the older it gets. That's why we say Upper Paleolithic for the late Ice Age, and Lower Paleolithic for the late Stone Age, and lower for the older Stone Age. And the feeling was no need to dig below the Clovis layer, because we already know that there were no human beings there before that. And then a few archaeologists, I mentioned Jacques Cinq-Mars, but another is Al Goodyear from the University of South Carolina, who excavated a site called Topper in South Carolina. Now, Topper is an incredibly rich Clovis site. It's full of their tools, their points. They made these special flint points that were used as arrowheads and spears. A great Clovis site. He finished excavating the Clovis level, and then he did something that was supposed not to be done. He decided to dig deeper, and he carried on digging down, and there was a layer of about 1.5 meters of barren soil, and then beneath that, more human artifacts. And they finally date those back to more than 50,000 years ago. And then in 2017, published in Nature, by Tom Demeray, who's the chief paleontologist at the San Diego Natural History Museum, and a bunch of other very high-level paleontologists, published in Nature magazine, evidence for human presence in North America 130,000 years ago. Now, this has really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Now, if humans were present in North America 130,000 years ago, and archaeologists have been telling us for 50 years that they were only present from 13,000 years ago, that's 10 times as long that we've had humans in North America capable of doing stuff, and the archaeological dogma has prevented any search for what they were doing until very recently.
What was the evidence from 130,000 years ago?
Okay, so it's not the, let me be clear about this, because this is something that is often misrepresented in my views. It is not the evidence for an advanced civilization that we find 130,000 years ago in America. The evidence that we find is evidence for human presence. And what they were doing was very much Stone Age stuff. It's a mastodon. It's a mastodon skeleton that was excavated. It was actually found by accident during road construction near San Diego. And an archaeologist was attached to the road construction crew and immediately stopped construction, and they investigated it thoroughly. And what they found was so much dynamite in the early 1990s when they found it that they decided not to publish at the time, because what they found was evidence that those mastodon bones had been cracked open by human beings using tools, and that the marrow had been extracted, that one tusk had been left standing upright in the ground and another had been left beside it, that a femur of the animal had been taken away completely from the site. And there was assemblages of instruments that were used to smash and break the bones. And the conclusion of the team was that only one kind of creature could have done that work using tools on a mastodon, and that's human beings. That's classic human behavior. So this sets the goalposts in a totally different place. Suddenly we have to consider that humans have been in America for 130,000 years. We already know that a dogmatic approach of archaeology has rather refused to look at anything older than 13,000 years ago. And what it does is it generates an engine of demand that we need to be looking at those missing 100,000 plus years. We need to be looking at it hard. Of course, the immediate reaction has not been to go looking for stuff in the other 100,000 years. Most archaeologists have responded by saying, this is impossible. It can't be so. But that's precisely what they said to Jacques Cinq-Mars, who said that humans were in Bluefish Caves in the Yukon 25,000 years ago. And it's precisely what they said to Al Goodyear, who said humans had been at Topper 50,000 years ago. And they were both right. And I believe that Tom Demeray and his team, you don't get a big article published in Nature unless it's already pretty solidly based and pretty much peer reviewed. It has produced a reaction. I would be wrong to say that it's universally accepted. It's very much challenged, but it's intriguing.
What is the challenge?
The challenge fundamentally comes from, we archaeologists know that there were no human beings in the Americas that far back. To put it in perspective, it's about 60,000 years before the first evidence of human beings in Europe. It's about 60,000 years before the first evidence of human beings in Australia.
And this is just evidence of the first human beings.
Yes.
We have to point out how difficult it is to find evidence.
It's extremely difficult to find. You know, sometimes we imagine that archaeologists are working with masses of skeletal material. No, they're not. They're not. I mean, this is one of the ironies. The whole Clovis first dogma, you would think that they had masses of material to work with. They did have the tools, but in terms of skeletal remains, just one. Just one single skeletal remain. From
now, one of the things that Michael Shermer had sent me was this dispute that perhaps the bones had been cracked open by the excavation material.
Yeah,
by the excavation machines.
I saw Michael's email last night, and I appreciate that Michael wants to continue to engage with this subject, and that's his job. He's a professional skeptic, and it's his role to do so. But what he misses out, it's true that a new paper has been published, which raises questions over the what's called the Cerruti Mastodon site, which is the site that Tom Demeray at San Diego Natural History Museum excavated. And what's interesting, since Michael took the trouble to write the questions, can I just read you something that I responded to on this.
Sure.
Which is that
Just do it into the microphone, though.
Yeah. Basically, this paper was in no way a refutation of the original paper in Nature. As a matter of fact, the gentleman who wrote that paper never even looked at the archaeological remains that are now in the San Diego Natural History Museum. What he based it on is reference, I'm quoting from the abstract of the paper itself, reference to a freeway right-of-way map and construction plans, contemporary road building practices, and work site photographs available on the internet. In other words, the site was not visited. They simply looked at secondary references. They did not look at the archaeological material, and they ignored the entire argument of Tom Demeray and his colleagues, who had already addressed that issue.
They didn't look at the bones?
They did not look at the bones. When you break a fresh bone, it has a characteristic kind of spiral fracture that does not happen when you break a fossilized bone. And Tom Demeray and his team specifically ruled out road-making machinery as responsible for this breaking pattern because they actually carried out experiments on modern elephants, deceased elephants, and they broke their bones. And the kind of fracture that you get in a fresh green bone is completely different from the kind of fracture you get in a fossilized bone. So unfortunately, this paper pays no attention to that. It just looks at road plans and says there was road work there. It must have been done by road work. I think it's very sloppy, very weak, and it's certainly not the answer. We can expect ongoing debate, and that is healthy, but this is not a strong case at all.
So this points to the first evidence that we found. And is there any effort underway to try to uncover more evidence that from a similar time
period?
Well,
I'm going to cite Tom Demeray, the chief paleontologist at the San Diego Natural History Museum. That's what he would like to see. He makes the point to me. I interview him. I spent a day with him at the Natural History Museum. He was very generous with his time. I did an extended interview, and I quote from it in America before. And his wish is that archaeologists, instead of spending all their time trying to find ways to dismiss and get rid of his findings, his wish is that they would spend a little bit of that time looking at deposits older than 13,400 years, and even being willing to go back as far as 130,000 years. That's would be a proper scientific response. Here is a thorough body of work put forward by a very senior group of scientists who hesitated before they published it. They had the information back in the 1990s, but it wasn't until refined dating techniques later than in the 21st century that they finally were sure what they had, and that they published it in Nature in 2017. It's an important study, and I think what's going to happen is that we're going to find much more evidence of a very ancient human presence in the Americas, and that's what Tom Demeray thinks as well. And as he points out, if we don't look, then we're never going to find. If we allow dogma to stop us looking and saying, oh, it's impossible that humans were in the Americas 130,000 years ago, so we won't bother to look. What a failure of science that is. And to spend all the time instead trying to get rid of the evidence that doesn't fit the current paradigm.
But it's so fascinating that just this fortuitous discovery during a construction site could change the way people perceive things. And you've got to wonder how much of that stuff is how deep did they have to go to find these mastodon bones?
Well, so this is a road cut that's being made. So those would be pretty deep down, 10, 15 feet down. The grader is going through and flattening them. It varies from place to place depending on soil deposition, the stratification of the soil. But what the key point is that what you need to do is go deeper than 13,400 years ago, and you need to do so with dedication and vigor and with some kind of funding. And at the moment, archaeology doesn't see the point of that. If the paper in Nature by Tom Demeray was alone, if there were nothing else than that, I wouldn't place so much trust in it. But I've spent a lot of time during the researching of this book with archaeologists who did dig deeper. And what those archaeologists all confirm is that there have been human beings in the Americas for tens of thousands of years. And it's not surprising that can be pushed back to 130,000 years ago, because part of the argument about the peopling of the Americas has to do with a place that we now call the Bering Straits between Alaska and Siberia, which during the Ice Age